Frightfully warm, isn't it? Bloody Nora. Bloody Nora. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. How are we doing? Oh, it's bloody horrible, isn't it? Oh dear. Let's do a little full screen and turn that shit off. How are we doing? It's bloody warm is what it is. I've just noticed what I haven't done. And I never do it, do I? Let me fix it real quick. Look, watch this. I disappear. And then I reappear. And then I reappear. And then I reappear. Then I reappear. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? I need to sneeze, probably. But we're going to see if I can get through the thank yous before sneezing. So join me in saluting elephant, 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 elephant. Okay, I didn't get through it, lads. Don't worry. Saluting the wonderful supporters of this channel, starting with the reigning defending champions for the month of... It's August, Liam. It's August, Liam. PokéTrader Dean, the donation champion. PokéTrader Dean, the YouTube gift champion. Drake Knight, the bits champion. Drake Knight, the Twitch gifts champion. Then over to our wonderful constant Ace Trainer Ultra members who are Heavy Metal Mew, Samakadi, Typhlosion Shogun, Rachelin, Dr. Vixelation, Tactical Dilly, Lemia of Champions, Glenn, Sophie Jane, Alex the 8T, and Micah 7er. And our Twitch Ace Trainer Ultras are Tier 3 subs, Pro Metapod, Rachelin, Gears of Gizmo, and Drake Knight. And then give me double the salutes for the big boys, the best of the best, the creme de la creme. They ride the Ace Train in first class. Choo-choo. They are the Ace Trainer Ultra Excels, who are Pro Metapod, Purple Dragonair, Mumbai Cobra, Gear Overlord, Toy Bonnie, Night Angel, Cat Rider, Blue Malamute, and PokéTrader Dean. Thank you all. You're incredibly lovely. Without you, there is no me, and without me, there is no Sophie. So thank you for all making sure that Sophie remains on this world. Cheers, everyone. Now shut the fuck up, Liam. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers. So you know how it's gonna go. Just so you all know how it's gonna go. We're gonna watch the Pokemon World Championships originating from Anaheim, California. But because there will be downtime, because rounds have to end, and sometimes the stream match ends before the round is fully ended, during downtime and like interviews and stuff, we will just shiny hunt in between. I'll probably set up a roulette so it's quite easy because then we have eggs on the go. We don't worry about being halfway through sandwiches and stuff like that. So we'll do some Masuda roulette in between. And yeah, that's basically it. And also we'll be turning off alerts during matches and during the opening ceremony and closing ceremony. So if you send an alert, like if you kindly send a donation to this desperate fool during one of the matches, don't think we're ignorant and don't care. It's just we'll play that and celebrate that after the match is over. Because otherwise, what's the point in doing a watch party reaction to the match if we're not watching it? You know what I mean? I'm going to try pay more attention because at NAIC, I missed a bunch of stuff because I was too, you know what I mean? So we're going to try and pay a bit more attention, you know? Here for the TCG only? Oh, well you're out of luck then because we're literally watching VG. Okay. Happy Price is Right time. The weather is splendid today. The weather is splendid. It's fucking warm. That's why I'm wearing my gym shirt because I'm like, you know what? I feel a bit weird. I would feel very weird not wearing a shirt, watching an entire weekend of Pokemon. So I was like, let's compromise. Let's wear a gym shirt. I just realized as well I need to. I mean, the Pokemon stream don't start for half an hour, so don't worry. You're not missing anything right now. I just want to change. Just want to change something. But how is everybody doing? Let me bloody know. Yeah, cause it's oh wait. Wait. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Because it's a special occasion, because it's a longer stream, we change those goals to a Thundund. A Thundund we do. Although, a Thundund, yeah. And then I have to log out of that. Chat, we're going to do dishes together? Wait. Long Liam stream just started to keep me company for cleaning. Oh, I hope it's cleaning your dishes. Weather has been 90s lately. It's nice having the windows open using one fan. Damn. Ronnie! Ronnie going for the cheese monster already. Hang on. RubeTube, you heard it. I saw her. I saw her notice it. I saw her. Right, we're going to sit pretty. Sit pretty. Oh, she's so good. Do it for Auntie Ron. Uncle Alistair. Spin. 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 Go on. You nearly did it. Spin. I'll do this way. Can you spin this way? Spin. Spin. She only knows one direction. Spin. Oh my God. You've broken the dog. Spin. Ruby, are you dense, mate? Spin. Come here. Spin. She's fucking bonkers, mate. Ad heck R&R. Tell me when you're back from ad. Fucking hell. It is warm. If it helps you feel better, Matthew, if it's in the 90s today for you, I think it's in the 90s in this office. In? No? When's Rod coming back? Cheese. Cheese. I'm spinning my face in the camera. Oh no, it's not even Ron that's in ads. It's Matthew that's in ads. Fucking idiot, Liam. Oh, in that case, enjoy. I thought Ron was in ad hell. Silly Billy. There we go. Isn't that lovely? I hope weekend's going good. Mine's off to a good start. Found a shiny Meditite playing Sp. Named him Jin as in a genie. Nice. I was also in ads. Are you back from ads? Right. In that case, Ruby, come back. Right. Let's see if you can do it. Come here. Right, ready? Spin. 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 Come here. So dumb. She's such a dumb dunt. You're a dunt, you are. Sit pretty then. Oh, okay. Okay. In that case. Little fatty she is. She's got to lose a kilo. So I'm going to go to physio and try and make Noodle do tricks. She just chooses her favorites instead of what to do. They're too smart for their own good. That's the problem with collies. They're literally like, you're going to give me the treat anyway because you can't say no to my lovely little face. Right, on that note. That's the wrong button. On that note. Ta-da! Look at that. So yeah, so we'll play Pokemons in between. We got that screen up ready to go. Obviously once Pokemon start providing background music and background sound, I'll turn the game background music off and we'll just have game noise. Wonder what the doggos were hot today. So they barely go out for 1 minute. Yeah, you have to make sure the concrete's not too warm either. Because that shit's scary. Noodle isn't a collie, but she's spoiled and knows she's cute and won't say no. Rip. Right, let's set up for some roulette. Who's sitting in the lounge then? Auntie Natal takes part in roulette. So in the lounge, we'll do that. And then I guess we'll look at the Pokemon decks. You think we get mystery gift bonds today? Yeah, we're getting Lucas Farigarath from last year's Worlds. What am I doing? I am searching for the national decks. Because I want to see if there's anything we can roulette. Let's see. I mean, to be fair, you do need to do Palafin. And oh, I just realized there's something we can take out of the roulette box now as well. Because we have it. So we don't need to do that one anymore. I guess Squawkabilly should probably hunt, to be honest. But Aracuda, we don't need combat breed Tauros because we got that. But we still need wet Tauros. So actually, that's a good selection. We also don't need Varoom and Revavroom or Quaquaval in here. So we can move those out. Or Blaze breed Tauros. Not Blaze breed. Combat breed Tauros. We've got both of those now. So let's find a box to stick them in. Who wants me in their box? I mean, that's a silly question, Liam. That's everybody. Way! Filthy. I've never understood that euphemism, box. It doesn't sound nice, does it? It's not a fit sound, is it? Let's go to... Not the lounge. Not the lounge. We want roulette. Yeah. Because we need 3 of them. 1 of them. 1 of them in each color, but I think blue only spawns blue, probably. 1 of them and 1 of them. Which is good. And then we get our German Dito. Boom. And then we get the egg box ready. And then we can... Actually, just go to Los Platos. Box is not the best ones humans have come up with. Do you know what I mean? Like, pussy, nice. Kitty, nice. Box. Fucking box. Just a box. Night's Carve SmackDown looks awful outside the Randy appearing. It's just kind of blah. Oh, God. Well, that's a good thing then, because I won't feel like I missed out watching Worlds. I mean, to be fair, I won't feel like I missed out watching Worlds, because I'll have watched Worlds. So there is that. Alexa and Piper is going to be a non-finish leading to a tag match. Also, it's a match with Piper in it. I don't like Piper Niven. She's not for me. I remember when she first turned up, and everyone was like, oh my God, Piper Niven. She was Viper on the Indies. She's incredibly good. And I'm like, she's all right. She's certainly there. Now, dogs as a kid. Corgis and retrievers. We have a bunch of cats. Ooh, how many cats? Watching matches, then building up the Reg H team in the downtime. Good shout. Reg H, Liam. Who's Reg H? Oh, it's me, mate. Don't you know Reg? They call him Reg H. Cheers. Oh, let's get the sandwich going. At least it's a... You know what? At least it's Worlds. Who's everyone's money on? I do think it's Marco Silva's year. Because has he not won... Who won all the internationals this year? Wolf won one. And didn't Marco win two? Just because you're good on the Indies doesn't mean when they limit your moveset, you'll still be good. Yeah. Will there be a Rice drop? There will be, probably, Tank. Yes. Because I don't need my best friend Liam for this. I just need me. Arguably my second favourite person in the world. Yeah, good save there, mate. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, Federico. Let's try to a few occasions to make Noodle work as my weight for exercises, but she knows she's too cute for employment. Oh, bless. Blessingtons. Oh, damn. There's only 13 minutes till it pretends to start. I don't know if Sajan's competing this year. I think he just competed last year. I guess. I wonder if he competed last year for the lols. Just like, you know what? It's 10 years since Pachirisu. Let's bring him back. Did that give me what I want? It gave you. It did. Saw the Cerebi demo ZA. I won't spoil, but it looks good. Can't wait for the 17th when the Switch 2 arrives. Ooh, did he provide footage or was it just a rundown? Because if it's footage, we could low-key watch it with Joe's permission. Who just evolved? No, don't. I mean, you can evolve, but it's not really necessary. Oh, well, yep. No, it really wasn't necessary there. Oops. Oscar will win. Oscar better win. I'm rooting for Wolfie. You provided footage. Can we watch it? Obviously, Liam, it's footage. Right, let's find that as well. It's easier to go to Cerebi's Twitter, I suppose. Hello, Rach. How you doing, beautiful? What's happening? Fit check. What you gotta do? What you gotta do when they come for you? New post from Cerebi. How long is it? Demo preview. Here are our thoughts. Demo preview. Where's the video? Pictures? Oh, there it is. Ooh, how long is it? Oh, it's 4 minutes.
As Pokemon World Champion.
Ah, Joe, that was really loud. But thank you, Joe. We got time. We can watch that real quick. Can you wait? There we go. And then press that, and then press that. Hello, Joe.
In Anaheim, California. I was lucky enough to be invited to be amongst the first in the world to play
the
Pokemon
also,
Legends Z.
Sorry, Joe, just a minute, Joe. I don't mean to cut you off, sweetie, but Beyonce had the greatest video of all time. Where are we?
At the Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California.
Do me a favor, since we're watching this, can everybody in the chat just quickly go to this video and give it a view? Just because I feel bad taking the views from Joe. But I still want to watch it.
Nintendo Switch 2 Edition demo. This demo was very focused and came in 2 different parts. The first part was an introduction into the ZA Royale, and the second part was a battle against a rogue Mega Evolution Pokemon. Both parts gave me 10 minutes or allowed me to finish it before the time limit was over.
10 minutes? That's almost a year.
Testing out the day mode of the game where you can search out for wild Pokemon, so alas, I was unable to find the world's first shiny Pokemon.
Oh.
The battle system, as originally revealed, is different from past traditional main series games in that it has a real-time battle system. You send out...
I have told Joe before, and I'll tell him again after this, you can slow down. He tries to rush his voiceovers, bless him, and just slow down. Take a breath, especially when you're not on screen, because you can cut and paste your sentences where you want them to be.
A Pokemon at any time, and when logged onto a Pokemon, a display will appear in the bottom right, and this is your move selection. Rather than selecting each move through a menu, it is done with the face buttons on the controller, with each button corresponding to a move the Pokemon has. So the B button
Jerbski's with Rage right now. Damn, you lucky duck.
The moves are then done on a cooldown before it can be used again. So you could rapidly unleash an onslaught of moves, but it will then mean you have to wait a bit of time and your Pokemon will be vulnerable.
Ooh.
The Pokemon will also follow you as you walk around, and some moves can be commanded from a further distance while others need Pokemon to go up close to the opponent. However, that does mean that Pokemon may not necessarily go precisely where you want them to, but they will keep close to you where possible. This new battle system made it feel more dynamic and more akin to what has been seen in the animated series in the past, but it still feels very Pokemon. Alongside damaging moves, you also have status moves such as Growl and Thunder Wave, which can be used in various ways.
Oh, look at him.
The early part of the game, I can already see there being a need for good strategy later in the game, rather than just...
Hang about. Who's in your party, Joe? Who's in your party? You've got... Alakazam, Gyarados, Florges,
and Thunder Wave, which can be used in various ways. Whilst for demonstrating
YouTube bars in the way.
Game, I can already see there being a need for
Angoro and Ariados and Malamar.
Rather than just button mashing repeatedly. Nice. Unlike Pokemon Legends Arceus, this game also has hold items in it, so you can attach the items to various Pokemon for various effects.
Good code playthrough, nice.
The demo were just berries, but this leaves things open for more strategy later.
I mean, this is trailer footage. Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, you're right. This is not Joe's footage. I was
given the task of defeating 3 trainers in order to earn points and a challenger's ticket in order to access the
Well done, Metapod. You've made me look a right mug.
This was early game content.
So tired of my legs hurt so bad. They look good though, right?
And a Bunnelby. So they're fairly simple to beat with the Pokemon that we were given, but they gave a good early look at the battle system.
Show me a Poliwhirl, god damn it!
It really gave an advantage, but when you're the recipient of it, it can be devastating. Alongside the 3 trainers I fought, there was a 4th which was nearly 10 levels higher than my Pokemon. I had hoped to brute force it, but they snuck
14 miles at Disneyland just walking? Damn.
With me not dealing much damage. The second part of the demo was the Rogue
I panicked then, I was like, shit, is World started yet? But it hasn't.
Like our 10% form throughout Lumio City until it took me to a rooftop where
we're expecting big matches from
on its own, causing AZ to send a Lucario with a Mega Ring up to help. This battle is more reminiscent of the noble Pokemon battles and battles with Arceus from Legends Arceus, in that you're in an area with the Pokemon going for you. They will go for you more than they go for
Mega Absol. Oh, Jess is going to be so happy.
Absol went for me and could knock me out easily.
Because they've finally shown it.
The battle. It had moves of both close range and distance, so it needed me to act accordingly. As the moves landed on Absol, it started to drop the energy orbs. These are picked up in order to charge your Mega Gauge, which, once full enough, will allow you to
charge my Mega Gauge.
This allows for you to do more
expecting
damage,
lots of Pokemon.
Gradually
so I mean, it is Worlds, so maybe not lots of them.
The more damage you inflate, so you could keep it Mega Evolved until you defeat the Absol.
Yeah, is there a dodge roll?
Was a low-level Rogue Mega Evolution Pokemon. There's still strategy involved. I made sure to have to use Protect when it used Dark Pulse because that was causing multiple hits to the Lucario, and the Lucario was stuck in the wave.
Oh.
I then used Aura Sphere to attack from a distance and Rock Smash to get up close and lower its defense, followed by Bullet Punch.
Oh, ranged Aura Sphere is kind of sick though.
Absol, and as a reward, I was given the Absolite, and Absol would join me in my travels. These battles are likely to get more difficult, and I'm very excited to play more. While playing through the game, it ran super smooth and it looked great. In the segment before the Rogue Mega Absol, I got to look around the city and it just
from the sound of it, Matthew, you just get it as the reward for beating it.
Like how I always imagined Lumio City would be. It was such a fun play and it really has me wanting to play more. It's still early and it's hard to say how well the new systems will work in an overall game. But from what I played here, it seems like it's a cool evolution of the Pokemon Legends formula. And it has me wanting to go back and play more, which is a good sign.
Do they have abilities though?
It's new, it's fresh, and it's quintessentially Pokemon. So if you're at the Pokemon World Championships or Gamescom and you have the opportunity to play, give it a shot. And thank you all very much for watching this video.
Oh, hell yeah. And if you didn't watch the video, I'm going to put it in chat again. Go and watch the video. Go and watch Joe. I know you've watched it, but watch it in greater detail and in greater numbers because it's really important to support our friends. They're the best. And then we'll go there, and then we'll go there. And look at me here now. I can get some Eggoos. The real question is, where's Poliwhirl? How you doing, Smoliv? There we go. Get some Eggoos. I need 60 of them. Oh. You need to be more patient than Liam. I do. I do.
In here, granted, it does smell.
Alex from 97, thank you for the follow. How you doing? How you diddly doing? Watch again when I'm done in the kitchen. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm actually going to... Oscar and Joseph rocking out with the Yorkshire VGC Merchant Worlds. You love to see it. Nice. Managed to survive the heat. How are you? Barely surviving the heat. Barely. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my YouTube app. And then I'm going to go to that video. And I'm going to go share. I'm going to go copy link. And I'm going to send it to Jess. Actually, I'll put it in the group chat. Joe got Mega Absol footage eyes emoji. Bum bum. Liam, do you know if Soph wants a specific Arcanizer from the Pokemon Center? I would honestly ask Sophie. I would ask Sophie herself because I know Joe and Marty, I think, got her a pin, but I'm also not sure if they did or if they were just showing her that the pin existed. You know what I mean?
Spontaneous act of generosity.
Hey, Amanda with a gifty, and it went to Hoovy. Oh, that's fucking wholesome. That's fucking wholesome AF. Hell yeah. Big love. Do 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 do. Ooh. Ba bum ba ba bum. Debate continue my hunt for the elusive Cyndaquil. Do it, mate. If you want a level 3 shiny for eggs, 1 chorizo, 3 rice, 2 peanut butters, 2 sweet herbers, give me about 2 full boxes. Oh, sweetheart, that's a big waste. If you want a level 3 sandwich for eggs, use 2 sweet herber and rice, but don't put the rice on the bread. Just drop it. That's what I do. Why are you trying to get chorizo, 3 rice, and peanut butter and eggs? What? Yeah, just do a rice drop, man. Do a rice drop, man. Oh, hell yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Doot, 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 doot. If I time skip, can I get the birthday mark? Or does it block anything by changing the clock? I'm pretty sure you can still get the mark. Problem with the Tropical Paradise promo card is who runs Psyduck in today's standard format. Nice one, Rach. I'll text her to actually check her Twitter DMs. Oh. Yeah, I think, yeah, he probably time skip. I think I changed it the day after my birthday to do some Poliwhirl stuff. What was I doing? I was going to go here. Oh my. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to press that. That. And then I want to... Where's the thing? I think it's that. That. And I think that. That's the one. And that's the one. Sorry, I'm just doing some admin. 1 minute 33, baby! Get those eggs. Get those eggs. Diddle-a-din. 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 Oh god, den. Diddle-a-din. I mean, to be fair, knowing Pokemon, it'll be a half-hour fucking starting animation. Yeah, true. Yeah, just one rice and 2 sweet herber, but don't put the rice on the bread. Just pick it up and drop it where it is, and it'll disappear. And that's perfect. Trust in Liam. Don't know what this would be by one of the items. 8-ish more hours before then. Oh, what we could do in 8 hours. So much easier. No worries, no worries. Rice drop is goated. Well, it's ricey. Use this only for a while now. Damn. Think of all the ingredients you could have saved. No biggie, though. You know, is what it is. It is warm, isn't it? Uvi, you got gifted a gifty by our Amanda. Amanda, hug and kiss. Tasty. That shit. Tasty. Ba, 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 ba. Hello, Sars. The sky is up. Oh, yeah. We're literally waiting for Worlds to start now. So let's...
Yeah, granted.
Oh,
it does
Bebby.
smell.
Alex Heap, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Let's let that sit for a minute. And actually, It's all right. As soon as it starts, we'll flick over. Because it's not started yet. What you should do... No, not that. Don't clean Tauros. Tauros is filthy enough. Right, get your Egus. People don't think TNA counter-programming AEW will stop their TV deal. Do people really think TNA counter-programming AEW will stop the TV deal? I think... Yeah, I don't... No, it won't... No. People are weird like that. Flicking on stream. Behave, Liam. Listen. When you gotta go. You gotta go. There we go. Because eventually Pokemon will turn on their stream. It's good to know I'm not the only person that's always late. Here we go. Here we go. Just gonna wait here for a blow. Oh, that's a lovely breeze. Oh. Oh, my sweating pits. God damn. God damn. Playing Shield right now, new playthrough. I got Shiny Rookity. Now I need every other Route 1 and Route 2 mon Shiny. Oh, damn. Heed Khan is a multi-billionaire. AEW is going to be around so long if he's willing, as long as he's willing to put money into it. Exactly. I don't get why people are like... I never get why people are like, oh, counter-programming. It might not... Do you know what? There comes a point where it might not even be counter-programming. It might just be purely coincidence. That was the weekend we could get this venue for. Because people don't realize that arenas... Oh, hello. Oh, there we go. That's Scarlet and Violet music. I know that. I told you it'd be a fucking timer. I need to learn this. You bastards. Bit loud, though. Well, at least it's the music for the exact fucking area I'm in. Send me that breeze, but I don't think it tended to leave the house, though. It doesn't matter much. Valid. Yeah, wrestling fans are weird, man. Because they seem to think that when WWE go to open... Like go to host a show in a city. They're like, oh, let's do that city. Let's do that stadium. That if they don't go there, that stadium's just empty for that weekend. Like every other weekend they're not there. That stadium just has nothing going on. Like, no. They contact the stadium and they're probably in a certain level of priority on a list of companies that, you know, present at that stadium. But, you know, couldn't even choose the Levinci music. Maybe it's coming up. I fucking love roller skating Toad School. I'm surprised Amma didn't want any of that merch. It was a crop top. What, of the Toad School? You want the Toad School roller skates crop top? In what size? Why? We know people that are at Worlds, babe. For a crop top. They're lying to you. Who was saying something about location? Not about Worlds, about WWE. Small. So if someone that was at Worlds could get a hold of the Toad School crop top in a small, if they had room in their suitcase for a small crop top, do you think it's worth mentioning to them? Oh, I already said. We're not. I didn't say. I said. Rach says she'll do her best. Rach has messaged you to say she's at Worlds and wants to know if there's anything specific you want. I messaged you to say she's sent you a Twitter DM. So you've actually got two messages. One on iMessage from me and one on Twitter from Rach. Said she'd rather have Arcanine such a fair. You should talk to Rach about it, because she's there. She's going! She's going! Liam thinks he's slick. I think I'm warm. That's all I think I am. So, what a gem. Her problem is she doesn't like to feel like she's asking for it, but if you're on the other side of the world and she ain't, she kind of needs to ask for it. Nah, carry on being the middleman, honestly. Listen, what I need to do is I need to put a plaster on my ankle. Sorry, a band-aid. I need to put an entire show for charity on my ankle. So I banged it. I banged it on a gate. On the baby gate downstairs. And it made a cut. And then I didn't realise that it's in a cut that's in a position where every item of footwear and sockage that I wear, it gets... Secure! Not my bin. My bin. We're in Anaheim for Worlds. We're in California. My trash can! Guys, my trash can's overflowing! Oh wait, no, we're in California, so it's not overflowing. It's overflowing! Oh my god, it's overflowing! I thought there were two musics happening then. Do, do, do. Yo, guess if I hit a TCG restock at Walmart. Go on, Jen. What you got? 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 Don't think Tony should be facing Athena as well as someone from Stardom. You do think. Why? Why do you think? I never think. You know what happens when you think? One goes in the pink, one goes in the stink. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's the worst spot, right? White Flare Binder set and Journey Together packs. Ooh. Ooh. Like, if the events collaborating New Japan and Stardom get more New Japan and Stardom talent on the card, that is very valid. Sorry. Classic. Oh, it's the Let's Go version. Exactly, Liam. Oh, don't. Hugo in the pink, good sir. I know, but sometimes you forget, and some people's fingers are bigger than others. You know, some people just want to go TTB, thumb to bum, you know? Oh, I love me. We know, Liam. We've seen you loving yourself now. True. Ew. He's being unruly. TTB, I see, I see.
Here, granted,
oh,
it does
baby,
smell.
the derpiest of derps. Thank you for the follow. How you doing, the derpiest of derps? I had someone follow me called Just Derp the other day. I wonder if that's the same person. You know, there's people seething that it's the Let's Go version of this. Why is it not 8-bit? Why is it not Gen 1? Oh, that was short. That's what she said. I'm chilling, ready for Worlds. Hell yeah! Let's fucking go. Worlds is going to be cracking, mate. What games are going to be streamed today? What, on here? Pokemon. Scarlet and Violet. It's Pokemon. It's the Pokemon VGC. It's the Pokemon VG World Championship. What kind of matches? Oh, double battles, because that's the format. It's doubles in Regulation I. Pokemon streamers streaming Pokemon, OMG. First time watching the VGC. Oh, okay. Yeah, basically, Worlds at the moment has like, I think it has 3 streams going on at the moment. So it has Go. There's a whole stream for Go. We're not watching that, because Go is horrible to listen to. There's a stream for the trading card game, which we're not going to watch, because it's like watching paint dry. And then there's the video game. Oh, yeah, there's Unite as well. True. Which we're not going to watch because I don't understand it. And then there's this one, which is the Video Game Championship, VGC. And that's beautiful. It's going to be double battles in Scarlet and Violet. Double restricted format, so everybody's got 2 of the big box legendaries. You're multi-screening? Fair play. You're braver than I am. More of a singles guy. I've spoken myself, but Buddy is trying to get me into VGC. I mean, I will always say VGC is better than singles, because singles is a bit too story mode for me, and it's a bit too basic. Whereas my main argument with VGC being better is VGC is the one where you can actually make money. So, for example, whoever wins Worlds today, not today, on Sunday, basically, wins like 250. No, he wins. They win like. How much do they win this year, Metapod? Because if you win a regional, you win $6,000. If you win an international, I think you win 10,000. Or is it 15,000? Let's have a look. Let's find out. Pokemon. Oh god, it's not typing anything. Pokemon World Championship 2025 prizes. I do hate when companies go, you can win a share in $2 million of prizes. And it's like, that sounds to some people like you're winning $2 million and you're just not. Pokemon VGC World Championship cash prize. $30,000 for first place. For second place, $20,000. For third or fourth, it's $15,000. If you're in the top 8, it's $10,000. And if you're in the top 16, it's $5,000. So, like, that's insane. Pokemon Worlds this week. Beyblade tourney next week and the week after Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds. Damn. I thought with singles because the mind games are so much different. Oh! Oh, wait. It's an opening video. Just wait.
Pokemon trainers, Pokemon fans, Pokemon lovers.
It's so quiet.
To the 2025 Pokemon World Championship.
I mean, we're about 18 minutes away from opening ceremony then, aren't we? I'm going to turn it up.
The official show starts. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with Joinks.
Pokemon's audio being shit.
Representatives from all
Oh my
four
god, it's
of
still
our
quiet.
Pokemon games this weekend. How you all doing?
There we go.
Fantastic. I mean,
That's about right.
It's
I realize we don't need to full screen this because it's just going to be... It's like a hype package.
This weekend, and it's going to be a fantastic event. I can't wait.
If you're representing the Pokemon video game, it should be super fun. I always like
Scott
this moment
Glaser,
where it brings
baby!
you back to the first time I was in the crowd.
He's
waiting
one of
for the
ours.
Opening ceremonies as a competitor. I think
Announcement about Beyblade
excitement
World,
here,
potential
right?
Beyblade in the
Like,
Olympics.
hey,
Beyblade in the
go right.
Olympics? I mean, if
Couple of
Raygun
guys
can do
World
breakdance in the
Champions,
Olympics, then
before you
anyone
get that,
can.
that wasn't.
Same here, Scott. For TCG, this is actually the 20th Pokemon TCG World Championship.
That's
It's been
crazy.
to see how much
There's been
it's grown
20
and
years of
evolved over the
TCG World
years, but
Championships.
No matter what happens,
If we spot Rage in the
it's
crowd, we take a
always
shot.
Such a spectacle.
Let's
It's
do
so
one
amazing
better.
to
If we
see
spot
here.
Rage in the
How
crowd, we
could
have a
you not
what?
be excited
No,
to be here at
Liam.
the Pokemon World Championships, a whole season building up to this moment.
They bang Beyblade in the Olympics. I'm bringing the gold home.
So much history
TCG
behind
is boring,
TCG
but
and
that's
Pokemon,
only 'cause
all
I
the
don't
Pokemon
understand
games,
it.
but Let's start with TCG. What are you looking
Like,
forward
they've
to
made the
for
streams
this
of it more
weekend and for
interesting
the
because they
game
put the
that
HP bars in and stuff,
Yeah,
but...
for TCG, we have some new cards getting added into the mix.
I mean,
The
Amanda,
Scarlet
wouldn't you
Violet, Black Bolt and White Flare expansion.
Take a shot every time you see an
Added into the
Intimidate
mix.
drop? Oh my
There's a
god.
couple cards that we're gonna keep
If we
an
spot
eye
Rage
out
in the
for.
crowd, we point her out respectfully.
And this
Hoovy's
season, it's been
right.
a lot about
Damn it,
Gardevoir
Hoovy's
EX
right.
and Dragapult
Favorite card
EX.
games, Pokemon
We'll
is one
see
with
if
the
there's
least
anything that
strategy.
can
Oh,
kinda
damn.
Shake things up and knock those two off their pedestal.
And BG, Scott, what's it looking like for you all?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we're continuing the same format we've had for a few events now, so players have had some opportunities to prepare.
I'm like at the back of the crowd where the camera is above me.
With Pokemon Scarlet, Pokemon Violet, where pretty much all the Pokemon permitted.
I can't see you, Rach.
Really powerful.
I can see
respected
that guy
Pokemon.
grinning in the corner.
First, you know, we had a kind of a handful of pairings that seemed like they're really dominant.
Oh, you're not even there, mate.
Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta, but more and more teams have
A shiny
kind of
type, no,
popped up
well
later in
done.
the format to also prove their threats. We saw Lunala
Let's
win
hear
the
it for
North American
Wolf
International
Glick.
Championships. We had a Groudon win the last Grassroots tournament, so it's kind of a deeper threat list that players have to
Wow,
work
look
through
at
for this
all
tournament.
those nerds.
And Zoinks, you know, Pokemon Unite, new kids on block with Pokemon Go too. What's it looking like for you all in year 4?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned it really opens tournament.
I'm at the back of the main stage area.
Unite's in a pretty
Rage!
slow fashion.
Jump
I
on
think
camera and throw it back.
One thing that'll be a bit more narrow, I think, is our ban phase that we have at the beginning of each match, where you get to take 4 Pokemon. Out of
Jason
suspension.
gets it.
That
Dr.
matchup
Jason
will
get
keep
it.
the 2
How is
bans.
Unite still going? People
Pokemon
enjoy
like
it.
Latios,
You got to remember, right?
and potentially even
Derpiest of derps,
Charizard
you've got to
are
remember.
powerhouses
Just
in the
because
metagame right
you
now,
don't enjoy
which
a game
few of those Pokemon
anymore
would be a bit
doesn't mean
surprised.
other
It's been a
people aren't
while
still
since
playing
they
it.
have
Unite's
been
got a
meta, but
massive
they
player
are
base.
so strong.
It's got a
Assuming those
massive
are gonna be
audience.
banned,
Like,
but
I
in
don't
terms of
like it
picks,
personally,
it's gonna be the Wild
but
West, I think. It's
I'm not going to be
really
there like,
interesting.
how is it still
The
going?
Eastern meta's metas versus the Western metas could not be more different. So very excited to see that clash.
Awesome
Thank you.
here. And for Pokemon Go,
Storm the
too,
stage
you
and
know,
flash the
one-
camera.
something
I would
really
never
special
be so
for me,
crass.
For the game is
I
that
don't
we've
understand
had
how
a
it's going
world
because of
champion
how
from
pay to win
pretty
it
much
is.
a
Is it
different
pay to
region
win?
every single year, and we've never had a repeat champion for that fact. So there's a chance this year. I think 3 of
Apparently
the
people are
world
liking it in
champions
spite of
will-
that, so maybe it's
previous
that.
world champions will be
Is that
here
Aaron
this year,
Zeng?
so we'll see if that
No,
can
I think
happen,
it was just
or
someone
we
with
get
similar hair.
a world champion from a different region this year. So we'll see how that goes.
H,
But
get
speaking
close
of
to the guy in the
players,
Magikarp
what are some
hat.
players we should look out for too. Let's start with TG. What are the players to
I'm not
watch?
flashing the camera. I want to be able to keep going
There's
to
so
Pokemon
many
events.
out in the field, right? And there's
Oh
so
yeah,
much
so in that
history
case, go to the
for
bathrooms,
TCG.
flash your phone
We'll get
camera,
to
and then
Ross
I'll
Coffin
just
in
have a
the
look.
middle in a second, but one player that stands out is Ryuki Okada from Japan.
Let's go!
Traveled
If they don't have a
internationally
Poliwhirl for me to
lot this
hold, I'm
season
gonna
to
abandon
compete
the
in
match.
a lot of different tournaments and ended up winning EUIC and also a
TCG
regional
is pay to play.
championship. Very
Literally.
rare for a player from Japan to travel to these
Can you-
events.
can
and
you-
win
I don't think
big
you
like
can-
that.
Unless
So
you
he's had
inherit
a
cards from people, I
gigantic
don't think
season
you can
so far.
play
Definitely a
TCG
player
without
to
paying.
watch. But it's not the World Championships.
Although
without
technically they're
Ross
all pay to
Coffin.
play because you have
I
to
said
pay to
there's been
register for the
20
championships.
Pokemon TCG World Championships. He's the only player to compete in
Okay.
all 20 of them. He has a storied history. 20 years ago, he
Apparently
made the
every game
finals
is pay
of
to
the
play,
World
unless you get it for
Championships
Christmas.
For the first time, he's a 2-time runner-up, and he's always pushing to get that win.
I remember,
You know,
gang,
he's always
if you're
got
at
that-
Worlds
that
and you see
fire,
Wolf
that
Glick, leave him
desire
alone
to-
until he's
to
eliminated.
finally get a win at the
He's
World
not doing fan
Championships. Then we
interactions
also
until
have
he's
players like
eliminated,
Golden
which
and
is totally
I mean,
understandable.
there's hundreds and hundreds of
Seen
players
how all the scalpers have been storming
in the
Pokemon Center?
TCG
Absolute
World
joke of humans do
Championships.
something like that.
Everybody has a shot.
Well, the Pokemon Center needs to do better at saying no.
BG, I believe, as well.
But I don't get it. I don't get why the Pokemon Center, from the moment it opens, can't go one of each item per person.
I think that
That's simple.
the number of former world champions and former international champions.
Inherited of a
that
Grandpa's
others
deck has no
names
pathetic
to
cards in
maybe
it, but it
be
does contain
particularly
the
afraid of.
unstoppable
Wolf
Exodia.
here,
Damn.
The UIC champion, also a former world
So if he
champion,
wins, he's not meeting fans until
2016,
next
which had a
Worlds.
very
He'll have an
similar
after
format to
party.
This tournament,
Oh,
he's been
there he
very
is.
dominant all year. Wolf's always sort of been a player
Marco
who,
Silva's gonna
likes
win,
to
I'm telling
solve
ya.
formats his own way, kind of plays teams that no one else played. I think,
Listen,
both of his
listen.
tournament wins this
On the
year really
left-hand
reflective
side,
of that,
world
where the
champion.
kind of teams are
On the
very well,
right-hand
but
side,
like
world
playing anyone
champion.
else when you
In the
play
middle,
Wolf, I think there's
this
some of the
year's world
advantage where
champion.
he does have a little bit of aura
Clip
there, not
that.
just in the picture,
Clip
but,
that now.
kind of just the way that he plays.
A lot in the picture, though.
It's true, right?
Wolf worked hard to get that profile picture?
Marco Silva next to him, another
You mean Wolf
international
made you
champion
hard
this
by
year,
getting that profile
nearly
picture?
a 3,000 championship point, just an incredibly
Post the events where we can see the
dominant player,
casters. You
and,
doxed
I
yourself.
think he's been a really great barometer kind of just kind of
In the
keeping
Cars
an eye on that
universe,
because,
there's a
he's that
car
player who always
counterpart
seems to
of
be
everyone
playing kind of
in the
team
world.
does the best, and he's always the best player
This
at it, where,
it suggests
you know,
the
if you're trying
existence
to,
of a
kind of,
Princess
you know,
Diana car who
most
crashed
conventional, I think
herself.
that's him.
Remember
And the
that?
final name on the list there, you know, Shohei, the
Which
world
chat have you
champion
put it in?
2 years ago. You know, Kyle's mentioning
Posted in the
he's
events.
traveling.
Ah.
Trading card game, he's kind of been a video game equivalent to that, where we've seen him in all the
Events.
international championships, regional championship as well. He
Events.
didn't pick up any wins, but did consistently get deep into day 2 in all those events, so proving he's
Events,
still one
there
of
it
the
is.
most consistent players. We'll have to see if he can get that big dub again here.
Right. All right. Awesome to hear. We have
Did
Joe
you?
coming up next. We have a bunch of players.
Oh,
here.
Jason, I wonder why that
We got
is.
some players to look out for too. Marcho Galde, first year at World Championships. He got
Did you
fifth
post in the
place,
in
and then
where?
Last year, his second time competing at Worlds. he
Posted
got
in the
third
events
place.
where I can see the
Average of
casters.
fourth place finish at Worlds is incredible. Not only
Am
that,
I
he
in-
won an international LAIC.
Go to events,
and
cons?
3
Oh.
regionals or special events. So
I'm
4
in
major
just
wins this
events.
season, and he's
Have we
looking
got
to
2
improve
events
his
rooms?
average of 4th place finish at Worlds. Definitely a player to be feared here in the Go
Oh,
circuit. And
events
then we got
cons, there we go.
Paxton, the Yokohama
Yeah, we have.
World
That's
Champion from
sorry. We've got 2 events
2023.
rooms in the
Also won a
Discord.
regional
I didn't
this year,
build
the
it.
last regional North America, and then won North American
Oh.
International Championships. And now he's trying to complete that golden road and be the first repeat world
Wow,
champion
dude.
for Pokemon
Way to
Go,
get a good
which is
spot.
going to be a huge accolade if he does achieve that. And then we got Potamon, who
Hate
got
that fact,
first
Liam.
place
What
at
fact?
European International. Spanish player, and he came over to North American International. Got
Selfie, please,
second
Rach. I need
place,
10
so
selfies
first
a
and second
day.
at 2
Honestly,
internationals
mate.
played
Honestly,
in
mate.
Super impressive feats, and of course, a lot of other players to watch out for that could
Your
upset
nan's got
all
super
of those
impressive
players.
feet.
So,
What?
definitely a lot on the line for Pokemon Go. And Pokemon Unite, you know, if Luminosity's on this teams to watch, I don't know what's going on.
More
but
like
what do y'all got
Pokemon
for
You
us?
Great
Shite.
prediction. They are going to be up there. We do have 15 players to
Oh,
watch.
shit, that's too many eggs,
so we won't
Liam.
be doing
It is
this
too
for
many
a while,
eggs.
but we did combine them into 3 teams for all of you. So we got 3 squads to look out for. We got Luminosity Gaming, Zeta Division,
Luminosity
and Hi-Fi.
Gaming?
Yes, great intuition there, Caleb. Luminosity Gaming is, of course, one of
I think we got
these
too many
teams
eggs,
to watch.
Liam.
They are a
I know people are wanting to
two-time
confront
world
Wolf on
championship
cheating for
squad.
YouTube views.
They had an incredible first couple of years years of the
What-
game.
what-
They did
what do
take
they
a
mean
loss
by
in the
cheating
last
for
year's World
YouTube
Championship,
views?
But this year, the track record is looking great. 3 international championship wins. That's
What in the
all of them.
Verlis are we on
All
about?
of the ICs they were able to take down. So
Where'd you
it's a
post it,
very
Rach?
impressive squad. Big favorites for this event for sure.
not in events
Zeta
cons.
Division, one of the strongest teams out of Japan. Honestly, this year and the year prior. So a great team to look out for. And then High Five, make it this
I
list
do
in
fucking-
large part because they're the only team that's been able
on,
to
I feel like
beat
I've got these guys a
Luminosity
little bit too
Gaming at
loud.
an in-person event.
Yeah,
So
we don't
that's a
slander
lot
other
of credit.
creators in here for starters.
Right. Well, really impressive.
But
stuff, too. A lot
also,
of history there. You know,
closing
Luminosity just
cosplay? Oh.
being gentlemen and just taking a year off from the World Championships. Let's see if they are able to get that title back on their side. Now, for those at home too, even if you're not watching,
Let's
there's
go.
still a
Let's
lot
go.
to be gained, right? A lot of entertainment.
Hit a
But there's also
mid-rip.
some drops, some distributions, some Twitch
Look at them
drops, too.
dimples.
I believe TCG has some to kick us off.
What was I
Yeah,
going to
we
say?
have
I've
lots of
forgotten.
stuff for TCG going on this weekend. One thing you
Oh,
can do is
yeah. It's one of those where it's like,
put in that
it's
code
really funny to me that people are like,
TCGL.
oh,
You'll
Wolfie
get a
cheats
bunch
for
of cool
views.
cards
And you're there
from
like,
those latest
motherfucker
expansions,
has
Black
won
Bolt and
a
White
world
Blade.
championship,
That's
an
still
international
there. There's one you
championship,
get to see pop
the
up in
Players'
some
Cup,
decks, very good.
a fucking
Dragapult
global
deck,
challenge,
so that's a cool one you can
and
get.
10
Make sure you
regionals.
get that on
And
TCG
people
Live,
are
but
still
there's
there
also
like,
push drops
it's just
going
because he
on as well.
cheats.
There's
It's
stuff
only
on
because he
Jackpot,
cheats. And you're there like,
coins,
bro's fucking
lots
good
of
at the
credits,
game,
fun
bruv.
stuff. Yeah. as long as you
He's
just
legitimately
watch
one of the
along
greatest
this
players of
weekend,
all time.
sync up your TCG Live
At
account,
this
get some awesome
point,
stuff.
at this point,
And I
if
know,
I
you know,
found
a lot
out
of fans,
tomorrow
they
that
don't
actually
just
all his
play one
Pokemon
of
were
our games,
genned,
but multiple
I
games.
wouldn't give a
So we got
fuck.
something for
Because at that
everyone.
point,
Let's go to Pokemon Go next.
you know
Big
what I
mobile
mean?
game, and we
Yeah,
got
do you know how
Storm
many,
League,
any
who's
idea
one
how
of
hard it is to
Pokemon's
cheat
from
on
the
this
world's
stage? Yeah,
winners
exactly.
in
Like, you know what I mean?
2024.
I'm just there, like, even if I did find out it was gaming the system and genning his mons, I'd be like, you know what? Fair play. Because he just proves he can use any fucking Pokemon and use it well. Because he still has to keep his Pokemon to the legal stats that they can have. Yet he still won a tournament with Toadschool. Fucking Toadscroll. He still won a tournament with fucking Politoed and Kingdra this year.
Sentret, and you're thinking, oh, these are just pre-evolutions, but their evolved forms do have a lot
Oh,
of
Jason,
play
people
in the
argue
competitive
that if
circuit,
someone
so
gens
your
their
own path there.
Pokemon, they get
As
them
you
quicker
said,
than
you
someone that
know,
has to breed them,
speaking
so
of
they
building
get more
teams, too,
time to
you gotta definitely build
practice.
some teams for VG.
I'm there like, Wolf was world champion 9 years ago. He doesn't really need much more practice, does he?
Fourth player to watch here, last year's world champion.
How many people got DQ'd the last few years at Worlds for Gen Mons? A few.
Come with you all trained if you download this in the game. Also kind of get a
Ooh,
unique Pokemon
Worlds
there if you're an enthusiast
Armor
about
Tail.
me, or if you become
Cool.
a Cherish Ball. And yeah, really powerful Pokemon. It's been strong at both the previous
Sorry,
World
gang.
Championships and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
World's
Hey,
Armor
If
Tail.
you tune into the video game stream, you'll probably
I'll
get to see
type
a
it in
few
here.
photographs today as well.
That'll be awesome. And then last but not least, we got Pokemon Unite with some drops as well. We got some emblems coming, I assume.
We got some emblems.
So it's
we got
literally
some
10 minutes to build a
boxes, and lot
Pokemon.
of
Yeah,
really cool
literally.
rewards, honestly, for this year's Twitch drop. So just watching along, like Puka said, you can get the Murkrow
Worlds.
emblem, as well as some rental license selection boxes and a jersey random box. The very
Armor,
Unite
spelt the
jerseys that our players
American
get to
way.
wear on stage. You can get one of those as well, just from watching the
Tail.
Get one of these random boxes. That's going to be, of course, throughout the weekend. On
World's
Championships,
Armor
we got some
Tail.
exclusive drops as well. So some really cool stuff, just like you said, for watching along, enjoying the event, and you get to get the payoff. Also, we do need to mention,
I
as
should
we
have
haven't
access to
mentioned
his
yet,
Suicide Typhlosion.
we
Well
are all
done.
wearing brown shoes. It's
Thank
a
you,
rule.
Matt
If you
Pod.
come on this stage, you have to wear
Will someone put it in the
so
Twitch
just
chat
a heads
too?
up for everybody else working the event, brown shoes only.
Yeah, there's actually, you know, people don't know, but there's actually a box over there with a bunch of brown shoes. So, you know, you got to have
There
one
it
out if you
is.
come over here. Now, I got a little fun question for you all, too.
Hey, Will, how you
we talk about
doing?
players to
You got
watch and
Farigiraf.
to have for a big name
You've just
themselves and
been
things like that, but
gnomed.
I'm very curious to hear from each of you for your respective games.
It's like the American
Any
way, so wrong.
underdog
I know.
stories or storylines you think would be super exciting to see come to fruition this weekend. Now, I'll start it off here, so I give you all a little bit of time to think. For me, it's got to be
There it is.
Sage Park
Terra
playing
Water.
Pokemon Go. Now, for those that don't know, Sage Park
Luca's Farigiraf. Original trainer Luca with the electric seed. Bold nature. Farigiraf the battle champion, or Luca's Farigiraf. Hell yeah.
Except Go.
You can go and sit with Wolfie's Incineroar, who's not in this box.
Now, this is the final Pokemon title that he
I swear Farigiraf wasn't even a big player in the finals. I bet it's because, like, on his team he had, like... I don't know, actually. Because they can't... I can't remember what his team was. I know he had Thingy. I don't know what Will just put, but... I'm good, and how are you? Oh, I'm doing alright, mate. I'm doing alright. What did you put?
Pokemon Go.
You'll see Joe's gameplay previews. Yeah, we watched it here, mate.
Really fun one to see.
It looks very fun.
Pokemon Unite.
As expected.
Another team to watch this weekend outside of our big three, maybe. I think if we're here, in North America,
Yeah,
I think
you
it's
go in the
not
roulette
mentioned
box,
easy.
and then you go here, and then we go back to the
A very
egg
fun
box,
name, of course, but also a
and let's start hatching
fantastic
shit.
squad. With Luminosity having such an incredible season internationally,
Opening ceremony will be in about 5 minutes. I live in the US, and I completely agree. Armor is better. Valid, valid. How you doing, Ace Bookworm? What's happening?
They're the best performing North American team
What the f-
the World Championships in Honolulu, and I think they're looking to do
Let's
an
go,
even better
baby.
job, obviously.
Can someone please have a rare mon in their team for distribution, though? Listen, one day, Metapod, one day, Liam's Polyrath.
So maybe not even an underdog, just a
Not
really
gonna
strong
be.
team, but because of Luminosity being the titan that
Jonathan's
they are, the
Quilava.
spotlight gets stolen a little bit. So
Metapod's Chi-Yu when?
I'm going to wimp out a little bit. I think rather than calling up a specific player, I think...
Wimp out? I thought you said whip out. Liam's Caterpie, Liam's Cater Pie. It feels weird. I don't normally run in this direction around here.
Where usually you can kind of just put whatever 6 Pokemon together in this. You know, it's really
Come on, give me a shiny out the first egg. Let's go. Let's start the day well.
By the time we get to the World Championships and one of these formats, players have really figured out their matchups against the...
Wow, it's not shiny.
What's notably with Wolf's team,
But it does make me think that
something a little weird, right? Something no one really thought of.
Squawkabilly, I think, will always be blue because I'm breeding a blue one.
To see what that thing will be in this
Not Liam's
format.
Creeper. Whoa!
Here to innovate where the strongest Pokemon are really strong, and it's tough to.
What's a mythical we haven't had in a
find too
while?
many solutions to them, but I think there's a good chance, even if it's not the winner.
Oh, you mean restricted? Oh, I mean, technically, mythicals are currently restricted Pokemon. Well, they will be in Gen Regulation J. Volcanian's got the best fucking mythical shiny of all the mythical shinies.
Yeah, so TCG is always interesting because anything can happen, really. We
For
saw
real?
Last year, Fernando Cifuentes won with a deck that was just 4 Iron Thorns EX, nothing else.
Iron Thorn's your mum. Am I right?
TCG
Am I right?
Worlds has been a lot
do
of
I
underdog
have?
Stories.
I don't think you do.
The awesome
Why
thing
not?
about it is you really don't know what's going to happen. It's just
Yeah, I
one
do.
tournament.
Look.
And, you know, there's hundreds
That's
of
the best
players
one,
that
right
have
down there,
qualified
right
against
down
you.
there.
They're all very talented.
He's
but
lovely, he is.
sometimes it's just about
Isn't he
does
lovely?
pick the right deck on
Isn't
the right
he
day. People are wondering,
lovely?
is that going to happen again?
Now, for
this
some
year? There's
reason-
a Crustal deck
For some reason that happens. If I
basically
minimize
an
OBS,
anti-metagame
it goes to the
card.
other window for some
It,
reason.
can't take damage
Expect
from
Liam's Pokemon
EX.
Polyrath gift
So,
Pokemon for my birthday.
it's a very
Damn. The
polarizing
film ruined
deck.
Hooper for me. This is
You know,
true.
you run
Arle
into a
Hooper
deck that's
ring.
not prepared, you win.
Oh,
You run into a
Azelf.
deck that is
Azelf's a
prepared,
nice one.
Better luck next round. So it's
If
always
you didn't
a
do events in
question
Gen
mark.
6,
Will
you
one of those
screwed in
decks
Reg J.
go
Yeah,
on a big
basically, no
run?
Magierna.
We don't know what's going to happen. It's exciting.
But Metapod, just complete your Pokedex in Pokemon Home. Just
even
forget
though
the
we are
fact that you
all
need
current Pokemon
Magierna to
games,
finish it.
Sometimes certain things that are useful in the meta kind of vary based on our game. So I'm curious to hear what's
Angela
been
Anaconda.
really good in your game that might not be relevant in the other game. So there's a chance that we might get that wrong. There might be some overlap, but for
I did
Pokemon
not get
Go
a
this
shiny.
year, it's got to be the Dene, right? The other electric mouse, maybe not as popular as the main one, but this one really exploded. in
Dene?
meta
Stop
and
it.
Has put a splash on scene, something that wasn't even relevant in Pokemon Go.
What is
for
the
years.
Digimon Worlds? Oh, I
Finally
don't
see
know,
it,
but I
and
would
might
enjoy
actually see
that,
a world
possibly.
champion running on their team. What
Crack
about
out some
Pokemon
Gundramon.
Yeah, I mean,
Hooper
like
sounds
you
like
said,
Angela
the meta's
Anaconda,
pretty open,
or
so
did I have a
it's
vague memory that
now
sounded like a
something
character?
that maybe
It used to
won't
shout
be every
Arle
other
Hooper Ring.
game, but I do think a few Pokemon are going to be really strong this weekend. I think
You do have one more egg, Liam, yes.
I talked about a little East and West earlier on. Zarina versus Suicune has been an interesting debate. Where a lot
How
of
is Sarina versus Suicune East versus West?
It's a really powerful
I thought you were
Pokemon,
talking about
especially
Gastrodon.
how to use it, a very
Fucking
skilled
TCG.
defensive Pokemon.
Raise a case
And
at
then
work,
Suicune
2 minutes.
was kind of
Someone really raised a case at
however, in the
work
West,
2 minutes till
every-
5 on a Friday?
So I think that'll be
Jesus
those two
Christ.
Pokemon will be really interesting to
Ignore,
watch. And
yeah.
I don't think you guys got Serena or Suicune going around in your metagame. So how about
Not right now.
I get one for the beginning. You know, I think it's been a. It's had
Guys,
small
with 1 minute to
before,
opening
but I'm gonna
ceremony,
shout
you
out,
can't keep
TCG
stalling like
legend
this.
Smeargle.
It is about to start, yeah?
You know, it's no longer doing the Darkrai cosplay thing. Now a little bit more of an interior designer
Bing
with
bong.
decorate and.
Oh no,
the
2 minutes
sport, so
33
you're
apparently.
mimicking
Is
a
this
different,
fucking
suit
live?
to
Chat, is this live?
But, we see
It
it
is
a lot
live.
more as a support Pokemon. It's
Well,
pretty neat where
you just said
different
support
discipline things where
Pokemon.
you powers up your partners.
Like
so
a-
we get
like
to
a-
see, some Pokemon that normally maybe aren't such devastating
Grumpig.
attackers suddenly become really scary.
Right.
Glad Smeargle was
So that's
able
how
to get out of
latent
that
the stream
dark
is, 2 minutes behind. You know whose fault that is? Nils Dunlop.
TCG always has a lot of
They've got a
wacky
2 minute delay on the
Pokemon. I
stream
would
so
say
that if
the
Nils
one
Dunlop
top
drops a
pretty
swear
fun that
word,
stands out is
they
the
can blurt it out without deleting the entire
It's a
VOD.
Tiny little Pokemon. It's only got 30 HP, which for TCG standards these days is tiny. All right, there's Pokemon with over 300 HP, but yet this little...
Have the bravery to wear that shirt. Oh, leave Scott Glazer alone. He's
but
lovely.
it prevents your opponent from playing item cards on their next turn.
He's a lovely man.
These are just the weird things that can happen in the TCG. It doesn't look very imposing, but it can completely freeze your opponent for like multiple turns. So yeah, it's always funny when it's like, oh man, my opponent had Badoo, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Terrifying monster.
Right. Well, I will say to you, 30 HP in TCG might not be a lot. It's also not a lot in Pokemon Go. I would love to see a Badoo in action, but you know, maybe one day for Pokemon Go. Well, you know, very excited to see.
Back in a bit, Rage. Yeah, he's rocking it. I was being nice. He said respect.
Here. This is Pokemon World Championships. Get in your seats.
Yeah,
here.
pussy.
Stay tuned. Let's hear the hype,
You're right,
everyone.
Liam. I'm always all right. No, you're not. You've got depression. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Let's go. I'm sorry this guy looks like he plays NFL. I mean, what if he does? What if he does? Can't have depression during Worlds. My depresso is out the window. Amma, how you doing, my lovely? You did G think I'd miss this? Never. I'm so happy you're here. Where's the fit check? Oh yeah, just so y'all are aware, alerts are turned off because opening ceremony. Oh, did you hear your best friend Amma's name? Oh, I know. Do have a rake selfie in the Discord. Just woke up from a headache-induced nap and boom, headache gone. Well done. Pokemon! I love Pokemon! What did he just say? Oh no! They'll do a local music performance, won't they? There goes my ad rev, gang. Although you'll notice on YouTube, there'll be no ads. Actually, I should probably turn ads off on Twitch today. Nah. Actually, no, I will. How do I do that? That one. Basically, you can't. Makes sense. Of course you can't. Why would people sub? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's too complicated for Liam. Richie was there. Richie! Aha! I missed it. I was looking at ads. Silly boy. Oh, actually, this is actually all right. Bro, they've already got fucking pulled the budget out, haven't they? Fucking Sneasler. Mate, did that Rillaboom just shrug off a Diaclaw? Actually a bop, yeah, right? But the song would have been better to fit for like a Worlds in New Orleans, maybe. Where's Polyworld? My faves from the album. Yeah, it's alright, that one. Oh, we're alright. Oh, I never listened to the album. I played like 2 seconds of one of the songs and went, it's not for me now. But apparently this one was.
Man, y'all ever have one of those perfect days? The sun is shining. The
Talk louder, please.
you when things are going your way. You're finding shinies. You don't hit
Why did I
yourself
think
in
this was Sabrina
confusion.
Carpenter?
You land all your focus blasts. Yeah, I got a good feeling about today.
Land your focus blasts.
Up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch a ball. Throw my cat to the back and a strap
Who
on my pack.
are
Every
these
challenge
people?
that I face is looking laughable. First things first, hit the mark, first supplies. $Poké high because I'm winning every time. Know that on the roof, four trainers giving eye. Tell this
You had Nate Wants to Battle and all sorts on it. Oh, damn.
Hit that road and we don't run slow. Vampires in the tall grass when I roam. Pressure's high and the cast rate slow, but I get on for strike every
I love
time
how
I throw.
on a certain camera angle it's supposed to look like they're moving, but in the audience they'll just be seeing it not move.
I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good game.
It's all right though, isn't it? All right, maybe I will listen to this album. Bit of midriff. If that was Sabrina Carpenter, that'd terrify Gen 1ers, true. Hey, I'm a Gen 1er. I was born in Gen 1. No, you were born 10 years before Gen 1. 11 years before Gen 1, thank you. Not the best Nate song. Oh, I thought you meant this one. I was like, this isn't Nate. It's a lovely jacket. Risking focus blast in the year 2025. We are old. Not the street commercial dancers. You could do this one day, Amma. You could be a backup dancer doing on roller skates. There'll always be a market for that. She's fit. I know it's not about that, but I have noticed. This is really cringe. Do you know what? It's not as bad. Of all of the opening acts they've had for Worlds in the last, 4 years, this is the least shit. At least this is catchy. How much money did Pokemon drop for the song to be made? Too much? Probably not as much as it was worth, to be honest. Knowing Pokemon, one of the richest companies in the fucking world, they famously hate spending money. You've seen their games. Apparently these two are big Pokemon fans. I love that for them. Oh, that's Min. Why not just get some artists to cover the anime openings? Because licensing and shit like that, and, you know. Because they probably have to make a deal with ShowPro, who produce the anime and shit, and it's just... Let's get these guys in. He does look like a budget version of Justin Timberlake, though. I don't think you know what Justin Timberlake looks like. I'll be honest. They don't do things to not make a profit, yeah. I said budget? Yeah, but how low's the budget? Lift her up the other way. That was good. It was better than all the fucking drums when they did it in Japan. And then whatever it was at fucking... I can't remember when. Look at that performance. Someone's getting wet. It's me, I'm wet. It's warm in here. Oh shit, he's got a guitar! Bro's got a guitar. The New Orleans one from NAIC, don't remind me. Oh, this is Nate! Is this Nate Wants to Battle? Where's Dookie Shed? Oh yeah, already that's very Nate. Damn, is this 2016 fucking YouTube? That's crazy. How does he look younger than he did in 2016? Bro is timeless. Mate. Hadn't heard the name in years. There you go. I want to age backward too, yeah. That is Nate. We appreciate Pokemon recognizing Pokemon creators. Very good, Pokemon. You'll love to see it. Wait, that's what's her face, the host. She is the host, isn't she? I always forget her name. I feel bad. Someone Proster. Anna Proster? It is, isn't it? I didn't know she could sing. Hey, this is banging. When are we getting Shofu? Oh my god. Imagine. Mic drop. Out comes Shofu. My wrist is so stupid they call it for Elicify. At Worlds. That would be fucking min. Wait, all that build up for that jump. I thought he was going to do a flip. I was like, yellow card? Where's the violinist? He's clearly not flip trained. Random guy that came out to do a flip then ran off stage again. What about the guy doing forward rolls? Oh. Where's Raygun? Lip sync surrender, so I'm listening through here, watching through Pokemon stream on the big telly. You're a silly Billy. This is alright. Why is Nate looking way too thin? Bro looks healthy, what do you mean? He's probably just lean. Like California, get the break dancers, yeah. I like it because it sounds familiar to me, even though it's not. Remember him looking healthy for Beyblade theme? Fair. I don't think he looks unhealthy. Hey, bit of midriff. Right, love. Yeah, her just clapping and leaving. She's just, yeah, you're right.
So, what do you think of that performance?
As an Australian, I don't want to talk about Raygun. Please!
I'm Anna Prosser, and I feel
Lewis Spears hasn't done enough videos on Raygun.
Our opening ceremony alongside Cam Steady.
I was right. It is Anna Prosser.
And Nate wants to
I think I said Proster, which sounds bad.
Let's all give them some more love.
Or you need to get Liam on board with some midriff. I love a bit of midriff. Who doesn't? Hello, Robert.
For those of you at home, we're coming to you live from the Anaheim Convention
I was bracing for the worst of the album.
Center
Honestly, it's
right here
decent.
in California,
Valid.
USA. We're here, of course, to celebrate our titles. Pokemon
I'm alright, Kara Kennedy. How you doing?
The Pokemon
The player, the
trading
guitar
card
player's got
game,
is legit one of my dream guitars. Ooh.
Pokemon Go,
I can't hear you, Sophie.
and Pokemon Unite.
You know, I'd love some dinner. You just missed the opening
Over
ceremony. Nate wants the battle
2,000 of the
performed.
world's very best trainers are here to claim the title of world champion. Only
more
a
than welcome
few
to come hang
can
out.
do
With
it,
your
and we're
backs out.
here to watch their world
Hell
story
yeah.
unfold. Now, you all know who we're going to see next, so please let's welcome to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company.
Oh shit, the
Mr.
CEO's coming out.
Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Valid. Unite always gets the loudest cheers, and then it ends early. Oh, Ishihara-san. Okay, just enjoying one of my days off. You see Nate get to do the world. Steve's kind of cool, right?
ポケモントレーナーの皆さん、ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップス2025へ。
He said World Championships. I heard that.
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships.
世界中から集まってくださった皆さん、そしてオンラインでご覧いただいている大勢の皆さんにまずは感謝を申し上げます。皆さんのポケモンへの愛と長年のご支援がこのイベントを本当に特別なものにしています。
I first want to thank everyone who traveled from around the globe to be here today. and of course all of you joining us online.
I get that, Jason,
your
yeah.
love and support of Pokemon.
She's a lot more
over the
charismatic
years
today.
truly
Maybe
makes this
they
a
should get to
special
sing
event.
before she hosts all of them. Damn, Amma with the claws out. Hands close to the mic. Love gaming events like these where they hype up an old businessman to get on stage. He's the fucking CEO of the Pokemon company. He should be out here thanking us for turning up. What do you mean? Of course he's there. You don't get ZA without that little mane.
Watch the rise of the next
Put some
world
respect on
champion,
Ishihara's name.
or to enjoy all of the event activities. I hope you all have a great time making special memories with your friends.
I'll make special memories with my friends. Be on Joe Watch. We're on Rach Watch, mate. Be on Marty Watch. Got friends who qualified. Look forward to seeing how they do. Ooh, who are they? 67 is old. Okay, news to me. I mean, it's not young, is it?
I also truly appreciate all of the
Old businessman. That's
family and
Ishi
friends who are
fucking
joining
Hara,
our
right?
players This weekend, it is your love and support of these competitors that help them overcome.
Like,
the
realistically,
challenges they
he's the
face
bloke
on their way to Worlds this year.
who tomorrow he could go, do you know what? Fuck it. We're not doing world championships anymore. They're not profitable enough. And that'd be the end of it. I think it's Marco Silva's year, which I'm not overly happy about because he caused trauma to a friend of ours. Nothing crazy. He just beat him in his first in-person event.
The competition
But
to begin this year on Championship Sunday, we'll be hosting our finals in an
Oh,
arena
wait,
for
can you
the
do it
first
after the
time in the
openers,
history of the Pokemon World Championships, and I look forward to seeing you all again there.
I don't know. In a minute. Wait, someone got a round 1 bye at Worlds. Does that mean someone didn't show up then? If Marco doesn't make top cut, I'll be a bit sad, yeah.
Now, please enjoy the show and competition, and I wish the best of luck to all of our competitors this
Wolf
weekend. Thank you.
Glick joins Ray. What do you mean joins Ray? You on about joins Ray Rizzo, as in like becomes the 3-time world champion? I mean, he can't do that this year. Oh yeah, where is the pairing list? Oh yes, please, Metapod, please.
So all right, let's see. Our incredible Pokemon community is in the house. Check.
I think she's just dressed as Anna Prosser.
Opening performance, check.
She sang
So
with Nate,
how
though.
about all you top trainers?
Yeah.
Are you ready to compete?
Thank you, Metapod. We didn't know she could
Let's
sing.
get the 2025 Pokemon World Championship
Oh no, that's the link.
started. Competitors,
Am I sure I want to leave you two?
luck. The battle to become the
Oh,
next
bloody
Pokemon
hell.
World Champion starts
Picked the wrong
right
browser, that's why. I'd love to leave you two. Sorry, yes, please. Cool. Ooh.
What an
I
incredible
guess someone
way
didn't
to
turn
kick
up.
off the 2025
Oh,
Pokemon World
Rosemary! Yes,
Championships here
Sophie
in
wants to do a
Anaheim,
dramatic reading of
California.
one of the
My
comments
name is
she's got.
Rosemary Kelly,
Your
and
mic's
I'm
on.
so honored to be next to
No worries,
Aaron
only
Zhang
small.
to bring you this incredible
Please let
World
me inhale
Championships
one
for
of
the
your
video game
farts.
series.
I'm so
Lick
bummed.
emoji,
I
heart
always
hands
get,
emoji.
I always get chills
Oh.
watching the opening ceremony. It's like, this is probably what the 14,
I don't
15
like
I've been on,
people.
like, since 2008. It's
Let's have a
always
look at
like,
the- let's have a look
I
at
don't
the
know, watching
fucking
that intro video
area.
and just seeing all the
Anyway, I'm
great
gonna go
matches
cook
that
dinner.
happen. It
I
really gets you
will
pumped, whether
be
you're a competitor,
Ashton
whether you're a
Cox.
spectator,
After
whether you are
I've
a
finished
commentator.
cooking
It is
dinner
just such
and I've
an honor
eaten
to
mine
be a
because I have
part
mac and
of,
cheese, not pizza.
This is Worlds,
And
baby.
I'll
It's
put
the
a little bit
biggest
maybe.
event. It is the most
Dr. Aaron
important event
Trailer.
of the year,
But I'm
and
off
one
against
person, of
Ayumu
course, will walk
Iwasaki.
away as
Have
the
fun,
video game
Bubby.
world champion. Well, one for all the divisions
Oh,
across
is it?
all the different games, so more
No.
than one. But, you know, point is,
You
it
sure
is
that was
going to
meant
be
for
such an
Liam? What was meant for
exhilarating
Liam?
weekend.
Oh,
Really
you showed
is,
the
and
thing
this
wasn't
is
meant for
a
Liam. I
more
get you.
exclusive world
I don't know what that name is.
in quite some time. We have 370
where is everybody?
Masters Division trainers that are out on
Jay
the floor
Zhang
right
from
now,
China.
ready to battle
Riley
it out, see if
Factora.
they can
Emily
take home the
Parson. Remember we
title
were
of
rooting for her to
Pokemon
win
World
fucking...
Champion.
was it
Last couple
Nashville?
of years, we've had a
Up
championship
the Emily
so far.
Parson.
First
Do it for the
championship
girls.
by
Yeah.
competing at
I'm
regional
rooting
and
for
local
Emily
level
Parson to
events
win it
and
all.
internationals, and based on your performance at
let's
those
see.
events, you were awarded a certain
many
number
players.
of championship points. But
Gavin
this
Michaels.
year, we have had just a
Or had.
top X number of players from each region
Damn.
that were able to qualify to compete.
Carson
here this
Confer.
weekend.
One to
Yeah,
watch.
give you all some
Michael
comparisons,
Kelch
last
made it,
year's World
baby.
Championships had over 600
Olivia from
players
Canada.
in the Masters division, and so this Worlds is notably smaller,
Chi
but
Chun
still
Chen
quite large
from
overall.
Taiwan.
If you look back to VGC, back when we
Ryan
had this
Hizola.
kind of system with invitations, way
Eric
back in the
Rios
day in
against
2013,
Paul
it was
Ruiz.
12
That might be
invitations from
that
North
might be the
America.
stream game,
In 2015,
surely.
it was 40 invitations.
Paul Ruiz
so
and
this
Eric
year it's
Rios.
75 in the Masters division. The
Justin
game, of course, has
Tang and
grown so
Justin
much
Tang
throughout the
versus
years, but
Len
it was
Dool.
a ruthless
Have I
year
ever
to try
told
to
you
qualify
Len
for
Dool is the
Worlds. You
first
either
person I
have
lost to in
win a
person?
regional championship, get top 4 at
I never mentioned
internationals,
that.
Or, of course, just get
Hell
enough
yeah.
points to qualify. But
Giovanni
it was a
Costa
race
versus
down to the wire,
Marco
but the
Antonio
best players in the
Rodriguez
world have made it
Garcia.
here.
And we are so excited to be
There's
able
so
to
many
kick things
people.
off very
Alex
shortly.
Underhill, all
Let's go
caps,
ahead
versus
and check
Rio
out our
Nonami,
format this
all
weekend
caps.
To see what you have in store.
Oh, mate. Shohei Kimura, former world champion.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon video game at
Oh,
the
wait,
2025 Pokemon World Championship.
Sorry, I'm just excited.
Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share
Round one,
of
don't
over
pause
$2
it.
million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon VG World Champion. The competition
He's on
takes
we're probably going to
place
win
over
list.
3
Well,
days,
no, I said
battling
Michael made it
head-to-head
because
in a
people were saying he
best-of-3
forgot to
Swiss
register,
round
but then it turned out it
format
wasn't his
with
fault.
open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details.
Oh my God,
about
there's a
each
Taiwanese
trainer's
player called
Pokemon
Yuping
are
Pai.
available
Let's
to the
go.
opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold.
Let's hear it from
When
Wolf
Swiss
Glick.
completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 24 trainers tied in 8th place advance into
Mate.
an asymmetrical single
Polar Web.
elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain.
Luca
These final
Ceribelli.
2
Oh,
trainers
mate.
will compete
Mate,
in the
imagine
Anaheim
being
Arena
Chase
on
Mateo
Championship
right now.
Sunday.
Chase
The
Mateo,
trainers
his
are bringing their
world
all to
world
the
championship
turntables
round
this
1
weekend,
opponent
and
is
we
the
will
reigning
soon
world
see who
champion.
will claim
That's
the
wild.
trophy and title of world champion.
Giovanni Kiss
Let's get
Kiss
this
J.
tournament
Kiss
started.
J, right? Kiss J, yes. Kiss J.
Not just the trophy and the
Oh,
glory,
there's
but of
Justin
course
won.
there is a lot of prize money on the line.
Lots of
Aaron,
prize
you've already
money. Look,
walked us
Justin
through the
won.
ages in terms
Spoiler
of
alert.
The number of competitors we've had here at Worlds.
Paul
But this
Chua.
prize money, that's something
James
we gotta talk
Evans,
about
I know
too.
that name.
It
He's
is
got long
really,
hair.
really
Jamie
big.
Boy!
We see
No, 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 no,
$30,000
no.
for first place,
Jamie,
prizes going
Jamie
all the
Boy,
way down
Jamie
to the
Boy,
top
Jamie
16.
Boy.
It
Sorry,
is,
that's
once
what we
again, a
do.
big
I'm
increase
rooting for
from what we
Jamie
used to
Boy.
see at the World Championships.
Did you
So
know?
the game has continued to grow, and
Let's
you may
go.
have heard in that last video, the
Jump across the
Anaheim
4th?
Arena, it's not just
No,
about
not
playing
the
for
4th
prize
this time.
money, it's playing
Just
for
the
the
original.
ability to become the first world champion to win a Pokemon World Championships in an arena.
Sean Tang,
Oh my
Javier.
gosh, I cannot wait. The energy is going to be absolutely electric.
Niels
It's going to
Dunlop,
be
bet
so
he's shitting
exciting
bricks.
whether or not you are playing on that stage, watching from
Hey.
the arena or watching from
Dill's
home.
there.
We cannot
Wait.
wait to put on a good
I got to
show
Dill
for
in the list
everybody.
yet?
And I hope our trainers don't get too nervous. That's definitely going to be a different environment
Let's
to play
go.
in.
Of course,
It's a
Dill's there. Dill
once-in-a-lifetime
came second in
environment,
original.
right?
He's
And
got
it's
to.
not something
They
that
got to
you
have
can train
bare
for
points.
either. Of course,
Hello?
locally
What?
with the World Championship finals, we see
I can send
them
Ruby
in
down.
our convention centers where we generally hold the tournaments.
Pokemon
but
going to be in
there
trouble
is
with
an arena
China?
connected to this
Why are
convention
Pokemon going to be
center.
in trouble
We
with
haven't
China?
even gotten
What?
the chance to see it yet. So
Oh, they
I
recognize
am
Taiwan
so
as a
excited
separate
to see
nation.
what it
Oh,
will look
that-
like. But of course, there are going to be so many players to watch out for in this tournament. We have to start off
They
with a
told
couple
China they're going to
big,
just have
big
to
names.
fucking swivel.
First
Matt
up,
Maynard,
Wolf
Diego
Glick.
Ferreira.
He has won every single level of competition
Oh,
there
mate.
is in terms of nationals, internationals,
Pinchin
world
Lin.
championships in 2016, and he stands next to some incredible players as well. But I mean, Wolf, what season he's had, right?
Looking to claim
Joseph
the first
Ugarte
season where
versus
someone wins a regionals, a
Lorenzo
internationals, and then
Arce.
a world championships as well. He's got one
Damn.
last title, but of course it's going to be the most difficult to do. He's done it before, and he said it, if I win another world championship, I am undisputedly the greatest player of all time.
who else
so
do I
he
recognize?
is coming in after an incredible season, but he did finish 5-3 at the North American International Championships, a slight blimp in his entire season.
These are
We'll
some
see
of
how
the
he'll be able to
greatest
bounce back
players
from
in
it.
the
But of
world.
course,
You know
one of
that,
his
right?
biggest rivals
That's
this
wild.
season,
I will
Marco
never
Silva,
be
who has
here.
also had such a tremendous season, winning LAIC, second place at 2 different
Yeah, you will
regionals,
never be here, Liam.
and
Good
second
lord.
place at NAIC. He actually
Andrew
has not
Zhang!
gotten further than top 16 at the World Championships. He's accomplished that 3
Damn.
different times, including the last 2 years.
Joe versus
There's
Lorenzo,
any
right?
year for Marco to be
Oh
the
yeah, I
favorite
do need to
win,
feed
it might be
Snorlax
this
lunch.
one.
You're
I
right.
think it is so wild that Marco Silva has 3 international championship titles, but not a single regional.
Marco's year, mate.
He's able to win some of the biggest tournaments and most
Luca
high-stakes
Paz.
tournaments in the entire world, but somehow that regional championship
Jody
title has
Azzarelli.
eluded him. Last but of course not least, our reigning
Maybe it's
second
Jody's
reigning
year.
world champion from Japan, Shohei Kimura, was able
Man.
to win on that home turf and in such such a commanding fashion. Was so exciting to watch him.
Absolutely. Jumping to the North American players, these have been some of the brightest stars this season. Carson Confer actually also an
It's crazy how I'm not even that far down the list.
World champion, winning alongside Wolf Click way
Crazy.
back in the day. comes as one of the hottest players from North America.
I think I know Yuki Tanaka. I know of them. Zachary Weed, I know of.
So many incredible performances. Joseph
Dill Yeomans! Let's go, Dill.
Championship level for the last couple of years.
Dill is against
he's top cut
Ryotaro Kimura.
And I heard that he might be running some extra spicy Pokemon for this event as well. Justin Tang, one of the quickest rising stars in VGC, only joining the circuit in
He'll buy some rooting for Kylan because he was the guy who booted Wolf last year. Oh, damn.
Worlds is the tournament where he actually has
Back
not
with
been
dinner.
able to perform
Who's Marco
super
against?
well
We not got to Marco
despite
yet.
his rise, and so he's
I don't think.
really looking to cement himself as, hey, I can win at the regional level, I can win at the
I think
international
I remember
level, and I
Yotan
can win at
Cohen.
the world's level.
Yotan Cohen.
The fact that Justin Tang, he went to his first ever regional championship.
Wolf Glick
and
versus
won it,
Diego Gutierrez
and then
from
2 regionals
Peru.
Later, he won again.
Yep.
That's why
Let's hear it
he
from
is
Wolf
definitely
Glick.
looked at as one of those rising
Brian
stars,
Collins,
and I
he's
think as
beaten
we
me
take a
before.
look at some of the
Obviously,
other players
everyone
from
has.
around the world, we'll see a very similar story there.
Flavio's
Next
there.
up, we are going to take
Lewis
a
Tan.
quick trip over to EU. Our first page, it's just Italy. Aaron, we've got to talk about the Italian domination at the North America International Championships. Marco Silva was one of those players. Federico Camporesi
Mate, there's
is
so
another.
many people. It's
Federico
wild.
actually, I think, might
Federico
be coming into this
Camporesi.
tournament as the absolute favorite. We had Wolf and Marco on that first slide, but I
Oh,
think Federico has
I know
been
this
also
person,
on a
but I
tear.
always pronounce
He
their name
is also
wrong.
looking to be the first
I
player
did not
to
see
win
Marco.
a regionals,
I
internationals,
missed
and
him
world
clearly.
championships in
Oh,
the
there's
same
Marco
season.
against
He won
Juan
regionals this
Lucin.
year. He won
There you go.
NAIC, and he has
Sweet.
gotten as far as top 4 of the world championships in
Oh, don't pause it, you
2023.
dickhead.
Federico,
Get it up to date. There we go.
I
Get
feel
up
like
to
when
date.
Scarlet and Violet first came out, I was like, oh my god, he's really good. And he's been playing
Big up
VGC
table
for longer,
7?
but aged up
Wait,
to a
who's
Masters
table
division
7?
and immediately just started having performance after
Hang on.
performance. And so if there's any player I have my eye out on in this event, it's him. And he, of course, won NAIC with this trusty
Joseph
Maridon
Martin.
Lunala combination.
He just
He's been
Snorlax,
running
thank
that
you.
team for the last couple months, and I'm curious if he's
Thank
brought
you.
to this one as well.
We are definitely looking at mastery. That's going to
Yorkshire.
be the key to success here for this double restricted format. But how about somebody that pioneered it? Our very first restricted champion in the Scarlet and Violet era, Luca Cheribelli. He won the
I thought Wei
championships
Deng
in
was there.
Honolulu just last year with Maridon, and is been sticking to that particular Pokemon as a part of
Oh,
this
no,
double
Oscar's there,
restricted.
right? Where's
I feel like
Oscar? Who's
Luca
Oscar against?
alongside this list of Italian
Oscar
players,
Gilly!
especially
Table
somebody else to
127.
look out for too.
Oh,
He's
Wei
been
didn't qualify.
absolutely one of the
Oh,
most
that's
consistent
gutted.
players I've seen in VGC across the last couple of seasons. It feels like he never gets below.
Yeah,
top
Oscar
16
is
or top 32
against
in any of the majors that he plays.
Paniawat Nojan from Thailand.
He is really, really good, and he came and really
Up the
proved
Oscar.
himself using what was considered to be one of the best teams going into Worlds and piloting
Up
it
the
better
Luca
than
Cheribelli.
anyone else in the world. But he's still hungry. I saw him tweet earlier today.
Oh, I smell
I played my first, I believe,
food.
Senior Division World Championships in this exact venue
I smell
8
food.
years ago, and here I
Wow.
am now as a reigning world champion looking to defend my title.
I'm
He
excited.
has
I want a
been
Kyogre
also
to win,
incredible
but I also
piloting
want a
the same
Koraidon to win,
Maridon
so-
Lunala team that Federico has, had a lot.
Does
of
Italy win
success
Worlds
with
this
and
year,
so
or is the
curious if both these
Japan
players
odd year
decide,
thing
you know
going to kick
what, I'm
in?
just gonna run
Odd
it
year
back.
Japan,
Like you
let's
mentioned,
go.
Luca was able to bring Maridon to the very top last season, and I think Maridon continues to be one of the absolute best Pokemon. But the third name we have here is a star that's looking to claim his first championship. Francesco Piopero, also from Italy. This has been truly an amazing, remarkable season by him, getting so many top cuts. He's made the finals of regionals. He's gotten top 8 at internationals as well. He's still looking to actually claim that championship, but if you're looking at the most consistent players from this season,
Koraidon wins this year, I reckon. I think so. I think Koraidon, Cali, Shadow is the way to go.
Multiple great performances at ICs.
Just
Top
American, I want a
16
USA
at
player to win. I
LAIC,
want Jamie
top
Boyd to win.
16 at EUIC, top 8 at NAIC.
I wanna know what Boyd's
it really
running.
doesn't get much better than that outside of winning.
Totally, and I think he might be the only player in the world who, in the Masters division, to have top cut all the internationals in one season alone. I mean, that's tremendous in itself, right? And I think one of the coolest things about how he did it at NAIC was he brought this really unique Terrapagos team. Terrapagos is seen as a
Xamarin
restricted
CSR
level
has a
that's harder to
shot.
execute. Normally people use leftovers and
Swordfish, let's go.
Francesco brought an
Didn't Rawn face Francesco Piopero? I think so.
He had an
Was that her stream game?
Team, a Sinistra, an Iron
Xerneas isn't in the game, so that's not legal, no.
I am really excited to see what team he's brought to this
We won't
event
see
because
any
I feel like in
Xerneas
addition
during
to
this
his
competition.
play, his
It's not
team
in the
building
game.
prowess and players that he works with, they really cook up some spice.
Maybe Terrapagos will finally be able to see its time in the sun at this particular event, but we have a couple of other players from the European region that we've got to talk about. Michael Kalsch won 2 regional championships just this season, and the only other player recently that has done that is Wolf Glick.
Yeah, not this regulation. Wait till Champions comes out.
One of those other breakout
Imagine how broken Xerneas and Yveltal have been in a Terra format.
This first season of VGC,
Xerneas more so, I think.
At Worlds, gets second at Worlds. Like, he has been on a tear in the Scarlet and Violet era at the World Championships. His worst result is the top 4.
Literally,
like, what?
It's fun. I think for the longest time in VGC, actually, if you looked at who won the World Championships, they actually almost always had a top 4 or better finish at the World Championships.
I just thought as well, actually.
Years. That streak has finally been broken after many, many years. But curious if Michael can be one of those players to basically bring it back. Like you said, 2-time regional level event winner just this season alone.
McLovin!
He has been absolutely one of the best players in the world. Eric Rios, of course, another star over from Europe. Eric Rios got his first top cut at the World Championships in the seniors division in Washington,
Oh, Victor
DC,
Medina's fucking clapped, mate. He's good.
Top 4. Then in 2019, top 8 finish at the World
That is
Championships
some
as well.
cheesy
He's
pizza.
looking to finally claim a first place finish. Of course, international champion, regional champion as well. And Victor Medina, also truly one of the most consistent European players, getting second at LAIC. So many.
I love Marco isn't even to watch.
No, he's just missing that.
Oh no, he was,
big
wasn't he?
window.
Didn't they show him earlier? They showed him, Wolf, and Shohei Kimura all together at one point.
We'll have more players to be able to highlight for you as we get
How you doing there, Gizmo? What's happening, lad?
We are just about ready to get into our
been missing
first
you.
match.
I've been
But
sending
before
you
we do that,
reels.
make sure you're staying tuned all weekend long because we do have some distributions for you as
no, just got back.
a
Fair play.
surprise, I guess, to Luca Charabelli and hopefully a gift
Can't
to
hear
the
your
rest
words,
of the
what?
world. You can use World Armor Tail as your
that's very
code to
kind.
get Luca Charabelli's
shaker I
for
got given
Rigor
by
that
Pro
he used
Metapod.
to win the World Championships last year.
Yeah, I think it was my
If
first
you
shaker.
are tired of
If not,
Fake
it was
Out, I
something
know
very similar.
just the Pokemon
Maybe
for
it's
you,
not,
and it is
but you
this
know what? I thought it
Farigiraf.
was.
Of course, such a key member of Luca's team.
Lucas
Use that
Farigiraf.
code World Armor Tail to redeem it right now within your game.
Overworked
This
and
was
underfucked.
such an
Rip.
instrumental Pokemon to Luca's
You are
run,
overworked.
and we are going back to a non-restricted format after this World Championship. And
Yes,
so,
Reg H,
Farigiraf,
baby.
Not a bad Pokemon to have potentially in that format.
I already hear the infomercial. You started it. And I was
know,
like,
yeah.
do you also have the problem
green
where
and
you've
yellow?
terrored your ghost type
No,
and
it's
you get
green and
faked
white. I
out?
think it's probably got
Look
the
no
wrong lid on,
further
to be
than
honest.
Luca
Farigiraf.
Charabelli.
Yeah, you got me green and yellow, you're right.
Armor Tail, use that code right
Yeah, I
down
worked
there
3
in the
hours on a
description
Saturday. Oh,
below.
mate, why? Why would you
Well,
do
make sure
that?
you do get your hands on the Farigiraf, and of course, stay
Was that
tuned
like
for
a
the
chill
rest of our
catch-up day?
games. And for the first time ever, our alternative lobby stream. Thank you so much to our friends at Victory Road for providing an additional stream for all of you to watch at home.
Oh.
You can go to all of our channels to make sure that you are staying up to date on where you can find the most action from the Pokemon World Championships. But it's so cool, Aaron. I know people have been asking for this for a long time, but we finally get a chance to have more games to show people on stream.
Yeah, I wish we
Victory
could
Road,
showcase
let's
every
go.
game at Worlds, right?
Oh my god, it would be amazing.
Yeah, and I certainly miss the days where you could actually
A1
like,
VG
record. You had the
side
VS
stream.
recorder in
Oh,
the game
nice.
to
Right
save
now,
the battle.
as
Costa's
said,
hosting.
So
It's Costa
anyone
and
out there
Sean.
listening, please
And
bring that back.
we thought we'd go ahead and kick it off with a bang. It's going to be Juan Salerno versus Riley Fatura. And oh my...
Sorry, carry on.
Champions, maybe. Please.
Where it's not
That's
only
sick.
just
So
about
if
the
we're
competition
down a
anymore,
game
there's
on the
a
main
whole section
feed, we'll switch
dedicated
over to
just for
Costa.
fans to check out.
So
There was a
behind, I said I'll come in when no one else,
museum
since I can
showcasing
focus.
previous
That's not a bad
relics
shout
and
though, because you could
competitor
just stick
bags
some
and walk through
tunes
the
on.
history of Worlds and
Watch
even
some
have, like, the top
anime.
4 trading card game decks, and so I don't know. I just got so nostalgic walking through it, and as more and more
Yeah, did you
people
get
come into
overtime
this
for it?
amazing celebration of Pokemon, I'm just so happy that we
Or
can
is it
showcase
time
more,
off in
especially through
lieu?
this side stream. So you'll definitely want to check that out because it's gonna have so many incredible games.
Oh,
You know, all
normal
the games that we
time?
would
No,
love
it's
to
got to-
feature on the mainstream. We'll hopefully be able to showcase a little bit of it on that stream.
We're also going to have featured matches as you are walking
yeah.
around the convention hall here in Anaheim. And that's going to be another way that people can watch
Hang
those
him.
side TVs. Maybe you can also be a part of the history and you
Come
can
on, sleep at
record
Worlds,
those
man.
games for us. And then we'll
Competitive
find
sleep.
them on
I love
YouTube.
it.
That would be amazing. No, but like,
I would be very
truly,
bad at
it's
it.
been such an amazing experience. I hope we get a chance to show you what else is out there on the floor. There's pin trading.
Yep.
You can make your own Evolution Ear headband. There's like other arts and crafts that you can participate in. There's
So many
creator
ways to
meet
watch the
and
games
greets.
this year. I know,
There's
right? They've
artist
really upped the game, which is
signings.
great.
There's so
Unintended.
much to do here now. I know people also
When that event
are
with my eyes
trying out
closed, very
ZA.
good.
There's a Legends EA demo here in Anaheim
Here,
right now.
Right now.
Right
now.
You could do it
Oh, shit,
right
bro.
now. And then tell us your thoughts using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Oh, Riley Factora and Juan Salermo are both running
is happening right now?
Right now?
the exact same team. Kali Shadow, Zamazenta, Ogapon Fire, Rillaboom, and except Riley's got Urshifu and Whimsy. Juan's got Smeargle and Raging Bolt.
This is going to be such
Kali
a
Shadow
fun matchup.
and Miraidon. Oh no, this isn't what I want.
Two of the most legendary players in VGC history. Paul Ruiz,
I told you! Wait, didn't I tell you?
And then winning the World Championship.
Didn't I tell you this has been the stream match? I'm a fucking wizard!
A phenomenal player representing Latin America. He has so much pride for his home region, and it's amazing to see him back here on the world stage. And what I think is really
it's
cool
so
is
obvious. Ooh, I like the layout.
But it's not exactly the most common. It's going to be the Miraidon and the Calyrex Shadow
Yeah, this is
Rider,
weird to me. We've got a Miraidon and Kali Shadow, and then a Koraidon and
really going to
Kali Ice.
That. We talked about this a little bit backstage. Not only do you have the friend guard,
love the transition animator for Alligator. It's good, isn't it?
These Pokemon are taking a little bit less damage.
Yeah, the numbers for the lottery.
Helping hand
yeah, Clefairy's great with Kali Shadow.
Damage, as well as fake tears on the Whimsicott. So you're dropping the special defense of an opposing Pokemon that really makes sure that that damage goes
like if some Clefairy, right?
Absolutely.
Apart from having Friend Guard, which boosts the defense of your Pokemon on the field,
you really have to respect this combination.
If someone tries to get around the speed of Calyrex by using Trick Room, then Clefairy can just use After You, which makes Calyrex move first.
But like you said, Rose,
Follow Me is goated.
And this actually solves for a lot of problems because it means you can just lead Whimsicott Miraidon, Whimsicott Calyrex Shadow Rider, just go for fake tears and immediately
You're a
in a one-hit
Oh, you've been looking at other content, have you?
Miraidon, so it does not hit as hard as those
Ezra, how you doing?
But once you throw fake tears on top, it's like, hey, I outspeed you and I'm gonna KO you. How great is that?
It doesn't get much better, but for Eric, it's
Smart
going to be something he really
I ain't
has
even
to
got
play
a team
around.
right now.
As you talk about this
Snarl
Miraidon
such a fun tech, yeah.
Calyrex combination for Paul, something else that's a little bit uncommon for us to see is going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider next to the Koraidon. Talk a little bit about anti-synergy with these two Pokemon. An Ice type in the sun, really going to boost up those Fire type moves for this thing?
Well, the way to get around that is certainly that Water Terra, as
baby.
you see. This is also an uncommon restricted duo, so I think it's really cool to see at the World Championship.
It's going to be banging.
Going to rely on what's
Imprison Ice Rider is dirty.
Koraidon plus Ice Rider was this newer duel that popped up because 2015 World Champion
it doesn't
Shomo
have Trick Room.
actually brought it.
It's weird seeing an Ice Rider with no Trick Room, but I guess no Protectors.
This team has a lot of unique elements of it as well, whether it be the Imprison on Calyrex instead of Trick Room. You've got Taunt, Normal Terra, Fluttermane. I think this is going to be a key player in this matchup because you're going
Hello, Chris. How you doing?
Rider. And of course, you have the Fluttermane Koraidon combination. That's actually the first thing I want to point to here. How does Paul actually respond to this? Because you've got Focus Sash and Normal Terra on Fluttermane, and you've got the Fire Terra Clear Amulet on Koraidon.
Leech Seed Ice Rider
these two next to each other, won the European International Championships on Wolf Glick's team. It's an incredible duo. And I think for Eric, it's a really good starting point for him to consider.
I would have said maybe you bring the Rapid Strike Urshifu if you're Paul. You've got the close combat. If there's some way that you can bait out
I'll always
Terra.
root for the CSR.
And then at the same time, why are you bringing the Rapid Strike if you're going to just have wet noodle surging strikes in the sun? I definitely think like it is going to be a tougher call. So I wonder where Eric will decide
These guys have faced each other so many times, it's wild.
Maybe the Fluttermane. If you really expect that's going to come, then Paul.
Electivire actually put work in this year of me against Miraidons. I'm not surprised that Motor Drive goes fucking
I
hard.
think being able to force a Terra out is going to be really, really
I'll always root for Koraidon.
Like, okay, if you are able to bait
I'm kind of rooting for Clefairy.
Fluttermane, then it turns normal type. Okay, then obviously it's immune to the Astral Barrage.
I'll always root for Incineroar.
Options available to you. I think the other thing to think about is if Koraidon goes for that Terra.
Wait, how does Calyrex Ice not just die? Like it can't take a hit and just gets doubled and dies before it moves.
Suddenly, then
Kali Ice
becomes a lot stronger, and so yeah, I mean. This is not, in my opinion, the easiest matchup for Paul because the Fluttermane Koraidon duo already exerts a lot of pressure.
Urshifu, they were saying Urshifu has no play.
Into that immediately either. And the other question I have is Miraidon even that good in this matchup, right? It does not do the most amount of damage. So there it is, Fluttermane Koraidon.
I want them all to be Wolf's Incineroar.
Oh, you need to prove to me that you can actually beat this combination.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. You're going to see that Koraidon set the sun not only to be able to give it a boost to its own damage output, but also to set the photosynthesis for this Fluttermane. And we are going to see that it's going to get a speed boost.
Good night, Incineroar.
So this Fluttermane is going to be ultra fast, already going to be able to threaten a Shadow Ball into this Shadow Rider Calyrex. You might feel forced to have to go for a Terra now.
Exactly, yeah.
So sad.
I think this is really interesting. Incineroar always has the free fake out of the
Koraidon,
right? And as you see, Calyrex is bulky here, and it's able to go for a Terra to get around that Shadow Ball that you called out. So one of the key things
I got
I'm curious
pizza.
about
I'm doing
here
great.
is with Koraidon,
I'm doing great,
if
Chris.
you protect, you are
Thank you,
vulnerable to
though.
Incineroar, switching out into Whimsicott, pressuring with
Intimidate,
Encore
drop.
immediately, and
Take that.
look what
Take the
Paul
shot.
just locked in. So turn one is already spicy, right? Because if you are Eric, you don't have to protect your Koraidon. You can just go for something like a
Terra
Icy
Fairy
Wind,
Draining
Fire
Kiss,
Terra
what a
Flare
throwback.
Blitz into Calyrex, and so this game could go crazy so quickly on this turn one. Paul going for this gamble, saying, I think you're going to protect Koraidon.
They finally
Go
read
Koraidon
my
protect right
fucking
now.
complaints. They've given us big numbers to tell us whether they've won or lost a round.
But is this a play that's going to get punished? As we see the Terra go, what happens after this? Eric is going to be the first to respond with the speed of this Flutter Mane.
This is going to be exhilarating. It's like if Eric decides not to protect Koraidon, just attacks, it could be absolutely huge. And if he protects, it is the protect.
Oh,
So
let's
Paul
go.
manages to get, he baits out the protect, and now you've got Encore Whimsicott on the field.
And you also didn't actually terrestrialize this Flutter Mane. So this Calyrex, while it is going to be taking Moonblast, it does get that special defense drop, which is a small percent chance.
It wasn't
of
Moonblast,
happening.
it was Shadow
You're
Ball.
going to be taking an Astro Barrage, bringing this Flutter Mane down to its focus sash. It's going to be so easy now to clean it up later.
I think this is what makes the matchup so tricky for Paul, because even though he got turn one right, it still looks kind of scary. That special defense drop, by the way, a big deal, because now Calyrex is vulnerable to fainting. Flutter Mane is faster.
Paul in that protect was mint.
If you are the Whimsicott
Yeah, I
right
really
now,
want
you can go for
spectator
Tailwind,
mode. They
or
used
you
it
can
at
go for
Worlds
Encore.
last year.
You
I
can't
bet
go
they'll do it for
both,
the
right?
final.
So Eric knows that, okay, my Koraidon is threatened by Encore. He might switch it out. If he does, then of course, Paul can capitalize by setting
They
up
had it
Tailwind,
literally
giving
for the
Calyrex
grand
feeling
finals,
needs
and
to
that was
outspeed
it.
Flutter Mane. Eric might decide to just actually stay in with both Pokemon
Wanker.
here as well.
Oh, that was
so,
good pizza.
yeah, Paul, as you see here, is going to lock the Encore. Make sure that Koraidon can attack, but Flutter Mane actually pivots out. Does
My
not
wife
even
looks
bother
after me.
attacking.
Maybe just saving the Flutter Mane for a little bit later. If you expect something to be
Yeah,
in the back, or it's a good sacrificial
I'm with you, Kira
piece if
Kennedy.
you think
Hopefully
you want to pivot
Champions
out later.
sorts that
It's
out.
the Incineroar now getting revealed as Eric's third Pokemon
Maybe
in
more
this
pizza
first
too.
game.
I'm
as
also
Paul
wanting
is also
Bahama
going to
Mama.
follow that
Got a
up
real
with a
taste
switch
for
of
it this
his own.
weekend.
As Incineroar comes back
I think it's got to be on a
This clear
special
amulet
switch.
From this Koraidon has already put in double duty here.
Absolutely. One of the other things, by the way, from Paul's end is, first of
Lovely.
all,
Get that
no
G Fuel in me,
Terra
baby.
or no switch here on the Koraidon, right? And so Paul is baiting this so well. He
Ooh.
gets the Whimsicott in on turn one, and now he's going to Encore into
Free
protect. I
intimidates.
think Eric was hoping for the Shadow Rider to target
Metapod's
the
ankles are
Flutter
going
Mane
to be
slot.
behind
Paul
his
does not
fucking
fall
ears in a
for
bit.
it, and now
Encore
he's
into
stuck
protect!
With this Encore Koraidon on the field, it has to either keep going for protect or pivot out.
Oh.
And the Terra's been committed as well, so Paul has been playing lights out to start this game in what I think is a unfavorable matchup. And the point I wanted to call out is there's no Miraidon in the back for Paul. It's actually that Urshifu.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Knock off
I
into
guess-
Incin goes hard here. I'm
Maybe
telling you.
Paul sees something that we clearly don't with this Urshifu
Incin's
going
gonna Terra the Ghost if it's Terra Ghost.
Ghost. Going to be a nice
Can't wait till
piece
Terra's
to
gone.
have at
Oh,
the
Terra's
end of
been
it
really
all.
fun.
And Eric really in a tough spot. I guess the good thing for
I love
him
me
is
some
it's gonna
Terra.
be Incineroar
I don't
and
look
Whimsicott.
forward to having to
How
learn
much
to play
damage can
Pokemon
you
in the
really
types that they're
expect?
supposed to be.
Is there anything that Eric has brought that could take it? Either.
Absolutely, and the other thing you have to think about is Eric's Incineroar is actually a pretty huge offensive threat, right? You've got the Sun boosting your Flare Blitz, so you can Flare Blitz the Whimsicott slot and basically do a ton of damage.
that
This is where
you
if you
kind
had Miraidon
of. Well, to be fair, you didn't
instead,
have to do that
if Calyrex
switch
comes in, but if you had Miraidon instead,
because you're risking a knockoff, which would be fucking wild if you predicted that.
Eric can threaten with a knockout immediately this turn, but it's just fake out.
Because Protect would have happened that
Eric has been
turn.
playing pretty safe, all things considered, for how these first couple of turns have
There's
gone.
the tailwind.
And Whimsicott gets a free tailwind.
I liked it. I
off.
think it requires
Of course,
open
because it
team
has that
sheets, and
cover
open team
cloak,
sheets
you're
have to
not
be
able
something
fake it
dislike.
out
Fair play.
anyway, so at least you're able to stop the damage from the opposing Incineroar, and your Calyrex comes in for free. But at what cost now that Paul does have this tailwind set up?
Yeah, I think what Paul has working for him is you do have Flare Blitz and a Calyrex. If the Calyrex
Okay, we're gonna go back
protects,
to
it's
Mega
threatened
for
by
ZA.
Encore. Eric's way
I'm
to get
kind of
around
warming
that
to
then
it.
is just
I'll
going
give it a
for
go.
Flare Blitz onto Paul's Whimsicott here. This is of
Just
course
it's going to
the
be on
assault
formats
vest
of Terra,
on
Mega,
Eric's
Z moves,
Incineroar,
and
so there's no
Dyna.
threat
Yeah.
to, like, party
I think
shot
what they'll
into
do is
Incineroar.
they'll have
No,
certain
it
like
turns off, like,
regulations
with
where
for example, and
one
so,
of the gimmicks
yeah,
is
I think
allowed
this is a
or
really
something like that.
decision, obviously, to bring the Urshifu, but Urshifu is a Pokemon that can
Imagine if you could Terra and Mega. Don't manifest that.
Pivot right now. Paul dropping a restricted, immediately start off Warp World, and Calyrex does get baited into that protect. It
Cheeky
is going to
protect.
try to avoid any Flare Blitz damage here.
I will say, it's also pretty nice to have the Urshifu versus this Calyrex Ice.
To be
I think
fair,
just
that
being
sun's
able
not
to
gonna be
have
up
that
forever.
defensive capability versus this Pokemon also makes it a bit easier. You're also going to be taking basically negative damage from this U-turn. But
Disgusting,
now,
yeah,
Eric
right.
with this protect gets
Fed
to bring
Snorlax, didn't I?
something
Yeah,
else
probably.
in that might be able to fare a little bit better. It's going to be
Yes.
the Koraidon.
Yes,
now
I
that it's
did.
taken off that Encore, it's not going to be locked into the protect.
Dual Restricteds now out on the field
Diddle-a-doo.
against two of the most common non-dual Restricteds. Tailwind, of course, is set up, and so
Era Mega
Paul has
G-Max,
been
then C
playing
move.
super,
Everyone's
super
gonna
well, but
die.
he's still looking for damage, right? And right now, it's probably tempting to double
What
up
Urshifu
into
is it? It's
Calyrex.
wet
Calyrex, of course,
Urshifu,
can
which is
pivot back
really
out
bad because the
into
sun's up, but the sun
Incineroar.
will end
Getting that
soon.
U-turn off into Urshifu is a really big deal because, of
So it's
course,
very
they broke the
interesting.
Focus Sash as well, and so this is still quite scary. Tailwind is set up, but this is the problem with Urshifu that we were talking about. You're not going to do a ton of damage given that the sun is up, right? So Paul's like, okay, if I go for a Surging Strikes, maybe I do like 40% to something, but then you just threaten me with a one-hit knockout in return. So let me pivot out my Incineroar, let me stall
I
out
would
the last
detect
turn
with
of Sun,
Urshifu this
and then
turn.
go from there. But this is a big turn potentially for Eric. He can capitalize off
And
this.
then,
The
how
Whimsicott
long's
is
left
so
on the sun?
vulnerable to the damage from the
Yeah, that's what I
opposing
would have
side,
done.
but I think it's likely it will
Wet,
just fall
wet
here.
Shifu. I always say Urshifu wet and Urshifu dark.
The collision course from this Koraidon into the Whimsicott.
Oh, Whimsy
There's no
eats it,
downside
mate.
versus
Whimsy
the close combat
eats
that's
it,
gonna drop your
mate.
stats. You're just doing
Very first
all
regulation league for
damage.
champions.
But
Well, it was Toronto in January. We're considering Gen 7 VGC allowed for both Megas and Z moves. It's possible they could limit it to 2 gimmicks per format.
impressive by
Maybe,
Paul,
yeah.
Honestly. Like, I think this matchup is so unfavorable, and I feel like he's gotten so many turns right, and so he has positioned this so well.
Yeah, the
and
sun is up,
now you get the
baby.
Intimidate off against the opposing Calyrex, and you do pressure with that Surging Strikes. There's no more sun, and you bait
Yeah.
the tear out of Koraidon.
No matter
There's
what
nothing that can keep the
Koraidon
Surging
switches
Strikes now,
to,
right?
if
So
it switches at
Paul has
all,
to play in such a particular way to get
won't
to this
appreciate
position, and
Surging
Whimsicott didn't
Strikes.
even feint, so
Surging Strikes will take out Incin, it'll take out Fluttermane.
He's gonna pivot out. Gonna bring out the
Why do we not call the
Fluttermane,
dark one
basically
dry?
sacrifice. I think that's the
This is
right
a dark
play,
type, not a
but
dry type.
Taking care of Fluttermane is also nice, right? Because it
I
does
feel
so
like you
much
might have
damage
access to
across the
all the
board.
gimmicks,
So
but only
Paul
activate one per
finally
battle,
secures the
maybe.
first knockout, but it has been a back and forth battle.
It really has. This Calyrex Ice Rider is still able to move on this turn, so you have to expect that it's going to
I mean,
go for this
Glacial Lance, they should
try to
both
get the
shrug it.
damage down and hope that
Yeah.
you can trade a bit favorably. But see, look at that. The defensive capabilities of both of these Pokemon are perfect in front of this Pokemon.
You kinda need to
And
sack
this
the
is how you
Whimsy
beat
off
the
now.
Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider sets. If you don't have high horsepower, it means your only real offense is Glacial Lance. Every single Intimidate adds up so much, and Leech Seed is nice, but doesn't
Go do chest
do
day,
that
no
much
worries, have a good
damage, obviously,
chest.
over the course of time,
Worried
right?
about
And so
Champions takes over
now
VGC, as that means that ZA will be the default
Incineroar
battle
out on the
mechanics for
field.
Gen
You
10
have the
onwards.
fake out available to you if you want to, right? And the Calyrex isn't doing much. You can just double up on the Koraidon, go for
Decided
a
to try it,
fake
but
out
not
and
sure
an
about
attack
losing
with the
turn-based.
Urshifu. It's
Well, I
still
mean,
gonna take a little bit of
Champions
time
looks to be
actually knock out
turn-based, does it
Koraidon,
not?
but- Ooh, okay, we're actually seeing the fake out here into the Calyrex slot.
Okay, so just gonna stop the Calyrex for now.
Not even gonna finish
but
this
that
set,
does
Metapod's gonna be
mean
on the
this
floor.
Koraidon is free and clear to go for another collision course and into the Incineroar. Of course, it's
I
going
think
to be
that's
a
fine,
one-hit knockout. Koraidon's
because
just a
that
little
gives
bit
you a
recoil
free
from that
switch
left
in
helmet, and I wonder how
to
much that's going to add up if
Whimsy,
Urshifu decides to
which
go
is
for
a
the
free
Surging
Tailwind.
Strikes. Critical to note that Koraidon can't protect in front of this, so Eric knows you're just going to be taking
Yeah.
damage from this Urshifu because of that ability.
I love how this is played out for
Tailwind
Paul, because now
Surging
you just
Strikes
get the free
takes out
switching into your Calyrex
Koraidon
Shadow
there.
Rider, and you have Astral Barrage pressure, right? I feel like the way Paul
Jump turn base
positioned
because
this
of
game
that
was
taking over
actually
VGC Gen 10
a
games might be
masterclass
CA
in
style.
VGC.
Maybe.
You would think,
Don't
oh,
need
Incineroar going
Tailwind.
down here doesn't feel that great.
Oh!
We've already gotten the Intimidate onto Calyrex, right? And you could have gone for Fake Out onto Koraidon, but by actually letting
not
the
need Tailwind?
Koraidon get a knockout now,
Does
you
Urshi
can switch
outspeed
in into that
Koraidon?
Calyrex, and so I mean, this has just been
Oh,
a
I mean, there is
beautiful
Cali, yeah.
game by Paul, and Urshifu, not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring into this matchup.
I think they overestimate what
he
Champions
made it
is. They can
work
make a
so
battle
well.
exclusive game, but I doubt
cannot
make it the only way to
express
do it
how
in all
well
battles.
Paul's been playing this game from beginning to end.
Yeah,
So
no, it's not Scarf, it's
still a couple
Focus
turns of
Sash.
Sunlight. Of
Yeah.
course, one of the things to pay attention to is Calyrex's speed relative to Koraidon as well, because you always have the potential of Calyrex to be a little bit slower, right? But either way, oh my goodness! Like I cannot
Both
express
calories,
how
very
beautiful
good.
the game this has been for Paul Ruiz.
2
All we need to
calories, what
know
are we
is that
eating?
This is the true skill expression of a previous world champion, and we're seeing it play out before
Is he
our
gone for the
eyes.
Terra Fairy
Eric has
Draining
no
Kiss
choice
into
if he wants to preserve this Koraidon
Incineroar?
for later to bring in
Calorie
this
Shadow
Incineroar,
better than
and then
Calorie
hope
Ice.
That this Incineroar will be able to pressure something out a little bit later because his Shadow Rider Calyrex already terrestrialized. If it survives his attack thanks to its typing, then you will be able to go for a fake out a little bit later. Calyrex holds on. It is a bit more bulky, but can the Urshifu finish it off?
Nice.
The Intimidate is just not enough to save it with that critical
Nice.
hit, of course. And so Incineroar
I like
goes
ice cream
down.
calories.
Eric Rios in this first game down to his
And play
final two
Cyberpunk.
Pokemon.
Bone down in
My main question
Cyberpunk.
there is whether or not the critical hit saves
Champions will be
Incineroar.
turn-based.
Even
It seems to be
if
the
it doesn't
standard
get
that will be used for
KO, you're
VGC.
still
Legends EA
pressured
dropping
by
the turn-based stuff, most
Once
likely
he
because it's
does
mostly
wait
just
till
there for
he
the
gets
story.
knocked down, he
Yeah,
does
yeah.
not. And look how key
But
those
I think the
intimidates
regular
are.
games
Only
will
with
still
these
have the
weeks
regular
left
story
over Calyrex is
gameplay.
you love to run a lot of bulk,
I think they'll have the regular
so you have less
turn-based. I
attack
just think
investment,
that'll
and you're
be...
up against a Calyrex with bulky investment, right? So
I think the
Paul
gameplay of
Ruiz,
Legends will always be
take a
slightly
bow.
different to the main series, but I don't think main
Absolutely
series will.
beautiful. Turn after turn after turn. He knows this is not an easy matchup. And this is what I love about the World Championships. The players have spent so much time thinking about their game plans. I am sure
The
Paul has
Callies are
gone
so
up against
unfun.
Rhydon
I had
plus
fun with
Buttermane
Cali
before,
Shadow. It's just knowing
and
how to
he came up
utilize
with a
them.
masterful plan. First of all,
And
dropping the restricted,
also how to kind of
going
get
for that
around them.
hard switch into Whimsicott from
But they
one,
are
getting the
annoying in
off
the
input
sense that
Rhydon
like
as well,
you make one
and
mistake against them and you've
positioning
lost.
Shadow Rider perfectly.
You can't afford to make a mistake with the
This is a
Calyrex on the
beautiful game.
field.
It's
But
just-
same
it's
with
just
Miraidon, to be
beautiful.
honest.
It has been so good from Paul, but let's keep in mind this is going to be a best of
Oh, yeah?
three,
Go on,
so
Gizmo.
Paul
Spill the beans.
had a dominant first game and
Nice.
will win it
Well
off
done.
of a double KO. The
Well
work's
done,
not
Paul
done
Chewer.
yet. We
Right,
still
between
need
rounds,
Paul
I need to
win
tinkle and
one
wash my
more
hands.
game in
Because
order
it's
to
important.
take
Always
this first
tinkle and
round
wash
of
your
Swiss.
hands. I mean,
And
not
Eric
always.
has
Like,
that
sometimes you don't need to,
comeback
but
mechanism. You win
I'll send you a
these next two
screenshot.
games, you're
Ooh,
the
yes.
winner.
And
Do you
I
want me
think
to
it's
not
so
read it
scary
aloud?
because there's so
Back in a
much
minute.
that could go wrong for Paul at any given point. If on turn one of that game, Rhydon decides, you know what, I'm just going to attack, and you go for Icy Wind plus Fire Terra Flare Blitz, I think Eric literally wins the game on the spot. Paul had to get so many turns right, but this is what it looks like to win in what I would consider an unfavorable matchup. You have to find clever ways to maneuver, and Paul did exactly that. You know, goes for the gamble of dropping the Miraidon, brings the Urshifu, and Urshifu was so critical in this game, putting on so much pressure with that surging strikes. And so I think going into game 2 now, if you're Eric, you're probably like, okay, I feel like my Pokemon are actually really good here. I just need to sharpen up a little bit. If I get like the Encore turn correctly against Koraidon, or if turn 1 I just attack, it looks like a different game. My main question from Paul's end is he actually did not bring that Miraidon. Does he want to potentially leave it in? Because I think it is still bringable in this matchup.
I would be so interesting to see, especially because maybe you can forego something like the Tailwind on the Whimsicott just because you know you have that Choice Scarf attached to the Miraidon. And can you get enough damage out with something like multiple Draco Meteors? The Electro Drift is still going to be pretty valuable for just making sure that the Electro Drifts are even better. But does that help out? Like, if Eric brings a Raging Bolt, do you really want to set that up for that Bolt?
Absolutely, and I want to go back to that Urshifu pick because I think in Team Preview, like, it looks like it's just so tough into everything, right? You're facing down the sun, obviously, but one of the nice things is close combat's damage, of course, is not reduced by the sun, and we saw that close combat into the Incineroar, right? You have to be really smart about how you position your Urshifu, but it makes a lot of sense because the rest of Paul's team, if you're not going to bring that Miraidon, it's like Calyrex is never going to do enough damage into the Assault Vest Incineroar, and so like the only way you can actually damage Assault Vest Incineroar is getting a close combat off into it, and so yeah, like it feels bad when you have to bring Urshifu into this matchup, but Paul showed how you can make it work. I think if you're Eric, you've got to be thinking about that a little bit as well. If I can eliminate Incineroar a little bit earlier, then that opens the door. Or if you can eliminate Urshifu, opens the door for Incineroar. But here's a run back of Fluttermane and Koraidon.
How does turn 1 play out, though? That's where we're going to need to see those adjustments from Eric to make sure that Paul doesn't start to sneak away a win again in the second game. And that kind of just starts out with, like, Fake Out. Do you also, can you do Nasty Plot here for Paul?
I think Nasty Plot would be cool, a little bit flashy though, mainly because it is not like that important to get the boost right now, right? And so
I am back.
This is what's
I
so
am
fun
back
because
indeed.
even though
Always
we saw
wash
the
your hands,
exact
always
same
do.
leads, Eric right
Especially
now
after
has got
I've
to be a
had
little bit
pizza.
scared. He's like, oh
Anything
my
I eat
goodness,
with
you
my
actually
hands, I
called
always
me
wash my
out
hands
in
after.
game 1, and
Because
what
I
if
don't
you
want
just
to
switch
put
to Whimsicott
any of that
again,
greasy
right?
shit
You see, Paul here has
on
also
my-
indicated
on
something
my
different. He's
beautiful
going just for
face.
that Fake Out. He's saying, you know what? Just gonna go for damage
Ready.
here, because if you're Eric, you also
I'm
have to
kinda
be scared
rooting for
about
Paul
beating
Chewer.
up a Fake Out plus a
Just say-
Draining Kiss, for example, from Calyrex immediately. So yeah, one of the questions is what Terras. I think in the last game, Paul was able to bait out that Fire Terra really well. Fluttermane normal Terra is gonna be really, really nice against a potential Astral Barrage, right? But here we go.
Okay, well, first terrestrialization
Let's go.
getting used in the second game. We'll go over to the Shadow Rider Calyrex again, removing its weakness that it would have to the Shadow
Turn
Ball
1 Terra,
from
baby.
that Fluttermane on the other side, and it's also going to be boosting up some damage from, let's say, a Draining Kiss. But Eric's not going to fall for it. He's just going to go for the Protect again onto the Koraidon.
Amma.
There's no switch into the Whimsicott.
Amma, what are we?
At least
What
this
equipment are we talking about here?
protect this Koraidon from the Fake Out from the Incineroar. But with the Moonblast, it's actually a pretty good turn here for Eric.
Yeah, I think if you're Paul, the best case here is
Insta isn't loading it. That's
weird. A ton of damage immediately. This is still not a bad position.
I was having
where,
issues
bring
with
the Flutter
Insta
Mane
not
down
loading
quite
anything
low,
yesterday.
but it feels like Calyrex is still such a crucial Pokemon for Paul, and you've obviously taken a lot of damage. And now this next turn, you're threatened by Icy Wind plus Collision Course or Icy Wind plus Flare Blitz. We see what Paul's opted for in the back, by the way. There is no Whimsicott. It's actually that Clefairy adjustment this time around. And so Clefairy is nice for defense, but it's not very good from an offensive
Riley
standpoint.
Factora
Calyrex has to do so much of the heavy lifting in this game because
Juan
once again,
Salerno,
there
they
is
are
no
still
Ride
0-0
on. So
at the moment.
if you're Paul, it's not a bad turn one, but where
On
do
the
you
other
go
stream.
from here? You are threatened by a lot of damage from the opposing side. And so do you go for example, a hard call out thinking, you know what, he's going to try to target my Calyrex down, I'm just going to attack with it, or do you
Send it on
protect
Twitter,
and try
Gizmo.
to, finish off
Remember
the
that
Flutter Mane
website?
like Paul's thinking about. You could also protect switching Clefairy. So this is still so scary for Paul.
And what is this Koraidon
I sent a
going
meme
to
that was
do?
a basket place, but
another
please put me in my place.
terrestrialization.
Jokingly said
It's
this
gonna be
you, and the
for
response
Eric
was
this
only
time
with the right
around, and
aftercare.
Koraidon,
Oh.
Again, just like that game number one. It's going to make it a little bit less
I'm good, Mr.
vulnerable
Coffee.
to
How
the
you doing?
Future, but especially if you're already thinking ahead, and it's like, well, there's an Urshifu that might be waiting in the back. That is a little bit better. Protect here onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex from Paul as the Flutter Mane just goes for the Icy Wind.
Is it Collision Course is the question,
Oh,
because if it's
I'm with
not,
you,
and
Gizmo. I'm
Paul's
with
able
you.
to just eliminate Flutter Mane, it's incredible turn. We saw the
That
Flare
does
Blitz
sound
on the Flutter
flirty.
Mane, so let's see. Is Koraidon going for Collision Course? It's the
Who do
Flare
you think's going to win the championship? Hope you're well, mate. I'm doing good, Cyrax. Thank you. I'm thinking Marco Silva's going to win, but my heart wants Jamie Boyd to win. Oh, is it overpowering me? Sorry. That means I need to turn my volume up slightly. There we go. How's that?
Oh my
Is that better?
goodness. I mean, to have an Incineroar out in the field against a Collision Course Koraidon, right? To have the guts to go for that.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, the bar's still there.
In that position, it makes sense for Eric. He
How's
recognizes,
that?
okay, if you get greedy and I just knock
Bad.
out your
Thank you,
Shadow
Gizmo.
Rider, I'll probably just win the game on the spot.
That's why we
right? And so
appreciate
once
you.
Again, Paul still has his work cut out for him. He's gotten a lot of turns right, but once again, the
Mm-hmm.
damage lies so heavily on Calyrex Shadow Rider. And so now you've got the Incineroar in from Eric's end. You can obviously fake
Oh,
out
boy.
into the Shadow Rider slot. Koraidon has a very free Collision Course that it can take on Incineroar. So this turn, I think Eric should be able to respond with some offense.
But then I wonder, though, do you actually just switch out the Calyrex here?
What's
I
Shadow
think
Rider's
Eric
item?
should identify now
L-tag.
that it's going to be a lot of eggs into this Calyrex basket. So is that something that
Oh,
Paul can
bring out the
actually use
Clefairy. Let's
against
go.
Eric? I know my Calyrex is public enemy number one.
Yeah, and the main question I have here from Eric's end is, do you still target the Calyrex slot? Yeah, you have.
Hey,
Collision Course on
Eric
Incineroar,
Onyx, I'm
but
good.
you
How you
wanna
doing?
take that knockout because Incineroar is not that scary right now, right? So Clefairy comes out. Paul is trying to set up for success, and it's actually going to be the Flame Charge coming out here.
Oh!
Speed boost. It will now outspeed that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but of course the
Look at that tiny, shiny Incineroar.
Yeah, it's actually taking a lot of damage, though. I mean, that's about 50% as soon as it switches in.
That's more than
thanks to the
50%.
double up of that flame charge as
That's
well
not.
as the
Would have gone yellow,
U-turn.
Liam.
It's
True.
also going to give Eric a positional
Actually, I think you should turn the stream up
advantage.
because it's more interesting than silly little
Gonna
Liam.
that fourth and final Pokemon in the game, but the Raging Bolt
That's really mean, Emma. What have I ever done to you? I've only ever been incredibly kind to you, have I not?
It's one restricted from both sides.
Just big chilling.
Koraidon on
Bing
one,
chilling.
Shadow Rider on the other.
Right. Normally, I wouldn't do this on this account,
Of
but
course, actually, Miraidon now would be really good because you don't have to deal with the Ice Rider. But
Only have to pay
obviously,
extra
Paul
for
didn't
that.
Bring it here, and so if we go to a game 3, I think that's something that he might be thinking about as an adjustment. But right now,
Yogurt.
God and Clefairy out
Yogurt.
on the field. This is still so scary because Paul's damage only really comes from either the
Yummy.
Calyrex or that Urshifu if you're able to position it in. He is not able to do much damage this turn.
I
You've
did the
got him
same.
rigged,
Mate, it's a waste of
but
yogurt
Clefairy
otherwise.
Koraidon, right? So now you could go for something like a Follow Me.
There are children in other countries that are dying of starvation. They'd love to lick that yogurt lid. My old flatmates would do this and then leave them on the table for days. Well, no, what I do is when I finish the yogurt, I put them in the yogurt pot.
Smart to be able to target down this
So they find their way to the bin. I nearly spilled that. Fuck me, that would have been a tragedy. I'd have ended stream then.
Another one-hit knockout here for
Because I'd have been crying over spilled yogurt.
Embrace to this regulation. Incineroar is such a high-usage Pokemon. No wonder why this Koraidon is so excited.
Mate.
The Thunderbolt now from this Raging Bolt, of course, is going to go into the Protect. But if you're Paul, you've got to be nervous. That Urshifu in the back, it could just get thunderclapped.
Absolutely.
Don't clap my
I really
Urshifu's
like this Raging
cheeks.
Bolt adjustment because Calyrex Ice Rider
I mean,
did
Urshifu's
very
at
little
full
in that
health,
last
so
game,
it can
right?
take
He
a
wasn't able to do much
thunderclap.
damage with Glacial Lands, and The Raging Bolt is kind of like a sleeper pick here because
there are children in this country that are
have the
starving. I
sun
mean, that
up
is
for it,
true.
right? And there's actually no electric terrain for it, but even just with the photosynthesis, it still does a lot of damage. And it's very bulky is the key thing. You cannot knock it out very quickly. The best way to knock it out actually would be a Draco Meteor from a Miraidon, but Paul showed his hand in game 1 saying, I don't want to bring Miraidon, and so I love Eric's decision to adjust to it.
Terra Fairy
That's
draining Kiss into Raging Bolt.
Crucial, but that last turn was big, right? It ends up just being Collision Course into Incineroar. There was
Not
the
me.
ability for Clefairy to go for a Follow Me, and then Incineroar to go for a Parting Shot. It's not what we end up seeing happening, so Urshifu now comes out, but...
Does Friend Guard raise your defense and special defense for your ally?
Like a helping
Or is it just defense? Can't remember.
It's the last turn of Sun
Both,
as well.
isn't it?
So you could, of course, try to go for another Protect, but that feels
Oh, a
really
Thunderclap
scary.
double in would
Urshifu might
KO
wanna
everything,
protect it,
yeah.
Clefairy just gets picked
Good
off,
point.
and then the Shadow Rider is just outsped, right? And
Then
so
follow me.
It's still really scary for Paul, in my opinion, because at any given point in the battle, he only has one thing threatening with offense.
It feels like such a volatile turn as well, because what if you go for Follow Me?
There's both. There we go. I thought it was, but I started second guessing.
And then Urshifu is a bit more free and clear, but still having
Because I was thinking, basically, Clefairy's just a fucking...
Not only are you going to be dealing
Clefairy is like an
damage, but
Eviolite
also
that you
that
don't
negative
hold.
effect where you're going to be dropping your defenses.
Absolutely, and so yeah, going for the safe Follow Me here, just saying, look, you can take the knockout with your Cridon and get a lot of damage onto your Raging
Supervision
Bolt.
for my private work in
There's
2
the
minutes.
Flare
I'm back in an
Blitz
hour.
that
No
comes out.
worries.
This is going to be so scary for Paul, right? Because Clefairy is going
That's
to
a
bait now.
big
and then
Flare
the Raging
Blitz.
Bolt is going to survive close combat and launch back with a Thunderbolt as well. Eric crucially not trying to get fancy with a Thunderclap or anything there. And so
Oh, boy.
Urshifu will be taken down to Focus Sash. And that speed boost earlier from Cridon was a really, really big deal. Close combat does a lot of damage there. I actually wonder
Is that
if
Astral
he
Barrage
would
range,
hand close
though?
combat
Probably
there,
not,
whether that
because
would've
it's...
secured the knockout.
Yeah,
Now
well-
Raging Bolt gets the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and
I mean,
especially-
it's
ooh,
safety
of course you
goggles
have that
Raging
Focus
Bolt,
Sash
so...
field to hang on, but even so, now you've got the Thunderclap. You have no way to actually try to remove that. The sun has gone away, but I think the damage has already been done. This
Nah, mate,
Rhino is
Aqua Jet.
faster than Calyrex.
Aqua Jet into
So
Coridon.
long ago, and it looks like it's just 2 attacks away from Eric.
Aqua Jet into Coridon, because that will go before Thunderclap.
Yeah, it's like, how do you stop Thunderclap onto Urshifu and then a Flare Blitz?
And then Astral Barrage.
With that speed boost. And can't stress how important
Yeah, it's
that
got
speed
no
boost
Assault
is.
Vest.
Without
It's
that speed
safety
boost,
goggles.
Calyrex actually would outpace, and then you have Astral Barrage pressure. You can protect your Urshifu, go for an Astral
Has he
Barrage,
got?
for
Has he got
example.
Aqua Jet?
So,
Surely he's
Raging
got
Bolt's
Aqua
putting in
Jet.
so much
It's
work.
Urshifu
And
wet.
just a tanky Pokemon that can also dish out damage, and so that's why I was talking about the potential Miraidon adjustment for Paul going into this next game. But this is one of the key things about Cridon. Being able to get that speed boost means then your late game against Calyrex.
Are they seeing something that I'm not?
This is why I think it's a
You
really
need to see
tough matchup
Urshifu's
for
moves.
Paul, right? I feel like he played so,
Urshifu wet
so
means
well,
it's
but
the
in the
water
end,
type
it's still
Urshifu and not the
might
dark
not be enough.
type.
He's banking on his Calyrex being bulky enough now to survive a Flare Blitz.
At least the sun is gone, but with the terrestrialization, you're still
Oh,
getting
Coridon
that
faster.
Flare Blitz's damage, no matter how small, and this Calyrex just cannot withstand that power. Goes down. And
What?
It's just as Urshifu
Did I miss
on
something?
1
Why was
HP.
Cor-
That's
Oh,
all.
Flame
It's
Charge.
definitely gonna take
Oh.
what is going
It had
to
a Flame
happen in
Charge
game
boost.
for
Yes,
Steve.
sorry, I
And
forgot
Aaron,
that
we gotta
bit.
talk about conditioning.
That's
a
why I
little
need to take
bit.
notes.
Paul had that flawless game number 1.
Yep.
On this first turn of game 2, Eric could have
Yeah.
done something different, maybe expecting that Whimsicott to come back out.
Yeah, no,
Decided to
Coridon
kinda
had got
stick to his
+1
guns
speed.
A little bit in terms of that duo. And now for
Yeah,
this
Aqua
third
Jet was the
game,
play, right?
Is Paul gonna fall into a trap? Bring that Miraidon, and
That's good
Eric
yogurt.
expects that and is able to kind of get the jump on it.
Da-da-da.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this endgame is also interesting. There was the ability to click Aqua
Yeah,
Jet
that's...
into a Cridon.
There
Cridon
goes the
probably wouldn't be able to
battle.
survive it, but now after the recoil,
It was in
it's
range!
Aqua Jet
I
obviously
told
gets
you!
around at the Thunderclap as well, and so
I told you to use Aqua Jet
not
Ball!
gonna be able to win if he thinks like Aqua Jet, even with the crit, isn't going to.
What,
knock him
yogurt?
out. I don't think he's gonna
Activia.
be hoping for a mistake from Eric's end.
Raspberry and
Either way,
chia
though, Eric ends up not
seeds.
going for Thunderclap.
Chia
It's
seeds
like,
are good
okay,
for
you're probably gonna
preventing
go for Aqua
hunger
Jet instead.
and
It's gonna be a really
cravings.
tough endgame either way because the Cridon
Sun was
pressure
gone, there
with
was a
the Flare
chance.
Blitz
The
was
sun was
really
gone last
powerful.
turn!
Paul maybe could have tried to
The
go
sun was
for,
gone
like,
when he
a
detected.
Protect with the Shadow Rider and then like surging strikes, but then it's like if
Oh!
your phase, your Calyrex isn't going
He
to
just
be
wanted a
able to
game
hit
3.
back anyway, and so I think like
You'll
Eric
gut
just
me
has
over
so
the moon
much
with you now. It
defense
fucking
on his
should
side
be. It
as
hates
well
me
as so
normally.
much offense, and that's what makes
Yeah.
this feel like a pretty lopsided matchup.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Mate,
But now what?
why didn't he do it?
Is the question,
Like,
yeah.
I want to go back to that
Oh!
discussion really quickly
Totally.
because if you're
It's too
expecting
passive, yeah, a little bit.
Paul to bring the Miraidon out, given that it would
If Matt Manectric was in my chat and I
on,
played that,
then if
he'd
you're
say,
Eric,
Liam, you
you
played
can't
too
bring that
passive at the end of that
Yeah,
game.
right.
Yeah,
You could have done
yeah,
a bit. It was too
exactly,
late in the game to be
exactly.
that passive.
It's so interesting. Like I like the decision to drop Calyrex, quite frankly.
Eric's still an Incin in
even
the
if
back,
you think Maridon's coming back
so he's probably a bit
up,
worried.
because the Incineroar is just so big. big.
But if he had Instant in the back, but he had Urshibershi.
who are you dropping, right? In this case, he's actually brought every Pokemon on his team other than that Miraidon. So if you're bringing Miraidon, you're bringing Calyrex.
Well done. Well done. Don't do that again.
The Urshifu once again feels so crucial just to deal damage into the opposing Incineroar. It's really hard to figure out, like, what is the right Pokemon to drop here. Like, Clefairy also...
I suppose Instinct could have faked it out, but then you just detect to get rid of that.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think the Miraidon adjustment maybe makes the most sense, but maybe Paul's comfortable saying, you know, I think my game modes in 1 and 2 actually worked. I just need to be a little bit sharper in terms of my play.
Up the Paul Chewer. Up the Paul Chewer.
Instead of the protect that turn.
Save detect for the fake out, then close combat, right? Close cummies. Stop.
Again, it is going to be
they're right back in. Fucking hell, I was going to watch my hands again. And my face.
We also saw that Clefairy take 50%
Ooh,
damage
baby.
it switched in, right? So, you know, how long can you really expect
Another Intimidate
to hang around? But as we get into this third game,
I'm so annoyed about that misclip, messing up the sandwich. Rip.
How
are you doing, Scrag? How's your day treating you?
First turn. Both players very comfortable with the Pokemon that they've led for the first 2 games of this series.
Yeah, the Feraligatr transition sick. Aquajet, but then either it or Cali dies to Thunderclap in his head. And then Instant fakes out. Cali Shadow can't knock it out. I suppose, yeah.
It's going to be Urshifu. And so this is really, really scary. Oh my goodness. Okay.
True.
He's thinking about going for fake out on a Flutterby. That would cover for normal Terra, but we haven't seen Terra at on. So Paul being like, you know what? I'm happy to just play it safe and go for the same play I went for the previous game.
He probably did intentionally, but just wasn't the right play.
Lose the game on the spot. But it's going to be a Terra coming out here.
Yeah, what misclip?
No
Oh, I thought Talon meant they'd misclipped, so they're messing up their sandwich. Like, I thought they meant, like, they dropped one of the ingredients in the wrong place.
The extra damage output on Crydon and the defense is nice, and so here we go. Trade in.
Hindsight's always 2020. It's always easier. These battles are always easier from where we're sat than from where they're sat. We gotta remember that. Yeah, that's what I thought, Talon. I thought it was something like that. Working down in Birmingham all week now, so get ready for that. Oh boy, staying overnight. Ooh, Mackey's for dinner.
But the Icy Wind is going to help out for the next turn.
And no protect from Crydon, so this is actually a huge difference maker because
damn,
Calyrex gets an Astral Barrage off into Crydon. That's a ton of damage, and so it's a better start, right? This is what Paul was actually probably hoping for in the previous game.
Damn, bruh.
Oh my goodness.
A lot, right? And if Crydon just takes like recoil damage from Flare Blitz, Aquajet will probably be a KO even in the sun. And so it's a much better start for Paul this time.
Coming next week, can't wait to do the 3 fun things they have there. You can go to Star City, you go Resorts World, go an hour to the east and go to Liam's house.
Paul gets the better end of the trade, and this is so important in what I think is such a tricky
oh boy.
And this Incineroar is going to be doing a lot of damage
too.
Even though this Koraidon does have that Terra Fire, you can still use Knockoff, get rid of that Clear Amulet for later. If for some reason
I'm ready.
Stick around, but any amount of damage on top of this Shadow Rider Calyrex should be able to clean up no matter what.
It's weird to me seeing an Incin without Parting Shot.
Though, because with that Icy Wind, this Flutter
had Parting Shot, didn't it? No.
Did
it? I don't remember. Starter City, Bullring, other shopping center I can't remember the name of.
Flare Blitz. Yeah. Oh my
oh.
goodness. Okay, it's just Flare Blitz into Calyrex. So Incineroar is actually going to get an attack up. Can Flare Blitz and Sun knock out Koraidon right now?
Oh.
But could you imagine? I think Paul would have been able to win the game on the spot off of just that.
Top 3 things to do in Birmingham. No one. Leave. Oh, number 1, leave.
One more turn. Let's see what he can get done with these Pokemon.
Not there next week. Raw's on in Birmingham that week. Oh, mate.
Also, you still got to get there, right? Like, the key thing is this Koraidon has lost 95% of its health. One single Flare Blitz.
Please stop KOing squirrels. 459. Oh, mate, that is rough.
So I like how Paul played that last
bloody squabber.
Even if you collision course me, it's fine. I'll then get
better than London, though. I like London more than Birmingham. I feel safer in London than Birmingham, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks flashy to keep an Incineroar out against a Koraidon. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Don't lie.
To maybe what we saw in the previous game. Paul now
Amma, you're biased, though.
I just protected that Calyrex.
Big boy damage.
Very vulnerable.
Luthermane, where do you go, Sting?
Eric saying, I actually want to save this for the end game.
And it's going to be his own Incineroar, and it's going to have a nice touch versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Ooh.
Also have the Assault Vest.
What if there's a Cali switch?
Defensive typing.
Yeah, I called it.
Say, see you later. If this
Liam,
gets taken out,
if you were paying attention, you'd have seen that he was switching. We're at 10 intimidates already. This is round 1.
Hopefully you're able to get
damage
that you feel happy with this
Ooh.
and it is almost a one-hit knockout.
Up the Clefairy. Up the Clefairy.
Good trade.
Yeah, but crucially, Clefairy survives, right? And so that is a really big deal in itself as well.
Eric Rios knocked out his own
Koraidon for success in this game, right? I think now that you've already eliminated Koraidon, it's going to be Instant, it's going to be Fluttermane. The question from Eric's end is it going to be the Raging
JK? Well done, well done. How you doing, Riddlong? Ride along. How you doing, Riddlong?
I'm afraid of you switching to Whimsicott. Paul doesn't even bring the Whimsicott, and so gets such a better trade, and now one of the main pieces of offense is eliminated from his end.
But you still have to look at this Raging Bolt as such a key piece. Unlike Paul, who's really putting a lot of emphasis onto that Shadow Rider Calyrex, we already saw the damage that this Raging Bolt is capable of. Paul knows the Clefairy is under threat, decides to protect it, but that leaves this Incineroar, unfortunately, on the receiving end of this fake out. And can this Raging Bolt follow up with some damage? It does. The Thunderbolt into the Incineroar.
That did fucking nothing!
Chip there while you've already bought yourself that turn with the fake out.
Oh my goodness, this feels so tense right now.
Why did that Thunderbolt do so little?
Paul definitely is like, okay, this is gone.
That was a photosynthesis boosted Thunderbolt.
Right, because I'm ahead, but this is a tough matchup.
That's a bulky instant, but even then, it's not even Assault Vest. Oh, Clefairy, you're right. Okay, yeah, valid. Yeah, Frengard, whoopsie. Nah, he's a Rocky Helmet instant.
Question is, maybe you want to actually just sacrifice both
Frengard go brrr.
free switch-ins into both Calyrex as well as that Urshifu.
Is there enough damage on the board? Eric actually is not going to go for the knockout here. Protects this Raging Bolt instead. The Clefairy goes for the follow me. Paul knows something is going to be going down this turn as long as this Incineroar actually went for damage.
Oh!
The Clefairy does not get knocked out from that U-turn. It survives with 1 HP.
A one hit, baby.
Giving you the ability to pivot, but Clefairy is a bulky Pokemon. It refuses to go down.
Mate.
I'm actually wondering if maybe a free switch in there could have been more beneficial for Paul there.
I think so.
Because then you can, get Urshifu and you threaten with Aqua Jet immediately. But either way, Clefairy hangs on.
That is
the
min.
knockoff into the Raging Bolt. Had that been a target into Fluttermane,
Oh, that's fair play, Smoliv. There you go.
For Paul. You force the Incineroar back in. There's no
it's running parting shot. Assault Vest to fuck it up. Yeah.
Does manage to come in for free.
I mean, think about it. Even if
the sun is gone.
Follow me here, you're gonna follow me in Icy Wind or something, and then you just have to hope that it misses at that point. And the Raging Bolt still is free and clear to get this knockout onto the Incineroar. So Paul's thing is a switch better. Do I want to protect this Clefairy? And Eric has a choice now of where to put the
Just in case it's stolen sun. There we go.
Play a lot. So I think what Paul was hoping for is, hey, I don't mind if you knock out Incineroar because then I have Clefairy, Calyrex, Shadow Rider. I can just help me hand Astral Barrage everything. Eric realizes, okay, I need instant back out on the field to deal with the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So let me use the pressure of Fluttermane and actually just pivot right back out. And so it's been a very awkward dance right now. Paul is like, I don't want to switch in my final 2 Pokemon. I don't want either of those taking a Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt comes out now, but with Frengard and no more
oh my god.
Actually manages to survive.
That instant has exactly 200 hit points.
Get rid of the safety goggles and do a little bit of damage, but there's no
that is bulky.
So
fucking hell.
That's not actually something that you're too worried about right now. If you're Eric, you're just like, oh, okay. That's just
oh my days.
Funny damage.
Exactly. Oh, this is so
This is
close.
wild.
I feel like Paul has the
is that a max HP instant? I don't
right
care.
Now and figure out how to weave it all into one place, right? Because once again, it's so scary if you end up switching into your Urshifu.
Hello, me.
So Paul's saying, you know what? I'm okay. You can just knock out my Pokemon now. Please. Let me get my free switch.
High power knockoff, right?
Just one knockout. Just 2 knockouts, please.
Imagine Clefairy lived on 1 from there.
Finishes off his Clefairy,
from 1 to 1.
Hunting for a couple of turns now. And with the U-turn, that's another knockout.
Oh, that's that free switch.
Is it a little awkward? Now this Incineroar is not going to be in front of the Shadow Rider.
Exactly, yeah. And also the Rocky Helmet's been kind of a big deal, right? You're getting chip damage onto the Incineroar. That adds up when you're facing down a Shadow Rider in the back. And so, exactly like you said, Rose, now it's like...
It's only in story mode when the Pokemon love you too much, yeah.
Next to each other, and it's Focus Sash Urshifu. I think this is the position that Paul is aiming for. You can't protect the Fluttermane either, and so something just like an Astral Barrage plus close combat right now feels so safe.
Really does. I mean, you would have even looked at this Fluttermane.
Damn.
You maybe go for something like that Icy Wind, but the fact that you have that priority move onto that Urshifu, this
no berry for you.
probably without even getting a move off. And then the Raging Bolt, can it do enough? I suppose it could protect this turn, and you just let this
Nah, mate.
Flutter Mane get
Draining
sacrificed,
Kiss.
but
Draining Kiss on Raging Bolt. Aqua Jet on Flutter.
I think it's like if you protect, you're facing down close combat pressure. So I think Paul has the pieces right now. Let's see how Eric deals with this, because I don't see an immediate response. I think your best bet is maybe switch.
Thunderclap doesn't KO Urshi anyway because it's got Focus Sash.
Off into Urshifu, and you're hoping you survive Astral Barrage plus close combat, but this is the dream.
How does Calyrex get 2 abilities? Cheeky bastard.
Awkwardly putting that Flutter Mane back out.
But to be fair, one of them's unnerved, so that's not. Let's not worry about that.
And Eric losing that Koraidon, yep, it's going to be the pivot. Losing the Koraidon so early and only getting damage onto the Clefairy was an amazing trade for Paul, and he has weaved this so nicely.
Oh, this has been mint.
You can see the frustration on Eric's face. He knows that this is going to be a crucial last couple of turns, and it comes so close in this best of 3. The Raging Bolt's going to play it a little bit safe here. It's going to protect itself from this Astral Barrage from the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
But what did Urshifu do?
To its special attack for the future, but this Urshifu can.
It doesn't really matter what Urshifu did, to be honest.
And so how much
that Incin's got to be in range.
Actually get up. It would have been a knockout into that Incineroar, but the Raging Bolt takes that.
Okay.
Takes it okay, but that's still a lot, right? And so, like, how are you ever dealing
double
with
protect?
Calyrex now? It's, yeah, I think you could pretty easily just double protect right now.
See,
I think the main question I have
I'm thinking like Aaron Zeng. Let's go. That's beautiful.
If so, you think it's going to KO, you can always double protect and then just Astral Barrage
mate.
combat the Incineroar slot, and you should be good there. And so
this is wild.
This has just been so massively handled by Paul. Like, being able to bring Urshifu and actually stall out the Sun from Koraidon has been beautifully played, right? And
so
let's go.
The Urshifu is positioned for success, and once again, it's not easy to execute this because there's so much going up against Urshifu,
Mate.
right? Especially that Sun. But Paul recognizes that, plays to his wing condition.
That's just the
double
play.
protect,
That's
allows
just
him
the
to get
play.
around the fake out this turn, and now it's just Astral Barrage close combat this next turn.
Paul can taste it. A first round victory would help set the momentum and the pace for the rest of this tournament. And I know both trainers want it, but it's slipping away from Eric after a good couple of turns.
Aqua Jet the Incin. Aqua Jet the Incin.
So close to being
Do
able
it.
to start off the World Championships with a win.
It doesn't really matter, but.
What Eric was going for is like, okay, maybe Paul makes a mistake and just like attacks with Urshifu.
And around one play you get when only the top 75 of the region get to compete, yeah.
Should have the game secured, and once again, it was just getting the offense out perfectly. It's actually
Ooh.
but even with the crit, you can see it's not going to be enough damage.
It's so bulky, but Paul shrugs it off like it's nothing.
Nice.
The Astral Barrage gets a KO into the Raging Bolt, and the Incineroar is not going to be around.
Do you think Aqua Jet can win it next turn?
Urshifu has set its sights on that final enemy there with the close combat. You get this.
Do you think a 1 HP Flutter Mane can win this?
Aqua Jet away from bringing Paul the victory.
I think if you want
GG's.
to point to a match in VGC, and
GG's.
you're like, oh, like, matchups are such a big part of VGC. How can I ever win in a tough matchup? Show them this set, because
who won out of Riley Factora and Jamal?
Champion, one of the greatest players of all time. Paul figured out a way to win here. I think if you look at these teams on paper, it looks so difficult. But this is what makes Worlds so exciting.
Who knows?
Paul knows, you know what, Koraidon is not in this matchup. I'm going to drop it. Brings the Urshifu all 3 games against this Koraidon Sunbase team and secures a round 1 victory
I think
here.
they're between. I don't know, actually.
Kick off the World Championships in Anaheim for 2025. Paul Ruiz, the
Mate, that was
2018
baller.
World Champion, comes in with a pretty okay season. I think for Paul Ruiz's standard.
That were mint. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in this other round over here.
Out into the Zimmer Center. Yes, it
there's no game
But
audio.
Most crucially, Astral Barrage does come out here. So
What's going on here?
Just as well, giving any kind of support that you want to.
Because they're both
You
at
have the
0-0.
You have the follow me. You have the fake out. You have every possible option, every possible
was
move
that?
you're able to play. So very well played there by Juan there, making sure that just
Love me some Costa. Love me some Schmon.
For Juan, that must have felt like
Joseph
a relief.
won? Holy
Seeing
shit.
his name next to Riley Factura. That is something scary to face off against. But now, with this confidence, I do feel that Juan might be able to carry it on through into the next round.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, did they not just up the numbers? Oh, I don't think they upped the numbers.
I
think.
Second.
Where was the match?
I think, like,
Where was the match?
multiplier added onto the +2, bringing it to a +3.
This was round 1.
Special attack as the Woodhammer will be targeting the Calyrex on Riley's side. Juan.
Oh, I think it was a 2-0.
Absolutely.
As well, Calyrex Shadow Rider.
But they didn't update the layout. Oh, okay. That's fine. We'll continue with that. We'll be back soon. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, let's move that back over here. And then let's go back to this one.
Display of skill, though, and this makes me so excited for the rest of the day.
That reminds me of a TikTok audio. Let's have a look at some of the winners.
Just absolute bangers.
Emily Parson won round 1, baby. Let's go. Up the Emily. Up the Emily.
Yeah, like, oh, so much Pokemon action.
Let's search for some names.
That was just such an exhilarating
Silva.
set. Like, I
Marco
keep thinking
Silva
about,
won.
EOYT.
JB Boy won. Nah. JB Boy. JB Boy. Wolfie's still playing.
Since there just wasn't enough offense for like the inside or in the end game, but yeah,
Shohei Kimura still playing.
Back with the exact same Pokemon. I'm going to make the same turn 1 play as well.
How'd you spell Azarelli?
This time I think
wait.
single Astro Barrage. I mean, this is
Jody.
why Calyrex is such a crazy
Jody Azarelli
Pokemon,
lost.
One Astro Barrage can literally be the
no.
difference between losing and winning a game. And that
how did Len do?
You got onto the Koraidon to start off the game
Len
was
duel.
absolutely huge. But that was just peak Pokemon, and it was just beautiful to watch. It felt like, you know, Eric's matchup is probably a little bit more
Len
favorable.
lost to Justin Tang.
So
I mean,
Paul
Justin
recognized,
Tang's
okay,
cracked,
this
so
is
that
not
makes
the
sense.
easiest. Let me figure out a way to maneuver
Luca
it.
Charabelli
Yeah, once
is
again,
still
just
playing.
dropping your restricted in all 3 games. Eric dropping his Rice Rider in 2 games as well. Like
Brian Collins.
This is what Worlds is about.
It's definitely
You can't
not an
even
easy
spell Liam.
decision to make. The
I can spell
reason why
Liam.
we have these
Brian
restricted
Collins won.
Pokemon on each team is because they're considered
Francesco
to be
DiBiase.
incredibly powerful. We don't want everybody to run a team of Miraidon, Koraidon.
Riley lost to Juan.
Color.
That was the one on the other stream. That was the one on the other stream, Emma.
Whatever you want. So we limit it to 2 in some of our formats.
The one with no game audio.
And so the fact that you've got access to these super powerful
I'm trying to
Pokemon,
type in
you say,
Oscar.
I'm gonna leave one at
Oscar
home.
lost.
I
No.
don't need it. I got a Raging Bull. I got Urshifu.
Don't worry,
They're
Oscar. You
kinda
got
just
this.
as powerful, but it's so cool to see that, and reminds me that Pokemon is just such a skill expressive.
Fucking
game.
love Pokemon, but first I need to wash my hands. Santa Claus gonna wash them. Do you know how many rounds there are? Surely there's not enough people for the normal amount. I think there's 8 rounds.
So hard to bring,
Maybe.
But
the sun, like the typing.
Exactly, but Paul recognizes even if this is not what feels like the best Pokemon, I kind of have to bring it because otherwise, how in the world do I deal with the Sylveus Incineroar on the opposing end? Like that alone can soak up so much damage while also disrupting with knockoff and Flare Blitz in the sun. So Paul is like, okay, this probably doesn't feel great. I gotta bring the Urshifu, and Urshifu in some ways actually kind of felt like the MVP in so many of those games. It was able to just keep getting damage off of close combat, right? And so that's what makes these like dual restricted formats so interesting to watch and follow, because you have probably come up with such concrete game plans that it might play out very differently than if you were just like approaching this matchup for the first time. And this is the World Championships. These players have prepped so hard and they know their lines generally against the top teams, right? And so, yeah, I think it was just so cool to see from Paul's end. And I mean, that game 1 in particular, it was just a masterclass.
And can we talk a little bit about how Paul has actually navigated this double restricted format? Just to give people some context before we speak to him, Santiago, he used Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon with Chestnut, which is such a cool out of left field Pokemon. And then he takes that core and adds Pachirisu to it for NAIC to get top 128. And now he's landed on something that is a bit more standard, but still has some really cool pieces to it. But I think maybe that it helps to give you a little bit more confidence than maybe some of these niche picks.
Absolutely. I am so excited to hear from Paul there. I know that was an exhilarating battle, and I believe we have an interview ready with him. So let's go throw it down and hear from Paul.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Rose. And honestly, thank you for the perfect setup. I'm here with former world champion Paul Ruiz, who had a top 128 finish at NAIC with Chestnut and Pachirisu. Feels like you're playing a little bit more seriously this time around.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was playing seriously also at NAIC. I mean, probably you think, most people would think like, oh, you're bringing Pachirisu 10 or 11 years after. Like,
I'm
you
back,
are
baby.
Probably a little bit washed, but no, I mean, in a format where Miatan's everywhere and having that follow me with immunities is actually really...
Why did he say Pachirisu? He brought Clefairy, huh?
Unfortunately for the little baby Pachirisu, NAIC didn't go as well as I wanted.
Lost so much I didn't even show up. Niels Dunlop lost? Oh my god. I mean, it's only round 1 though. Chopper Cross lost his round 1. Fuck.
One of the rounds in
Chopper Cross is the 4th Chopper Cross. How'd Wolf do? Wolf's still playing. Wolf's game is still in progress.
All 3 games because he saw the Pachirisu, so it was doing his job. But yeah, I'm taking this tournament obviously seriously because of the World Championships. And yeah,
Maybe I didn't hear his whole story.
To, win on stream against Eric Rios,
Arcanine Labs was uploaded. Last updated just now.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
give
Wolf's
away
still
all
playing.
your secrets, but how have you been able to adjust to using
Well,
so
fair
many
play to
different restricted
Diego, because I
Pokemon
assume that
throughout
means
this
Diego
format?
took Wolf to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was always in the.
It's in the mind games, though. It'd be harder to come back from a round 1 loss. Yeah.
I think is the best restricted.
It's going to be rough.
And I used Koraidon at NAIC. I had been using Koraidon for the entire, probably Reg I.
Whoa.
Right? And I feel like Koraidon is still really strong.
Oh, I didn't send that.
But
Oh.
this time I wanted to change a little bit. I went with Miraidon.
Had to make lunch and then put Liam on the bigger screen. Ooh, Liam in HD's
here,
nuts.
I feel like it's
Best
also
way to
really
live.
strong, and I feel like playing with double restricted is a little bit.
Yeah, this is the World Championships, man. This is some wild shit.
Sometimes you kind of have like that mindset that, hey, you have to bring both your restricteds every single time because it's a double restricted format. Otherwise, you're not, let's say, playing optimally or something like that. But I think one of the hardest things for everyone that is like trying to play this format seriously is understanding when you don't.
Taron lost? Oh, mate. UK
and
rough
how
gang.
You can actually play
It's all up to Joseph.
without it. That was the hardest part. And I think,
It's all up to Joseph.
when you have Pokemon like Fluttermane, Urshifu, Chiyu, Chien-Pao, Raging
One of these
Bull,
days, I'll
sometimes
replace
you
it,
can
but it
make
still
exceptions
works.
and
Aww.
just bring the others because they are
TV is old and
sometimes
semi-small.
even
My
stronger
semi's
for the
not small,
matchup
thank you.
Than their restricted.
Yeah, but looking back at that game 1, I mean, it felt like you were really trying to clear the field for that Urshifu to take the win. It felt like towards the end of the game, you were just stalling out the weather, trying to align those surging strikes. Was that always the plan from turn 1?
Yeah, so it's a really difficult matchup because, that team has
Really could have had the
a
shiny
lot
in
of
2
different
minutes. Mate, you
directions
shouldn't have
can
fucked
go
up.
for. Like,
That's what I'm telling you.
Something that surprised me that I actually didn't read at the first time was that the Calyrex didn't have Trick Room. So in my mind, I was like, oh, this is those teams that have Trick Room Calyrex and like a fast mode. And then I was like, maybe it was like turn 2 or 3 when I was like, okay, what's the Calyrex moveset? Oh, it doesn't have Trick Room. So that changes
Dill
a
lost?
little bit,
No,
but I
Dill!
was initially preparing for like the standard Koraidon Calyrex with the Trick Room option, even though it was not the case this time. But the team is really hard.
Sean Amanda's TV, you know what you need to do. Oh my god, yes.
Because it has a lot of different directions. I said,
All right,
Koraidon
oops.
is I used
Disappear.
Koraidon a lot before NAIC.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Totally hoggers.
Nice.
That, like, Urshifu,
Lovely
which
stuff.
Could feel like a weird pick to bring
On the
against a
TV,
team
yeah.
that's
Tell me when I'm on the TV. What am I doing?
Really
Oh, I was going to check on. I'm going to check and see if there's any update on Wolf. Wonder if Alfie in seniors is the one from Brum Locals. Oh my god, he probably is, right? Surely.
I can at least get an attack off, and there's an Incineroar. If I can
Is he UK?
stall the sun, I can Surge and Strikes, and if I cannot stall the sun, well,
Wolf Glick won against Diego. Let's hear it for Wolf Glick.
Right? And for Fluttermane, I have
Wolfie won round 1.
I managed to put at 1 HP. So it was kind of like the strategy. I know that.
So in his Worlds video this time next year, it's going to be,
really tough,
I
but
finally
also knew that
defeated
if I
my
can
first
stall
opponent.
Sun,
Round 1
he
and the
seems
stage
really,
is set.
less oppressive against me. And,
There are only 7 more rounds of Swiss to go, but I am on such a high, but I can't celebrate just yet. Because my next opponent is a real tough one. It's be like that. Ruby loves Worlds. Ruby's fucking warm. You fucking warm?
Shout out to my family.
Cheese! Oh, she loves cheese. That's a very good idea. Ruby!
Helping me in the last month preparing for this tournament. And yeah,
Little
I'm
bit
really
cheese.
thankful for being part of this small country with such a big heart.
Didn't even have to tell her, mate. Didn't even have to tell her.
I'm gonna try my best.
How you doing, Breen? Breen.
We had a really strong,
That's the one. That's his name.
Here with Eric. I think it was a really, really good match.
Oh yeah, I was gonna check D's nuts.
Yeah,
don't open in that window, you bastard.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Trying to
And
log
best of
into
luck in the rest of the tournament.
Streamlabs.
And to all y'all watching at home, we'll be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the one.
Make sure you
That's the one.
all the action. Capture all the battles.
Ben! No, we've not had any. We didn't get any alerts during that.
For glory.
Hey, yo. Let's go. What am I doing? Oh, that was the wrong login, Liam. Oh, it's fine. Log right back out. Pikachu, why don't you suck my balls, Mr. Garrison? Have you ever had a telly what is on the TV? Here we go. Lovely. Oh, this is Amma's Wolfie. I managed the win, which is great for my mental state. But this game was so grueling, and my next opponent has a team I haven't prepared for at all. Oh my god, yes, I can hear it now.
Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battle's with.
Luckily, I found time to eat a quick banana. He loves to do that, doesn't he? Wolf and Glickus.
It's gonna be legendary.
Yo, he was in some short shorts. What up, daddy? Out of my system.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Fucking
lizard, lizard, lizard.
What the hell is even that?
Oh, that's me, and that's Ben. We love Ben.
Let's take a moment to look back at some highlights from earlier on in the season. I'm joined here.
Notice
by
it's always
Ben
luckily.
Kiriakou, and you're going to tell us
Wins
all
Worlds,
about
he'll
the
tell us how he
Latin
keeps his
American
nerves down.
International
Yeah.
Championships that happened last November.
Yeah, I mean, so picture this, guy.
It's the old superhero trope.
Championship Sunday.
Of now I have to play better than I've ever played before. Yeah.
Two trainers.
Will you and Sophie be in a Pokemon World Championship next time? No. Neither of us are good enough at the game.
Victor Medina, who has not yet won a major, still to this day.
Victor
has
Medina.
not yet won a major, but so many great accomplishments. Opposing him, Marco Silva. He is a two-time international champion already. He's the defending LAIC champion. And these two are playing up against each other in the finals. Not only that, we've got Sun versus Rain. We've got this completely crazy format that we're playing, Regulation Set H. These two trainers battling it out, and Marco takes it with a team, by the way, that he's popularized all the way through the format too. Everybody knows what it is. Everybody's expecting it. He's like 24 for 4 in tournament results right
Watching
now.
you on the TV and reminding me I need to get a new plant for the planter on the ledge above the TV. Lol.
Take the LAIC champion, 3-time international championships. What an incredible match it was.
And really the start of an incredible season for Marco. Just having that team, everybody knew what he was going to do and just completely unstoppable.
Yeah, completely. And, you know, I don't want to flash forward too much, but he's had quite a consistent season this time around. He's one of our players for sure to watch this weekend.
And not just him, but his brother as well.
Yeah, winning in the...
You get regional, getting the top 4 at
division,
UFC to even qualify. Never mind afford to travel to San Fran, right?
This hyper-aggressive style. They
I gotta get good, man.
test together. And, yeah, I'm feeling like he's going to be one of those players to watch when he ages up into the Masters division.
For sure. Well, thank you, Ben, for the memories. And we'll show you some more memories from the 2025 season later on in the broadcast. Thanks for watching.
Bye-bye.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had. I'm
Check
on the edge
way.
of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo.
Luca!
This is a player that has
Hell
worked
yeah.
so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies.
Oh, hell yeah.
of the play
If you qualify,
really
I'll make sure you get across there.
really
Oh! But I won't qualify.
Playing VGC in 2017 after watching.
Oh, right. You got to do the UIC next year. We're all doing it.
The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I
Maybe we should do a stream where when the first wave of EUIC registrations goes live, we all sit and stream and do it together.
The plays I make.
Obviously, sign up off screen.
Something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also
the reigning champion, baby.
He always knows what to do and
the F5 party stream, yeah, right.
I've never been to a World
Shiny Rose raid, nice.
Two finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from
so much pressure.
Watching you, the tension is sky high.
Slowpoke hat.
My number worst goal
well,
was
it's not a hat, is it?
To top cut words. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
I still say it. If Professor Brian Cox was Italian, Luca Cherubelli.
Winning the World Championships haven't really kicked in how much this means for me.
Once in Hawaii was mad. It was.
Else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
What a wholesome representative for the entire community. Luca Cherubelli! Hell yeah. Oh, a minute to Swiss round 2. Let's go. Oh, it's a great trainer. Not being shit like Liam. Oh.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people.
It's fucking Tara!
Like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being
it's fucking spooky. I don't know, but you know what? I'm happy they got on the thing.
With your opponent, even during the match and after, are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's
it's fucking Case 597.
Learn, you gotta enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot.
If that's not me, oh, that's not me then. I hate people. Oh, Amma.
A good trainer is someone.
It's fucking Mama Climbs.
And open-minded.
Do you think she climbs?
And willing to.
That guy that jumps in the shot and instantly leaves is my favorite fucking thing. Wait, no, I don't care. Go back. He fucking. He walks right in.
And
oh fuck. He didn't want to look like a dickhead, but he did. It's Joseph Ugarte.
Parts of the game that are within your control, and also.
Did everyone else have subtitles, or was it just Joe Ugarte? What the fuck? Wait.
Can be more
okay, everyone did. I was gonna say.
And you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities.
That'd be fucking rude.
What really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
They call me the bean burglar. I burgled the beans. Ah, there we go. There's the audio. Worlds. Go on, Spragle. Show us the Pokemon Center. Oh.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships for 2025. We are here in Anaheim, California, and we have just finished our first round of Swiss. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined, of course, by the.
Oh, they've had to do double duty.
And I don't know where we go from this after that first round. Like, where do we go?
Rose, I love commentating Worlds with you because I feel like there's something in the air where it always delivers. You know, of course, we were in Yokohama 2 years ago.
They so wholesome.
If I remember correctly, I think we might have actually commentated Eric on round 1 stream there as well against Emilio Forbes, and Eric ended up winning in that one. But I feel like we just keep getting really crazy sets, and that one to me is really, like the last set we just had was really exciting to me because I think it showcases Pokemon at a really high level. I think if there's a lot of other players that you put in Paul Ruiz's position, I think they honestly just lose 0-2 because the matchup against Eric feels quite unfavorable.
Yeah.
We heard Paul talk about that in his interview.
Anyone notice the game 3 alarm that round? No. Oh, I hope they've dropped it.
Whether it be, for example, in game 1, turn 1, hard switching Incineroar when it had fake out pressure to Koraidon into a Whimsicott, which then could encore, and then really conditioning that fear into Eric.
Don't be a dickhead,
worried about Whimsicott switching in, you know, in the future games. But of course, Paul representing LATAM, and this is a region that is stacked with talent.
Oh, Juan won his round, right, against Riley.
You can't sleep on them, especially when you take a look at the list of players that we have here on your screen. Juan Salerno, I think, has become easily one of the best and brightest in Latin America. This year alone, he's won the Rio de Janeiro Regional Championships, but he also comes in as a 4-time regional champion across the seniors and the masters division, and it always shows up in a big way when it comes to the international championships. I think last year, his international International Championship performance was particularly impressive. Top 16 at NAIC, top 32 at EUIC, and a top 128 at LAIC. Still impressive when you consider that our ICs now are over 1,000 players. Like, it's a lot of people to call yourself.
Hello, Fruity. It is Worlds. It's proper good.
Absolutely.
It's proper
and Gabriel
good.
Gatti and Sebastian Escalante, also two of the best players ever from LATAM. I think Paul Ruiz very much set the course for LATAM, showed that we are a really good region.
How's your day
Stop
treating you, Fruity
underrating
love?
us, and Agati and Sebastian are both players that have had tremendous performances on the international stage as well. Sebastian, in my opinion, was one of
How's
the
Kay's boyfriend
most
doing?
outstanding players back in the
Oh,
2017
Wolf, he won.
era.
He won his first round.
Took a long break from the game,
We
but he's
didn't
back
see it,
now,
but he
so
won it.
I'm really excited to see that he's back at Worlds.
And I think for Gabriel Agati,
We're just going from work. Damn.
how does a player? I think some of his best
Feet up, bra off. Job's a good one.
Totally. Yeah.
So I can't wait.
That's
to
what you
see
do when you
he's
go in
able
from
to
work,
do
innit?
on this big international stage again, and he's come so close. And a lot
The
of
fact
these
I knew
World
it was Wolf.
Championships,
It took
even
you. It
just
took you a
in one of
moment
those
though, Liam.
other
You're
double
getting
restricted
sloppy.
2019, top 16
I've got
in the
IBS,
world.
mate. I'm always
You
getting
know,
sloppy.
he
Oh
has it in
no,
him,
that
and
sounds
so
horrible. Don't
I'm
say that
very
ever
excited to see
again.
how all of
Hello,
these players
Jins. How are you doing,
will
babe?
do
Bra off
alongside
immediately.
Paul
Didn't
Ruiz
even get in the
for
door. She took off in the car.
couple. But now let's move over to Oceania because this is a region. They only had 3 regional championships this year, but they came out
That one, yep.
strong, and I hope they're able to put on a good performance for us as well at this World
That
Championships.
one.
Yeah,
I'm
3
doing a
phenomenal
little
players
bit
featured
admin.
here, and all I feel like with very different play styles from each other.
one.
Joji Kaeda, of course, been lights out and one of the top players, both in in-person tournaments as well as online play. And Diego coming off a top cut finish at the World Championships last year. He had this really unique team that was like hard trick room, and he
That was
managed to
horrible.
defeat
Wait,
Wolf Glick
that
in
was
the Swiss
awful.
rounds last year. I think Hard Trick Room
Do it
always
again.
difficult to
What did I
pilot, but he
do?
felt like he was truly on top of the world with it in the previous year. Of course, Nicholas
What
Conti,
did I
previous
do?
World champion. Both him and his brother have won World
You
Championships.
fucking
in
rude
Pokemon.
person.
Nicholas in the video game.
Oh, the
his brother
IBS
in
thing.
the trading card
Oh,
game.
about
Way back in
sloppy.
2011 in
Listen,
San Diego,
it
he
upset
has northeast
Liam.
up to the Masters division, but he continues to be one of the
It
best
is what it
players
is.
from the region. I believe winning a
Okay,
regional
done that
championship this
one.
season as well.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
going to be
I'm
awesome
up to date with
see
admin.
how Oceania is able to represent. And they've always had really strong competitors at the top. I think, especially think of Meek and Rattle as one of those premier Oceania players that's able to was able to grab multiple top cut finishes here at the World Championships. So we'll be able to
Liam, can you
watch
calm down?
how
No.
these players do over the course of this weekend as well. But we've got more players that we'd like to highlight for you here because we just have so many incredible
Oh my
players
God,
that aren't
Pikachu!
small, but we've got to talk about Japan. Now, when it comes to Japan and the Asia Pacific
K-Song
region,
bye
they
yet? Would have
do
thought she'd be
follow
watching
different
along. I think,
tournament
I don't know.
formats
She's not at work today, is
for the
she?
World
She must be asleep.
And for Japan,
Have we seen her
had
today?
global challenges. If you were able to participate in our online
It's
competitions
Pikachu!
with Scarlet and Violet, we had our grand
It's
challenges, which were just open to
Kiwamu
our,
Endo. Fuck!
Europe and America regions. And then you also
Your
have
chances of
the
winning
global challenges.
drastically go
That's
down.
Really where the Japan players
Let's put that over there for now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh
Kazuki
shit, my
Kobayashi
Switch went to
had,
sleep. That's what happens when you
had,
leave it for like an
historic
hour.
performances in VGC. I think it was
I did
top
like
4
seeing
at the
Liam
World
in the crowd when the
Championships a couple
intermission
years
started.
ago, and then top 4 at the North American International Championships
Liam?
as well. And Yuma
I'm not
Kinugawa,
there.
I think if you
Huh?
win the Japanese National Championships, you are always one of the favorites
Huh?
coming into the World Championships. Like, there was this long
I'm
streak
not
where it
there.
was like whoever won
I'm at
Japanese
home.
Nationals would not get worse than top 16 at the World Championships.
You didn't see
And
yourself?
like you said, Rose, it's a
No?
completely different circuit there. I can't express how grueling of a circuit it is to play through
Huh?
because you got to go through the.
That's okay. Earlier might be wrong.
You know,
Probably she was off today unless she still went in.
on the online circuit.
They were doing
and
the
then
clip
you
for
show up in
2024
person, and it's a
champion,
closed team
but I
sheet,
wasn't
best of
there
one to
in
begin with,
2024.
And then it becomes open team sheet. Kinugawa, by the way, also went to NAIC
Before the
got top
intermission
8
started.
there, and then followed it up with a Japanese National Championship victory. This feels like it's.
Thanks for watching.
What, this bit?
I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
I wasn't there for that. I saw you though.
In the senior division.
Watching at home, we'll be back after a short break, so please stay tuned.
Am I mad? Do you mean right here? This bit? Oh, Primate? That's Annihilate Bloom. That's a replay. Bro saw later? Wait, maybe, I don't know. I don't.
Gear up for glory.
No, the world's preamble one. Try to find it. Oh, it was me! That was me! was me clapping along like a good little boy. There's me. There's Gizmo. There's a really fit bird. Mate. Hell yeah. Let's go, team. We made it. Hey, me. Let's go. Metapod, aren't you back here somewhere? Lurking. Enhance. Mate. Do it again. Where's Amma when you need her? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my God. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, hell yeah. Right, let's go live.
With Pachirisu, and he
Pikachu and Pikachu!
As one of the top regions in
And Shang-Chi-Jong!
VGC, but I think APAC just a region.
Oh, Amma, rewind like 20 seconds.
In VGC.
Hi, Leah.
So
hello, Shiny Stone. How you doing?
World Championships is your chance to shine, right? And
how you doing, Diva? Oh, look at that. I've almost got a bicep.
The World Championships, there were very few Korean players, but
look, Mom, I made it. I can't say that. My mum's dead, mate. Cheers.
And so,
good to know I wasn't tripping. Man, good spot, though. I would have never noticed that.
You also, I want to give a second to also talk about the other players that are on that list, right?
Oh, yeah.
Kwok is also another one of those players that you look at.
That's a sexy bitch.
Winner of the Hong Kong Master Ball
I can say it, though. You can. You can say it
Premier
twice.
Ball League,
You got two mommies.
to the Master Ball, so already coming off of
How's your day treating you, Shiny?
also had a shorter history with VGC, so I think you come
Watch
in as, like,
this.
heavy favorite from the Asia Pacific region. It's just very exciting.
Absolutely.
That's how you make a sandwich.
Getting ready to set up for our next round. It is definitely going to be a banger, but Gabby is out on the floor, so
Also, don't act sad. You can't say it. I know. I'm so happy I can't say it.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I'm here with Cam Steady, who is the incredible rapper behind Good Game.
Cam Steady.
Our time, and you also wrote "Let the Good Times Roll."
Ah,
so
Cam's not steady. Stop it. That's real.
Oh, thank you. It's been an honor.
That's awful.
I mean, you were part of the electrifying opening performance this morning. So what did that feel like to be able to perform in front
Why
of
can't
all
you have
these
distinguishable clothes like
fans?
Rish? I was wearing a Gengar shirt.
One of my favorite just franchises in the
Looking all sexy as fuck.
Can very clearly see that, and performing music is just what I was born
That was so bad, but it was good. Thank you. This is why I'm glad you're here, Gizmo. Love Gabby. Amma, did you go back and find out what we were on about?
First Pokemon game.
My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Ruby. Me and my little brother had a
Child.
advance, and we got it sent in the mail by our aunt. But Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green were the first ones that I beat. I didn't do a lot of reading of the text, so it took me a while as a kid. But then Diamond
You
and
can't
Pearl is
see
where
it
I
in the
really
dork.
fell in love
What?
with the games.
And who would you consider your
What?
first ever partner Pokemon?
In the dork. I don't know. I look pretty dorky wearing it.
Might be Trico. Trico was probably
Yeah, I did. Where's that payment from Big Pikachu, right?
Hey, I like your taste in
Gabby's
Pokemon and your
wonderful.
taste
We
in
love Gabby in this
generations,
house.
but let's bring it back to the music.
If we hear any Gabby slander in here, I will throw hands and ban hammers.
About video games of all things.
So when
Big
I was
chew.
12 years old, my dream was to make
First I played was red, but the first I got to own was yellow. Damn. Robin called me dork the other day. She loves you. She loves you. She wouldn't call you that if she didn't love you. I'm alright, Lost Wolf. How you doing? You held my arm for 2 Mississippis. She looked at her like, and water is wet? And then she was like, nah, mate, that's me when you smile at me, darling. Come on. Take my hint. Ah! Does that sound like Robin? I bet you want to be Robin, her vagina.
Involved Pokemon to get the opportunity to now
Pikachu being my first ever partner Pokemon of my own is probably why I adore the little bugger so much. Maybe.
Pokemon directly, it's such a full circle moment, and it's so beautiful.
Nice, Hoobie, nice.
How did you feel like when the ask came in? Was it like a jumping up for joy? Was it a tears moment?
You said when the ask came in, but it sounded like when the ass came in. How'd you feel when the ass came in? I was like, damn, that's my wife.
A rap artist in the Pokemon space.
Good, thanks,
and they was
nice.
like, hey, I got a guy. And when I got the message, I was like, this. I'm sure they're interested, but this can't be real, right? Like,
Let's
there's gotta
go.
be a silver lining. So, fingers were crossed until I
Silver lining. The jokes that I corrected myself and went, well, actually, it makes things wet, and then mumbled.
I'm honored that this
We
is
have that in
the
common.
part that feels most real for you. Do you have a
Good
favorite
lad.
lyric or anything
Next time,
from,
don't
one of
mumble
the
it.
songs on the soundtrack that really spoke to you?
Don't mumble it.
Wow, that's a great question. I had such a good time writing Good Game because they really let me go crazy with Pokemon references.
Next time, be like, we have that in
One
common.
of my closest collaborators and one of my best friends in the Pokemon space told me that his favorite lyric was
And then be like, come here. And when she walks over to you, go, no, come here on these.
because I feel like that's just what it's all about.
That's vile, Gizmo. Treat women with respect. To be fair, that's one of the most respectful things you can do.
I
Is
love
make her
that
day.
so much. And if you haven't listened to
Right,
the
Sonny,
songs
how you
yet in
doing?
detail, make sure to check them out on your music streaming platform of choice. Cam, thank you so much for your time.
But I can't go on my music streaming platform of choice because they want my ID. Michael Kelch versus Marco Silva.
Big shout out to everybody involved.
Yo.
Hey, Anna, Toasty, Chi-Chi, Michelle, everybody on the
Oh, I love a
project.
Toasty
This has been
Chi-Chi.
incredible.
Excuse
I'm
me?
honored to share it with you.
All right, thank you so much once again. And casters, back to you.
Back to these nuts. Right, in that case.
Thank you so much, Gabby, for that incredible
Bing bong.
interview. I love being able to hear from our artists because did you listen to the World's album? If you didn't, go to Spotify.
Jamie
right
Boy
now,
versus
listen to all of the
Bezard
tracks.
Muntazia. Oh.
Yeah, stop watching our broadcast. Wait, don't do that, actually. Don't stop watching our broadcast, but pull it up on the second
Wolf
monitor.
Glick versus Raghav Malavaya.
It's going to be amazing, and of course, you got a chance to hear
Malavia,
three of those songs
that's the
during our
one.
opening ceremony, but there are more tracks
Easily for Liam to
you
say.
to check out on that album. Want to go back and talk about
Oscar
the rest
versus
of our
Hunter Braum.
players, though, that we do have on our players to watch. We did talk about Taesok Roh, who
Pikachu!
comes in from South Korea, but the other heavy favorite coming in from South Korea has got to be Sung Jae-jong. They got top 4 at the World Championships last year.
Having a few cocktails. Ooh.
Despite being
Just wag one finger and say, made you come to me with one. Think what I could do with two. Oh, that's better. Got my interview in an hour. Why are you not prepping for it?
Right? You're literally 2 sets away, top 4 at Worlds. You are almost there. And there haven't
Get
been
prep,
that many
mate,
World
get prep.
Championship trophies. You know,
Reese's
get one
Puffs,
if you are
Reese's
in the top 4
Puffs.
that have been
Park.
gotten
Oh,
by
you
Korean
got Shiny's
players, right? And
attention.
so to represent Korea with
She
a
loves
phenomenal
cock.
performance last year, looking to
Diva.
back that up and once again try to get that far. But APAC is a region that I think I love watching on the world stage because we don't get
Joseph
much coverage
Ugarte
of
versus
them like
Jin
we do in
Hao
North America,
Jiang.
for example. And so I'm hoping that we get to feature some of these players on stream.
Joseph Martin versus James Evans.
a
Ooh.
different format as well to all of the regionals and international championships, and of course the world championships that you
Already
have
prepped. I
seen
look
on our
great. Yeah, but
broadcast.
are you going to
A
do
little more
great?
similar to the regional championships.
Looking is
to
half
that
the battle.
Master Ball League level, but it's a couple of Swiss rounds, and then of course we do follow it up with that single elimination top cut bracket.
Manon
We do
hates.
have, like, a
Manon
double
always
elimination
goes
component there
defensive
for
when we say he likes dudes, but he basically deep throated his toothbrush.
Pacific regions outside of
Manon.
did make it to the World Championships.
Absolutely.
I don't like men. I only like femboys. Then he's with the toothbrush like.
Yeah. From each region.
Well, I should give you this job because I can suck the bristles off that thing.
He looked so good. Like if you missed round 1, you got to go back and rewatch it because I thought it was like truly a masterclass. in
Deleted
VGC,
stuff by
and,
spamming with the middle and ring fingers. I was doing that. And she asked, why are you doing it slowly?
Are so
What did you
good
say?
at this game and. Yeah, we're just getting started. This is only round 1. There's 8 rounds of Swiss today, and then
Suck a
another
golf
2
ball
rounds
through a
of Swiss
garden
tomorrow.
hose?
You have to go
You
8 or
donut.
better to
Nose
secure
long
a
like
spot in
garden
that top
hose.
cut bracket. Worlds is
Patson's going home tomorrow, but can't be asked packing. Oh, mate. Have you enjoyed it, though, in Lithuania?
Yeah, and especially for our competitors, when like you think about it, 50% have to win, 50% are unfortunately.
Are you supposed to brush your teeth and tongue well? Yeah, but not to the point you choke.
That way to be able to bounce back.
Why?
It's tough.
Explain
Yeah,
why, and then she
especially
just
with
went, good to know,
this
though.
format, Aaron, it's so volatile. We even were
Mate,
able
the
to see
tension.
multiple examples of that in our first round.
Yeah.
But getting all those turns right, even when
Just
you're back
message
against
her,
the
like,
wall. Think about the
in
number
work
of
on my
times we
own
saw
tomorrow.
that kind of
Need some
coin
entertainment.
flips, right? There's only certain number of combinations of things that can happen, and
Totally.
if you choose the wrong thing,
And then see what she says.
that could be a big step backwards.
Absolutely, and in a format like this, that's this explosive.
She's just throwing up so many signs. Do you know what I mean?
So much damage.
She's already got plans, and they're not with you. Cancel them. Cancel her plans for
The
her.
difference between protecting in front of it versus attacking in front of in turn 1 and Astral.
Listen, if we learned anything from the 1920s, don't let women have plans.
I think these dual restricted formats always feel like there's a certain bit
For
of
legal reasons, that was a
you look
joke.
at the players that have won the world championships in dual restricted formats, and they
Look
are
at my
truly
doggy.
some of the best players to play the game, right? And so it is really scary. I think Worlds this year and last year in
She
particular
eeping. You
have
can see
felt
a
little
weird
bit
extra
more, let's
eyelid
say,
thing that dogs do.
matchup-oriented. Can you come up with a team that has at least neutral matchups across
Doing
the board?
training with her
And if not,
doggos?
can you come up with game plans that allow you
Officer,
to
it
get
was
out
a
of what might
joke.
be slightly negative matchups? And Paul Ruiz demonstrated that in the last
We don't
round.
say officer when we talk to a police person in the UK. We go, what do you want, you fucking pig? Oink, oink, piggy, piggy. I didn't call you baldy, baldy. Whereas in America, you guys are like, is there a problem, officer? But sir, I was only going 35 in a 20. You're my favorite customer.
The bar's
someone to remove my plans, they'd have to remove my gag reflex.
But think about the possibilities for Groudon. I think one of the reasons I've always looked at it as a strong restricted Pokemon is specifically into
Lovely.
Miraidon
Stayed in
and
Kaunas.
Zamazenta.
Kaunas?
And when
Kaunas?
Miraidon
And it's lovely, beautiful and clean.
like, even
Went
just looking at
to
the past
Vilnius for a
couple
day.
of
It's my favorite
weeks,
capital
has
city.
been
Damn.
6% of all of our teams.
Damn.
Why not?
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm sure I'd be shocked if we didn't get one of the top players using Groudon featured on the stream today. But to me, it's probably one of the most interesting
Groudon.
metagame
Pokemon World's going
developments.
crazy
Just because
already.
they, of course, a big player to point towards who kind of brought that team composition.
I wonder which
into
sexual
everyone's mind right before the World
offender you're going to
Championship.
compare me to
Big
today,
on
Embers.
grassroots tournament with it, but I think Groudon's just a
Remember
really
that?
interesting Pokemon, right? Going into Worlds, actually, in the last
Very passionate about serving food well.
2022, Groudon
Yeah,
was
be-
everywhere, but it was
prove it.
interesting because it was actually the top dog back then. You know, Groudon with that Zacian, with that Charizard, Gigantamax was just so scary to deal with, and it actually felt kind of neutralized that world where people were able to find ways to beat it. But it is funny, you know, back on that team, Assault Vest Groudon was quite common, and here in this format, you can use items like Assault Vest or Clear Amulet, for example. But yeah, I would expect to see Groudon throughout this event, and it has gone from this is like a not hyper.
I can prove it if you give me the job. I don't give anyone jobs, apart from Sophie.
Might be a threat. Like,
Can I compare you to an animal this time? Yeah, go for it, mate. Go for it.
Be a big Pokemon to pay attention to.
I was looking at China as one of also the pioneer.
Very passionate about
regions
receiving
for
food
putting
well.
Groudon together in the last couple of months.
the
And
ass.
So seeing it perform even at some of the regional championships that we had, yeah, you pair it with a chlorophyll user.
Yeah.
Then you've got the sun, you got
Jump
photosynthesis.
Love,
Chlorophyll these nuts.
We're cooking.
Yeah, I think it's...
Actually, no, Chlora,
If you
empty
have
these
locked
nuts.
Groudon in for this World Championships, I give you a lot of kudos because it means you know you will be flipping coins with Precipice Blades. And, like, let me tell you, anything under 90% accuracy already feels really scary, you know? And so, but Groudon is one of those Pokemon where, like, you know, I know I'm going to miss Precipice Blades, but I'm also bulky enough. Like, it's often paired with Assault Vest or Grimmsnarl with dual screens, and so you can survive for a long period of time. But, yeah, I think it's going to be one of the
Doing
most interesting Pokemon to pay
research.
attention to as we
I can get a task done well and sort food out. Which task?
Specifically. But I think the other thing that I'm a little bit curious about is Calyrex Zamazenta. Shadow Rider Zama, since day one of the format, people are like, this is going to be a broken duo. It's going to be so good. Despite that, it's not like it's just been dominating every tournament, right? And it's like the classic, like, oh, it's so overrated, it's so underrated, it's so overrated. But coming into the World Championships, I mean, we did see Shadow Rider Zamazenta get second at the North American International Championships, piloted by none other than Marco Silva. And I think it's just still such an oppressive duo because you have so much offense and so much defense with Zamazenta protecting the Shadow Rider.
Absolutely. And so what
Been
better
through a couple of
way to
interviews.
actually revisit that
Join the club. Join the
than
club.
none other than a Shadow Rider Calyrex and Zamazenta mirror. As
Oh,
we go
boy.
on our
Oh.
next matchup, of course, we are going to be featuring
Marco Silva's going to win the whole thing.
Place finalist at the North American
This is like United States or whatever.
Championships, the LAIC champion.
Well,
versus
you the
Michael
goat.
Walsh, who comes
The new
in
docs
off
look
the
cool.
back
We
of
got
the
it. The
second
new
place
docs
at
are nice, right?
Worlds. 2 regional championship wins this season alone.
Ooh, that's hot.
These are 2 of the best and brightest that Europe has to offer.
It is going to be so amazing. This literally could have been the World Championship Finals. If you told me this is who we saw on Sunday, I would totally believe it. They come in to this tournament as 2 of the absolute favorites, and what I love about this is Michael is actually using something completely different. He, this season, has been a big pioneer of Ice Rider. He has been a big Miraidon player.
Who would have guessed this would be on
Pairing
stream,
those two with
right?
each other,
Crazy.
Really bringing that duo to the
Well done,
forefront.
Metapod.
But Michael's going back to Zamazenta. Let's not forget, he was the Zamazenta player at the World Championships last year. getting a
Ooh,
top 4
Dragonite
finish.
spotted. Someone tell K. Oh, are they good players? Oh, Fruity. So the level of championship, right? This is worlds where people from all over the world compete. The level underneath that is international. And Marco, the other player, has won 3 of them. And I think 2 of them was this year.
Yeah, 2 restricteds and you still got it.
Wow. Yeah, Choice Band Dragonite, I think something we should call out is that low kick.
These players are fucking cracked. This guy, Mikhail Kelch, he's won like loads of regionals, which is the next level now. Like he's been baller this year. What is this fucking music? Everybody like, yay, Pokemon, having no clue what's going on. Now I know what people who don't like sports pretend to feel like. You know Pokemon though, right? I don't know how much I'm going to be making an hour, but I feel if I make that one of my first questions, the manager will think I'm mainly only working for money. Everyone works for money, but obviously just don't ask that first then. Save that for when they say, do you have any other questions?
as well, just protecting
Which
you
they
for a little
should
bit
say.
longer. Now, Michael has opted for the Ghost Terra Focus Sash variant. This plays out very differently from the Nasty Plot sets because I think with this set, what you want to do is keep chipping away and then get to a point where you can get Calyrex out, it's got Focus Sash, and you just keep clicking that Astral Barrage button and just win the game from there. Chien-Pao, I think, really piques my interest here because of the Ghost Terra plus the Runation. That's actually a really nice way to deal with opposing Zamazentas. Now, of course, if you Ghost Terra, though, you will become weak to the Astral Barrage from the opposing side, but...
I legally have
pick
to want
here.
Michael to
I
win?
love
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
Michael
because you got your
obviously
vendetta.
Has used so many different teams to great success. I think I would have honestly pinned him on Miraidon plus Ice Rider coming into this. He's going back to Zamazenta. We've got Marco Silva. If you watch the North American International Championships, he should not be any surprise here. And he's just running it back. He's using Calyrex Zamazenta. He has been so strong with this duo. And I think he said at
Dragon
NIC,
Pulse, my
I think this is
man,
the best
my
player.
man,
Also
Dragon
the best
Pulse.
player with this. So
Wolfie
I'm just
con
gonna make it
perish.
work.
Absolutely. It is going to be the exact 6, right? And so maybe there are a couple of maybe move changes, or you've also done a little bit of training to make sure that you're really caught up to speed with the meta. But I think what really
Who
made
the
this
fuck
team
are
so
you?
powerful for a lot of people is just the options that it has. You heard
Go on, Marco. Oh, I'm a hit on Twitch
trying to think about the
to say,
matchup.
go on,
But when you
Marco.
look at Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zamazenta teams, oftentimes the core around them is also very flexible for the supporting actors.
Absolutely, yeah, and this is a very different Shadow Rider Zama team, right? This is going to be the Life Orb Nasty Plot set, and so Marco exerts a lot more offense immediately from that Calyrex. One of the biggest trends, by the way, coming into the World Championships is with Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Just be careful when they ask where do you see yourself in 5 years.
Speed.
Yeah,
You
don't
wanna
say
give
doing your
yourself a chance
son.
to win that speed tie against opposing Calyrexes. We actually saw a big shift to Modest, and the idea is with Modest, with the Nasty Plot boost, you can one-shot Zamazentas with Psychic, for example. Astral Barrage becomes even stronger. Michael with that Focus Sash variant generally should be max speed. I'd be absolutely shocked if we were. And so it's going to be interesting to see that dynamic. And then both players have to play around the wide card that each others have.
Oh, that is such a tough call, and like that's where the coin flips come back in. Are you going to expect the wide guard? But what if you're able to weave good spread damage past that, and you just call that your opponent isn't
Saying
gonna
doing
click
your
that
wife
button?
better.
And so I think
Don't say hopefully
in
not
this
here.
matchup, we should expect to see the Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Zama on both sides.
Oh,
but
damn.
then what?
That's a great question. I think from like Michael's end, like the Chien-Pao can be really powerful because you thread and Sucker Punch immediately into Shadow Rider. It is interesting as well because this Chien-Pao is not running Crunch, right? This is all that actually has double parity with Ice Shard and Sucker Punch. And so like, Chien-Pao should be good into Shadow Rider, but Shadow Rider could theoretically just say, you know what, I'm going to Dart Terra, I'm going to Nasty Plot, have fun Sucker Punch me. You don't have Crunch, you don't actually have that much that scares me, but if you Terra Dart the Shadow Rider, it becomes weak to the body press from Michael Zamazenta, right? And so, Chien-Pao, I think, really interesting Pokemon. Amoonguss is always annoying to deal with, however, this Amoonguss obviously is staring down a Rillaboom from the opposing side, potentially.
Don't say starting my own very similar business.
Of course, can go for Follow Me as well. Crucially,
There is a stream of side stream matches with our boy Costa.
Like, if you think Marco is actually going to drop the Ogre Pun, suddenly it actually becomes a really viable pick where you just Terra once, get a Spore off, and play the game from there.
Oma Konami.
I want to see Dragonite here because it is double, you know, intimidate or double fake out from the opposing side.
Side stream
so
is
can do a lot. The main scary thing here is
Nick.
like, you can't actually damage the Shadow Rider that much unless you click Outrage.
Nick Nayari.
Like Outrage is one of those moves you want to click in the end game.
Shoma
right? It doesn't feel
Konami.
that great in the early game. Normal Terra Extreme Speed, that feels awful in a Shadow Rider and Zombie.
In your
right?
bed
It's not good
also
for that
doesn't go
duo.
well.
And so, yeah, I'm curious if Dragonite comes out here. It actually doesn't feel the greatest to bring.
I like the cornerstone
lost
Ogre
the
Pond.
theme.
I
I was
think
looking for
looking
something,
at
I've
that, it
lost
just
it.
has great type matchups into everything else that Marco has. You're going to be getting big Ivy Cudgels off into the Incineroar, as well as even the opposing Oakenfuck Heartflame if you see that. But it's going to be doing good damage into basically everything else that it's going to hit neutrally for. But I'm also looking at Follow Me. I think that can provide so much value, especially if you're trying to get some sort of setup or even just keep one of those restricted safe. I think being able to have that as just a powerful supportive option alongside, of course,
Let's
like Rage Powder
go.
from Moongus. Well, Follow Me doesn't have to
Riley
deal with
Factora
this
lost on the
prospect.
first side
You'll
stream. He
always
did.
be able to redirect something
He did
from it.
indeed. Poor lad.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think if we now turn to Marco's side, it's
Well,
interesting.
whose
because
leg
the
is that?
Rillaboom doesn't
Whose
really
leg
feel
is
that
that?
great in this matchup. That's
Right
gonna be one of
there.
his spore
What's
immunities.
going
It
on?
doesn't do that much damage, obviously. doesn't
Marco
affect
Silva's
Chien-Pao,
shitting a leg.
Rock. It can, like, at least hold itself up against Rock Ogre Pun,
Jesus
but, like,
Christ,
it doesn't
boy.
feel the
What
best,
did you
right?
eat?
Fire Ogre Pun is really interesting because it does
The
spread
judges
Zamazenta,
under the
it does spread
table.
Chien-Pao, and it gives you the
I just
cancer as
Kelch's out to him
well,
with the
right? So it
Victini
feels
plush, the
like
victory
intuitively
Pokemon.
not a bad pick. Even just like
Wolf
it
is
could
wanna
be a
know.
Terra candidate, for example.
I love you just catching us up on stuff that we've been watching. And we don't... How are you this weekend? I'm good, Sparrow. How are you doing? I'm hyped. It's Worlds weekend. Extra support under the table.
With wide guard, and honestly, one of the things to pay attention to is who Zamazenta is faster. If you have the faster Zamazenta, that can go a long way.
Pokemon fluffers are going crazy. Look, you can see it in Marco's eyes. Not my proudest wank.
Yeah. Oh boy. And then
Kelch is locked in.
There actually isn't a whole lot on either side.
Watch the mainstream so I could get my redeem goodies. Oh, I see how it is.
Relying on more fundamentals, being like, I don't really need a Tailwind Trick Room or Icy Wind because it's like my Calyrex is so fast anyway. And I have the proper defense, right? Redirection is so common, and you see both players having redirection to support their Calyrexes, and so I think what will be interesting is for Michael, you try to exert pressure early on with your Calyrex, try to force out a Terra.
Yeah, boy.
Calyrex Zamazenta as a duo is a very viable lead combination to begin with as well, right? And Zamazenta, when it hits the field, one of the questions I have is, do you have any ways to punish it, right? I think like a Moongus actually is probably
Watch
one
them
of
have
the
to be sat there for 30 minutes. I've done
because
the plug.
you don't do that much damage with your attacks, and neither
You're
of
all
these
good,
Zamazentas are
Marco.
actually going
Now
to
don't
be
nudge
fast
the table
hitters,
again.
So you are more vulnerable to getting hit by spores, and so that's one potential like Pokemon.
Switch to sausage roll. Come on, Marco. Score a goal.
I kind of like the Raging Bolt though. I
Liam,
mean,
I'm catching you up on
for
stuff. Do you know they're
Marco,
playing Pokemon?
outside
Oh,
of
fuck.
having to deal
I thought they were
with,
playing
let's see, in
Botar. I don't know what it's called. Botaro.
typing that
Boltaro.
it has, maybe even
Voltarol.
be able to force, or let's say you take advantage of a Dragon Terra from Michael Zamazenta. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm just like a Raging Bolt stan. I'd like to see it in any matchup.
Totally, yeah. I think it's an interesting one where it doesn't feel like the most intuitive, but like this is Worlds, right? Sometimes it's not about what feels like the most intuitive. It's about what you have practice in and what your lines are, right? And we saw that on round 1 of stream where Paul Ruiz was bringing in Urshifu into a Sun matchup against
bottle of
Raging Bolt
pussy.
and Koraidon and Fluttermane, right? But yeah, I think Raging Bolt's an interesting one here because
This music's
it
horrible.
feels probably often
I hate when this kind of thing happens to the player. Just so much anticipation. Yeah, man. If it was anyone else, they'd be shitting themselves.
And so I would actually expect Raging Bolt and Marco Zed to definitely
Remember, Tenetimbar is a real word. That's a nice Tenetimbar.
I think can be really great if you force a Terra out of Zamazenta because then you suddenly have that Dragon Pulse, of course, as well.
This music with the commentary is so fucking overwhelming.
Body press just does so much damage, and from Michael's end, like Chien-Pao Zamazenta is one
The
of
judge
the
should get up, look at the camera, and wipe their lips.
He led this duel to a top 4 finish at the World Championships last year.
God, we got a man down.
This is a new way to play Chien-Pao Zamazenta. Assault Vest plus Runation, right? If you bring
Join right in time for a battle of 2 times. You join right in time for a 3-hour wait.
And so this duel often could just like snipe something off and finish them off immediately.
Come on, McLovin.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was really tunneling in on the Sword of Ruin next to the Dragonite because that's been such a classic combo.
I thought the music would be more like old school American rock to fit the vibe, the aesthetic they were going for. Apparently not. I miss the old music. Saw they were in Anaheim and pulled a bunch of guitars and breakdancing. Assault Vest Wo-Chien's definitely a choice. Mate, Jamie Boy was the person who came up with Assault Vest Wo-Chien.
Really, really good point. And
So
you
he
have to
better
be
get
careful,
thanked
right?
by
I think
Mikhail Kelch.
Part of a big thing I want to pay attention to in this game is who do you Terra, because there aren't that many like quote-unquote safe Terras, right? If Marco Dark Terras
Wonder
that
if it's-
Calyrex,
what Terra is it?
you
Did
open
we
up
see?
weaknesses,
Oh my God.
especially little body press on the opposing end. If you're Michael, for example, and you end up bringing that Dragonite, well, normal Terra is great against the Calyrex, but it's awful until the opposing Zamazentas as well. And I think what I'm
We
excited
got
to see
shown
in
their
particular,
teams
I would
8
imagine
minutes
Michael
ago.
has run this. You want to do is
8
keep chipping
minutes
away
ago.
and then get to a point where you can get Calyrex out. It's got Focus Sash, and you just keep
Terra
clicking that
Ghost.
After Barrage button and just win the game. And it's also got the Assault Vest Chien-Pao. That's been picking up in usage.
Terra
because the combo
Ghost.
G6 actually are not very common, and so I imagine Michael probably has a more concrete game plan coming into this matchup.
Did well in the Victory Road tournament? Yeah, right.
On social media that he wasn't feeling particularly confident.
Never believe it. He says that before every tournament. I'm like, I won't fall for your tricks, man. I've heard this one too many times.
Once.
Yeah.
But yeah, third time, joke's on me for believing you.
Exactly.
We'll see how it goes, though. Of course, at the World Championships, anything can happen, and we are going to be seeing some great players go home early on in the day. But we've got 2 players right now sitting at 1-0 records, 2 of the best in Europe about to take the stage against each other. So let's get into Swiss round number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships for 2025 between Michael Kelch and
Let's go!
2 of the favorites to win this tournament, and it is going to be the Road appearance here, immediately pressuring Fake Out.
Beautiful.
feels really awkward into Zamazenta, of course, right? But it is going to be
This is the correct music to use.
Break the Calorex's Focus Ash as well, and so here we go.
Thank you. Rosemary and Aaron doing God's impossible task. Yeah.
Of course, now you do have the grassy terrain hitting the field.
Just so used to the bog standard Chien-Pao set. You got to broaden your Harazazans.
Are going to be connected to it, but I also take a look at something.
Oh,
like
mate.
Grassy Glide. I mean, when you look at these Pokemon, I think you have
Gigantenstos. Gigantenstos. Use it.
That really early, and then it makes it a bit more vulnerable to an attack.
Gigantenstos.
And it's just going to be a double protect to start from Michaels, and I think this is smart. You gotta just want to see, is there a potential Terra commit on the opposing end? If you
Slam.
With the Rillaboom,
Wait.
You do pressure with an Encore immediately after.
Are they showing nicknames?
It's going to be that double protect to start.
Are they playing offline?
A fake out that went into that Zamazenta as well, so it's just a safe turn here. I think Michael doesn't want to get too risky with anything, especially because of how many ways that turn could have potentially gone wrong. And you've got Zamazenta and Shadow Rider Calyrex, I think, in a pretty good
I love how body press is just body press in German.
Yeah, I think the main
body press.
Next turn you are threatened by a Grassy Glide.
Random Schutz! Schutzschild! Why do you have to do it in that voice if it's German, Liam? Right, guys, so creative and fun. That's a mirror match. There's some Groudon on the field somewhere in other rounds.
Is that something that Marco decides to go for?
These are the Pokemon that win, baby.
Run away with this
I don't think they got the rentals. I don't know what's happening.
On top of the Astral Barrage as well, so this Calyrex is looking mighty scary.
And the idea is just to increase.
Weird, because they usually choose the rental teams, yeah.
Comes out, but it makes sense because you're trying
rental
to
teams don't show
double
nicknames.
up onto the Shadow Rider, so Astral there does decent damage. We saw Zamazenta get the defense boost first.
Slam!
Comes out, it doesn't get the knockout!
This hang on from the opposing Zamazenta is critical. You're dealing over 50% damage to the Zamazenta on Michael's side, and you.
Oh, I think it's the trainer names, maybe.
What a turn!
Such a big survival,
I think.
especially because it wasn't the Wood Hammer on the Shadow Rider. It wasn't Grassy Glide.
I think the Italian trainer is called like Gegner.
There was kind of saying, look, if you stay in with Shadow Rider, I will break your sash.
Yeah, no wide guard.
You might switch out the Shadow Rider because you.
No, player 2 is the player name.
A double up, right? And so, I think Michael, if he got in that knockout, he would have been in such good shape. Now Shadow Rider from Marco.
Yeah, that Shadow Rider is called Mooney. And the Zamazenta's called Slam.
One of the things, if you want to be slower than my Zamazenta, means you're probably
fucking Slam.
That little bit of extra bulk is what.
Oh, I kind of want Marco to win, but also I kind of want Slam and Mooney to win.
Shadow Rider Calyrex. I think that's another thing.
Oh, Gegner, I think indicates which type of Calyrex it is. Oh, because it said it in brackets for Zamazenta though as well.
Can Michael move first?
I wonder if it means opponents or. We could Google
it. The Wide Guard war is so interesting here. You can see Michael going for Wide Guard plus Psychic. I think generally a pretty safe play here. And so this means no Astral Barrage, but it means Marco has the opportunity to go for something like a Psychic or a Nasty Plot. Both players going for Wide Guard, but let's see.
Gegner means opponent in German.
Astral Barrage, so risky to
Gegner means opponent.
It's going to be Michael's Calyrex moving first, which is to be expected here. I think the main question is, would Marco actually run max speed on his Shadow Rider? But it's going to be the first.
So it's like Zamazenta brackets opponents.
Definitely a knockout you would have liked to get, but now it's going to be the Shadow Rider.
Yes, that's opposing Calyrex.
That Zamazenta gives it that boost, and the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Michael's side does survive.
We're learning German as we go.
This is the logic behind bringing Rillaboom, right? Like, it's not great into Zamazenta, but you can use it to just slowly force your way into the Shadow Rider. Actually ends up being the Ogerpon here, but crucially, this
Ogerpon in dem
camp as well. So Marco now in this position where you do just threaten with Grassy Glide onto the Shadow Rider, and then
Grassy Glide is a priority move when Grassy Terrain is in effect. That's why it went first.
Enough to take a Psychic. It's not boosted, but of course it is Life Orb on the opposing end. But it's been a back and forth in terms of trades here. We see the
so it's +1 priority when in Grassy Terrain. Hello, Alex. How you doing?
Really cool.
It does give you that extra priority option so that you can move before those Grassy Glides as long as that Grassy Terrain is active.
It was U-turn that you saw, I think, so it moved last. Oh yeah, Rillaboom's still alive.
Hoping to bait out something like that Grassy Glide, and that's exactly what happens there from Marco, as it unfortunately goes right into that protected Calyrex, but this gives valuable time.
Maybe they traded over their own Pokemon? Maybe that's what took so long.
Make another move. It's going to have to take this Astral Barrage first, so if he can hang on, then it's able to get an attack on,
there
and it does survive! No way!
Oh my goodness, that's huge. You get a gigantic body press off into the Ogerpon. Now, I mean, hey, Dragonite does have extreme speed in the back. It can just keep extreme speeding into the Ogerpon. Rillaboom can't fake it out either. Going for the Astral Barrage.
Doing some checking.
So much damage off, but just fall short. And in
These Zamas are just living.
Really, both Zamazenta surviving just with a sliver of HP. You can go for another Grassy Glide now, right? And so you could switch out into, yeah, either the Chien-Pao or the Dragonite. And then the question
There must have been an
is
issue with the
Marco
connection for the rental teams. Maybe the Wi-Fi was fucked.
You can see Michael's really debating between
I actually
the
have
two,
to
but he's
beat
like, you know
Arlo.
what?
That's
I'm gonna
annoying.
protect here. That gives me wide guard for one more turn.
Fuck off, Arlo, you stinky.
Oh my goodness.
Mooney, come zurück! That means Mooney, come back. I know that much.
Absolutely.
Especially if he's able to capitalize on what Michael has decided to lock into. It's the protect here. So, but Marco is looking unhappy with this one. I think
Slam and
he's going to be
VGC.
upset with the damage. It's the Grassy Glide into the Dragonite. You're not going to be able to pick up the knockout onto that
Calyrex.
Calyrex. And it was just this. Oh, is this Astral Barrage? I thought it was just a psychic into that. That would have been crazy. But of course, the Dragonite takes that. Really critical to survive that particular attack.
Mate.
Yeah, big deal though, because you could tell Michael was
Slam.
considering that wide guard. Wide guard would have been huge there.
His
You get
nickname's
your Dragonite
interesting,
in relatively
right?
safely. So Marco maybe actually was like, oh, okay, I called it right, but it didn't look
EB
like that from the
VGC,
camera, right?
represent.
And so I think that's a huge deal because now you've just gotten so much damage across the board.
Expect the
And
Dragonite,
so
a rare sight,
still
right?
Really, really scary. Everything is so
Until
low at
next
this
season,
point.
when everyone
We're
uses
actually
Mega
seeing a gamble
Dragonite.
Here it's going to be the Dragonite pivoting out, but this means that your Zamazenta is vulnerable to just getting knocked out right now.
Yeah, and especially when this
Oh boy.
Calyrex is so much faster. At least you don't have the Grassy
Ooh.
Glide, but the Psychic is plenty for this Zamazenta to get knocked out, and now that's a nice boost going
Maybe that's
over
why
to
the
Calyrex.
leg was out. The judge was
Calyrex
trading the
from
Pokemon over. Maybe.
Fantastic turns by Marco. You even
Cheeky
get an
leg.
extra attack off with the
Do the
Ogerpon as
stanky
well.
judge leg.
It is going to be the Ivy Cudgel. That's super effective. And Chien-Pao
Damn.
goes down.
Present
It felt like Marco
LP.
had so much momentum, but he was
Present
gambling that
LP.
turn a little bit. And it just ends up being Zamazenta fainting, and now you're down to your final two Pokemon at such low health.
Wow, and you still have that Rillaboom in the back, so you
Yeah.
could switch it in, set up the drain again, and that is whatever KO you want
Los
with the
means
Grassy
go,
Glide.
by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Varazaman
It feels
Los.
like
Let's
Marco
go.
is just really
Finally, all those
showing
years of
why
listening to
he's been such a
Rammstein is
phenomenal
paying
player
off.
this season, and the Astro Barrage, I mean,
Are
this just
paying
shows
off.
how crazy Life Orb Astro Barrage Calyrex is, right? And so Maiko not clicking that wide guard a couple of turns
Brev.
allows Marco to just keep getting damage and damage and damage, and so
But there's a really easy way to beat Life Orb, Astral Barrage, Calyrex, Shadow. You use Sucker Punch.
not going to be a switch
Oh,
though.
but that's a Terrestrialization.
Present Linkin Park.
You actually saw that extreme speed.
LP isn't very present now.
It would have otherwise
Meanwhile, I'm here with a Chien-Pao called Leo Pleurodon. Most of my mons are nicknamed after comic book characters. Damn.
definitely going to have to take that.
That's some kinky shit.
You have to follow me, so there is still a safe play.
I'm
that
losing to
Marco could
Arlo
play
because I
around,
haven't
but
been
could
paying
you
attention to
imagine
Arlo.
that didn't happen?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm winning.
Still gets knocked out.
Yeah, I
Da-
completely
da-
agree. I think it's like, if it's
da-
not a follow me, then you do get the extreme speed off into it, right? I like the gamble here, but it's not going to end up being enough.
Up
This
the
does
Mooney,
pair
up
out
the Mooney.
Perfectly from Marco's end, conserves it all the way until the final turn of the game. It's going to survive, and now
Ooh.
Astro Barrage will be a double knockout in return.
Congratulations to Marco Silva.
Marco.
What a great game number one for him. And
Nicely
especially having
done.
to kind of make the comeback after those first couple of good turns there from Michael. But we
EBVGC the Dragonite.
Game number two.
I
EBVGC.
really think, yeah, Rillaboom and then the double Grassy Glide pressure makes this a lot harder.
Turbo
for Michael
tempo is such a
Shadow
cool
Rider.
extreme speed
Surprised to see
translation,
Shadow Rider
right?
led on Michael's
Dragonite, use turbo tempo. Why is he Italian,
So leading
Liam?
it honestly just makes
That was
it
the
a lot
German
more
Zama.
vulnerable.
Oh yeah.
But I think it makes sense because maybe he, wanted to
Wait,
just like apply immediate pressure right
it
from
was
the get-go.
German
If he got
Dragonite,
the
so
knockout on Lizama
Dragon.
there as
Wait, I
well,
can't do
your Zama
German.
would have been so much healthier,
Dragonite,
and that would have been
use
able to
turbo
like divide
tempo.
more
That's not
attacks from the
German, mate.
opposing side.
That's
So
just an
that was
idiot.
definitely a back and forth battle. I think the Pokemon choices make sense from both players' end.
I don't
just
do
gambling that
accents.
Game, though, on the switch into Chien-Pao, hoping to just get a knockout with that sort of.
Oh,
boost,
hell
but
yeah.
Marco just calls and it's like, I'm just gonna knock out your Zamazenta.
It's a tough decision to have to make.
Marco
Okay, maybe
Silva
let's try
is going to go the
release
distance this year.
It's really hard.
It's
to
going to be
tell
wild.
sometimes because of
But I
the
predicted it at
intensity
the start of the day.
moment,
I'm sticking
but
with it.
It is really, really
I
hard.
want
in
Jamie
this
Boyd to
particular
go the
format. I don't
distance.
think we can stress enough how challenging it is.
American
Sometimes
accent is
you have
definitely
to
better than my
make
British
very
accent.
risky
Oh my
calls,
god.
but if you get it right, you
Fucking
win. That's what it's
refrigerator.
gonna take.
Exactly, and I think this game.
Oh no,
actually
wait, they
looks
don't say
completely different. The
refrigerator,
one
do
thing I
they? They
really
say
wanna point to is just
frigerator.
when it was Ivy Cudgel
They.
plus the Psychic.
They,
Yeah.
them.
Just a
Yeah,
double up
yeah,
there.
some of
I
them.
think Michael was maybe hoping, well, you know I have wide guard pressure. Are you really going to click Astral Barrage again? You also could switch into Rillaboom.
Jamie is still playing.
He was thinking, well,
nah. Jamie boy. Jamie boy.
Sort of rune, that might be enough to just win the game. Because if you eliminate the Shadow Rider from that point, Dragonite absolutely cleans up. And so Michael basically was like, I'm going to go all in on this turn, but Marco says, I'm not going to.
You just got to get one more win, Mr. Silver.
I mean, to get a double knockout like
should have
that,
put money on it.
do anything, right? And I thought it could actually be a possible Terra candidate coming into this matchup.
That's something that Michael can adjust to in this game number 2, but I think
Lovely.
Marco has so much critical
I will not stay here to be
information from that
slandered.
game
You
one.
love me.
You know,
Please stay here forever.
Michael, Zamazenta, and Shadow Rider Calyrex are faster. So how do you now take that and turn it into an asset for your game number 2?
Absolutely, and I think Rillaboom and Ogerpon made a lot of sense,
Wolficon
right? It's like,
perish.
okay, I don't care if you're faster if I have Fake Out Pressure and I have Grassy Glide Pressure, and so
Oh, not
I really
these
love how
guitars.
Marco ended up using both of those in that matchup. I think it makes sense to drop Incineroar and Raging Bolt here, right? Incineroar is not going to be incredible into the Dragonite.
Don't like it.
Doesn't really care about attack drops because it is this Ruination set. You do have Ghost Hair on Incin here, but it isn't.
What happened to the old bow?
As good.
You know, the old
say,
good
dealing
stuff.
with Zamazenta. I could see both players honestly running it back. I think for Michael, a lead change maybe makes some sense, but let's see.
Banana, 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 banana.
Zamazenta and Rillaboom again here for Marco, and Michael's content. Just going to run
Running
back.
it back.
The Shadow Rider
Ooh, they
Calyrex
changed up the
to
music.
Zama.
Yeah, I mean, Michael might be saying, look, I had actually a pretty good advantage in that last game, and things just all completely collapsed on that one crucial turn when you psychic.
Wait, the Zamazenta's now called Zamazenta and not Slam.
Barely hung on in that last game. It'd be a different game if you get the knockout. So.
The nicknames are gone. They turned off show nicknames.
Double protect once again.
That's naughty. Yeah, they must. Do you know what? They must have played with the wrong rule set.
Last time though, so if Marco
Because one of the rule sets shows nicknames and one of them doesn't. So that's what it'll be.
So much damage landing onto both targets, and that's the name of the game of the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
I know your nickname, Slam. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so like I said,
Mooney.
coming
Go
into
on,
this,
Mooney.
these Shadow Riders, you kind of save it until the end game. But now Michael's like, you know what? I'm just going to go all in on offense early, get some Astral Barrages across
Hello,
the board.
Dobe. How you doing?
For Marco's end, it's going to be the Grassy Glide.
I want to do something different for Worlds. I mean, at least you had PG nicknames. I'll never forget one of my first opponents. His Chien Pao was called Animal Man in all caps
So now, can the body press actually goes into the Rillaboom?
during my first year, and I still don't know what it meant.
But can Marco deliver the same intensity?
Didn't accidentally unlock the levels from 50? Yeah, true.
Damage straight here, and the heavy slam knocks it out. One Pokemon down a piece, and Marco.
I was gonna say I think getting Terra and Cali that early was a choice.
Damage off, and that damage actually may be important to knock out the Rillaboom with that body press. And we actually see an adjustment here with the Ogerpon instead, but I think it's a really strong start.
Does the Ogerpon have Grassy Glide?
Rillaboom is not actually that big in this matchup, other than to
Rillaboom for Terra Calyrex is a great trade.
You want to use it specifically to deal with Shadow Rider.
First Toronto Regionals, I faced a guy whose Rillaboom was named Ook.
More than content from that turn.
Yeah.
Ogerpon
and in front of this Chien Pao, and it cannot terrasilize away. What a great position here for Marco.
So
Yeah, that Ogerpon's positioned beautifully.
Terra, right? And so you can't go for something like Ghost Terra. You are incredibly
Like, Zamazenta does not want that Fire Ivy Cudgel to
What Michael
crit.
does have going for him is that his Pokemon are faster, right? So you can threaten with like a Ruination plus a Body Press, for example, and try to get a knockout. You could also, yeah, go for it. That's exactly what looks like he's thinking about. The risk here is if Zamazenta protects, but it's just going to be follow me. So it's going to be a trade most likely. You knock out the Ogerpon, but you also lose your Chien Pao.
But I think you're okay with that as well, because I think it would really like you like the Ogerpon in front of this Chien Pao.
Body press.
Like getting rid of the Ogerpon is great for Michael. Now Marco gets a chance to fire back another attack with this Zamazenta. But I think the question is, like, which do you think is going to be the bigger threat? I think the Chien Pao makes a lot of sense just to
Yeah, because now it's going to be Ogerpon.
And now, wow,
And then in comes Cali Shadow.
So fast. Yeah,
like, final two Pokemon for both trainers? What?
Knockout after knockout.
How-
after
what a
knockout.
round.
And yeah, I think eliminating Chien Pao is a big deal because it's just so good into the Shadow Rider with that Assault
Is
Vest
this
set.
turn 3?
I think for Michael, in theory,
Alright,
Assault
Jason,
Vest
how you
Chien Pao
doing,
should be
Doctor?
really good if you have it out
What you're
against
looking at
Shadow
using
Rider,
for a
but
turn of
it's
Reg
never
H?
been
I want to
the
make
case.
Poliwrath
Game
work.
till the
It ain't gonna, but I'm gonna use it anyway.
Before it gets to hit the field, and so
Rock Ogerpon in the face of a Zamazenta, right?
From Michael's end, it will give some redirection support, but
Like, Rock Ogerpon can't touch the other Zama.
for Michael.
Oh, you gotta get the wide guard turns right. You still have this. Crucial. Yeah,
Ooh.
you gotta,
I will say,
We love a
crucially,
hyper-offensive
it is
game,
gonna
yeah.
be the water terror from
Don't forget to
Marco's
watch the
Zomazenta,
TCG stream
right?
on
So
Twitch.
that
After
means
45
that
minutes, you get a
water
code
terror
for 12
you
hourglasses.
the ID
Ooh.
cudgel from the Ogerpon from Michael's end. And so
true.
you probably don't want to Terra Dark the Calyrex here, right? That doesn't really help defensively, so you might Terra...
On Twitch, yeah?
He's go for the Power Whip body press, saying, look, if you don't Terra, I just KO you.
Oh.
Calyrex protects. Is it a double protect? Because if not, Michael's instantly back in this one. I would say you'd actually might even win.
Oh,
but
it's a double protect though. Okay. But now Marco knows. Michael was really trying to go for the gold there with the double attack into the Zamazenta, and I think Marco can safely play around that now.
Yeah, the other
dear, I
key
can't
question
type
I
at
have
all.
here is like who is faster between the Zamazenta from Marco's end and then the Ogerpon from Michael's end, right? Because if you are slower, that's going to be a nightmare for Michael, where then you can just get hit by Psychic plus a body press and just get KO'd. So if Michael has some sense of Marco's Zamazenta speed stat, could consider going for a spiky shield and a body press, for example, instead. And so looks like just
Cool. I've sent the link to Sophie.
Grassy Terrain is up. That actually will likely just get a one-hit
I've already
knockout.
sent Sophie the link. Don't worry.
Let's
I don't
see.
need it.
Splitting the damage this time, not going for the double up.
Suppose I could just give Sophie my code.
Who's terroring? You would think it's going to be Zamazenta.
You would think so,
Yeah.
but you never know sometimes.
Yeah.
If
Ooh,
these players
Terra
want to
Water.
Play it a little bit riskier.
In front of an
The
ogre.
water Terra here from Zamazenta definitely feels a little bit better. But with this Astro Barrage moving first, there was no
Ooh, no wide guard is bad.
to get hit. This Ogerpon, of course, has this sturdy ability.
But did they double into Zama, maybe? Into Kali?
Who is faster now between this Ogerpon
Body press. Oh.
Marco? And it's gonna be the Ogerpon first.
Oh!
Targets the Calyrex, and so now the question is Zamazenta will likely get a knockout with body press. Who does it target? Is it a double up into the Ogerpon slot? It is!
Yo!
There is no threat of Power Whip anymore into Zamazenta.
Marco's got
It's
it.
a war between these two Zamazentas, but Marco has the defensive Terra to save him.
Marco's got it, man.
For sure at this point.
Yeah, and imagine if it was just wide guard Power Whip that last turn. I think
Yeah.
Michael ends up
Man.
winning this game, but he still can win. He's got the faster Zamazenta, going for protect here. Oh my goodness, the question is, can Michael survive a body press from the opposing end? Because
Imagine he went
he's
for
certainly
iron
not going to get a
defense
knockout
this
on the
turn.
opposing Zamazenta with this first body press.
Predicted the protect
Even
went
a little
iron
bit of
defense
Grassy
if he had
Terrain
it. That'd be
recovery, some
wild.
of the protects do make a bit more sense. Maybe it helps you survive a little bit more comfortably than you would have before, but now the Grassy Terrain is gone. The
Oh,
gloves are
boy.
off. Let's see these Zamazentas match up into each other. The body press is going to a little
Oh.
tough there. And
Oh.
Marco has this.
He survives, but I don't think body press is doing enough. I think this is going to survive. Let's see, and it hangs on with the slip.
Fucking hell!
With a three-hit knockout.
Up the silver. Jesus Christ. Edge of my bastard seat.
Now move into the rest of the World Championships. Day number 1, still undefeated.
How
Damn.
did Marco click Astro Barrage in the face of a potential wide guard? Feels like at least
That
3 or
was
4 different times
mental.
between games 1 and 2. Gets it
Holy
right
shit.
every single time there. And there was the opportunity potentially, I think, for Michael to have just gone for protect with the
Scary.
Zamazenta and Power Whip into the Shadow Rider, but ends up not being
Jamie
the
Boy
case there.
lost.
And
Jamie's 1-1.
Marco's gonna walk away with
No.
the win. I mean, he is one of the favorites to win this tournament. He is looking to complete
Wolfie
a tremendous
lost
season and have his
to
best run
Ragov
yet. He defeats
Malavia.
Michael Kelch 2-0
Wolfie's
to get started
1-1.
here.
Oh, give me Wolfie versus Boyd next round with
I
Boyd
felt-
going over.
I felt all of like the jitters, the anxiety from watching both of them.
Surely the
have
protect
to
screwed him by giving an extra heel turn. I
through
think it
those
did.
wide guard turns.
I think without that heel
It's
turn,
impressive.
I think Michael's
I think
probably
Michael
gonna be
wins
looking
it.
back at the turn, especially since it was like the Ogerpon pressure.
but then again, we don't know that we don't know what kind of roles they were. I suppose. Emily lost. No. Give us Wolf versus Emily next round with Emily going over. Shohei Kimura lost. No. Give us Wolf versus Shohei next round with Shohei going over. This is funny because I like Wolf.
Then Zamazenta has the extra bit of HP that it
Just
needs to
funny.
win this game, but Marco Zamazenta,
It's just funny betting against the best, isn't it?
So clutch in the set, hanging out with less than 10 HP both in game 1 and game 2.
Okay, that reaction was very easy to understand. That was
Oscar
the
won.
reaction
Oscar's
that
1-1.
said,
Give us Oscar
and
versus
we're
Wolf
wishing, of
next
course,
round
Marco
with
and
Oscar
Michael
going
the
over.
Best of luck as they continue through day 1 of our competition.
Wolf is not undefeated.
One of them's gonna be like, I don't know. I could really.
Jody
see either of
Azzarelli's
them
0-2, bless him.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's the sad thing, though. Someone has to be, don't
I do
they?
a little bit more in that. that last game.
Oh,
but this is what I
mate.
think, like, Dragon Knight, it looks cool, especially when you're up against, like, double fake out.
How can you like Wolf when he said, I'm so proud of you to an abuser?
Demonstrated why Life Orb Shadow Rider is just such a nightmare, right? He was willing to click Astral Barrage in front of Wideguard so many times, but
Oh
it
my
worked
God.
out, I think literally every time. Like, I can't remember a time where he, like, went for it and it ended up getting blocked. If it, yeah, like...
He always got damage through it.
Exactly, yeah. And so, like, this is the natural dynamic that players have to be ready to play at in this World Championship. Wideguard is everywhere, obviously from Zamazenta. Lunala is the other really common Wideguard user, and so, you know, you have to have a lot of confidence in either saying,
Want
look,
Jody
I'm
to
gonna
go
click Astral
far.
Barrage and you're either
I mean,
not gonna go for
Jody
Wideguard,
now
or
has
if
to
you
not
go for Wideguard,
lose
you at least can't get anything off with the Zamazenta.
the entire
But,
rest of the day.
yeah, game one, once again, I point to that key turn where Michael was maybe hoping for a Psychic into a Champ House switch, and it just ends up being a double knockout, complete disaster. And in game two, I think the key turn to point to is Zamazenta had the ability to maybe Wideguard instead, but you know, it kind of just feels like a coin flip destiny right there.
That is the regulation right now. And I think we're like to be like.
Listen. Listen.
Thanks so much, Jamie. Yes, here we are with the winner of that round, Max Waterman. Max, welcome to the couch once again. You're a fairly accomplished player. How does it feel to have been going up against Neuven and Sylveon with Boomburst copycat strategies?
So Jake Major, who is Wolf's friend, he got outed as abuser, and Wolf said, "I'm really proud of you," to an abuser, and then he lied about this person called Case to deflect attention away from this guy, and ran Case out of the community to protect his abusive friend. And Wolf's scumbag, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, bye.
Okay, so I guess we'll be heading to the next round very shortly. So...
Oh, no! It's not the full thing! Let me find the full thing, gang. No, no, no.
Core. So
where's the full thing?
To, like, if they practice against your team, but you're not the one playing it, it's not the same. So like if I play, like if my team is really popular,
Where's the clip?
Prep for it. But
wait, you sent it to me, didn't you, Metapod?
Some good outs if I'm
I think.
able to figure out the right game plans.
For sure. And
I think you sent it to me
coming
back
into
in
this
the day.
tournament, were there any teams that you like aggressively practiced against because of your NAIC run?
Was it
So
you
I
or was
didn't
it Matt
practice,
Manectric?
Against some team in particular. I try to have a more even match spread. Even if while practicing for Worlds, I figure out that
Someone
the
sent it
match
me.
was really important.
It was
also the
Kaylee,
matchup,
thank you.
I figure out that, well, it might be, I might be wrong, but I figure out that sometimes it's not worth it to basically put like a lot of stuff on your team to just win those matchups. I try to make my team as optimal as possible for basically any team, and yeah, I usually try to work this way.
Here we go,
Here
we go. Where is it?
In game one, it felt like you were on the back foot for the longest time. Was there a moment when you felt like you could really kick it into gear, or was that all going according to plan?
So usually, yeah, my game plans.
When was it? Was it January?
Those type of teams with AV Chempao and Zamazenta, which is also one of the teams that I practice with.
She doesn't have it saved. It was a tweet that someone
between
posted.
NXT and
There it is. Yeah, no. Kay sent it me in a DM.
And yeah, it was
Oh,
kind
wait,
of going as planned.
hang on. Thank you. Sorry, Marco, but...
Welcome to the couch once again.
The way he disappeared.
Okay, so...
Wait, let me just get my composure. It's not even funny. He was on the couch, and then he just wasn't. Oh, that was beautiful. You just go from that to that. Oh, he's back. Oh, no. Don't spoil it. Right, let's go.
And Wolf scumbag, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, bye.
This is my favorite moment in VGC history.
Next round very shortly. So we'll see how the rest of the match goes. So for now, we're going to touch to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
It's fucking glitched. Hang on.
The match goes. So for now, we're going to touch to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
Why is it frozen?
Say thanks, bye.
I love it.
So I guess we'll be heading to the next round very shortly. So we'll see how the rest of the match goes. So for now, we're going to touch to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
Let's hear it for
It's so good. Right, where are we?
Shout out Ruben, Stefano Greppi, practice together for this tournament, and
We'll be very right back. It's just iconic. It is.
Hey!
Say his name, and he appears.
Awesome. Well, thank
I
you so
believe
much.
in
Best
Matt
of luck for the
Manectric.
competition.
All right, mate.
We'll be back with more action from the
We'll be
Pokemon
very
World
right back.
Championships after this break.
They should have made that like a catchphrase for the streams. We'll be very right back. Oh, that was amazing. What a match. Why aren't you at Worlds, Matt Manectric?
The 2025 European International Championships was the largest VG event
Fish.
to date. Let's take a look back at what went down during this historic event. It was a champion showdown to start off the day in the
Brev.
juniors division, with previous LASC champions Fabian
Hype
Luz
package with
and
Dill in it.
Ismail Ogi taking the stage. This was the 8th time these two
Hi,
have
B-Sec.
faced
How you
off a
doing?
major event, and
Because I
everything
barely go to
was on the
tournaments.
line.
You should go to more
Shadow
tournaments,
Rider
mate.
for Fabian was a strong pick across divisions, and it would prove to reign supreme once again as it took down Ismail's Calyrex Ice Rider in 2-0 fashion, earning
What have I
Fabian
missed?
his second
2
international
matches.
title.
2
In
rounds.
The seniors division, Louis Fonvier was on a tear, winning 3 regionals back-to-back and looking to earn another title. On the opposing end was Ian Larson, who had beaten Louis in Swiss and was looking to defeat him once again. Maridon for Ian, Calyrex Ice Rider for Louis, and an exciting 3-match series ahead.
Fuck Reg G.
Breaking Meteor from Ian was key, taking massive KOs in games 1 and 3 and brought Ian to victory.
You need a specific amount of points to get to an IC. No, international championship you can just register for. You just got to be quick.
Of an international yet again, and was coming off not 1 but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion. Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog looking to keep the trophy in the UK.
Actually, wait for it.
1 but 2 major title wins, having revealed himself to be the Global Challenge 1 champion.
He didn't reveal it until after the match.
Dill Yeomans was the hometown hero, the underdog
Didn't he?
looking to keep the trophy in the UK, with the crowd standing firmly behind them. Electric duo Maridon and Furgraph paved a path of victory in the first game of the set, and Wolf was down but not out, utilizing Maridon to great effect to even the score. In the final
Dill
game,
Yeomans is
Maridon was
1-1.
taken out early for
Oh,
Wolf,
mate,
and the match
that means
was
Dill could be
closer
against
than
Wolfie
ever.
next round.
Dill
With
brought
Dill
Wolf
going
down to his
over.
final Pokemon, Incineroar. But it was just the perfect piece, being able to 1v2 the endgame and make Wolf
Dill
Flick
versus
your
Wolf
UIC
2.
champion.
1,400 people showed up to this tournament, hoping and
Love they
dreaming
include the
to win
crowd was
entire
behind him.
thing. But it wasn't enough!
I thought that was going to be a Wolfie heel turn.
With history made,
Rich and
new
Crew getting all the
stories
screen
always
time, right?
emerging. You could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information.
I can't be next. The Alga? Oh, these are... Wait, go back. I want to see these. These are all Wolfie's fucking regional wins. Go back.
Always emerging. You could be next. Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next.
Okay, said
Pokemon
Wolfie heel
champion.
turn. What does that mean? It means switching to a bad guy.
This is
It's a
history.
wrestling
That is a
reference.
10th regional win. That is inconceivable.
Look how things have changed. His first regional win had a Koffa Grigus. Damn, man.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
More like Washington D's nuts.
You know, 10 regional championships is something that I set
Like
a
Gabite?
goal ages ago.
Like when Sheffield had a regional?
6-7 years ago at this point, but I set the goal, but I didn't really ever think I would get there. Because, I mean, even winning one regional championship
Play says
is
Nose.
difficult, so to win 10
What
is
Mega Evolution will they release at Pokemon Worlds? They won't, because Mega Evolutions aren't in the game. Do you mean reveal?
Actually, I did it. It feels great. It's a real feeling of accomplishment, and to do it with my favorite strategy of all time, it's a really great feeling, and I feel very proud and just very lucky. The team that I brought to the Toronto Regional Championships is a team with a strategy known as Parish.
Reg
Trap.
H,
It involves
baby.
the Parish Song and the ability Shadow Tag. It's my favorite strategy of all time. It's
Call it
extremely
Wolfington,
difficult to
DC.
play, but I love it. I've loved it for many years. I've been playing it for.
From what I've been hearing, Wolfie hasn't been doing so well in Reg I.
Strategy, and
So
I
maybe...
believe at the time of recording, at least, that I'm the only player to have ever won a tournament with a dedicated Parish Trap team, and so it's something of my signature strategy as well. If I had to
Wolfie
pick
con Perish.
one MVP Pokemon on the team, I would pick Politoed. It's the
Yes,
one Pokemon
mate.
that I brought to literally every single game, and there was really no way to make the team work without bringing it.
Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball again consistent. The critical hit bringing
Nice.
it down to 5 HP.
During Game 3 of the finals, I was able to pull off a technique that I knew was theoretically possible, but didn't think could actually ever work in practice. And in Game 3 of the finals, there was a moment where I was able to pressure my opponent to not switch out his most important Pokemon without actually technically trapping it on the field. It was something that was really memorable that I didn't think that I'd ever actually pull it off in a tournament, let alone in Game 3 of the finals. And so it felt like a moment where I surpassed my own
The
limits,
fucking
where I
eye roll.
kind of improved in real time over the course of a match. And yeah, it was just like a really exciting and memorable moment for me.
So Weather Ball, Politoed,
His face said it all.
damage, and with that, Wolf Flick.
He didn't make day 2 at NAIC. First time in around 10 tournaments. Damn.
Toronto Regional Championship.
I began competing back in 2011 when I was a freshman in high school, so quite a while now ago at this point. But yeah, there was a local tournament in Virginia near where I live. I was very lucky. I ended up winning the entire thing, and it kind of kickstarted my whole competitive journey. There's a couple different things that I love about Pokemon, and certainly the
Why is he all
game
suited
itself
up?
is one of those things.
He's just come from the office, you know. He's been teaching. I know people are curious about DC because even though they have a crime rate that is the lowest they've had in 30 years, Trump says
And I think
one of Trump's guys got beat up and now he's deploying the National Guard. Yeah, we heard about that. Let's stay away from politics during the World stream because I'm not here for that this weekend. You know what I mean? Wolf wins of the only player in history to win a regional, international, worlds at the same year. True. Understand why Kay loves Wolfie now? Because he's handsome and he's fucking cracked at Pokemon.
A decent bit about what's the big picture here, right? Like, what's the grand motivation? What's your master goal, right? The truth is that there isn't some grand motivation. I don't have this big master plan. I don't have this thing that I'm chasing that this thing that nobody else has
Download
ever
and play the
done
demo
that
for
I wanna
Legends
do what to
E8?
do. It's nothing
No.
like that. It's just
Because
the
it's
very
not
simple
available
fact
for
that I like-
download?
I like competing.
Is it?
I just think it's fun to play Pokemon.
The demo's
and I
at
really enjoy
Worlds,
it.
unless someone's leaked it online, in
What
which
I really
case
wanna
I'm
do is
staying away
continue
from
to
that.
learn more about myself, more about the game, and to
Wolf and
continue to get better.
Fedecampo
If
are
at
the
least
two
more
people who have the
championships,
shot to
then
get the triple in
I
one
won't
year.
complain,
Mate, that's
but
crazy,
it
right?
doesn't- As long as I feel like I'm getting better and I'm learning more, then I
Yeah, the
also
demo
feel
is only at Worlds or
satisfied.
Gamescom. That's what I thought. Round 2
When I
still
envision
going,
myself
goddamn.
winning Worlds, I don't think about a specific opponent because
Andrew
there's no one
Zheng
person
and
who sits in
Yi
that chair who I would be like,
Xiang Chang from Taiwan
I have to believe that I could beat anybody who sits in
and
that chair.
Qiheng Qiu
Am I going to
from
win Worlds
Taiwan
this year?
versus
I would be, I
Heng
think,
Yu
foolish to sit
Sheng
here and say
from China. They're
I will tell you that I
currently
will
still
try.
playing their
I
games.
think that actually to me is more
I think we found the Dozos. Oh no, one of them just ended. So now it's just Andrew Zheng and Yi Xiang Chang.
Zhang here, and welcome to Meet the Casters. Today I'm joined.
Spin the wheel.
So many.
I think I'd probably have to pick Worlds 2013, the year I almost ended up winning.
One of
and
them says,
more importantly,
"Show
I got to
your
see my little
boobies or
brother win the
nuts."
entire thing in
Let's
the
go.
juniors
Let's land
division
on
the
that.
day after, and so Vancouver holds a very special place in my
Okay,
heart.
I could be
But
pretty
third
far
question
behind
for you,
sometimes. They
Rose.
might be done
What's your
already.
favorite
I mean, it just
Pokemon
updated.
game
Like,
that is not a main
I know how Arcanine works, mate. I use it in tournaments
Where we got
when I'm there.
started with VGC doubles, and I really hope they
It was
bring
updated
back
20
onto
seconds
the
ago.
GameCube emulator. It'd be cool. How about you?
So it's not
One
that
of
far
the mystery
behind.
dungeon games. I feel like the early era ones were really good. Red and blue.
I don't think that's what it says. Well, my eyes aren't that great. Hello, last Harley Marie. Sorry I missed you the first time.
All the existing Pokemon games at the time. So, with this being the World Championships, Rose, who's winning Worlds this year?
That's
Oh,
a
good
tough
stretch. Good stretch.
to have. I think we have to go with Pokemon. So with that in mind, I think it's got to be Shadow Rider Calyrex. I think it's going to win Worlds.
My bet is on Miraidon. Miraidon won the very first restricted World
We'll be very
Championship
right back.
in Scarlet and Violet, and I think it's going to take it home once again.
Heard Liam likes
that
Mudkips.
brings
I
us
heard
to our
2009
final
wants that
actual
meme back.
question, which is spin the wheel, Rose. So would you like to spin the wheel and see what question you get?
What do you think of Ace Trainer Liam? I think he's so
Right.
handsome. She's right.
And we've landed on what type of gym would you lead?
Wet.
I want to hear
Water
your
for me.
answer for this first.
I love water types. I'm obviously a little bit biased because of Piplup and Road and Wash, you know, but I'm a big fan of water types, and I feel like water gyms are always cool, so I'm going to go with water.
I think we both reflect our
Beanburger.
favorite Pokemon. I think I'd be a fairy type gym leader for sure.
All right, well, that's going to be it from us, so thank you so much for joining us, and hope you get to meet the other casters as well.
Well, you'll get to talk to some of us at least as we take a look at the scenic views here in Anaheim, California, as we are celebrating the World Championships here once again. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by a couple of my co-casters from across the pond for the first time at the World Championships. As casters, Ben Kiriakou and Charlie Merriman. Welcome, welcome to the stream.
Charlie Merriman, he's a very merry man.
Match that we can talk about. So for those of y'all who have
Charlie,
never been to the World Championships,
Charlie, your socks.
we have what is so lovingly known as the side TVs, which are literally TVs on the side where you can watch matches. And we have.
Wait, that's what they are.
You didn't know?
I didn't know what that was.
You've been on side TVs, Ben Kiriakou. I've watched you
Mate,
on side TVs.
Ben Kiriakou's so nice as well.
I don't think I've watched you on side TVs yet, but we can.
He was so nice to me and Soph when we were at Spoons with him. Because it was after one of our locals. Was it Brum local? Yeah, Brum local.
But anyways, we
and he was just really nice. Like he's talking to us like he'd known us for years, and I was like, we have met, haven't we? I think I met him the day I met Costa. Well, you got invited. Metapod, people are always invited. You're always invited. You know this.
Our two-time regional champion from the North America region, Shoma from Japan.
Amma hates Liam.
Boston world champion.
I'm glad I didn't come over. She keep yelling. You'd have noise-canceling headphones on, Amma. You love me.
Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Calyrex Ice Rider. Shoma has Calyrex Ice Rider, Chi-Yu.
Oh, this is one of the side tellies. Wait a minute.
And Incineroar.
Very nice.
We're going to just sort of talk about this match. I know y'all are going to do some actual casting later, so let's keep it chill, let's keep it light, and let's, talk about these teams.
What is going on?
I didn't expect personally to see Kyogre Ice Rider really make an appearance here at Worlds.
So Kyogre is my restricted Pokemon to watch this weekend.
Oh,
I think we've got a lot of potential there.
But this match has ended.
But unfortunately he's wrong. So I think with Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, I just love how it removes that ice type weakness to an extent. I'm glad to see it in the back here for Nick. I wonder when it's going to be joining the field. Being stared down by Raging Bolt, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I know who wins this.
Ice Rider looks like he's putting on a lot of pressure.
You know I jest, Liam.
The Incineroar's stopping.
I don't know, mate. Last thing I heard was you were like, man, can't wait to see Liam in person again. He really gets me wetty. He gives me a proper wet on, he does. I've heard it.
Well, game one, let's go hard on the read.
Side TV? Oh shit, front TV as well.
Let's try to get some damage on the board, remove the Incineroar, then Cali Ice Kyogre looks like it's in a good spot.
Nah, I love you too, Amma.
She
She was a good friend.
Oh,
So they're reacting to a replay of a match that was on the other stream. I might have dreamt it. Would you be mad?
And there's no Rocket Helmet. From Shoma. So is this a knockoff into the Terra Ghost Urshifu? That's what I want to know.
Thunderbolt.
I mean, if it doubles any damage at this point, should
Wait, is that Urshifu called Oyster Boy?
Yeah. Oh, 9 HP. Yeah.
He is called Oyster Boy.
Times where U-turn actually gets a KO, and it's like, well, you want the momentum, but sorry, the other player actually gets it in this spot.
But you're saving your Incineroar and that Intimidate for later.
Oyster Boy.
Yeah, except we know it's the Kyogre in the back, so the Intimidate isn't going to be going that far. But it depends what that fourth Pokemon is, though. I can't recall right now. There's Calyrex. Do we know if Fluttermane has...
And the Fluttermane's called Susie, dear.
Do not.
Okay, well...
Glad they're trying to keep us fed. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to say probably.
There's no Protect, so I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
So the cool thing about the side TVs is that...
Almost as fun as the little kid that called his Zubat Batty Boy. You can't call it that. Why? He's a boy, and he's a bat.
Good times, good memories.
Oyster. I hardly know her.
But now, like, Nick's got to worry about the Urshifu, right? He's got to, like, a Thunderclap's definitely not going
I was
to
going to say,
HP, and
you have to Thunderclap that, don't you?
Well,
you have to respect it.
So, at locals, yeah, regionals probably, internationals maybe, at the World Championships.
Gem Rar.
All bets are off, yeah. It's,
Best Zubat nickname is Bathu.
Like, break the focus actually on the Fluttermane.
Ooh, a hone edge. I'll hone that.
Nick to actually like play aggressive here and try
to
get some extra damage off because
if
it's just going to switch out. But
I love how you say play aggressive when we see the Urshifu do like 2 HP each time. But he's going for it, Every bit of chip damage counts. Okay, yeah, more than chip. It's not a knockout though. Not a knockout.
Dad's got knocked out nuts.
We're on our way to a meal
Ben,
here.
stop thinking
Dad
about
got his back blown out by a crab.
Double KO.
Okay, here we go.
This is nice.
I was going to say, I feel like this is what Shoma was aiming
Oh,
for,
yeah.
and at the
Why'd
same
you call
time,
it that?
it's like,
Funny. Not funny now, is it?
At the same time, though,
That kid roasted me.
That Shadow Ball, and are you going to be able to
I wish I
use
remembered
those
which
attacks
Pokemon it
at this
was.
point?
Yeah.
You really were hoping that the Fluttermane was targeting down the Raging Bolt instead.
It was a child that said that to me.
Also, obviously,
Why have you called it that?
come in and
Funny,
looks up
you
to
know.
the sky
It's
and
not
sees
funny
a big
now.
Electric-type Pokemon and thinks, oh dear. But it's going to be Nick.
It might have been Waffles.
Ice Rider in the back as well.
Yeah.
Might have been.
And
I
then
love
Kyogre
Waffles. He's
now
coming
on the
back.
field too. I mean,
For Reg
if
H.
that's a grass terrestrialization, we'll be able to take some good attacks from that Raging Bolt, but now we'll take a ton of damage from the Ice Rider.
But that's like, I'm glad you brought that up, Gabby, because that's kind of the point of doing.
Oh
all
yeah,
that
it was my
damage in the
background
first place,
picture.
right?
Why did you
Because,
take
like,
that
a
picture of
straight water
Poliwhirl?
type attack is going to knock it out at this
Yeah.
Oh,
point.
you know, it's
You
funny.
don't have to
Not funny
guess
now.
anymore whether you
Hey, I love the
need to
flying
go to
Pelipper they have in the
Terra
background,
Grass
by the way, on this
or
little
not, but
layout.
Nick's already committed the Terra Ghost onto the
Terra Ghosties nuts. My nuts have been ghosted.
Available to Thunderclaps
Oh.
is going to do a lot, but it's not going to. The best thing it does is.
Wonder if that kid made
make the
Worlds.
Origin
Fucking hope
Pulse
not.
the move of, or the water move of choice. And
Wonder if you can use Aussie in Reg H. Who's Aussie? Aussie.
Do you see
Who's
those moves,
Aussie?
though? That's kind of interesting.
The triple water, yeah.
Osmosis.
I really like it though, because Hydro Pump.
Ozzy Osbourne.
The single target. You
Prince
don't
of
have to worry
Darkness.
about the Wycombe anyway.
Oh, you named your Crobat, Aussie. Oh.
Gavin Michaels that sort of popped
Get
right
at
back
me.
there, but okay,
Oh,
going
you
for
can't
it.
use
That's
Crobat
okay.
because it's not in the game.
Very nice.
That was a good call.
That's why.
Okay.
Get at me.
So, something, all bets are off at the World Championships, right?
Yeah. Okay, going for the Calyrex. Sure. Glacial. Okay.
Oh, is this the one where they didn't update the layout? Although I've noticed, I think they're just not updating the layout on these streams because they're not even showing the teams.
Have we lost any Pokemon?
Oscar versus Emily, no!
I believe those were the two first KOs.
You can't do this!
I need my notes.
You can't put friend of the channel Oscar versus women as a concept. Eden got the bye! Fucking Eden Bachelor got the bye! Didn't even know they were there!
I have to juggle everything. Like, the director was just in my ear as well, giving me spoilers.
The
for
Eden's
later,
1 and
so-
2.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Koga's lost the weather war. It's not Koga Groudon. It's Hoenn meets
Wolf
Palutena.
Glick versus Javier Friere.
Okay, so Calyrex, no clear amulet there, obviously, it's left over.
Jamie Boyd versus Kiran
Right,
Singh.
now you have your triple water move, and oh dear, you could have had...
Oscar versus Emily.
We haven't seen Terra on China's side, have we? Yeah, no, I don't think
not
we have.
yet, not yet.
So,
Eden still has a chance, yeah.
Go for your Terra Fire on Groudon, 'cause
Jody
obviously
Azzarelli versus Dominic Vogel.
Yeah. And then this double protects from the fake out. I like to see Nick play this. He's a long time player.
Gavin Michaels versus Giovanni Costa.
And this is definitely one of those scenarios where
That could be one we watch. They're both 2-0.
Protecting in front of fake out.
Yeah.
So you can see Nick's pedigree there is just like, don't make any mistakes.
Damn.
This end game looks a little bit dicey. Like, let's make it as good as we possibly can.
And you're also stalling out those turns of sun.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Boyd's 1-1.
Which, you know what? That
1-1,
I
baby.
don't think that the sun gets stalled out here, but like
No.
it gets close, and maybe some double protects could be like in a few turns, maybe able to get Nick out of sun. But
He's giving himself the opportunity to make that decision later.
Yeah, 100%.
Eric Rios is 1-1.
Whereas if you don't go
How do you
for
check
it,
individual
you can't
players?
make that decision later.
Yeah.
I think the
This
interesting part
is
of
the
as well
Webby
is,
site.
The Terrafire on the Caridon is actually necessary to pick up the KO on the Calyrex. These leftovers Calyrex, they tend to be bulky.
Ooh, Ryan Powney from Ireland versus James Beck.
Failed double protect on the Calyrex, the Flare Blitz.
I'd like to see Victor Medina versus Jin Hao Jiang.
I'm sorry, Caridon.
Get Taiwan represented.
He'll forgive you for a sandwich.
yeah.
I've got plenty of those.
Okay, so it connects.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is chip right there.
I guess if it's close combat on the Caridon, it's probably
Marco Silva versus Natanon
Hydro Pump
Wongwiwachai from Thailand. Easy for me to say.
Getting a critical hit in sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, Metapod, actually. That's a great
I would have
idea.
thought, though, that we'd see the two Weather Titans from
Absolutely.
Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Kyogre, and Caridon just
I
duking it out.
know, yeah. I've always thought Caridon
Oh,
was
mate,
ahead of
Ruby,
its time.
Sapphire, Emerald, they sound like they make great Pokemon
It's
games.
kind of like Groudon's gone to the gym and it's like come back fighting type.
And bought a hat.
Yeah.
Very excessive hat.
You know what? Why
Oh,
not?
okay.
Failed double
okay.
protect.
Yeah.
So, I like Kick and Close Combat the same amount of power there. So
Thank you, Metapod.
We know that the Kyogre would have survived the close combat otherwise. The low kick's a really nice adaptation to the format. Everything's in restricted formats, like so heavy that it does
Ooh.
maximum damage. which
Oh, Oh, I like that. Yeah, because you click the individual players, and then it tells you where they are. It just takes a little bit longer than Arcanine to update, doesn't it?
We're getting straight into game 2 here. My goodness me.
Isn't that awesome? The power of editing.
Yeah.
So currently, Boy is standing at
That
208
was just a really quick team preview.
No.
out of
We got to give players their allotted. What is it?
371.
60 seconds? Doesn't feel
Mate,
like 60
Ben
seconds.
Grisma is last at the moment.
Sorry, I didn't know the speed boost on the Switch.
Ben Grisma is 0-2. That's wild. To be fair, Liam, Federico Camporesi is 359th.
From Nick.
It's only round 3, mate. Calm down. True.
Yeah, well,
I'm getting overexcited because I'm a little twat.
Nicer because you don't have to switch it into those awkward scenarios.
No.
Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Gen 10 confirmed. Oh, mate, imagine. Imagine if they were games.
That, speed control option potentially.
Oh, that's something on the back of my neck. That's
really
fine.
might matter, but I think, again, all bets are off at the World Championships. Whether this Calyrex would actually just go for the Trick Room in front of a Taunt, or
You just said Calyrex.
Just go for a Glacial Lance and just hedge your bets while you've got the fake out in play.
Probably the hardest worlds in history. There's definitely be some surprises, yeah.
I'm going to have to start getting a jar.
It is only day 1 as well.
Well, okay, well,
Calyrex.
that's 4 now.
That's up there with the time Gabby said Miraidon's hard-on engine.
Hey, yeah, I could.
It's going to be TM.
It has that hard-on engine.
Okay, so confirmed focus sash, yes, on the Flutterman. Good.
Oh, Shoma's perspective.
Okay, switch around perspective.
That's why the music died.
Yeah. I think I saw earlier there was a quick show that Shoma does have Koraidon in the back, which I mean, obviously you're going to have there.
Okay, there we go.
Suggy's 2-0. Suggy's 2-0. Let's go. Up the Suggy.
Yeah.
Shoma, if you could
Diva.
just pause on that item screen for a bit longer for us, that'd be very helpful.
I was gonna say I was assuming his Incineroar was Assault Vest because we saw the U-turn, but like.
Did you just
Can't be
assume my
sure.
item?
Yeah. It's a good assumption to make, I think.
My
Oh,
favourite thing, and I hope I might have another bingo card going for this, Terra Bug U-turn on Incineroar.
Up the Suggy. Up the Suggy. Up the Suggy. Up the Suggy.
That's what we should do one of these years. Like we should actually come up with like a bingo card.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Here comes Koraidon.
Yeah. Goodbye, rain. Rain, go away. Come again another day.
All bets are off.
Banana, tasty banana.
5 nickels. Moonblast. Oh, if that Moonblast went into the Koraidon slot.
That would
my
have been
goodness
so
me.
cool. And that water spout now just does nothing.
Wet spout. I've seen Tom Winter is playing Shohei Kimura both at 1-1. Mate. Let's go Susie
This
Main.
whole real estate thing. Maybe we should go back to that.
Susie Deer.
Well, I've always said land is a precious commodity.
You have always said that.
I have always said it.
That's another thing I have a nickel jar
Famously.
going for, actually. Yeah.
Oh.
Wonderful. You looking forward to Forbidden Door next week?
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be alright, wouldn't it? Sigh, what do we... I'm not hungry, but it's getting late. I think you should eat some ass.
Weird ring right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Naming my flutter main. Gucci main. Nice. Mine's called Flutter
But
main.
it still just feels awkward.
It's telegraphed. It says to Shoma, I'm either terroring or protecting or I'm switching. Well, and that's information Shoma can use to their advantage.
But then also for a
JB Boy tweeted one first round at Worlds. One round one at Worlds for the first time in 6 years.
Then actually this
Bruh.
Shogus is in a really good spot here.
All bets are off. Yeah.
All bets are off.
So when you say it, do you take a nickel out of the jar?
Why, Dean? How you Deaning?
Okay.
Yeah, it's you know, I do it
Oh,
regret.
dude, allows you to eat your ass. I have not got one of those tiers yet. It only has one tier, and it's look at me. Look at my hole.
Well, unfortunately, if you want to watch the end,
It's normie time for us. True. Oh, yeah. Is it on Saturday?
You'll have to go check these
Shit.
out online, and you can find all that information over on
Deaning well, thank you. Oh, you love to see it.
We have a second channel going over there. You can find some really cool
Gabby!
highlights from past events and including
Ben!
feature highlights
Charlie!
from this World Championships. Ben and Charlie,
Merry,
thank
merry
you so much
man,
for making
merry
your
man.
Worlds debut here
Charlie,
with me.
merry
Let's
man.
go back to our
Na na na
casters
na
and
na
kick
na
off
na na
round
na
3 here
na.
at Worlds.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so honored and excited.
Fucking
to
look
be
at
here
Lee
none
Provost.
other than the 2025
Look at
NL
Sierra
Pokemon
Dawn.
World Championships. I'm Sierra Dawn.
I'm Lee Provost.
Look at them fitties.
Get into round 3 very soon. It's
Yeah,
been
damn.
incredible So far. We're only two
Very Dean Day today. The weather is a bit Deaner than yesterday. Oi.
It has been and especially too
Sunday. Oh, okay, Sunday.
qualified for this world
Check
championship,
him.
all top notch, and being
You'd be
able to
first
see,
in
it was
line.
difficult to be picking matches out in the field. There's been a lot of great action. You
What the
know,
fuck is going on with that fraction up
Yeah,
top?
it's gonna get, you know, the matches.
Basically, Streamlabs can't round down to 2 decimal places. Lee does look younger with every tournament. It's since he's cut his hair. Because he grew his hair and then cut it off for like a cancer charity, didn't he?
And going up against it to see who.
Is there a site to see what everyone's team is? I don't think so, but I think that's because I think that's because, you know, that'd be giving too much away. It's also a decimal, Dean. Yeah. Get hammered. Oh, won't we all love to get hammered?
And Luca Scarabelli, and when we're talking about, I mean, electrifying matches, I think we did pretty well, but a couple of the other
Yeah, it's basically because obviously when someone donates in dollars, it converts it into pounds, but for some reason they haven't set it to.
But you know, you look through it and you say, where is there a bad matchup here?
You know what I mean?
Where is there one that you wouldn't want to feature? And it's really
Yeah, you can
hard
see after day
to
one, I
pass
think.
any
Yeah.
of them here, Simonis and Vito going up against
But
Nikolai head to head.
I will say, Dean,
Off again,
with
but
the
one
utmost
we are
respect,
featuring, of course,
there's a
Chris
really good
Feathers,
way
who's
to
very
fix that.
excited. We're able to get our current world champion on the broadcast.
Because if one fills the bar, then surely.
Kind of start us into the
I don't
day
know.
one.
No, actually, I don't think that would help because
starting off 2-0, that
I think it would be
so
like
great for the confidence too,
once you
and
go
having
over
the
that amount,
opportunity
it'll
to
still
try
count
and
it weird.
title defend a world championship is crazy.
Yeah, team sniping would be immense.
It's going to be a tough road ahead, but congratulations to the 2-0 trainers so far, so deserving.
I love that they adjusted it to make sure that they can absolutely fit Marco's full name in.
Regional champion Justin Tang.
Solution's £1,500. I mean, I would never ask for that.
Of a match, isn't it? You know, Justin having a great season.
What
this year,
did
really
Liam
kind of
mean by this?
place in that, those upper echelons of those top trainers.
Oh, I'll
In fact,
eshel your lons. I should piss now, shouldn't I?
season, coming in and having a great run there. And
Yes,
then
I should piss
getting
now.
the invite again
Because
this
we're about to
season
get a
was just such good
fucking new round,
accomplishment.
aren't we?
It's going to be a great match.
Solution for
great
many things in my
representation
life.
as well for North
I mean,
America
it would certainly help.
players.
I don't know if it'd be the solution, but it'd certainly help.
This World Championship
Burp.
is just so stacked with players. When you have that change to the qualification system, I mean, it's trainers that have really honed their skills throughout this entire season. To see it all come to a head here at the World Championships has been so nice. And you know that as we're gearing up for our next round of Swiss, that it's just going to get better and better. But let's talk a little bit more about this one, because yeah, we have the title defend of our current world champion going up against Chris Hahn, who's had a really strong season, so that's going to be great.
Yeah, Christopher's one of those players that we know has really kind of got a lot of confidence in that Kyogre's Asian kind of core restricted pairing, and I think, you know, if they stick with that, they've had so much experience in the run-up to this event with that pairing, it's only going to be a valuable asset to go into the rest of the tournament and have that experience, have that comfortability with the team to potentially give a lot of their opponents a really hard time. But then you look at Luca as well on the other side of the field in that prestigious club now of trainers that have the chance, like you said, to retain the World Championships. Not many players have that opportunity, and you know, you've got to really grasp it when the opportunity's presented itself. And I think, you know, you were mentioning about Luca coming back 8 years later from his first World Championships in Anaheim in 2017, which is just...
I did wash my hands, you filthy
kind of
bitch.
written already to do well, right?
Piss king,
Yeah,
thanks,
when
Dad.
Luca's first World Championships was Anaheim, and now back to
Nice.
be able to defend that title.
Robinsons.
Those are just the types of stories that are
Hey,
just amazing
hydrated
to follow,
gamers.
and to be able to see that
Robinsons
journey
G Fuel
competing so
collab
long,
when?
be able to accomplish that. I just absolutely
To be fair,
love that.
Robinsons
so you know
don't
that has
make
to
any
be a really
energy
special
formula,
moment
so
for him. So
G Fuel could, like, really spice
I'm
things
rooting
up.
for both the players, but
This
I'm a
is why,
sucker
this
for the
is why
good
it's so
story.
good. Yeah, of course. And I think
Robinson's
Luca as well,
apple and
he's had,
blackcurrant energy with protein
probably the season that
via
he
G
would have
Fuel.
liked to have had, but I think had the opportunity to kind of take his foot off the gas if he wanted to, because he already had that invite locked up. He knew he was going to be playing this year as
Match on the side stream that's interesting. Oh, let me see.
Went and attended events, and we've had some great
Simone
situations kind of came in,
Sanvito
got regional,
versus
he got
Nikolai
up there and then,
Hoy Nielsen.
maybe didn't get the
Oh,
results
it's a
he wanted in
Zama
other
Kali
events leading up
Shadow
to NAIC, but
versus.
NAIC
It's the Michael
really
Kelch team, but with a Mungus, kind
already
of.
on that tournament,
Actually, no,
getting
it's
that
not.
top 16 finish.
There's an Iron Bundle, though, and a Sneasler. Sneasler.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to be curious when we're looking at the players that did do well at NIC, with where exactly they're going to be landing on a team, right?
Oh, Luca Cherubelli, reigning world champion with Lunala Miraidon. Oh, shit.
side, getting a look at the teams, you can see two very different approaches. You were talking
The teams,
about
I mean, that's the reaction I was waiting for. Oh, shit. I wonder when Tord is back on TCG stage. I don't know. I don't know if he's there, is he? Yeah, pay-per-view Sunday. They're taping Dynamite and Collision on Wednesday. Oh.
It's probably the one that everyone's talking about coming in.
Luca in his world's winning top. Hope he's washed it. Mate, I thought there was a Gothitelle on the stage. There's a fucking camera.
When double restrictors have been available, Christopher has lent into that dish.
Just fucking Vanilla Ike going that ass.
Big tournament, the big one of the year.
Not surprised on Lunala Miraidon, because he's obviously seen you practicing. And he's been like, that's the way.
Really love, and I think it's quite a brave decision when you've played with something so much. And you
they do look like Gothitelle, don't they? It's not just me.
Make that change coming into the biggest tournament.
If Gothitelle had sex with a Dalek.
Especially, too, when you're looking at that tournament run, something like that Zacian Kyogre feels a little bit volatile, whereas the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, it has been a staple of this regulation.
This is better music. I can handle this.
Restricted pairings that we have. But you know
I don't use that combo. It's probably closest to his world's winning team. True.
Because it is such an anticipated team going into this event, so that's going to be something.
I see it. Thank you.
For Luca, kind of sticking to something
Feel
that is
redeemed.
a little bit more known. So this is going to be the switch up from Chris and the comfortability level from Luca.
Yeah, and we talked about Luca going into NAIC and having a really strong finish at
Tasty.
that event, and then coming into the World Championships here. Luca looks as
I think if Gothitelle had sex with a Dalek to things Liam has said. Only one judge. That's dangerous.
We've got to take a quick overview of Chris's team.
Ooh, the Ragey Bolt.
Yeah, looking at the team, we talked about Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta being something a little bit more.
Stop shaking the camera.
There is some spice on this team when you're looking at the support.
Meanwhile, someone in Go in the background using Moltres and Cradley.
Being able to just naturally outspeed with the tailwind. But
Interesting.
Craig
Diddley. Zamazenta using Body Press, Wide Guard, Protect, and Heavy Slam. That is rare. Terra Dragon.
Yeah, exactly.
Dragon D's nuts.
Big Tears is one of those enabling.
Yeah, weird Pokemon are good in Go. Because Go has a maximum, your Pokemon CP in Go can only be up to, is it 1500 or 2500? One of the two. So basically some Pokemon are too powerful for it and they don't qualify. Weird.
The longevity of things on your team if you're in a pinch. Or
Gem Power with a Focus Sash, that's rare. It's 1500. It's so low, mate.
That we might see throughout the tournament.
It's why it's not all spammed with like uber legendaries.
With the Focus Sash, we're seeing a bit
Where'd
of
you get that
trend
Moltres? Were you spoofing?
on that Pokemon
The meta
where
just never
the
changes,
Focus Sash
though.
may be taken off and given to another member of
I mean-
the six, but Chris staying true to the Focus Sash, the Chen Power that we know it as and has been for the longevity of its time in Scarlet and Violet, and it is utilizing that.
Oh no, Ursaluna regular.
Coming into
I bet there's a Feraligatr and a Diggersby.
Looking at Luca's team, this is something definitely a lot more known when you're looking at this pairing of Miraidon and Lunala, the run back from.
Don't be nervous, Luca. You're literally a world champion. But maybe that puts more pressure on him. Because he doesn't want to be seen as a fluke.
Things like the taunt can really shut down that Lunala.
They have no regulations. I bet someone in Top Cut will still use Altaria. Yeah.
The slow mode is brought because there's a variety of different ways Luca can play this.
Yeah, for sure. You've got the Tailwind on the Whimsicott as well to kind of match Tailwinds, which is an option, but you would say if you can get that Trick Room mode going and then the board position with that Ursaluna, it's going to be very hard for Chris to kind of deal with that Pokemon, especially when you look at
It's like, cheers for controller.
The Headlong Rush as the single target attack, and then the Earthquake. If the Wide Guard isn't present on the field from the Zamazenta on Chris's side, it's going to cause a lot of issues if that Trick Room is set. So I think,
Moongeist
there is
Beam,
the
Wide Guard,
importance
Moonblast,
of using
and
to try and prevent that
Trick Room
that mode, and you
on a
got to be
Terra
careful
Fairy
not to
Lunala.
go
That's
out.
quite rare.
Committing to the taunt and then taking a Moonblast for your trouble could really.
Yeah,
go
I'd hate to be a
down
player to
well.
watch at the hardest worlds of all
Security
time.
blanket Of the Focus Sash there, but you know that's only going to give you the alleviation.
Trust me,
once per match.
if I ever compete at Worlds, that will be the hardest world of all time. The hardest worlds of all time, because everybody will be full mast seeing me walk through. Oh, this music is so much more chill and zen than the previous one.
From the get-go. So I'm curious to how that's going to be playing out. And there is just this possibility that Luca does go for something a little speedier and looks at this Whimsicott. When you're looking at
Start a match.
Attacking Pokemon from Christopher, he does. Luca has this light screen.
He nodded his head. He just threw. You never nod your head. Is that an
So
Ultra? Is that an Ultra Necrozma plush? Yeah, and a Kartana.
Yeah,
I didn't even know there were Ultra Necrozma plushes.
Well, if you even look at the,
Got a plush of a dead Pokemon.
Maybe
Pokemon's not even
earlier in the
a thing
season,
anymore.
Same team as NAIC.
Thank God.
One of the things that Luca's really comfortable with is, in particular, the Miraidon, the Whimsicott, and the Urshifu. That core there, because he's used them in the World Championships last year to actually win as part of that winning team. So very, very comfortable with these Pokemon in particular, and it's going to make it difficult for Christopher with how well versed Luca is with those Pokemon and knowing how their ability to support the rest of the team can be.
Well, two very strong trainers doing so well in Anaheim so far at these 2-0 records. It's time to head into the game, figure out who is going to leave here 3-0. Christopher Hahn going up against Lucas.
Let's go!
Right away, it's going to be a restricted v restricted.
The Necrozma sitting cute is a funny concept, right?
Zamazenta for Chris, and all of a sudden, this Whimsicott next to the Miraidon for Luca.
Yeah, you've got that access to the light screen. Not going to be useful against these physical attackers on the versus side of the field, but the Chen-Pao really nicely positioned here, especially if it can outspeed the Miraidon. Max speed and Miraidon.
Okay's alright. Still not heard from her, have we?
So going to be able to get that the icicle move off onto that to remove the terrain, get rid of that electric terrain, which gives
Ice spinner, sir.
If that's not there. So
Get that icicle move off.
There with the Hadron engine.
Lee!
But the Whimsicott in a nice position as well to just get a Moonblast, potentially get
Love
that
that.
Chen-Pao onto its sash, utilize the Miraidon potentially to get a Volt Switch into that slot. But
Smash.
Be careful because
Let's go.
you don't want to lose Miraidon too early in this game. I think it's a really important piece of the puzzle for Luca.
Well, terrestrialization is going to be a part.
Don't know who I want to win here. Kind of root for Luca because it'd be cool to do a Ray Rizzo and go like 2 years running, but
damage as possible, at least from something like an.
But I like Christopher Hahn too.
From Luca. Tailwind, though, if you're worried about the speed ties, this is a
There you go,
great
mate.
way to be able to break that, making sure your Pokemon are going to be the speediest.
Oh, not very effective Volt Switch. Honestly, look at these do well, so it doesn't feel bad. Yeah, like top 16 kind of vibe, at least.
Pokemon could be taking Mirage hits when it comes in, so I'm curious what's picked.
Oh, imagine if he crunched.
Could withstand those hits a little bit better, especially with that electric seed. You do get this defensive boost.
Nice.
Now to see where Christopher has targeted on this turn.
Ice Spinner, valid.
Getting rid of
Shadow
the
Shield
terrain,
gone.
But so little damage into
Lefty's
the
Lunala,
Lunala.
right?
Now that electricity is gone, only Zamazenta left. Whimsicott.
Oh, Electric Seed, Liam. You watched it activate. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice play there from Christopher.
That's such a nicer one-hit KO animation. Thank you. Oh, that's much better
Very quickly and going after the Whimsicott
than the Microsoft Word art thing they had before.
A lot, and that is now removed. So the on-call isn't an issue going forward.
Shit!
You need to worry about getting locked into anything.
Dean, I was meant to turn alerts off, but thank you.
Luca, nice to get that Volt Switch off. You've got the Tailwind set up, so you're in a really
He dropped 100 big uns and he fixed the amount. Bravo, big applause for Dean.
Yeah, that Tailwind and just being able to pivot.
We'll let this one play and then have to turn it off to the rest of the match. But thank you so much. I don't deserve it, but I appreciate it. You have absolutely no idea how massively this helps. Every bit of it. You fucking ledge. Good thing is, it takes them 20 minutes to pick their moves. It's perfect timing with the terrestrialization. Oh my god. Yes, thank you, Dune. Double protect. I think. Yay. Have a good nap, Amanda.
Trainer Bean donated £100.
Dream of me.
Woo. Reasons.
Reasons? What was the reason?
Because you've got the terrestrialization.
Thank you so much, Dean. Thank you so much, lad. I am going to turn alerts off though, because we'll, any that come through will play at the end of the round. The reason was reasons. Oh, mate. Keep those reasons coming. Your boy's poor. It's true. How's everyone doing? Boy is still going. Oscar and Emily are still going. Mate. Down goes Marirai.
Devastating for this Miraidon. That is definitely a great opportunity for a Grizz and a great shift of the battle. Body press into
Yeah,
Lunala
Luca's
is
in
not gonna do
trouble.
too much
Yeah,
damage.
Draco misses real rough.
Now, anticipating that
I battle
once
Liam
Tailwind
Pornus, and I
starts
very
to
much
clear out,
appreciate
that
it.
Luke can be having this
There's a
mention
million and
of
one
choice.
better things
And
you
I
could
think
do with
to
that money,
maybe a
but
little
thank you so
indication
much for
that
sending it
this
my way.
Pokemon, none other than this Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's a great time with the Trick Rooms, especially when the Ursaluna is about to come onto the field. You've got to take a turn to maybe protect here to get that Flame Orb activated. to
Flemu
maximize the
Orbu.
damage.
Headache's coming back. Wonder if I get hit by heat stroke rather than just heat exhaustion. Might be. You get some water in you, lad, and have a little rest in a dark room.
The Zamazenta is no doubt off the field if that happens, and you can basically see what the body press was doubling into that Miraidon just in case there was a switch there, or maybe you missed the knockout with the Ice Spinner. But knowing that it's taken
Aw,
down
shiny
Miraidon
Iron
now
Bundle
off
on the
field,
other
but still
the other
Luca in a
stream.
Pretty commanding position, especially with this Ursaluna now intact, and you've got the Terastallization on the Lunala that is
Let's
bringing
go.
super effective damage onto both of these targets.
Evening, Eddie Rockstar. Been a while since I had time for a stream. Having fun? Oh, mate, having a bloody great time. How you doing?
Turn, but playing this one out.
How are you
It
doing,
is
good
going to
sir?
be The protects from Christopher and eyeing up Luca's side. When we do see that Ursaluna,
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
this one is going to go all out on the offense, not waiting for the Gust activation and the headlong rush. But again,
Mate,
Christopher
Luca
stays
needs to
top of the third, and
rebalance,
Pharaoh, where are you going next
refocus.
turn going forward?
Yeah, you're going for the double up into the Zamazenta there.
Could use
Really
money
not
right
really
about
that
now. Bro,
confident
same.
about the Chien Pie. I think you still need to be. Now you've got that Flame Orb
Chien
activated,
Pie
so
for dinner.
Facade going to be active to do more damage, especially into the Zamazenta now. If you don't want to go for that headlong rush and
Gotta
take
walk the
those
doggo, then
big
bed.
shots,
Gonna be lurking. No
can't be
worries.
going 10 pounds.
Do it. Earthquake wide guard. Do it. Earthquake wide guard. I dare you.
To those ice type attacks.
Hell of a week. Can only get better from here. Oh, mate.
Luca kind of in that position where you can go for either target.
Gonna go for the target with the focus
Ooh,
attack.
interesting.
How not gonna be dropped quite yet, holding on with 1 HP after the attack. Moonblast from Lunala,
Into Chien Pao, surely.
Can take care of this Pokemon, but instead targeted.
Oh!
Take care of that one instead.
Nice.
Zamazenta goes down, and this will finally be the opportunity to get a glimpse of what two Pokemon Christopher.
I think the Draco miss has made him highly unhappy.
Yeah, you've got to say
Yeah,
that
that
the
he's
Ice
he's
Spinner
definitely.
enough damage. Is it going to be close enough to pick up the knockout?
Ooh.
It's not. So the Ursaluna going to be able to stick around for at least one more turn, and that's not what you want to be seeing if you are Christopher. They do have access to Sucker Punch, which is a great opportunity to just kind of remove that threat,
Ooh.
even in the Trick Room environment. Last Pokemon here is Raging
I
Ball.
would
Terastallization
probably
being
protect
eaten
the
up, and it
Ursaluna
comes down to which Pokemon is going to outspeed which in the Trick Room.
and
Is Lunala is going to be able to get that Moonblast
protect the
off
Ursaluna and Moonblast
Raging
with
Ball before the
Lunala
Raging Ball can attack
into
it, and still,
Thingy
gotta
Bobby.
say, is Raging Ball going to have enough in the tank to be able to remove that Lunala, even if it gets through this turn?
That's going to be the big
Ooh,
question.
see, I would have gone for the Chien Pao.
As Christopher has been playing a very.
Oh, he's
aggressive
stalling
game
out the
so
Trick
far.
Room. Fair play.
Really making sure that every second turn is protected when you are eyeing up stuff like wait it out. So double protect, and again, just getting a little bit more information with where Luca thinks these threats are. Splitting up the attacks. Now we're getting closer to the end of this Trick Room, but
Oh, my lordy lord.
its own timer, because that burn damage
You know what you
is
could do,
starting to
Liam?
stack up.
Get the
Yeah,
best of
and
both
that's
worlds.
the
You
thing.
could.
You've got to really make the most of these next couple
Oh.
of turns while the Trick Room's still in effect, because once that's
I like
gone,
your
Chien
ideas,
Pao
King.
then has a little bit more
You see
of
what
an
I'm
advantage
thinking?
to get
Yeah.
the up before both of these, and that's when things can get a little bit dangerous. We're seeing a protect here from Saluna, maybe expecting a Sucker Punch into that slot.
Yeah, when you're looking at the Ursaluna that needs
Oh,
the damage,
damn, that thunderclap.
I mean, a protect makes sense. So the Lunala
Yeah, why don't you make the alerts smaller?
Sucker Punch, nothing, and Thunderclap
Put them in-
a decent
put them
amount
in there.
to that bat on the opposing end. Moonblast now from the Lunala, targeting instead
That could
into
work.
this Raging Bull, but look at that damage coming on out with the help of that Terastallization. One hit KO, and all of a sudden, Christopher is down to final two
That's the one.
Pokemon as well.
Put
Yeah,
that
that's a
there.
huge knockout there. You
And then
think,
also,
okay,
yeah,
Raging
and then
Ball
turn them back
maybe hang
on.
It's gonna be very
You can have the
close,
alerts
but of
on,
course,
but then
Christopher
just
still
have
has
them
one restriction
turned
back
down a
and
little
down
bit
to
compared
this.
to
Doing
normal.
very well in between turns.
Then,
to
yeah,
get
I think
the
that's the way of
protect
doing
off,
it.
'cause It's all about stalling out
Yeah.
the Trick Room turns. to
Maybe that'll
allow
work.
this Calyrex to come onto the field to be
So
in
I have got
position to
alerts
close
on,
things
just
out.
just in
As you've
case.
already mentioned, the
Trying to bait out the
on that
Ursaluna Protect,
timer
yeah.
Because of the burn tick, 2 turns, it's going to go down to that if it's not taken down before then with an attack.
And with the amount of damage you've already done, you don't
Aye,
even have to be playing
Spinny.
any sort of wide games. You can just go one target.
Yeah,
So first off,
Luca's got
Ursaluna
some
has been
trouble.
picked off, and eyeing at the Lunala that's already been taking so much damage. This Calyrex Shadow Rider, you know it's in a prime spot. Lunala
Yeah.
is
Oh,
down.
Luca. Hello, Sophie Jane. How you doing, gorgeous? What's happening?
Extremely well played there from Christopher.
Feels weird watching this. I haven't played main series games since Platinum. Just a little lost. Oh, mate, don't you worry. Don't you worry. All you need to know is Pokemon can change their types, but it's only one Pokemon per battle.
Kind of swaying there, knowing the game plan. protecting when it was the right time to do it, and then having that waiting in the back to come in and just
Warm, mate. Get
really
naked.
well done, especially being able to kind of keep that.
That's the golden rule. If you warm, get naked, tech picks.
It was
Jobs
so
are good. 'un.
well played when you're eyeing up that Luca had the board in this situation. You have the tailwind at the beginning.
Oh, shit.
And then all of a sudden you get the
Ooh.
pressure when your slower Pokemon comes in, and definitely cannot take away the fact that Christopher played through the situation so well. I am curious, though, about the turn with the Miraidon with that Draco here. How much that could have impacted this match, because being able to
Crikey.
take care of that Zamazenta
Crikey. Your dad's
nice,
wearing
and all of a
Nikes.
sudden
He's a
you watch
nonce.
Pokemon on that turn for essentially free.
Just watched the Open of the Premier League and now bath time. Football. That was a sick transition with the fucking Moltres.
less accuracy, and that can happen, but I think the knock-on effect that it had.
If your nip nops are rubbed for me, mate.
We saw that it went down to a Moonblast, so the Lunala would have been able
Damn,
to
Luca's on the back
that
foot.
up quite
Wanna hop
quickly,
on
and
the
then
back
it
foot
forces
and
that Calyrex
good foot and
out
do the
in
bad
the
thing?
tricky
That's the
environment,
Austin Powers
but
quote.
not
You
in that
idiot.
favorable position, unfortunately, because of the miss. It meant Miraidon didn't really get much value out of any at that game entirely. Came onto the field, it threatened, it pressured with that Dracometer, missed, and then got knocked out by the Ice Spinner, which was a little bit unfortunate.
Let's go,
I think
baby.
if we look at Luca going into game 2. If you can
Can Luca bring it
similar
back
thing
is the
with a bit
question.
more value out of the Miraidon this
What are we
time,
thinking,
I think
chat?
It might be a different story, but you can't underestimate how well.
Do we think
Chris played
Luca
his first game.
I mean, there was the
Crawls
opportunity
it
to
back?
stick with what almost worked, but instead we're going to.
I got confused then because it said Swiss round 3, and I thought it was saying it was game 3, and I'm like, but it's not game 3. You barstool. But yeah. If I'm Luca, I don't feel terrible. The Draco miss was unlucky. His play wasn't awful. Yeah, he had the right play.
Even the restrictors in the back for a later point.
So maybe he's
Maybe
like,
expecting
this
that
time
chip
I'm not
out,
clicking
saying,
Draco.
Okay, I'm going to bring a couple of Pokemon here that can deal with that. And
Swiss means the type of tournament it is. So basically, a Swiss-style tournament means that basically everybody plays the same number of rounds. So everybody plays 8 rounds. I think it's normally about 8. And then basically after the first round, everybody who is 1 win, 0 losses in the next round faces someone who has 1 wins and 0 losses. And then in the next round, everybody who has 2 wins and 0 losses faces an opponent that has got 2 wins and 0 losses. The people who have 1 win and 1 loss face each other, and the people who have no wins and 2 losses face each other, and so on. And basically, you're eliminated. Normally, you're eliminated if you have more than 2 losses, because only the people with the highest win-loss ratio go through. It's basically how I remember it. Kind of Pokemon Elimination Chamber, but not quite. That will be tomorrow during the top cut. Why is the camera zoomed in on Luca in comparison to Christopher? I don't know. It's well zoomed in. Maybe it's so we can see the moment his heart breaks in half.
That U-turn from the Incineroar means nothing. It's stuck on the field. Luca didn't get to bring a Pokemon in, and again, Ursaluna.
Luca's my dad. He's not though, is he?
He
probably wants to be. I don't think he does.
Capitalizing and putting that pressure on. And like you say, just being able to prevent the Incineroar from pivoting out there was really useful and being getting another tick of burn onto that Ursaluna. But your Luca's still in that same position. The Incineroar really not threatened here, but it wants to get off the field and allow.
You can still win with a 3-win, 2-loss if it's a 5-round Swiss based on tiebreakers. Yeah. Use 5-round example. Yeah, yeah. Because as well, I don't know if they use resistance anymore, but like, because they used to use resistance, where it'd be a case of like, depending on how many people your opponents have lost to or beaten, it would raise or lower your resistance as well. So you could have like 4 people that are like X and 2, but because someone's only beaten people that went like X and 3, and everybody else has beaten people that went X and 5, it's like the people with the better resistance. It gets complicated. I hate it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good.
I told you on the Cancer Dono stream, Toby and Fee did. I got Fee to make a Luffy Infernape. That's sick. Oh, well done supporting that as well, because they fucking made bank for that.
Potentially get
For the charity.
knockouts that it really
I should argue.
looking for.
For the charity.
Activating that Grim Near ability to get those boosts, which is going to make it even stronger. Now you've got your Lunala
5
on
rounds,
the field.
day 1,
They've got
4
the
day
opportunity
2,
to try
top
and
16,
pick
32
them
after
up,
that.
but with that Shadow Shield broken, you are going to be susceptible to the Astro Barrage if that comes out, especially that it's quite easy for
I
Chris
thought
to
it was
get into
8
now,
Swiss.
knowing you've got that
I thought it
following
was 8.
to protect
Hang on, they
Direct
do.
going
They should
into
say.
the next
They
turn.
says somewhere.
Yeah, and if you want to go for the trick room, then yeah, you should call it the
Swiss
Astro
format.
Barrage. And if you go for
Pokemon.
Wide Guard, then nothing really gets done on the turn, especially since Chris has not been afraid to be clicking those single target moves.
Listen,
But
Top
now
Cut,
finally
VGC
gonna see
guide.
the Terastallization coming out. Ogerpon, it has been a great defensive piece so far for Chris, especially with this redirection. But this Terastallization spells, I want to be a part of this.
They have a
match.
they have a
But
certain
as
number
that
now,
fifth
don't
is
they?
going to be the attack raise onto this turn, but not the only Terastallization as well. Luca is going to be clicking the button, and Lunala, you're talking about taking a lot of hit from an Astro Barrage. Now Terastallization is dropped and could also has the opportunity to go on to the offensive. Whether it gets this chance is going to be the big
I thought they
question.
changed it, so it's going to be
Counter
8 today
first off
and
with
like
Psychic,
10
so
tomorrow
much
plus Top
damage,
Cut.
and now it's going to be Ogerpon.
And then
with
on
the
Sunday,
follow-up.
it's the
Ice
final.
Casual with that attack raise. Lunala's already been taking so much damage, and it is gone.
Let's go.
Yeah, and you can see
I mean, Dobe, if you're picking the team with the Lunala and the Ursaluna, that's the current world champion. That's last year's world champion. So it's not a bad pick, although he is struggling right now.
I'm just going to go after this Lunala. I'm going to stop your Trick Room completely outright. It doesn't matter as long as this Pokemon goes down and making a really brave call there with the Psychic into that slot. If we didn't see a Terastallize combination after the Intimidate onto the
And that is Urshifu Water.
Ivy Kojo might have just missed it, and then Luca would have been in a way better position. But
Didn't bring Miraidon, so his Lunala didn't get a defense boost. Oh, yeah.
And this is a really tough board state for Luca now because, as you called out, only
It's
one
quite the
Urshifu was
adjustment.
brought to the match. Lunala's gone. You have an Ursaluna that's down to almost none, and you can already see the head shake from Luca. I think a little anticipation.
Oh,
of
Luca's
what is
forfeit.
to come. This has been such
He's already
a
stood
mental
up,
game
yeah.
From Chris, and it's going to be a set that
Oh, I hope he's all right.
victory. Now 3-0
I can't be the world
on
champion. I'm not good
Anaheim.
enough.
Great start to
Luca.
Absolutely incredible, yeah. And
Yeah, he knew once his Lunala went, that was his game plan gone. Hello, Luke. How you doing?
To be able to lead. The adjustment into game 2 was just
Ooh.
so well done from Chris. You've got to give him all the credit there. because I
He
think
looked
what you saw from Luca
frustrated.
was an
Like,
adjustment from that game 1,
I think he
bringing
got
it
flustered.
into expecting maybe the
Struggle is
check
real, but I like water and dark types. He has the bear and not just any bear, but 2 Pokemon with Luna in the name. True.
It's going to give you issues. If you
Still
bring
show
enough
good
people that
sportsmanship,
check
but yeah,
out
that was rough,
and
yeah.
give Luca all the problems. The switch into the Ursaluna, great call by Christopher.
Yeah, he is off to blow off some steam. He left the stage. Like, even the judge is like, look at the judge's face. The judge was like,
We got the Lunala in, but the Shadow Shield broken, and then from there things
damn.
were falling apart, and the dominoes were in place for Chris to kind of take.
Yeah.
And to see
So
that,
well executed. Sorry.
yeah. And to see that difference between that game
God, I hope he's
1 and
alright.
game 2 is just astonishing. And
I was,
to be able
I
to
was,
see him
ooh,
play
I was a bit uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
Game 1 loss and see like the
Maybe we're just
effect
reading too
every
deep
second
into it,
turn
but
to
man.
really make sure that he can wait out these board
It
positions.
was,
Then
you know
all of a
what?
sudden
When you
see that
can't get out of the gate though, like that, is
you don't
frustrating.
really know if trainers are going to switch up in that game too, right?
If he does the handshake signal, why should he stick around? I suppose, but
It
like,
was a strong core Pokemon, but yeah, I think that was just so well
maybe
done
it would be
on those
nice.
little mind games. So
Yeah,
I don't
exactly
know.
that. I couldn't have said it better.
Lubrate. Oh, to be fair, I'd be like, I love you all, but I'm off for a piss. That's true. That's fair.
And yeah, that's going to happen in a tournament where you're playing so
Max
many
Waterman has
Pokemon
ruined
and you
VGC
play
for
so
me
many
because
matches.
now I'm just always
You
expecting
know,
drama.
If you choose those moves over and over again, there is going to be occasions where they do miss, and it sometimes falls into your
Bloody
favor. But
Waterman.
The way that Christopher kind of took that to their advantage and just
What are
rolled
these
with it into
Watermen?
game 2 and said, no, I'm gonna be brave. I'm not gonna lead what I went with game 1. It worked, but I'm gonna change it up.
I
and I'm gonna go a
believe
different route.
in
I
Joe
think that is
Hendry.
what makes the difference between becoming a champion and not sometimes. So we'll see how well Chris gets on in the rest of this tournament. But what a phenomenal start.
Everyone's at Worlds, and we're not.
so good. And I mean, you're talking
Quick
about
game is a
becoming
godsend at a
champion, and for
regional,
Luca,
yeah.
I mean, a loss never feels great, right? But still 2-1 on the day, and still a lot of Pokemon to play. So there definitely is that potential for that bounce
Have Worlds in
back.
London
So
again, please.
Best of luck to Luca going forward. But for Chris, yeah, the 3-0.
Liam Hendry.
I mean, he swapped
I'm
off
already
from the team
married.
that he's been playing
I
all
can't marry Joe
format.
Hendry.
It shows to
Paying
have
off.
worked off, yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Doo-doo.
You know, I think sometimes you think, do I go in with
Very good, Yuki. Very good.
You've not got that confidence in that kind of call, that combination of Pokemon.
Worlds
then,
2026
you know, I
Manchester.
think,
Worlds
you have to
2026 is
follow
in
what you
San
really
Francisco.
believe in, and hopefully that's what Chris has done coming into this tournament. I mean, showing off in the start that they've made.
Show off
coming
these
into
nuts.
This World Championship
You're
here in
joking.
Anaheim. So we'll see how well he can kind of carry it.
Lizard,
on.
lizard, lizard, lizard,
More of a
lizard, lizard, lizard.
But no, it's not all over for Luca, of course.
Ooh.
A loss, like you said,
Didn't like that one.
was the best thing to
Didn't like that one
change
at all,
any
right.
time in the tournament,
At all
but
protected,
not
at
down
all
now.
protected.
They still can easily turn this round, and sometimes
Neat.
it's one of those things that really just
Pokemon.
kind of propels you forward in the tournament and allows you to kind of
I love Pokemon.
wake up a little bit.
How many
and
eggs
say,
we got?
okay,
3.
I just need to reevaluate what I do, get back in a good headspace. and
Evaluate
go
these
forward.
nuts, brev.
And maybe we've seen
Lizard
more
Hendry.
players do that early on in the tournament.
Oh.
Drop a game until they've reached finals.
There
and
we
so on.
go.
So,
Nice
I
little
wouldn't be
breather
surprised to see
between
more of
rounds.
Luka make
Breather? I hardly know her.
Yeah, that is taking a loss.
Boo-doo.
There is no shame in that.
Little
especially,
sad
too, when you're talking
tink-a-tink.
about one of the stronger teams in the format with that Kyler Shadow Rider.
Let's
and
go.
Zamazenta, and I'm just laughing.
Missed
at the
anything
Irish
good? Mate, you missed Luca Cherubelli.
wasn't as volatile
You
with the
missed
team moves,
Marco
but then
Silva.
all of a sudden,
You
seeing
missed
Circle Meteor from the Miraidon,
Yeah.
but,
Eric Rios
I mean,
versus
the Miraidon
Paul
has its drawbacks.
Ruiz.
Talking about so much power on a Pokemon, there has to be a drawback somewhere.
What
and
you nicknaming the
it's
shiny?
unfortunate
I
to
don't know.
see
We don't know which
here, but
Pokemon's going to be shiny yet.
90%. So the next.
We're playing.
next
We're
one
doing
will
shiny
never
roulette.
he'll hit.
They're normally the worst category, I feel.
Could be
the,
anything.
Play rough category, isn't it? I feel like they missed more.
How you
than
doing, Mum
the
Water?
80%
We've
category,
missed
but,
you.
I don't know. Might
We'll
be
have to
just me.
really get into the math on that one day. We'll really
Let's
have
go.
To, but yeah, I'm curious to see how the run is going to continue on for these trainers. And
I'm gonna
especially
win.
too,
I'm gonna
I mean,
win.
Luka
You're
definitely
not gonna
has
win.
That bounce back potential here, but
You're not
the
there.
competition's
Oh, yeah.
just gonna get more
I'm not
difficult
gonna
for
win.
today, 'cause there is
Oscar beat Emily.
rounds, but
It's official.
3-0.
Friend of the channel, Oscar Gilly hates women.
Hear from him. He is standing by on the stage now for a post-match interview.
Wolf Click 1. Wolfie is 2-1.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Christopher Hahn.
Jamie
and what
Boy
has been
is
an
still
incredible
playing.
season for your first year in the
Taran
Masters
is
division.
2-1. We could get Taran versus
Thank
Oscar.
you so much. Honestly, I didn't really expect to be here on stage, especially at the World Championship. So to be on stage.
Shohei
and also to be
Kimura's
the
1 and
winners
2.
interview, it's
Lost to
just a
Tom
real thing,
Winter.
you know?
Damn.
Well, I mean, you had an incredible opponent in Luca Cherubelli, our champion from last year.
Marco
Were you
Silva's
intimidated
3-0.
going
I'm
up
telling you.
against him?
I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
when I saw that I pulled Luca, I was so nervous. I was like, oh, my world's run ends here. But yeah, I mean.
Hope K's okay.
Luka,
Not heard
as a
anything
world
from her yet.
champion, does.
Oh,
He
have you
plays
rang
the
her?
entire set like very well, very consistent plays. I think the matchup was about 50-50.
If that ticketing wanted to be loved, it would be born with a copper hammer. Do you know what I mean?
That huge shake of
I'm gonna
meteor, and I
Thanos the
kinda,
fucker if
you
it
know, got
doesn't,
the ball
if
rolling
nobody
for me.
shines.
But yeah, I mean.
Does she
it's
have the day
just-
off as well? Yeah.
I know it's kind of crazy.
Maybe
that
she's
I'm
just in a
here
really
and,
deep sleep.
Everything's happening, but I'm just so excited.
I mean, you're no stranger to the limelight, though. You won NAIC back in 2022 in the seniors division, so you have a lot to prove for sure, but you're at a great start.
Very
Tell
good,
me
Sewell.
about the team. Does it feel comfortable?
Any boiler games yet? Boiler
Yeah, I mean,
games.
I've been running this team, I'd say like a
Boiler
month under
games.
half, so I knew all the lines, like especially Cherry's team, you know, the team that just won NAIC.
Maybe give it a couple more hours and then try ringing her again and see.
You know, Pauzama is a pretty good.
Or go round or something, or I don't know.
Figured he would adjust.
You'd think they'd message.
Whimsicott, Urshifu,
Hey!
Alex Ogapon is pretty good.
I need to. That's smaller than I thought it would be.
Kind of
Phrasing.
going into that
Oh,
one.
mate, the text is
Was
all
there anything that caught
twatty.
you
Hang
off
on.
guard or anything that, you know, made it a little
Yeah,
bit
try not to
tougher
worry yourself. It could
get
just
those
be
2
she's
wins?
literally gone to sleep
I'm
late
gonna be completely
and is still
honest,
asleep.
I was not expecting Mirai Whimsicott.
To be fair, she
game
could do
one.
with some
That,
sleep.
honestly, like that's a lead that none of my practice opponents
Thank you
have
for the
tried,
follow.
and I thought game
Dranoco
one was
draws.
gonna
There we
for
go.
like a
Thank
cheeky
you.
electric
Thank you very
drift off
much.
turn one, so I did
I could
tear,
do. I could
a
do
little
with making the alert
fancy,
slightly
but,
louder than I've done. I've literally halved the
I would
volume.
say
You
most
idiot
of the
boy,
set
Liam.
was pretty much,
But that's
like,
nice. That
the
was,
turns
you know,
went
I've got them
about.
so that they're slightly less intrusive on the stream, but we can still
seal the game
honor
at the
and
end
love
stuff.
those wonderful people
Cool.
that
Well,
are supporting
Christopher,
us.
Thank you so much for joining me up here. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Boiler game next week. Are you
Sure.
do Beyblade, Tony?
I definitely want to shout out, obviously.
Oh, cracking
my
games.
parents
Oh, yeah,
for
we've had
bringing
some
me here,
short
also my
games, some
brother
long
Kevin,
games,
who's
some
competing
big
in
games,
the
some
senior
tall games, some
division.
short games. We've had
I gotta
games.
shout out
It's
all my
Pokemon.
wonderful
I'm the
friends
wrong
back
person to
home.
ask because I love everything.
You know, Team Z.
The heat made me sleep for a couple of hours. Almost missed the opening. Maybe she's just sleeping longer. Mate, it fucking hurts if you miss the opening.
Gio also also, they all help me.
It's when you bounce too high when you're riding. I got a message off K at 2:30. Oh, there you go. AM or PM?
I'm kind of one of my longest.
Paige is usually asleep when I get hold of him. Make sure you get consent.
Community. I'm also Church of Tusk.
Just when you thought food couldn't make phone calls,
Well, it really
boom,
does
onion
take a
rings.
lot of
Very good.
friends to stand here up on this stage,
Very good.
So congratulations once again, Christopher. We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships after this break.
Well done, Christopher Hahn. Well done. After this break these nuts PM. Okay, so that's only like 6 hours ago. Almost to the dot. Look at Charlie Merryman. Isn't he a very merry man?
To look back on some highlights from the 2025 Video Game Championship Series season.
Ooh.
I'm here with Charlie Merryman to look back at the European International Championships that happened in February over in London. Charlie, it was truly a historic year for EUIC.
It was.
It really was.
Wrestling Chance joined the game.
2025 is one for the history books. The storylines that came out, and we'll dive into those now. Now, I'll start off with my personal highlight.
It's like he's ready for prom, yeah.
Was top 4. We had Dill Yeomans of the UK versus Yosuke Takiyanagi from Japan. Yosuke, throughout the tournament on stream, had just been embodying everything
Kevin Hahn
that
is
Pokemon
doing.
is all about. Just so gracious in defeat, and so even in top 4, he was laughing along with his opponent during the game. And after that game, Yosuke gave Dill this massive hug. Dill won.
There isn't a Kevin Hahn in the tournament.
More special than saying you deserve
There's Kevin
it.
Lan
Dill
from
was
Taiwan,
really
who is
good.
1 and 2.
It was, I was on the desk and I was tearing up myself as well. It was so special. But then, of course, we get to the finals, and it's Dill Yeomans of the UK versus Wolf. Dill has just gone ahead and beaten the record for any UK player.
Let's go chance for Rye for NAIC in 2024.
NAIC, not NAIC. Going further than top 4.
No, they weren't.
In the international championships.
Rude.
That record was previously held by Ben Kiriakou on the desk this weekend, so that was incredible. Then, of course, ultimately, Wolf goes ahead and wins. And
More worried that she isn't here. She booked today off just to watch Worlds, and I thought she watched along with you guys. Maybe she just decided to watch it in private, or
1,400 players who signed up for this tournament, who entered this tournament. The biggest official Pokemon.
Also, it kind of looks like the Wish version of Sea Dog VA. I don't know who that is, but like, do you have to criticize everyone? Maybe let's not just critique people's appearance constantly. Hello, McDazzy, how you doing?
And the crowd goes absolutely wild. I mean, you were there as well. How was that for you, that moment?
I mean, I just remember sitting there in the crowd and just being like, did this man write this? Like, it felt like one of those moments that it had to be scripted. And it
It's a
totally
compliment?
wasn't, obviously. But Wolf
No,
just
it's
has
not.
that kind of energy going for him. And I mean, you
Saying
have to wonder
someone's
if
the
we're gonna get a
Wish
moment like
version
that
of
this
someone
weekend.
else
Oh my goodness.
literally
Can
doesn't
you
mean they
imagine?
look
It
good.
feels like
That's not
Wolf
what
has-
that means.
I mean, he often has an incredible season, but this season in particular for Wolf, because let's not forget, after that incredibly iconic moment, he then somehow goes
Because the
ahead
Wish
and
version of
provides a
something is
competitor to the most
massively
iconic moment of the
downgraded and
entire
cheaper
tournament
version.
by
Not fit for
unmasking himself
purpose.
as previously the mystery winner
I'm all right,
of the
McDazzy.
recent Grand Challenge that happened in
Oh, Kevin
January,
Hahn would be a
Global Challenge
senior.
Grand Challenge in January.
Oh.
He went under an
Senior
alias, and
nuts.
it turns out
Right,
it was
let's
Wolf,
go.
and
Let's
that
have a look.
meant that this season he had won the Toronto Regional
Seniors.
Championship. He'd won that
Seniors are
online
still in round
tournament,
1.
won
Oh, they've
closely
not
to a
started
different
yet.
playstyle, and then the Europe International.
Oh, no, they have. Kevin Hahn is 1 and 0.
Do the unthinkable and then go and win Worlds as well. Every level of event almost. in
Yeah,
the
Kevin Hahn is
2025
1 and 0.
season. I mean, no pressure, Wolf. Good luck to you.
Good luck to you indeed. And we'll be back with some more historic moments from the 2025 Pokemon season later on in the broadcast. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Also, the Alfie that we think we know is 0 and 1.
Sao Paulo, Brazil for the
Rip.
Latin America International Championships.
Latin America,
Over
D's nuts.
550
I think Kevin Hahn
trainers
won a
competed in the
UIC
video
and
game
NAIC
across
as
the
Worlds
juniors,
last year as a junior.
seniors, and masters
Damn.
division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no Legendaries, no Restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities,
go.
trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts
How's
of team
Vikram?
archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've
Vikram.
ever seen. 5 international champions,
Legenda.
2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of
Oops.
regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each
Vikram
other
is
in
1 and 0.
finals, or for LAIC to finally
Beat
won
Leo
by a
M
Latin
from Japan.
American player. But in the end,
Up
it
the
was Marco
Vikram.
Hamada
Up the
Calavera
Vikram.
Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals.
Mate, Victor
Classic
Medina's 3 and 0
versus
right now.
Rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Man.
As Marco Silva makes history as
Bro,
the first
cracked.
3-time international champion in the Masters division.
Master,
In the seniors
your division.
Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another.
That's a
IC
story that I
trophy
like,
to
is
his
that
cabinet.
like both brothers won the international in the same year.
Juniors division, Ismail
Fucking
Hoki
wild.
finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in Trick Room, fully ready to pick up the KO.
Let's go.
We have it, Ismail Hoki.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.
Oh, the NAIC TCG siblings, where it was literally like whoever wins, our family are winners.
He is just one step away.
So their family got like almost double prize money, right? Because they'd have got what? If it's an international, so it's like 15 grand for winning. So they'd have got like the 15 grand plus 10 grand. But obviously it's kids, so it's in scholarships. But still,
I did really well. And
they're both going to really good schools.
Told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well. And that's what I did.
Interviewed the sibling for the pre-show. Aww.
My first team, trying out like new stats.
And they were like, so what are your thoughts to the little boy? And he's just like, I'm just so happy that my sister won.
Was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my
Everyone's heart melted. Even my cold black heart melted.
I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back in tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
Squawker Billy rhymes with Squawker Willy.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like
Wow, Amma.
kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament,
Amma, I think you know what I think of Black.
I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to
Thank you very much.
I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna.
I love that you set me up for these statements as well. Which GTS would let... Oh, you wish it would let you specifically trade shinies. That would be nice. But the better way to get shinies is just catch them yourself. That's even better. Feels good.
A dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years. And
Amma's going to be the sole reason this man has a reservation in hell. Excuse me, I'm my mother's son. I'm already going to hell.
The time in which I was able to defend my title.
By association, I was born of deception. Dean! With 5 gifties, thank you very much. That makes 97. Thank you, thank you. You're far too kind today. And every day.
My greatest memory from the World Championship.
Dean with a gifty. That makes it 98. Bloody Nora. Thank you very much, Lee.
In the World Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at and has been really, really high.
Oh, yeah.
One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with...
Is he going for around 100? Dean! Thank you for the gifty. That makes 99. No, he's going for 99, mate.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another segment of Meet the Casters. My name is
Scott. Why does Scott look so uncomfortable?
And it is time to meet the casters. Scott, who's your favorite Pokemon?
We're going with Cresselia this year. I get a lot of favorites, but Cresselia...
For 101. Oh, Dean! That's another gifty. That makes...
You did very well with Cresselia back in the day.
100!
Bidoof, which has yet to have its debut in the
Thank you, lad. Been channels on aim too sketchy unless you know the person and know they don't gen them. Yeah. Here's a 99, Jay. I thought of that.
Fun public eye moments in the broadcast, but 2012 was my last year as a player, and got to hang out with Ray Rizzo as he was prepping for the finals with Wolf that year. And
Dean with another gifty. He's made it 101, lads. You're right, Steve. Steve's dead. 101. K9's on the run.
Actually branding. Who would have thought? Honestly, my favorite
Will he going to 1,000? What happened to your English, Jason?
I casted the finals. I was
Dean with 50 gifties.
Which was very sweet.
He's gone to 151.
Remember for a very long time.
I don't like that placement, Liam. Fix that. Yeah, right.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Why is it not centered in the box that it's in?
Japan wins the odd number years, so
I don't actually know, Liam.
Maybe the highest profile Japanese player.
Get some love for
sure, and
Ardeen in the
also
chat.
Japan
Why
tends
is it
to
like
win
that,
when
Liam?
there
I
are two
don't know.
restricted Pokemon in the mix, which is why
should be
I
central.
think Miraidon is going to win because it's one of the strongest
Big love to
restricted
Ardeen.
Pokemon in the metagame right now.
He's a
Whether
bloody
that's gonna be
legend.
Kamigawa running Miraidon, we'll have to see.
Big hype, big
Last
hype.
but not least, for
Fill the
our
chat with hype.
questions, what's your favorite Pokemon game?
I said
that has not
Pokemon
been
number.
featured here at the World Championships?
I didn't put any eggs in my basket.
Fan. I think the art style in that game is just beautiful. You know, kind of fun to get to see Pokemon in a little different environment than we normally
All
see.
the love for Dean.
In honor of some puzzle solving,
You love to see it.
I'm going to say Pokemon Troze, which allowed you to line up Pokemon in 4 in a row.
Ba ba ba.
It's kind of like you get into this flow state.
Oh my lord. Oh, our display's got one.
So now that we've answered all of our questions, it's time to spin the wheel to wrap up.
Wait
this
a minute.
segment. So let's see what our final question's going to be.
That's crazy,
Round
right?
and round it goes. Where it stops, it's going to be soon, I hope.
I can tell you
Our last question of the day is the
that egg right there is a Tauros.
for Pokemon.
That egg right there
Just for Pokemon.
is a Finizen. That's a Finizen. That's a Finizen. And that is a Aracuda. I'm telling you now, I guarantee.
Memorable event for sure.
3 Finizens, a Tauros, and an Aracuda. I'm calling it now.
A different answer that's a little bit
You could be wrong. I won't be.
My first time I traveled
Rehearsal
far
till
for
1
Worlds
a.m.
was
last night,
actually
4
for
asleep,
the
8 hours
National Championship in
practicum orientation. Practicum? I don't need practice to come. I do it really well. Now I get to take one very short break before driving an hour to my 3-hour no-break gig with our substitute singer. Oh, but you'll love it. An Aracuda, I told you.
Thank you so much, Gabby. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with some more.
She did an Ed. Let's go. She did the Ed thing.
California, that's right. I threw it right back to myself because I can do that.
I loved that.
Weekend. I am joined by Scott Glaza, Rosemary.
Just get
Kelly,
Roadhead.
and Aaron, the
Radiohead.
himself, to walk
One of them was a Tauros, I told you. Now for 3 Finizens.
at the World Championships. So
Pretty good comment, especially with K. Damn, girl. Are you a damn girl? Because damn, girl.
How does it feel to be casting here this weekend?
How you doing, Hank Wolfman?
We got the best games ever. I don't know what else to say except for I think we got such
Let's
a strong
go.
start with that Paul versus Eric match, and I cannot wait to see what else is coming after that.
Yeah, and of course we got to see one of the tournament favorites as well up on stream in Marco, going up against one of the other tournament favorites in Michael Kelshin. I mean, Marco just looks like he's on form. I think it's
Who
honestly
said
really
that?
hard to come into Worlds as one of the favorites.
Mate,
There's been so many years where
I love Aaron
the best
Zhang,
players
right?
fall a little bit short
Aaron
at
Zhang's
Worlds,
one of those
but I think
people
Marco's
where
3-0 right now. He's on a great
he's just so damn, so damn wholesome. Like, he's one of those people where he's just so unproblematic, isn't he? What a good lad. Melton in the seat doing okay. Hope everyone's doing good too. I'm doing alright. She's okay. Was she asleep?
Looks like Simone was our EUIC
You fell
champion
asleep?
back in 2018. I also got top 4 in one of the global challenges this year.
Oh, this is the game that was on the other stream.
Nicolaj got
With the Iron Bundle.
at Worlds in 2013, and Scott, I could go through the teams, but I want your first impression on.
Bear with, I'll put this on screen in a minute.
I mean, maybe look at this Iron Bundle do some stuff.
Look how smart I am. It was 3 Finizens, an Aracuda, and a Tauros.
I was kind of wondering if it was this player in 2 that maybe you were expecting to see it from.
So,
Next
funny
one.
that you mentioned that. Yes, this is definitely one of them. Nikolai and Frederick are brothers. That
Wait, the Pokeball's throwing me
have
off.
run the same teams together. Both of them are very well known for using.
Is the
Sneasler
Ditto in a
this year, as
Pokeball?
well as Blood Moon or Saluna.
No.
And I know that was a particular team that you and I were looking at.
How's
here.
there one in a Pokeball?
Added Iron Bundle most recently to this team.
Oh, wait, you're an
If you
idiot.
have
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
You're able to get that Quark Drive boost. on
Okay,
that Iron Bundle,
that's a
and it can go
tink.
for
That's a
things like fast
Tinkertink.
icy winds, fast encore.
That is
It's
a
staple right now in the
Squawkabilly.
Yeah, I actually think of them as the
Yeah.
pioneers of Iron Bundle in this
Tinkertink,
format.
Squawkabilly, Finizen,
because they've been so dominant with it, so
Aracuda,
it's really cool. It also is a
Finizen.
unique Miraidon set with
Yeah,
light
no
full
Tauros in that
Electric
run.
Terra rather than the choice spec sets, so you're able to protect. The downside, as you see here, is there's no ability to go for
3
Fairy Terra
Finizen,
Dazzle Sleep, so
an Aracuda, and a Tauros walk into a bar.
really nice way to just make sure that the Calyrex here gets a really powerful attack.
I'm gonna
but
come.
The bundle plus Koraidon
Make
is
this
very
full screen,
reminiscent of
lads.
Things like Flutter plus Koraidon, where it's like Icy Wind and then try to just get a knockout immediately. Here we actually see a Volt Switch to pivot out.
But fix it on playing games with Night Angel.
I'm
Oh.
really glad. You know, I think Blood Moon's just so much fun. We haven't get to see a whole lot lot other than that, like, kind of that initial format where it was
Mate,
such a
I love to
monster.
see an Iron Bundle at Worlds in Reg I.
Iron Bundle and how it's kind of progressed through formats too. I think it's been kind of interesting this weekend already to kind of observe maybe how
Especially under that
players
electric
try
terrain.
to apply
Get
strategies
that
from
Quarky
past
drive
regulations to
Quarkin,
this
you know.
one. We saw Chin Pao and Dragonite
Christopher
come back
Quarkin.
to varying degrees of success maybe, where it's like it was the same two Pokemon. Like Chin Pao obviously has
Your
really
dad's
reinvented
name
itself.
is Bob.
Dragonite maybe,
Bob
still
with a
trying
plastic
to
knob.
find the new
Stop.
look, a little bit too late now that we're already at Worlds, where I really like how Iron Bundle is being used here because, like as you guys said, I think that this makes sense. Right? Iron Bundle is still Iron Bundle, but the way it runs
Can you
still
stop
makes a lot of sense.
whistling?
You just have to be supporting something that makes a little more sense in this format, and I think it really does. It'd be fun to watch this Miraidon as we come back through here, just because it's
Let's go.
you can't do the things you can do with the normal Miraidon with it, but Iron Bundle kind of lets it do its own thing optimally.
I also really like seeing trainers come to the World Championships with the team they've been using like all season, or at least a chunk of the season.
Say it with me now.
So
Bob, 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 Bob,
important when
Bob.
it's like round 7 or 8 of Swiss, you're tired.
Bob, Bob, Bob,
Everybody's
Bob.
like at their A game.
What'd she say? So what time is it now?
Back on those instincts is so important. Absolutely. And I think here you'll also see why this Blood Moon Ursaluna can be so good. And also a little bit, when we first saw Blood Moon Ursaluna come into the game, it always had something
Steve
like
Logie. You leave my best friend alone, Jason. Kaylee!
would be able to shut down.
Kaylee
But it's
is
still
alive.
so powerful in terms
5
of those
alive.
ground type attacks
5
you can go
alive.
for. You're looking
Kaylee
at the
is
Earth Power
alive.
here. We've also
5
seen it on
alive.
Landorus
5
and
alive.
Planet, and
That's my
all
song.
of these
Did you like
Pokemon
it?
have been really successful
Bailey,
versus all these
here's a
skill types that we've got
sausage.
going on.
Would you like it?
I think unrestricted Pokemon that can dish out tons of damage. I think it's also there's just like not
SpongeBob,
enough
I
of them.
hardly
So,
know him.
Exploring the ones that are available is really important. Where kind of these Pokemon, they're kind of like in one of 3 groups here. I feel like, right? You get the restricted Pokemon.
Well, oh no,
some have support
Kaylee.
elements, but they
I
can
don't like
really dish out
that.
the damage for the most
You have
part.
fruit.
You have kind of like the Clefairies.
Fruit
and the
loves
Lungas
you.
on the other side of the spectrum, where like they're really just there to do support. But I think when you get like offense, you have to respond to from those unrestricted Pokemon. It's really tricky there. Like you see what Zamazenta there, right? Where it takes what like 60,
Oh
70%
baby, do you know
from
what that's
non-restricted
worth?
Pokemon.
My
The second
mother
one
gave
got
me
returned
birth
body
and then
pressure
died.
because it's bulky enough, and
Not
it's
that
the
quickly,
problem you
but
have to deal with, which
made a mistake of talking in the work group chat on my day off and got scolded, as you should.
Fun decisions being made in this game, by
Leave
the way.
work at
First of all,
work.
we saw
No
Iron
work at
Bundle
home.
protect rather than a freeze
Leave
drive.
work at work.
Zamazenta switches
No
in.
work at home.
Bundle ends up not taking damage.
Oh,
Counteract
Bundle.
protects, so there's the threat of like Encore onto that. Ursaluna here gets so much damage up, but also is still threatened by Zamazenta. I think one of the awkward things about Ursaluna is it's actually, even after speed drops, can still be a little bit slow. There's so many different ways you can train this Pokemon. You could run max speed, max special attack.
Fruit, is this a new partner code name? Fruit's literally in the chat, you dummy!
Really big deal. And if you don't have a lot of speed investment, even after Icy Wind, and actually won't be able to outpace things, and that can make it a little bit awkward as you're seeing in this current game state.
I was just
She's
about to
literally
say,
there.
I have to wonder why it was Ursaluna Blood Moon that was the ground type of choice on this team, as opposed to something like the
Get up
Landorus
with the
and
law,
Planet,
mate.
where that would be consistently faster. I mean, maybe it's a Trick Room answer.
Well, her name's actually Maria,
Looking
but
up the other Pokemon on this team,
we just
I know
got
you guys
back.
can't see it,
She's
but I
been
just
here for
took a look at my
weeks.
notes, and
What do you mean?
Sneasler on this team as well, which would be very fast. So
Do
you
your homework.
have to have that
Catch up
slower
on the
component to
law.
make sure you can
Watch
cover
the
your
VODs.
bases.
I think you want this.
Daddy
speed
needs a
tank
paycheck.
as well.
Is that a sandwich for Miraidon?
I'm hunting him.
Maybe. I think it's definitely.
Listen,
feeling
sweetheart,
the
tell
power
someone
of
that cares, yeah?
friendship through this
I think part of it is Blood Moon with that Silk Scarf is just such a
Love you.
unique, like powerful attack that has incredible coverage.
Don't mind
And I
check
think,
stock for something. A workman got annoyed at me.
Bulk is also pretty solid, and yeah, to your point, it could be like utilized.
Someone's told me. Somebody once told me that Europe doesn't really get severe storms like what we got in America. Any truth to that? I can only tell you in the UK, sometimes we get strong wind, but we don't really get hurricanes. We don't really get tornadoes. Not to the level of America. But I don't speak for the entirety of Europe because I don't know the climate of mainland Europe. I would argue the best thing to do, I would suggest, Google what are the worst weather conditions in mainland Europe, and maybe you'll find something out. I don't know.
And to your point,
But in
Gavin,
Miami,
when you
and man,
bring
they
up the
get
Sneasler that's on
fucked
this
by
team, I
nature.
think the reason why we can
Damn,
see
nature,
something like
you
that
scary.
incarnate is because you can go Terra
Welcome
Poison,
to
you have the
Miami.
Light
Bienvenido, Ami,
Burst,
Ami.
bombs, but if you have the Sneasler on the team, you've already filled out that
I'm giving
need for
Lithuania
having
strong
that
winds,
type
you
damage that would otherwise be
farty
quite good in the format.
non-binary
And so then
person.
it leaves you open to be able to use this Blood Moon. That Mind's Eye ability is
I'll
so
blood your
good
moon.
to
What
be
does that
able
mean?
to deal
That
with
sounds
opposing
really
Calyrex Shadow
offensive.
Riders.
Don't ever say that
If
again.
You don't have that same threat of
Does
the
a political
Wild Guard either
shitstorm
with
count as
something like
bad weather?
Earthquake for the normal Ursaluna.
For sure.
The UK server admin have just given VPN players a massive buff. The hurricane issue largely an East Coast US thing. Bit windy, innit?
Probably really wanted the possibility of slowing things down at the end game.
I'm in Orlando and I can hear the thunder rolling as I type this. What you know about rolling down in the deep?
Especially as a fourth Pokemon, maybe.
I'll go into details, but apparently she hid the fact that I've messed up a couple of times, and she counted them as strikes, and went off in the group chat about it. Who? Work mom? Wait, what? There's a work mom heel turn?
I mean, look how big its hat is.
I think this
Do me a favor. Is it end stream and go away?
But it's very
Because no.
specifically for electric type damage, and so obviously we'll be able to soak up a Thunderbolt.
Oh, big love for Kaylee in the chat. That's really twatty of fucking work mom.
Just get the knockout onto. I believe the Free Graph actually has Protect on its moveset as well, and that's not very commonly seen, and so as a result, it's actually a much bigger guessing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's soured Jimmu to find out you're being shit-talked by someone who's supposed to be like your work mate.
I'm very happy to just start attacking.
Now I think we know for sure. This Ursaluna is pretty slow.
Oh, we don't like work mum anymore.
I think we're kind of mentioning Ursaluna's coverage
Fucking
too.
bitch.
I do think like the way it's like single target and spread damage is split a little bit compared to the
Your
regular
dad
Ursaluna.
gives
It's kinda
me
nice
clean
where, it actually
gasms,
matches up pretty well into
gasms.
The, Zamazenta Calyrex thing, where I think playing the physical Ursaluna can be kind of annoying, where you have to guess right a little bit more. Where Shadow Rider can't really do anything against Ursaluna other than protect to avoid the Blood Moon, and then having like the stronger single target ground type move with no drawbacks to threaten the Zamazenta versus.
Next time you order those UK admin vids, send it me. Oh.
I don't think I would ever call Blood Moon Ursaluna easy to use
because you enjoy them.
But it does seem a little simpler here.
Did I send it? I sent one to Sophie, I think.
Trainers. You've got this Rick Room set up, which would notably be
Thought
pretty
I
good
did.
for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But now you've got this Amoonguss that's come into play, and there's no Spore Moon.
They're not on my feed anymore? Oh, mate. They've ended up on my Instagram feed.
Yeah,
Where is it? Where is it? I swear.
Over immediately. Now
I
it's
swear
like
I
you
sent
can,
one to
of course,
Sophie.
switch into Miraidon to set up electric terrain that blocks Spore, but then Amoonguss could go for a Rage Powder, and I don't think
Hell
Hyper Voice is
update.
actually going to knock out Zamazenta either, and so even though Ursaluna got that really nice Earth Power
Wait,
earlier, like you
might
still
be
need
my
one more
search
big
history,
attack to
'cause-
knock out the Zamazenta, and so yeah, you can see kind of
Yes.
the Rage Powder body press threat here.
Yeah, it's tough. You think you can also
this
make a call if
profile
you really want to switch in your Miraidon
Gizmo.
into the Trick Room. I think
Hey, lad.
probably not.
Yeah, it gets awkward.
Enjoy.
Right? The speed issue, or I don't know what the moveset of this Pokemon is, but also you have the Amoonguss' Pollen Puff. You have to
Oh,
worry
yeah, I'll
about
send it to you,
giving that
Kaylee.
up for free.
Oh, yeah.
There's the switch.
Okay, so Frigoraph gets to see around later, but yeah, Miraidon coming in. I guess maybe you're hoping that this it's either like the Miraidon isn't going to get attacked or this Ursaluna is going to be able to do enough. But with the Spore,
Bed rot in.
this is why like the
Why not let Fruity come round and
back in, but it is just
bed rot
really
your
risky. The
bits.
fact that you went for the Spore though means that Nikolai is just
Let's
free
go,
to go
let's
for that KO
go.
onto the Zamazenta. And now if it wasn't wrapped up before, I feel like it definitely is now.
Wrap up these nuts in a paper bag. Put them between your legs, you slag.
Maybe was worried that Ursaluna was going to protect.
I bed rotting, I'm Hoovy. Trying to update, got my shiny Mienfoo Mienshao, named her Dare. It's Dare, and then got two shiny Scyther. You've got to press it on you.
For the Rage Powder this turn, I guess. Like
That's what you do, baby. Back door is open. Yo, Fruity! She's letting you peg!
It's like you get the KO onto the Amoonguss, and I think
What a time to follow!
You have to. I don't think there's any other option. Yeah.
Hang on. Schrodinger 0190. Thank you for the follow.
So it's like you kind of
Don't
want
mind
to
the house.
but if your Amoonguss faints, now it's -2 Raging Bolt and a Calyrex.
Harmonix missed the opportunity to add Dare by Gorillas to Dance Central.
Yeah, two awful. Well, actually, because it's Dragon Pulse, that makes it actually a lot stronger. This
Fruity's like, I was prepping my strap on.
Trade-off between the Raging Bolt and the Miraidon, but Pulse makes it more consistent here.
But Protect also, I get there's only a couple of turns of Trick Room left, so you may as well try to.
Why is it triggering me that it's in this smaller window? Like, I'm wanting to kind of rush to the next stream match because I'm like, even though this is technically a stream match.
10% of damage, but it actually works out.
Yeah, it's the best possible move, right?
Yeah.
Like, he feels bad. Like, oh, great. I made the perfect call. I did 10%.
I'm just there like, bruh.
I mean, hey, beat 0.
There's one match still going in round 3. Benny Vasquez versus Daniel Nunez. US versus Mexico. And they're both 0-2.
Not yet.
So, like,
Oh, don't say that, Gabby.
whoever wins that match is knocking their opponent out of the competition.
I was more going for like a.
It was updated a minute ago. Oh, Benny and Daniel, there's everything to play for. Table 170 is going hard.
Yeah, those claws look sharp.
Oh my goodness.
And yet it yells at us to fight. You know?
Yeah, oh yeah, it does.
Good point.
I just want to use it. Maybe this is like getting them dirty, you know?
This is, I think at this point though, if you are,
It's the opposite of a
you have to
winning in.
Stall things out just a little bit. If
A
you wanna
losing
push
out.
that chance.
That's what me and Roll Cake had, me and Joe.
I think it makes it much
And
more
he
difficult
won.
for this
That was
racing
at
ball.
EUIC.
Any of your electric
He knocked
bolt
me out of the
attacks at this
competition.
point into either of these Pokemon, and this Hyper Voice. I mean, geez, that Raging Bolt gets like annihilated.
No worries, Steve. Drive safely. Don't get roadhead unless it's from a stranger.
This loud and Miraidon just attacks, so I might just lose both
It's more
Pokemon and
interesting.
suddenly things are just
Nah, we like to see undefeated streaks because then you see the best of the best of the best.
value of this Ursaluna, and I mean Ursaluna first.
Paul, say something stupid.
Types, like, against a Ghost Terra Calyrex, right? That's the dream. And Calyrex Terra'd on turn 1, but it mainly was hoping to see
Gotta get my
Miraidon
pencil
stay on the
case in my
field and maybe
classroom.
knock out Miraidon.
Sounds like a
Both
euphemism.
so far just to
Way.
get Ursaluna
No, it
out.
doesn't.
So Calyrex
No, it doesn't.
basically hasn't gotten any value out of its Terra in this game.
No, and now
Speaking of whipping stuff out, Amma.
Like, do you still feel confident bringing the Shadow Rider Calyrex? I think that you actually.
Amanda, are you sleeping?
We already saw in that
Nah,
first
she's
match
awake.
of the day that both of our trainers, Eric Rios and Paul Ruiz, actually left her restricted at home in those games, and that is something that I know, Gabby, you had actually talked to Paul Ruiz about. You have to remember and identify those moments where maybe my restricted is actually a hindrance to winning.
It's a tough call to make too, because I agree with what Paul said. You know, it's very tempting to bring the Pokemon
Boom.
with the high base stat totals.
I've forgotten how to
They're
play
very
Legends.
powerful.
Dodge roll.
But at
That's
the
all I
same time,
remember.
If you have the Ursaluna, maybe you don't need it.
Ursaluna's
I mean,
dead.
look at how
Oh,
bulky it is too.
that is a bulky Ursaluna. Is that Assault Vest?
Pick up, but
Oh, it's knocked
still,
out
I
now.
mean,
Some free
now, how do
damage.
you get rid? But how do you get rid of the rest of the Pokemon?
Exactly.
Or get the Trick Room instead. So, I mean, that maybe gives us interesting information, right? Where I think that's assuming, okay, well, I think my Miraidon
I mean,
is slower than
Trick
this
Room.
Calyrex. I don't think that the Raging Bolt is going to one-shot my Miraidon, so I think this is checkmate, which, if so, I mean, I think
Hopefully
Ursaluna
Daniel and Benny realized that
because it couldn't be
Tatsudozo's
allowed,
had its day.
Nikolai kind of pick however he wanted to end this game.
Yep.
I'm a little scared right now for Nikolai. I'm not gonna lie. Like, does Frigoraph? Well, because it's like if
I am too.
Yeah, like I'm not like Frigoraph normally has foul play. I don't remember if we saw what in our.
Oh yeah, it's set up Trick Room, so surely, surely Raging Bolt outspeeds Miraidon in Trick Room, right? Even a slow Miraidon.
So this is the key turn. And it doesn't get the KO, that's what I'm saying. So now you set up Trick Room, but you have Iron Bundle and Miraidon under Trick Room, right? The Frigoraph is just going to faint here. And so I think that Trick Room actually was a little bit costly.
Yeah, there you go.
Iron Bundle's also
It's Day
KO.
will return and
That's
Reg
right,
hates.
yeah.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I mean, like, yeah. If the assumption is not that your Miraidon is slower than the Calyrex, then I don't understand why you don't just foul play a turn before, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
I don't see how that's ever better than Trick Room.
Yeah, or like, do you
worse than.
protect the Blood Moon or Saluna?
Protect would have won him the game there
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
I think it's like this gamble where it's
Up,
like
up,
you're
up,
worried
up,
about
up.
then the Frigoraph getting doubled into. But yeah, like Trick Room doesn't feel great here with Raging Bolt being faster.
I got like 10 notifications from Insta. Oh dear.
And there's that speed sandwich.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Miraidon, though, it was in the speed
Ripperoo,
sandwich and
smells
not,
like poo.
Eating
Mate,
the
I'm so
speed
mature.
sandwich.
I just want the next round, lads.
That is a horrible parallel universe, I think, for that Miraidon.
Daniel and Benny, finish your match, love.
Game 1, we do have the remainder of that set to watch. They're just getting that prepped, but
Oh.
you know, Rosemary and
Fantastic.
Aaron and Scott, if y'all were in those trainers' shoes, you can pick whose shoes you want to be in.
Phone was on Do Not
What
Disturb.
would be the
Oh,
adjustments
that's why
number
Fruit
2?
couldn't get hold of you.
It's going to be kind of a cop-out. I want to talk about the high level of it a little bit first. I think this sort of game is really hard to do.
Yeah, I feel that, Dan. And Metapod, every time you get back into Legends, it's like, right, and what are the controls?
When you play such
What
a
goes
long
on
first
here?
game, I think it's kind of easy to it becomes harder to
His
go back
birthday, he's
and,
not dead.
attribute what led to you winning or losing accurately, where like he was still down for a long way, right?
I think maybe they are only having like 5 rounds of Swiss. There's only like 3 hours left of the probably of the event.
How should maybe this game should have ended? What were the critical decisions that led to that point? And it was so long.
Because I imagine they don't go longer than 8 hours. They don't normally.
But I think the players often have the same problem too, where like it's much easier.
So maybe it is 5 rounds today, 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2. And then top cut.
Hopefully he wasn't too.
I mean, to be fair, that would be 8 rounds tomorrow because it'd be 4. Maybe it's 6 today, 2, 3 tomorrow. Because obviously top cut, you've got top 2, top 4, top 8, top 16, top 32. That's 5 rounds.
It's like, how do you actually do enough damage to the Raging Bolt once
I don't know.
set up,
They'll tell us. Anyway, you can see what teams everyone's using. Not yet. Because that information can't really be released yet. So either after the tournament or probably after today, you might be able to see.
We've seen this a couple of times, though. I don't think that this match
Which will happen first? I relearn what I'm doing, or I KO myself via ride by launching me to the stratosphere? Yep. Yep. Feel that.
Setting up the trick room sometimes meant that you actually put yourself in a pretty big disadvantage because
Do
you
do
just
do
weren't
do
able to
do.
get enough damage down before the Ice Rider Calyrex also got knocked out.
And that just
Here
feels
we
bad
go.
every time.
I know.
But you spouted numbers and didn't sign up for math. You signed up for what did you sign up for? What did you sign up for? What do you come here for, Amanda?
I think with Calyrex, like earlier in the game,
What's the appeal of this? You can tell me. We're alone.
You trade a bunch of damage for that. Now you have the problem like, oh,
Ignore the other
the speed control,
handful of people that are here.
I've taken a free turn on such a
How big are your
critical
hands,
spot
Liam?
where I've probably given up even more resources in exchange.
All right, well, we have a game
POKÉMON!
here.
Wait, let me hatch this shiny first.
Iron Bundle and Miraidon on the field once again, and Zamazenta and
You do exist, Kaylee. Stop this. You literally have a girlfriend.
It's just so long, you know. Its body was getting blocked by the, the
he's a
move
long
selection.
boy.
Very long boy indeed.
Boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say, "Weho."
Ice type mirror in a GS Cup match, by the way.
Amanda comes for Lizard.
Ice types, but,
I ask myself daily. I don't even stream daily.
newly discovered in Paldea.
So that's a
And I
Tauros.
think, you know, it's a fun thing where somebody like the legendary
That's
Pokemon
a
are
Squawkabilly.
really attacks, but usually it's
That's
hard to actually
a
get that. I guess it still is because these are two very
Palafin
difficult Pokemon to use in
or
this
Finizen.
format, but,
That's a Squawkabilly. And that's a Tinkerton.
By the way, because in game 1 we did not see
Kaylee's
double
not feeling
restricted
great.
spring from Nikolaj's end. We actually
Which is
saw
an
the
understatement.
Graph and bundle, so this time there's Zamazenta. But
You
this
think,
turn one's
therefore,
already
you
so
are.
explosive. It's this Assault Vest Champ House that's been everywhere so far, right? So it's like turn 1, you do threaten with Icy Wind and an Electro Drift. Zamazenta could wide guard, but there is no wide guard to start here, right? Like wide guard alone.
Do you know what Miraidon kind of looks like?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
And so that's the beauty of this lead as we keep swapping sides. But
We're just normal men.
it is Life Orb, it's electric terrain. You've got the electric tower. Like I would think this
Well,
just
there we
knocks
go.
out
Good
Zamazenta,
scratch.
but let's see.
I mean, that would just be such a
Oh!
Nikolai
Goodbye,
already has one
Zamazenta.
Pokemon in this set,
Oh my
and
God.
I think it's, when you
41
lose
seconds
restricted
ago,
like that,
updated. Benny and Daniel have not finished their match.
Find that comeback mechanism. At least the Ice Spinner from the Chen
What's wrong,
Power is
Amanda?
gonna do some damage and also get rid of the terrain, so that does help a little bit. But
Beans,
you lost
beans,
Zamazenta.
beans.
Yeah, and,
That's
I
a
think
big
beans.
trade.
Yeah, I mean,
Beans,
I guess we do
beans.
see Calyrex sort
Beans.
of like getting a free switch here. It's kind
That
of
was a
another one of those,
great
like, air
rendition,
quotes
Liam.
free
I'm proud of you. You
situations,
know
but
that?
still
I hope
going
you
to,
do.
Have to worry about getting icy winded here, but you get Miraidon sort of pinned, so it's an
Beans,
opportunity for something where you, okay,
beans,
well,
beans.
I gave up a lot to get in the spot. I really need to
This
take
is why you
advantage of
tune in.
positioning or,
Isn't this way better than the
maybe a
original
big
stream?
loss the other way.
You know what you
We see
did?
the final Pokemon as well,
No, I don't.
but MVP from the first game, perhaps.
You overestimate my ability to remember.
Last I tuned in to the Video Game Championship Series,
Sally
I
Bally.
did not see Chen Pao with Assault Vest. Where did this guy come from?
Newer adaptation, you know, it means you can actually lead it into the special attackers. A lot of players are running like super bulk on it. Almost has like no attack investment.
Really?
And it won a grassroots tournament over in Japan, specifically with Calyrex Zamazenta. And
Bing
part of the
bong.
theory is Ruination is such a great attack, and so much of Shadow Rider
Nice.
Zama's aiming to chip away.
In
her
10
opponents,
seconds,
and then
Amanda
your
is
Shadow Rider
forgotten.
or Zama can
Wow,
finish
why
it
am I
off
catching
afterwards.
strays?
So, Spinner is also a great move, by the way. Getting rid of terrain is
Ice
so
Spinner's
powerful.
amazing.
But I think
I've been
the
saying this
response
for
here
years.
makes sense from Nikolaj's end, where it's like, okay, now I've got him for a grab. Have fun.
It's not Nikolaj, it's Nikolai.
Simone actually makes a nice play. I think
Probably.
He went for Ruination onto
How
the
do I-
left
how do
spot
you
as
know, Liam?
well,
You don't even know the
meaning
person.
You will
This is
actually
true.
be able to damage it.
Cool. Ice even. Ice typing.
Very good, Gabby.
I will say though, the only thing about Ruination, it's not 100%
That's
accurate.
right, it can miss.
And we've seen it miss.
You are, it's Ambrosia.
Also seeing, by the
Your
way,
dad
the
is a
awkward
taxi,
things about
but
Iron
he's
Bundles
not a
in that It's an
car.
incredible support Pokemon. Yes, you can Icy Wind, you have Freeze Dry Encore, but you generally don't do a lot of damage. And so right now it's like we've got two
Round 4
support Pokemon,
pairings
and,
are
like,
up.
neither are really
I want to
applying
know who
much
won that
pressure.
match.
Oh, did you just will the miss?
Oh!
I think it can't be a caster curse because this is a replay.
Benny lost to Daniel.
Let you off the hook this time.
Okay, then it's like is it premonition or did I just get?
All right, let's
fed
have a
the
look
script?
at the round 4
The
pairings.
director's in my ear. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, let's look for Oscar. Oscar's against Victor Jimenez Cole.
Oh no.
We got Glick.
Did Trick Room get set up? I wasn't.
Wolf
paying
Glick versus Jan Sim.
So now this turn, I think there's the interesting decision. Like you could maybe switch in your Zamazen.
Oh, Jamie Boyd's 1 and 2. Oh no.
From there, Zama
He's against
being
Ike
Zama's
Rodrigo.
is a very powerful pick. I actually think Ursaluna would have been pretty fine
Emily.
from a position like this as well.
Emily
but,
Parson is
Zama,
1
of
and
course,
2
being
against
able to body
Alexander
press, but,
Canseco.
yeah, Calyrex just protecting here, trying to stay alive for a little bit longer, not take a freeze try.
Wasn't a straight, it was pretty direct. Wow.
It's a little scary if you do try to go for the trick room too. I mean, you get some slow boys.
Luca
on the other
Cherubelli
side.
is against Kieran Singh.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate.
So people might be
Paul
wondering, why
Ruiz
would you
versus
renation a 1
Luis
HP Pokemon? And the
Milik.
answer is you're expecting Bundle to switch out there. If
Paul lost
Zamazen
last round,
actually
eh?
goes in there and you get a Runation off, it's absolutely huge. But of course, the risk in trying to
where's
go for
Dill?
that is you can't miss. And so Bundle hangs around for a little bit longer. I'm actually not sure Bundle wants to
Dill
hang around
Yeomans
right
is
now,
1
though.
and
This
2
might
and is
be,
against
like,
Manuel Hernandez Marin.
Just kind of like sit there with the target side, being like, please hit me.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Jody Azarelli's out.
Because it's shiny.
That is very true. It has that whole future chrome thing going.
Battle of the
for it.
Josephs.
Hey, you know, it's sort of kind of.
Joe Ugarte versus Joseph Martin from the UK. That's spicy. It won't be on stream, but I need that.
Actually,
Yeah, Ugarte versus Yorkshire.
As long as Chanpout does, yeah, I think it would be nice to at least land a freeze dry into the Raging Bolt, and I think that is a part of the problem.
There we go.
Hey, that's a caster blessing, I think is what we call
It
that.
hurt us criticizing it.
Oh, I see when this can miss too.
Crazy, there's still 48 players that are 3-0. Justin Tang versus Galo Orbea. Ryoma Okamoto versus Kian Campbell. Victor Medina versus Aurelian Sola. Oh, I know them. Z Costagliola versus Ko
Take that damage because now body press from Zamazenta in the back
Ski
is so
Day.
good. Like, Zamazenta can just
Ski
come out
Day,
of
that's
pressures,
how that would be
one-hit
pronounced,
knockout
yeah.
onto both Champ
Sam
House, well, so
Tabner
Raging Bolt.
versus
The main then debate is how do I predict a Calyrex switch in and
Hachiko
go for a heavy slam instead, right?
Minami.
But Raging Bolt does not
Shoba
like
Onami
beating up
versus
damage. It can take the
Long
body press,
Yulin.
right, at full health, but certainly not at the
Yuki
range that it's at right now.
Zaninovic versus Pichun Lin. Grant Laird versus Alex Underhill. Gavin Michaels versus Joji Kaeda. Sebastian Escalante versus Giovanni Kiske. James Beck versus James Evans. The Battle of the Jameses. Jack Roth versus Danvir Singh Narula. Naoto Kishida versus Christopher Hahn. A name that is fully in Japanese, so I can't pronounce it. Versus Takahiro Ishida. Marcus Dion versus Jae-Sung Lee. Matty Morgan versus Yuma Kinogawa. Raghav Malavia versus Seiya Koyasu. Yuta Uehara versus Fabian Kuhl. Kimitake Ikarashi versus Yuki Tanaka. Husan Chikyo versus Louis Marco. Mao Harada versus Marco Silva. Sebastian Rodriguez versus Simone Sanvito. And Yude Gerard Lee Wei Kong versus Shonosuke Ikari. Bruh.
For something like a Farigiraf. So I think it makes the perfect sense. And
Which country is SG?
To, like, the Hoy brothers to kind of like figure this out, right?
Country
It's like Cresselia
SG.
2.0.
Yeah.
You can never count out
Singapore. Oh, of course it is. Senator, I'm Singaporean.
Call it now because of that first game. For
Yeah,
sure.
exactly, and it's I mean it's a Pokemon with just so much snowball potential, right? So it's like if your Psychic actually knocks out the Farigiraf, then you get the boost as well, and then suddenly you just outpace both Pokemon on the opposing side.
Nah. JB boy, JB boy.
Zamazenta from the opposing side, and I mean we saw Marco Silva literally click out.
Your dad is my dad, and my dad is your dad.
Wide guard, and you got like every call correct.
I was gonna guess Senegal. Oh God, I forgot Senegal
That
existed.
if you
Is that
are
bad?
forcing the Zamazenta to
Is it
wide
bad
guard,
to
then
forget
it's not
certain
doing
countries
damage.
exist?
I think that was the same sort of conundrum.
didn't
that we
choose
saw
to
from
forget it,
Pelipper
you know?
Back in, last year when it was also one
I've made this window too small. I can't see the bottom anymore.
I really like that call there where it's a little obvious
There
maybe
you
that
go.
Calyrex is going to try to get that boost off of the
There we go.
But, you know, call the protect correctly. And now surely this time insurmountable advantage.
But then when you look at Nikolai, you're like, are you thinking ahead? Like, oh, you really want this for Graf because it looks so juicy to get that boost. So I guess I'll just attack you this time with another Behemoth Bash.
Yeah, I don't even know if it KOs, honestly. That's my main question.
JB boy, JB boy, JB boy.
You need to get the
Hello, Southern Tyrant. How you doing? Star Strider Station. What's happening? Thank you for the cheeky raid. How you doing? Welcome back, our Alex. Sorry I missed you there. If I did, I can't remember. I'm having a moment.
Mind game, and if you just psychic into Miraidon.
So I hate to say this. Do you go for the Trick Room this time?
Ooh.
Yes, the answer is yes. It does KO for Graf, okay.
That's probably why. No Trick Room on the table anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the Behemoth
Cheeky raid's better than no raid. Oh, cheeky isn't a mark of quality.
Yeah, it looks
Like cheeky isn't in relation to the number of people. It was just it's just a thing that British people say, you know?
And then you still have the Miraidon.
Like a cheeky Nando's, like
the spread damage.
it's just Nando. You know what I mean?
You have two Pokemon on the
Austin John, a 20-minute vid of the ZA demo. Surprised he was allowed to do that.
You wide guard. Yeah.
I mean, as long as it's recorded over the shoulder, I think it's fine. We have our moments, Liam. Don't worry. I have so many moments.
1 yes, 2 yes.
I am the moment.
Well, if Zamazenta survives this, then I think it's always fine to just attack.
I was just going
to
lose to a crit.
Poo-poo bum.
And this is like the difference between a life orb Zamazenta or Shadow Rider
Yes,
or
Liam, that's how that
Spell
goes.
versus one that's not, right? So because you survive there, even with that special attack boost, it's not enough.
But Behemoth Bash just does have to KO
Correct.
here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're safe, right? Yeah.
Oh, Jamie Boyd, 38 minutes ago. Once again, World's Luck strikes again. 1% chance to lose, and of course, he's a maths teacher, so you know he worked out those calcs.
Getting crit and losing this that would have really sucked, but like
It's a pretty clear and direct video of the demo. Nothing blocking the screen whatsoever. Oh, used to being ignored. I'm sorry.
They're going to be pretty clever. You don't want to have to try to outsmart people too many times.
Not exactly. What's not exactly? Star Strider, what?
That was a +1 Ghost Terra Astro Barrage.
I'm confused.
It still didn't knock out Zamazenta, and like the two main.
I feel like you're not liking that I said cheeky raid, but it literally just means thanks for the raid. Like, the word cheeky isn't a quantifier.
Is way weaker than say either a Life Orb Calyrex, and some of these Calyrexes are even modest, right? And so that's all the difference. But hey, here we go. We got a game 3.
Game 3, but surprise, we got game 3.
We love game 3.
Game 3, baby. Bundle on the field. Sorry, I love Iron Bundle. Did you know?
Same lead.
Now, obviously, you have to worry about the Icy Wind plus the Electric Terra, combo once again here. And so,
let's go.
Do you just let your Zamazenta fall once again? I don't know if we know the Terra on it, but if it has a good Terra defensively, it could
Icy
work.
Wind, baby.
Icy Wind, okay.
I think he might have wide guarded if that was the first move. Because he locked that in very quickly.
Yeah, for me, I just I never go for the same move twice. I know it's probably a little too predictable, or like maybe I try to blow up the chin power.
90% of the time, you don't go for the same move. In case you're playing Scott in the future. I got you, man. I got you.
Appreciate it, bud. Yeah. Or maybe I always go for the same move.
Yeah, every time.
Yes, if I knew what you meant. My answer was not exactly, but don't worry about it. I'm not so offended. I think it was just lost in translation. Oh! Yeah, no, cheeky, it just literally means thanks for the raid. Like, it's just a word we throw in. We love a cheeky, you know? Don't worry, mate. Nothing wrong with your raid. It was a raid, and I appreciate it. Always.
True.
Yeah, watching Miraidon protect feels so weird.
Here we go.
Where's your specs? Where's your choice scarf? Yeah, or like Assault Vest, I guess. Three most
Are we getting a
items
sacred sword?
We would think on this Miraidon, so.
What's Xianpao going to do? He should get rid of the terrain, surely.
So interesting though, the option would have been there just to pick up the Zamazenta.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like cheeky Mackies. I'm having a cheeky Mackies.
Protect switch into a Bungus is actually an option.
Oh, where are you and your dad off? Off for a cheeky bum? You know, that kind of thing.
But then it's like you rage pound and you're probably losing your Bungus, and that doesn't feel really great. But
very good, Liam.
I think this set is highlighting the strength of the Bundle Miraidon combo, being able to just Icy Wind and blow
Here
something
we
up
go.
with just so powerful.
I have to ask though, like,
Whack.
if this isn't the situation you want to use Amoonguss in though. When
Can
would
show you
you
my
be saving
sacred
Amoonguss
sword.
for? Like,
There's a
when
place you can
Miraidon's
see
gone
mine now.
completely?
And
I
in
mean,
use.
It's one of those where it's like you want it out in the field to get a rage.
It's
talk
very
to protect
affordable as
what's
well.
Next to it, right? So Shadow Rider's a good example.
Nothing
where,
cheeky about
like,
Nando's
there
are the
is a
prices.
very
They are
good
creeping up for
here.
what they give you.
It's going to be the Electrocara variant. Also, the freeze strike from Bundle does so much damage into Amoonguss. Like, that is actually one of the only ways Bundle can deal damage in this matchup.
Brev.
Fair enough.
Oh, there's the icy wind.
As well, not faring too well with the other side of any of those freeze dries, but it's gonna be, I think, another time where
Bye bye Zama. Oh, me and fucking Rosemary in sync.
it is. Bye-bye, Chen.
Oh, because no ice spinner.
Where it's guaranteed. The Chen-Pao's assault vested, so you'll get a knockout onto that, or you'll do a ton of damage into something that switches in. But
That's
it does
clever.
still mean a body press.
I hate the two screens. I want a full screen of the battle. Yeah, I really wish this was full screen.
I don't have to sort of ruin anymore, right?
Exactly.
Like, I love the commentary team, but I don't know if we're benefiting. And I do think a 4-person commentary is a bit much. But I do appreciate them giving us more content.
At least now you're still threatening your whole combo, right?
So I don't need Nando's, they're expensive as fuck. Yeah, right.
This is one of those turns that you just hate playing in a game 3 where both players really have to make a difficult decision here, but there's still like the full hand of cards on the other side of the field this time.
Yeah, the wide guard is such good support because it means, like, what is Bundle going to do? If you click Icy Wind, it gets blocked. You don't care about Protect. The best it can do is freeze dry something right now, right? And so I was wondering if there could potentially be a switch in into one of the normal types here, but it's not going to be. And so part of Simone's strategy now is I'm going to just position Shadow Rider and get it out in a really good spot.
Everybody just perfectly
Wide guard comes
fine
out,
with
no
3 at a
protection,
time.
switches, and so
No, they
these Power
don't.
Rex here should be able to do a ton.
They do badly with 3 at a time. I'm so glad they went to 4. It went down to 2.
Block that icy wind, and that's such a big deal because I think also kind of predictable. Nikolai does not have the faster Pokemon on the field. If you get that icy wind, I think this Miraidon is in a much better position. And so this is just going to be a KO onto the Miraidon, a nice boost here for the Calyrex, and this poor Iron Bundle down to its Focus Sash.
And this is when the snowball starts, right? You get one boost, then you get 2 boosts,
and then
a
all of a
red
sudden
boost
you
and a blue boost.
Oh yeah.
It feels really bad, right?
Yeah.
I really see like the it's like neat, like, oh, yeah, my opponent maybe wasn't expecting me to pick up the Chen-Pao, but like even though it made his side of the board better, it made his opponent's side of the board
Hydrate and not dehydrate. That's very clever. That's a very good point. Very poignant point.
The wide guard the way he did in game 2.
Yeah, at least you have the Fergarath that's going to give you that 1 immunity to this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Wait, did they switch?
But I wonder if that
Why did they change the music?
to swing the tide back.
But it's the same
over to
perspective, isn't it? No, they've switched perspective.
We've seen how much foul play does already.
And the perspective is glitchy as
but
fuck.
then that means it's not going to be a knockout. That's the right.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Switch back to the other perspective.
You're thinking Trick Room here, right?
This
But we
capture
really
card is
talked about
struggling,
Amoonguss,
Brev.
You know, maybe that's a good answer to the question of when you want to bring it out.
Yeah, it's not going to be now, but you do.
Bro,
want
is this
to
a Switch
delve
1?
into Encore, and I think that's actually really good use of this Iron Bundle.
Wait, the Shadow Rider protected, right? And Trick Room isn't going up, so now you've actually made both slots useless.
Oh.
Like, incredibly, right? Like, I mean, yeah, like, this actually working out. Now you encore into the Shadow Rider slot.
This Iron Bundle wants to win.
Or you predict, predicting a switch.
There's no way he's going to let me do that.
There is no way.
Freeze Rise Psychic, and, like, you switch the Shadow Rider out into the Amoonguss and knock it out, like... Oh, wow.
That would be
insane.
This got really fun really quickly.
Yeah, I know, right?
Bring back Switch 1 memories.
You know I have Encore, but are you going to
This
click
is
it?
tense.
Surely you have to switch out because you're not going to let me neutralize both. And okay,
oh, he locked it.
Okay, Zama's to switch.
Oh.
He's about to lose it.
Okay, imagine how different that plays out if they, the Shadow Riders. I think you might still get the KO here, but you are taking a lot of damage.
Get the
in
freeze.
return. And what gets scary is now it's like Amoonguss plus Zamazenta as a duo, which means the other Zamazenta is going to struggle a little bit. Of course, though, you do have Psychic to hit the Amoonguss for super effective. I'm also not sure if Foul Play gets this knockout, right? Like, I don't think
It's going to be risky.
I mean, it was so close last
Oh.
This is not even close
Most
to
events I
this
find the
time.
commentators irritating. My mum is the sports fan, and a lot of times commentators are really saying nothing useful in my opinion. They get paid to talk, but I guess it doesn't have to be eloquent. I would argue the Pokemon commentators are really good at what they do. Like, they explain why moves work, they explain what players could be predicting to do, so they say plenty of note.
position. Well, I don't even know if a second foul play would actually.
But
pick
this is
up
tricky
this
for the person with the Calyrex, with the Zama.
From here, but that to me is like the turn of the set, right? Like if you encore, it's a
Because you know Amoongus is using Follow Me.
foul play off, and then suddenly both slots are left useless. But if I were in
Simple solution here, mute the audio.
honestly, right?
Yeah, it's such a hard decision you have to make in game
Love Iron
3
Bundles,
of
Rock'em Sock'em Robots,
too.
KO animation. It's so good, right?
You know they know, and like you can assume. at
That's
this
valid,
level
Kaylee,
your
although
opponents are strong
try not to
players
sound
that,
too
like,
snappy. I
they
know
see
you're
it
not feeling
too,
good
they
today,
just
but
know that you also see it.
And there is also Encore on the other side. Let's not forget that this Shadow Rider
it's coming off a bit too dry.
The Farigiraf get encored into foul play. Means he can't go for the Psychic into the Amoongus. I think that's another good turn for Simone. One step closer, taking those sets.
Oh, good. We've gone to the correct. I don't like them switching perspective mid-match. I will say that's horrible. That confuses the fuck out of me.
There's no RNG occurring here that would, perhaps allow things to go quicker.
But still here.
Because then the names switch side as well, don't they?
Yeah, both trainers, I think, doing a great job of
Do, do,
recognizing
do,
when
do,
their
do,
opponents
do.
are leaving them openings and using the opportunity to set up for future turns rather than just going straight for damage. I mean, especially with Calyrex Shadow Rider on the
boy.
field, the Astral Barrages are just so tempting, especially once you have that first boost to just start, attacking.
And that is going to be mean.
But Simone just showing us that.
Yeah, jeez.
That was insane. You just wait for the right opportunity, and then Zamazenta goes down.
I mean, we saw that, right, in that last game.
Ooh,
+1.
that's not good for Farigiraf.
But the +2, for sure. And the fact that this Farigiraf is still locked into foul play, it's going to be taking recoil. It looks like it's going to be another 4 hits before this Amoongus gets knocked out. And so Nikolai throws in the towel. Congratulations to Simone. What a good set.
Well done.
That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun.
So fun.
And isn't it awesome that we can feature these matches here?
Love
through
it.
the side TVs?
Oh, Victor Medina versus Aurelian Solar is on the side
You'll
stream.
be able to see all of our future matches that we are
And that's
recording over on
a
YouTube, so make sure
Kyogre
to go check
Kali
that out.
Ice
I gotta
versus
ask you
Kali
all
Ice
before we,
Zamazenta, which
head
seems to
off
be very
somewhere,
popular at the moment.
What do you think you're going to see? What are you looking forward to most? We're going into round 4. We've sort of seen a little bit of the competition so far. Is there anything you haven't seen that you really want to see?
Boo-boo.
That was my answer.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe if I give another answer. I think just like maybe some small players we were less expecting to see deep in the tournament in general, right? We've had a lot of really
Jamie Boy is
awesome
still
big
playing.
game players so far.
If any match has been decided yet, I don't think so.
I would never have expected that player to go 9-2 or whatever, and I just love those stories.
Yeah. All the matches are still going. Oh no, show all. Oh.
Such high caliber, so well versed in terms of the competition.
No, yet.
So
No matches have been decided yet.
Quite high likelihood of seeing something
They
like
even
that
started the round
happen
yet. Oh, Arthur Mosca from Mexico got a bye, so he's now 1-3. That's because he was the only person 0-3, I think.
We want Groudon. We want Groudon.
No, there's loads of people 0-3.
Oh. Excellent. For now,
Anything interesting in the junior bracket?
Round of VGC action
Let's have a
lined up for
gander.
you with our casters, so please
I don't know
take
any
it
of the
away.
juniors, so I don't know really.
Thank you so
I'll be
much
honest.
before, and I know you want Groudon.
There's a bunch of kids that are 2-0.
Groudon, at least not yet, but we can.
I don't know any of the juniors. I don't follow kids, you know.
With some other restrictions.
I think Alfie from our locals is there though.
With the selection that we've got coming up next, you'll be fine. Just to wait for
Alfie's
Groudon.
0-2. Oh, poor
It's
Alfie.
going to be worth the wait when it eventually comes onto broadcast as well. So.
Yeah, and
Who's
we
the
won't
other
make
lad
you
we
wait
know?
for it either. I know you're disappointed right now with no Groudon, but looking at the pairings that we have for our next
Oh,
round
what was his
of
name?
Swiss, you can easily start looking at, a couple of these really, really top trainers and start kind of imagining with where this can go. Trainers trio on the day. I mean, this is a stacked competition. We've been saying that all day long, and this is really just the proof in the pudding.
Yeah, you want
Bailey,
to
the door's locked.
Start for these trainers coming in and undefeated at this stage of the tournament, and with how tough the field's been and is, and going forward.
Try turning the handle the right way.
Players
Damn.
still quite a lot to do to be able to firstly secure.
I never
that
stream
safe
juniors
two players,
outside
and that's
IC or
what a lot of
Worlds,
these
so
players
few would
are
know.
on the right
I never
track
pay
to be
attention to his
doing,
seniors.
but,
Is
not
Justin,
locked up
Miranda,
quite
Radford.
yet, of course. Some really noticeable names
Yeah,
there,
like
just
we only really know like
still on that
the
3-0
couple
train,
of
which is
juniors or
great, but
seniors
about
that come to our locals, and even then I don't always remember all of the names.
Victor Medina as well. I want to just shout out. He's been consistent throughout the season. Just been.
I thought he
very
was.
good.
I thought he was saying who's been a.
In LAIC, just not quite
I want to point out someone who's been a
Maybe
cunt.
this is the event where that
Yeah, they only ever show the juniors and seniors finals at like the big events.
Been very good this
So international championships and world championships, they have all of the finals of all of the different games, like TCG, VGC, everything, on the Sunday, and they play like the juniors TCG final, then the seniors TCG final, then the masters TCG final, and then they do the same with the VGC.
I know you're excited now to see what's next.
Yeah, we get to feature Kinigawa, the
Ooh, Matty Morgan.
champion, and I think the
Yuma
hot favorite coming in
Kimigawa.
to win this event this year. It's going
Or he's just trying to break into a random house.
Coming off the back
You're
of
at the
that
wrong
win
door.
in
Oh
Japan.
dear.
And not only that, obviously the top 8 finish at NAIC as well, and we got to see a little bit of what Kinigawa's all about at that tournament firsthand, which is just incredible. Going up against Matty Morgan, of course. Matty, very strong player from Europe, and won't be easy
Matty
for
B
Kinigawa
raps.
to get past. Obviously having a great start as well, going 3-0, and Matty himself has had some good finishes. Not quite a top.
Was
8
trying the
finish
front
at
door.
NAIC,
Oh
but was
dear.
very strong.
Someone's
with
done a
a
silly.
Top 16 finish at NAIC, which is very, still an amazing accomplishment in itself.
And this is just the moment where I wish we had like 10 different broadcasts, because looking at like Marco versus Malrata, there's the battle of the Jameses, James Evans versus James Beck. I mean, you were talking about Victor. He's going up against Aurelian Sula, so like that would be a great match. But I'm really excited about the one that we have now, especially with the stories of these two players. I mean, you're looking at Yuma coming off as the Japan national champion, just falling short of that auto invitation from NAIC. But when we're looking at, the story, we're looking
The school
at,
I got called Matty V Raps. Oh no. Hello, Emma. It's going to eat. Finish washing my hair. Picture it ain't washed.
The Japanese champion normally wins the world's on an odd year. So whether that'll be fulfilled again, we'll be yet to see. But I'd say Kinigawa is favourite and has been playing so well. I mean, some of the matches that we saw at NAC, some of the calls, the reads.
Now your Katie plays with
just
flaps.
were incredible. It's going to be hard.
What was that, Gizmo? It has been fun, Damien's, always. Careful not to dox yourself. How would I do that?
So you can't call it this early in the tournament, of course. Interesting with the team choices.
How goes the match so far?
Yeah,
What do you mean, the match?
Too, when you're looking at can you?
I'm not in a match.
Journey? I mean, Matty is such a strong trainer in his own
Oh, here we
right,
go.
too, so this one I think is going to be especially interesting.
Damn.
And when you look at the teams, this is where things can get quite interesting, because we do get to see that both of these
So we
top
got
trainers
a tornado sighting.
but that is where the similarities
Get
kind
that
of
rain up.
really end with two very different ways to be playing.
Is this
going to
be a Thunder?
Yeah, no,
Raging
it comes
Bolt?
down, I think, a lot to the play styles.
They've both got booster energy Raging
We
Bolts.
saw how Kinigawa
Zama Kali, good lord.
Where it can capitalize.
Matty
and
Morgan look
swing the
cold.
momentum
Let's
for
not
the
judge
win,
people's
where Matty's
appearance.
one of
Come
those
on.
Really pragmatic players, very smart, and will not really overextend.
Has there not been a match
I think
since
they'll
Luca versus
need to,
Christopher?
Which I really love about Matty, making it very hard to break down his teams. He's very, very
Yeah.
good positioning-wise as well. So going to be a tough match for Kinigawa, and like you say, it's the intricate details that make all the difference in these mirror matches. You can see here we've got the Dragon Trustalization on the Zamazenta, very common kind of Trustalization here, but the substitute not seen so much on the Calyrex, and I think if you allow Matty to get that up, makes it difficult to break the Calyrex and direct
Bruh.
all that attention to that Pokemon.
This
I
is
think
very
a big
young.
player here is going to be that Chen Pao.
He does look young.
From Matty's team in NAIC, where they had
Youthful.
the Heartflame.
Unpheasant
They
plush,
now
let's
have
go.
that Urshifu with the Rapid
Unpheasant.
Strike, and that Pokemon could be the difference maker for Matty.
I feel like the Masters either look like teenagers or men with families. That's because there aren't enough women in the Masters division. But you're going to change that, aren't you?
And you're going to need it here for that speed control.
So we've seen this team. We have seen this team today.
And then the fake tears, if you can combine that with the Raging Bolt or that Calyrex, it's going to be really something for Kinigawa to have to sit up and take note of.
And Matty's team has a little bit of everything. Of course,
Yo,
you have,
yo,
the
yo,
speed, you have
yo.
ways to be able to deal that big damage, but also that more longevity for your own Pokemon, and being able to maybe take advantage of the turn to set up that substitute. But Yuma on the opposing end, looking over at this team, again, we have two trainers that have teams very similar to their really strong performances. And when we're looking at this one, it's one with just a little bit of tweaks from last we saw Yuma at Japan.
Yeah, you could see that the Zamazenta previously was Grass Terra type. It's now Fighting fighting Terra type, and I think a really smart and interesting choice here, because how many players have actually done the calculations to be able to take a fighting Terastallized body press? It's going to be even more powerful than they would normally be used to taking. Also, the Smeagol there, you can see, hasn't got that decorate that
You lot should do it. Why should I do the work? We can't represent the Whammon, Amma. I'm not the Whammon. I can't represent the Whammon. This is all mine, I'm afraid.
Teams are so similar yet so different.
You'd know that
I
if you
cannot
subscribe.
wait to dive into this match to see how they want to be going about this when you are looking at the fact that
Kaylee can do it.
two trainers that really do
Kaylee's the Whammon.
at that international
Cross your fingers.
level.
Daddy Dean is
So
about to go into a meeting that can make him so much money. Fingers, toes crossed, penis out. I mean, what?
Trainers at NAIC to then see a top 16 from
You can
Maddie
win worlds,
and a top
Kaylee,
8
for the
from Eva,
Whammon.
I think is really, really strong. But when these two teams are
Represent
so
the
similar,
Whammon.
where do we get to see where a trainer can really take advantage? Is it all down to those restricteds?
Definitely, I don't think it is down to the restricteds. They're going to play a big part in this game. It's always about, I think, in the mirror, if both of you bring your restricteds to the match, then it's always about who can take down the Zamazenta normally first, and then from there the dominoes kind of fall into place, right? I think
Put it away, Liam. Nope.
Kinagawa's got
It makes
these
money.
really threatening options.
Daddy
like
needs
Smeagol
money.
That you're going to have to place certain Pokemon on the field. To
Oh,
kind
this
of
is
set
better than that
the
horrible
match.
guitar
You
music as
can't
well.
Allow it the room to
Woo,
support and
woo,
disrupt.
woo, woo.
Like Kinagawa's kind of used to being able to do that Pokemon.
Bam,
Whether that's
bam,
leading with the
bam,
Urshifu, so you've
bam.
got
Sounds
the
like a Crash
shots to kind of
Bandicoot
get
level
into that
background.
multiple times, get through the sash, or you've got something like that Chen Pao out of lead.
Ruby, you
with the
lying
core
there,
to
are
be
you,
able
in
to
that
shut down
case?
early. Maybe
No,
that's something
oops.
that Kinagawa can take advantage of.
The timing on that as well.
They'd be going for as it's trying to get into the first game.
So
here
one
with
person
round
brought
4
both their
between
restricteds,
Yuma and Maddie.
and one
Right
person
away,
brought
Yuma, that's
neither.
gonna be
I love
both
that.
Restricteds on the field. That Zamazenta and that Shadow
So that
Rider.
Callie has to
Whimsicott
Terra.
and Qian Pao instead for Morgan.
Yeah, it's a
Have my dead name up on screen
offensive
instead.
lead here from
No,
Kinagawa.
no, they
Kinagawa
won't.
both
And I'll tell you for
restricted
why.
here. Nice
Because you can
position.
give
You're
them,
gonna
yeah,
have the-
you can
be a
tell
little
them
bit
before you
threatened
go
from
on
the
stream
Chen Pao into
your
the
preferred
Calyrex.
name.
Of course, like with that sash there, do have a bit of a protection, but the Zamazenta
Because
putting
think
a lot
how
of
much
pressure onto that Chen Pao,
PR
and they're
disaster
really
they'd get in if they
offering
forced you to
the
be dead
offensive,
named.
nature that you would really want in this situation. Yes, you can maybe call a Terastallization on the Calyrex, go for a Moonblast there if you expect the Dark type, but I don't know. We're going to see the Protect come out from the Chen Pao to start us off.
Make sure that Qian Pao can make its way through the turn, and Whimsicott, when Maddie has
Pussy
Pokemon
tight,
that
pussy
has the
clean,
ability
pussy
to
fresh.
specifically
That was helpful,
score the
Liam. Thank
Pokemon
you.
he has in
That
the
added
back,
so much to this
just
commentary.
makes so much sense. Astro Barrage from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Of course, Qian Pao won't take any damage. The Whimsicott, not so much. Brought down just to 19 HP. Zamazenta, is this going to be the double up? No, instead into the Qian Pao. So Whimsicott can stick
Double
around.
up.
Whether that's going to be too great or not, we'll have to see. But this is where you have the opportunity to see. And it also, okay,
When you sign up to play
interesting,
Pokemon,
we
you
see
do
that
preferred
Maddie's only
profiles and
got
everything.
one
Yeah, I
of the
think so.
restricted
When you
Pokemon.
sign up for
really
Arcanine
interesting
Labs.
there. No Calyrex in the back for Matty, so that's a big
I thought you need ID to confirm the name though. You'll need ID to like when you arrive, you'll have to show ID and be like, "This is me." But then they won't announce it like, "Oh, so you're Jim Maloo."
Then the Zamazenta here still not really threatened from either the Chen Pao or this Whimsicott, so pretty safe to just sit and just fire off attacks into the Chen Pao. The double up here is pretty threatening, even though the Ice Spinner coming out into that Calyrex.
That is a lot of damage from that Ice Spinner. And Whimsicott now the double up with the Moonblast. Not enough for the KO. Calyrex Shadow Rider is gonna stick around.
Boom.
Astro Barrage now in return. Whimsicott on such low HP. No
It's not like a real thing. You don't give a real name, assume it's not an official event. I mean, you do need, well, you win real money, so you do have to sign up with a real name and a real ID. But what we're saying is that won't be announced to the public if you were to go on stream. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't even be on the board. You'd be down as your preferred name.
Calyrex Shadow Rider that was brought down so low. It's gonna be taken down. But still,
pretty
that's
sure.
gonna be Yuma with a double KO on the turn, and Maddie just the one.
Yeah, it gets the Grimnir boost, but then the Life Orb kicks in and the recall there, just enough to take it down. The fact that it was able to survive the double up, the Ice Spinner and the Moonblast was impressive to start with. To be able to get that Astro Barrage off and then clear the field on Maxi's side, the Zamazenta sitting in a very strong position and no Terastallization is being committed yet. That might have been able to bring in their own Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt, but you've got to remember that the Tailwind's still active on Maddie's side. It's not present on Kinagawa's.
Yuma now, with that one Calyrex being knocked out,
Grassy
has this
Surge D's
opportunity to
nuts.
bring this Rillaboom onto the field. So yes, there is still going to be a couple more turns of this Tailwind.
I'd say, I would argue, Kaylee, set up your Arcanine account if you haven't already, and look into it before the EUIC tickets go live, so that when the EUIC tickets go live, you don't panic and rush through it and go, oh shit, I ended up signing up with my dead name, and I didn't even change the bit because I was just worried about getting the place, you know?
Double ups into specific slots. An easy one is the Rillaboom, of course. You have that fake out, so that's not going to be an option this turn. But once this turn passed, you're still going to be in a really not so great situation until that Tailwind does dissipate. The one thing that you would say as well that Matty has as an advantage is they can terastallize out of the weakness from the body press from the opposing Zamazenta, where Kinagawa
What's happening?
Really get out of that weakness so much.
Oh, if this is a body press this turn from Yuma, that'd go wild.
And it's going to be a Raging Bolt that protects Zamazenta that
Oh.
is stopped in its tracks. The body press from Yuma, though, into the Raging Bolt.
I messed up with my Pokemon ID and trainer name is Bro Map.
It's just Maddie. That's now is one less turn of that Tailwind to work with.
Can you not update that?
Now I think it's about making the most of it, right? I think you can go for the double up into the Rillaboom. It hasn't got Protect, so it's an easy slot to go for here. But we are finally seeing those terastallization options locked in which one it will be, we'll find out very soon. It will be the fighting terastallization on Kinagawa. Going to go all out with a body press in retaliation to Matty Setherfield. Which target will he go after, though?
Yeah, when you
in the standings, there's always proper names. They're just me.
Offense, but it's, of course, Maddie that gets the fire off. He's double attacked first, and you called out. Rillaboom cannot protect, so it's going to be an easy double up, an easy KO. Now it's going to be the terastallized Zamazenta. See how much damage he can do with this body press. Terastallization we don't get to see too often, and so much into the Raging Bolt. Not quite enough for the KO, but still significant. And now that was the final turn of the Tailwind. So now how are these restricted going to match up into each other?
Yeah, well, the body press doing a lot of damage. I kind of wanted to see it into the Zamazenta to see what the damage option would be like there.
I need to set up an Arcanine competitor account. I don't know the one I use for spectating's any good. It should be, yeah, it should be.
Last two Pokemon, so now in a bit more of a healthier position, Kinagawa there with the fresh Raging Bolt to come onto the field now. You know, the Raging Bolt on Matty's side has taken a lot of damage so far, but Matty does still have the option to terastallize one of their Pokemon now, knowing where Kinagawa's kind of put their terastallization, so could maybe utilize the Dragon
Should be,
typing
just
on
need some
the
extra
Zamazenta.
details.
Probably not the best idea, to be honest, because you've got the Dragon Pulse threat from the Raging Bolt on the opposite side of the field, but it's your own Raging Bolt, too low health to really commit that terastallization to.
Well, no terastallization is going to be spent, at least right here, right now. It's going to be protect one apiece. Yuma going to preserve that Zamazenta. Actually, both Pokemon. So Yuma, that double protect. Maddie just onto this Raging Bolt. So a turn where it's just a little bit of information, and all these Pokemon
Staring at a phone to watch the stream when it's on the TV. Lol.
Yeah, that's it. And I think now you've got to really kind of say, what's the most important?
Imagine none of us had names. We could move from one individual self and become a collective. That might be nice, you know.
Then maybe the Raging Bolt
No, it wouldn't.
a little bit easier to deal with.
Why would you want to be part of a fucking hive mind and not be an individual? Not have your own thoughts and feelings and personality. That'd be just, that's a stupid idea.
Decision to terastallize in which Pokemon will be
It's just dumb.
Electric Terra typing.
It might not have the most HP in the world, but trying to take advantage of the most as it can to get a boost to a potential Thunderclap. Try and make sure as much damage is done as possible. This is going to make sure that you're doing so much into this Zamazenta, and hopefully if Maddie gets this outspeed, which he does, but that's just not going to be nearly enough. Body press now in retaliation with the own terastallization from Yuma. We already saw how much into the Raging Bolt. Easy KO. Now Maddie just down to one final Pokemon. And
Let's
Yuma,
go.
I mean, you're still looking at a Raging Bolt on his end that has.
I'm trying to have a conversation here and not being able to single someone out, right?
So much pressure. Thunderbolt into the Zamazenta. That's going to bring it down to.
It wouldn't be true equality. Imagine you're building a shelter so that everyone can survive, and you're one of the people that stood up a ladder with a piece of wood, and you need to tell someone on the ground to pass you some, like a hammer because you've dropped it, otherwise the roof's going to come down on everyone. And because there's no individuals and there's no way of explaining who you're talking to, you're not able to get in touch with the person in time that can find the hammer for you, and the whole building comes down on everyone just because you couldn't have gone, "Oi, John, yeah, can you have the hammer?" Because you'd go, "Oh, can you pass me the hammer? Are you talking to me or me or me or me or me or me? Which of us?"
Wasn't really a safe position.
Is it you up the ladder holding your wood? It's me.
On that Zamazenta, because I mean, there's a Raging Bolt that could just click Dragon Pulse, and you're not living in a great world. So I'm really intrigued with how this next game can go. Especially, too, again, we saw that battle of the Zamazentas, but it was a Calyrex Shadow Rider from Yuma that actually made a lot of impact early game, and Maddie that opted to only bring one restricted.
Yeah, and I think that it was a really smart move from Kagawa where they led so effectively there. Where
That's quite a jazzy one, isn't it?
Maybe led with two Pokemon that really didn't have the offensive prowess to be able to deal with the Zamazenta effectively, and you could see they're losing the Chen Power so easily, and the Whimsicott, yes, you got the Tailwind.
Who's your daddy? Who's we could use laser pointers. Don't know. I don't know. That would pose some problems. That's a nice thought. Saying goodbye to the. It's not. You're just trying to sound philosophical, and you're failing at it terribly. But fair play.
Whereas we had that similar trade-off where Matty went for the body press into Kanagawa's Raging Bolt. Comparable the damage between the two.
I mean, I was going to say there's the opportunity to switch things up for Maddie, especially if you didn't think the Smeargle was going to make an appearance. But it's Maddie that's going to keep with the same lead. But a drastic change from Yuma into this next game.
Yeah, really drastic leads here because you're going with matching the Tailwind almost and not with that restricted pair. The Smeargle coming out obviously has to be a little bit wary of that taunt, but the one thing that you're going to have to say is, does the Whimsicott then match the Tailwind? You're going to see it protect from the Chen Power though. Doesn't want to get spoiled this turn if Tailwind comes out.
Yep, just make sure that you are safe as well. Make sure that you're not going to be taking damage from a fake out to renew your focus sash. Tailwind from the Whimsicott.
In a hive mind, my Wang becomes our Wang. No, thank you. Yeah, right.
Be a match or an opportunity to do some damage.
Like laser pointers. Oh yeah. Let's just shine a laser in everyone's face.
Whimsicott, this is going to be dealing a lot though. Whimsicott does hold on though against 7 HP. Moody Boost special defense.
See then me, my mate just gone and pulled his second Mewtwo SAR from Destined Rivals, 400 right there, and he has 2. Mate, that makes 800.
Swapping up there. I really like this though because now you've kind of delayed a turn where you can go for your Tailwind with your own Tornadoes, and you'll have that extra additional turn. Once Matty's runs out, you'll still have yours active. So really smart play, and you can set it here, and you're still going to be putting on a lot of pressure with this Smeargle here after that fake out that turn. You've got the active Spore. Are you going to be in a position where you can maybe utilize that pressure and maybe switch something and expecting a taunt from the Chen Power? It almost feels like it's forced to go for that this next turn.
Yeah, when you're looking at these two Pokemon that Yuma have, and especially the Smeargle, that's a Pokemon you can't really let get out of control. Whimsicott, since it survived,
Jen got the red Victini? Damn, good, Jen.
Of the situation, and it's going to be Raging Bolt. Also, notably, Maddie leaving Zamazenta at home, having the Calyrex Shadow Rider instead. But right here, right now, the Raging Bolt is something that can be impacting this damage. Now, Smeargle, follow me. Make sure that the Tornadus is going to stay safe on this turn, but it's going to be the last time it gets to use a status move, Taunt, to completely shut it down. Again, Tornadus is not active, so you know it's another attack. Bleak Wind Storm, so much damage into that Qian Pao.
Yeah, you can see the power that's got with the boost from the Sky.
Oh, hell yeah.
Huge damage to the Qian Pao and respectable damage to that Raging Bolt as well. The Smeargle now going to be locked out of doing anything because of that Taunt.
Yeah, boy.
Forced to switch out. You know, just a bit of a free slot here. So Matty has got that to take advantage of now with the ice and the electric that are going to threaten that Tornadus.
It's a Tornadus.
So
love a bit of Tornadus.
Where you could go for the Tailwind, expecting maybe a Thunderclap.
I gotta grab a shower, maybe. No worries. Hello, Letitia. You sneaking in? How you doing, darling? What's happening? What's happening? Sorry, I was like proper gooning at my Pokemon Trainer Club account.
So of course,
to try and see if I can update it.
Having been taunted, so Yuma forced to be switching this Pokemon out, and now it's going
So I'm trying to find like the preferred name option. You can change it so it says your screen name.
Now, protect just from this Tornadus, really not wanting to go for this Tailwind quite yet, and of course not wanting to take any sort of damage on the turn. Qian Pao targeting into that slot, going to be null and void, and for the Raging Bolt as well, that one will be into the Zamazenta.
I'd have to contact customer support to change your account name, probably.
Yeah, and you know,
I don't know.
I love this where you just not.
Look at it another day, Liam. It's you don't need to do it right now, mate.
You want to
True.
reposition. You want
I can have a look at the standings though.
Before you really let this Pokemon have to go down if you need to. But
has anyone won a game in a while? Oh, Brian Collins is 3-1.
Raging Bolt going to be very
damn.
knocked out from the damage that we saw the terrestrialized.
Voight is still playing.
In the game 1, so that Raging Bolt can't just rely on the fact
Remember Club Nintendo back in the day? That was the shit. I never got to have it, but people said it was awesome. I've literally never heard anyone say Club Nintendo was awesome, but okay. I wonder why you just say things. They need to bring it back. Voight is... Voight is 1 and 2. So Voight needs to basically win everything until Top Cut.
The damage that we saw in game number 1 from
You got free stuff. How is that cool? You get free stuff now with the fucking platinum points. It's just such a strange thing to be like, oh yeah, this thing that I never had and I don't really know that much about. I've just heard of from people apparently. Sounds really cool, so they need to bring that back. Like, why'd you just say things for the sake of it? Not every silence needs to be filled.
Being clicked, Maddie, that is not enough for the KO there.
Yeah, and the switch into the Whimsicott is a really nice one because now you've got the option to potentially go for the encore into the Tornadus to lock it into that tailwind. So really well timed there from Matty to potentially shut that threat down.
It's a thing from 10 years ago.
Would be nice. The Raging Bolt are in such an awkward position. It can go for a Thunderclap into the Zamazenta, but is it going to be enough? Probably not from the damage that we've seen from that Thunderbolt. So Zamazenta still in that nice position, and now with that tailwind active, really going to be starting to put on the pressure, especially after that terrestrialization into the fighting type.
And with how offensive this Tornado
saw some of the free gifts and they look sweet.
All the eggs in the basket of the Thunderclap, it's Zamazenta, and all of a sudden it's not ready in an attack, and you just
look for them on eBay then. Someone's probably selling them.
Has been out back on the field. Body press, that's the tailwind. Body press, but of course Raging Bolt protects. Now going to be a bleak windstorm. No connection onto the Raging Bolt. Will it connect into the Whimsicott though? It will, and Whimsicott already on his sliver. Now Maddie can be bringing into a Pokemon, a quite speedy one. He did bring that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Kaylee, you and I both know you're not in the mood for this today.
Yeah, one of the things you would say is that the fighting terrestrialization doesn't really help you out
Me neither.
against the Calyrex, because normally you can get rid of that psychic weakness that you've got there, but with the fighting type you can't really do that. So it's an easy target now with that psychic into the Zamazenta to get rid of that Pokemon. So whether or not we see Kanagawa maybe switch out the Zamazenta, keep it for later, and just keep applying the pressure with the Tornadus, it's going to be able to outspeed the Raging Bolt, and a Bleak Windstorm into that slot will be
I don't have the mood ever for that. No.
You know, resisted. It's so low health at this point, and any actual damage into the Calyrex is going to be very
I live in hope. I'm sure you do.
Ooh, eyeing this up though. Instead of just going for an offensive turn to try and do enough
Something's
damage
glowing.
like the Psychic, get to see a little bit of a different move choice.
Is it a hammer?
Terrestrialization from Maddie. So the Dark type Terrestrialization. This, of course, does not fare
If you
well
know, you
up
know.
against something like that Body Press. Going from immunity to now just taking a lot of damage. But when you're eyeing up, I mean, just any sort of shutdown could be big. But of course, when you're talking about shutdowns, Thunderclap, nothing into the Tornadus. Substitute from Calyrex is going to be the answer into making sure.
Your predictions on who might win? I'm predicting Marco Silva to win it all.
Probably going to be relatively free on this turn, but no, heavy
Three-time international champ.
The Calyrex substitute taking the damage, and it will be enough to break it.
Yeah, you were kind of saying, is there going to be a body press into that slot? But Matty kind of protecting bases there with that substitute, which is really nice there. Putting himself into that position again where he can threaten that Zamazenta this next turn, and the Tornadus has burnt that protect here, so it is going to have to do something, either switch to get around the Thunderclap threat, or just go for that Bleak Wind that we were talking about before to get that nice damage onto Raging Bolt, pick up the knockout, and now the Calyrex, which is already
British show boober, cheer up, Kaylee. Kaylee, go play with the boober.
Turn where they've taken the heavy slam rather than the body press.
Lovely bean burger.
He's an easy option for the Zamazenta to go after that.
Oh yeah, take her out. She
Land
stinks.
into that slot, then it's going to be able to pick up a knockout, super effective damage into that.
Wonder if there's a big betting scene surrounding Pokemon competitive. Probably not, because Pokemon as a company aren't big fans of betting these days. Not me. Would you do big favor?
Not in taunted set into the Raging Bolt. So now
Yeah, you will.
no longer
Hell
on the
yeah,
table,
about
and
time.
it also means again an attack wasn't.
No, you don't need to.
Thunderclap
You're fucking
doesn't do
gorgeous.
anything. Astral Barrage though, with the absence of Wide Guard on the opposing end, that will be enough for this.
Why do God do?
Damage onto that Tornadus.
Yeah, that's a really nice play here, and with that life ball boost as well, you get some.
Wonder if there's. Oh, I've read this. Sophie, I hate my friend. Oh dear. Why'd you hate your friend?
A little bit of recall free trouble there, and you've still got the Raging Ball.
Because your friends are nuts. Oh no, because they got that card. Right, she's not here yet. She's letting dogs out, and then she'll be up. Sophie knows. Oh.
then you've got it kind of checked there. But one Pokemon that can come and start disrupting, kind of supporting the
Here
tournament
we go.
is that Smeargle. Got the fake out now, can go for it into either target it wants to prevent an attack coming out.
When you make an
And
idea,
then
a gambling
Tornado
app for
can
competitive
apply
Pokemon
a
do
little
sports,
bit more
dibs on the
pressure
idea.
with the
Okay, have fun
or
with that.
Tailwind if it's on to kind of match what's on Matty's side.
And it's nice, at least for the Calyrex, since you can just protect past that, since, of course, there's immunity, but
Jason!
no, how to protect. Instead, is just going to be taking that fake out. Nothing into the Raging Bolt, though. So
Damn, that
Raging Bolt will be
Tailwind
able
up,
to go for an
baby.
attack. That's going to be the Tornadus to make sure that the speed is going to be matched on this turn, but Thunderbolt into this Smeargle is going to bring it all the way
Boom.
down into the Focus Sash.
Yeah, now the question is, what does Matty go for, right? The Tailwind's set up now, so that...
Okay, at least you were generous. You pretended like it would get off the ground.
Smeargle only gets that special attack moody boost, special defense drop. That's
You're much
fine.
kinder than we
Probably
are.
gonna affect the outcome here. But now you've got Wide Guard on the Smeargle. Do you lock in with an Astral
Here we
Rod?
go.
It's not gonna be super effective into the Smeargle,
Come on,
but if you
Yuma.
kind of lock into the Psychic and go after the Tornadus here, then you kind of open yourself up to being subjected to a small potentially from the Smeargle. and
Oh,
that's
let me
the
prep.
worrying
Let me
part
prep
about
for
it. You wanna
Whammon's
try and
appearance.
get
There we
rid of
go.
the Smeargle before it can
Whammon's
get that score
coming.
and start disrupting
Whammon's
your
gonna
side of the
be
field.
here.
Kagawa playing
We
this
love Whammon.
absolutely
Whammon.
so well to make it
Up a
so
bit.
difficult for Matty to get that
Lovely.
momentum swing that he's trying
That's where
so
Whammon will
desperately
sit.
to kind of get here.
And the fact that
Where's
the Tornadus was able
Whammon?
to just reset that speed is huge, but Thunderclap is finally going to find its mark as
What?
Tornadus goes down. It already made so much impact, though.
G Fuel,
but on this
please.
turn, it will be that score since
Whammon.
he has the speed. Might as well take advantage of it. And Calyrex Shadow
I've got
Rider
me
is going
shocked.
to be
Yes, please.
forced to sleep onto
Oh my
this
god, the
turn.
better streamers
Yeah,
coming.
and it all
Amma,
comes
don't be
down
mean.
to
You
the
love
last
me.
Pokemon in the back for Kagawa. What have they
You've got
for
pictures
that
of me on your
score is
wall.
all so crucial. Taunt wearing off for the
Gambling in
Raging
general
Bolt,
weapon
so
is
worth
dumb. It's
noting
most
there, and
people
the
don't know
defense
when to
moody
walk away and get
boost
tricked into thinking, oh, I won this game, we're going to keep
for the
winning,
Smeargle.
hard to
That
walk
might
away. Yeah, it's
be
messing with
quite
probability, and
inverted
probability don't
going
play
into this
back.
next turn, even though the Tailwind's set up.
You know, you
will that
guys, you just
affect
don't
the
have to engage with all the
interaction
stuff that
maybe
irritates
the
you.
Raging Bolt this next turn?
I
We'll
have
have
to.
to see if this one comes to fruition, but
I'm
hitting the field is a
supposed to
very
talk
speedy
to the
Pokemon. 2 more
people.
turns of the Tailwind as well.
It's
Calyrex
okay,
for
because I
Matty,
will.
of course, has
When I
taken
get
that
bored
one
enough, you know
mandatory
me,
turn
I'll
of sleep on that
I'll
previous
make sure
turn,
the problem
but
is
whether
gone.
it wakes up, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, and you kind of need to wake up as soon as possible.
You know
The
me.
Terastallization's got to be spent on Kanagawa's side, I believe.
Must we
but,
talk to you, Amma?
The
Way.
Astral Barrage is going to be super effective if it does land into that opposing Calyrex, and more than enough to
How do
be
I
able
not
to
engage
take it
with
down and
myself?
just to kind of
Damn.
try and get through. Allow your Calyrex to wake up. We are seeing that
Let's see if
protect.
there's any updates. Last
As
updated.
Nassau on the opposing
16
end, you're
minutes
trying to
ago.
take
Come on,
advantage
RK9.
of the situation. Now there's the
And I have to
special
interact with Liam. This
attack
is
boost
bullying.
for Yuma. We were talking about the difference
This
in
is
play
very
styles. Yuma
mean.
talked about making maybe a big play into this, and that could be the damage difference maker going on forward.
Doo-doo-doo.
Sport into
Hello,
the protect from
darling.
the Raging Bolt. But yeah, that could be everything. Now on this next turn, that is going to be the interesting one because again, that's Calyrex now 2 turns
Oh,
asleep.
I thought you brought me up
Yeah,
a drink. I
and
thought this
think
was
the thing
it.
is
And I
you can protect your own Calyrex.
And I thought you
with
said I
the
haven't
Smeargle,
got
as
me
long
a
as it's
drink,
sticking
and I was
around
like,
on the field.
oh,
It's down to that
why'd you
one
bring me
HP.
up and not one?
So
But
if
no,
you
I'm
go
not.
for
I'm
the
not
wide
drinking a
guard, you don't
dry
really need to
tub of
worry
gummy
about the
sharks.
threat of Acid Barrage, and now you've taken that
I'm not that
perfect
hardcore.
opportunity you had to get the nasty plug.
Just remind you I can slap Kaylee.
You're in a position where even
Yeah, yeah.
though it's resisted, the Astral Barrage probably
No,
will
slap
be
her with your
enough to pick
titties.
up the
Do that.
knockout, and we are seeing
That's
the
always
wake up
fun.
finally on Matty's side, and that protect.
That is definitely an impactful wake-up protect, so you make sure that you're not going to be
I
taking
got that
damage
boom,
on this
boom.
turn. It's Miracle to make
That's the
sure
one.
the Calyrex Shadow Rider's not going to be taking any damage
Shadow
either.
Rider. I hardly
Astral
Shadow
Barrage,
know her.
Of course, nothing into the Calyrex. And Raging Bolt, a Pokemon that's
Maxi
already
boy.
making a lot
How you doing,
in
small
this
dog?
battle. This is a +2 Astral
Oh, we
Barrage
don't care
and a
'cause
Raging
Sophie's out
Bolt
the
on
room.
just a couple of
Well-
HP. There is no chance. It's going to be Maddie down to final 2 Pokemon, and it's going to be a Qianpao hitting the field. And
Ooh-wee.
curious where this could be the big difference maker, especially eyeing up that yeah, there's a Tailwind gone. You have access to Sucker Punch, and I mean, if you can get rid of the Smeargle,
I mean, if Smeargle uses Follow
I mean,
Me,
the game opens up for sure. I think the big key factor there was the Tailwind ending. So
Well, I thought Cali Shadow.
the
Oh, yeah,
speed
no, that.
interaction now between the two Calyrex is going to be really crucial here. Who's going to go first? But Matty definitely got the advantage. I think you
Thank
need to
you,
get rid of the
darling.
Smeargle though, because
You're very
as long as
kind.
that Wide Guard's in effect, you can't really utilize. your
Guys,
Astral
Sophie is not
Barrage
here
where
yet. You're all
Kagawa
saying saying hi, you got to remember, she has to go in and out about 15 times before she comes in. Physical touch is horrible. Please don't ask her to. Oh. Well, I love having a pair of boobies pressed into my hands, you know. Hello, D Shadow Blade, how you doing?
To try and get around the sucker punch, because the sucker punch is putting a lot of pressure on itself from the Chen power.
Anyone remember what the second outbreak message is?
You know,
definitely getting lower. No, yeah, it's getting lower. Definitely getting lower. And then the third one is there aren't many Pokemon left from the original outbreak. And then it's the outbreak has dispersed, I think.
As it's going to be a psychic.
Harry Sophie
going
over the chair. Her
into that
ADHD
Smeargle.
is showing
They
too
tried
much.
ready
Carry
up the others and set maybe a Spore, but now
He's on the
Smeargle is gone,
toilet.
and
I'm not
Kyle
carrying
Shadow Rider
a lady
or Yuma
that's using
is
the
gonna be
toilet
someone
over a
getting
chair.
onto this next turn.
What's wrong with you?
It's, of course, a very scary Kyler
What's wrong with
Rider
you?
with that Astral
What's wrong with
Barrage
you? What's
after
wrong with you?
+3.
What's wrong
But
with you?
again,
What's wrong with
when
you?
we're
Look what
looking
you've
at
done.
the
You put me in a
Chan
loop
Hao
now.
And that Kyler Shadow Rider
What's wrong
on
with
the
you?
opposing end, it looks like Maddie might be able to have these pieces.
Yeah, I think you've
Oh
got
God,
enough there.
I'm trying to catch
be able
a
to pick up
pine
the
co.
knockout there, even resist it, gonna be
So many
enough,
things are
and
wrong.
it's
That's
gonna
why I became a
get
psychologist.
another boost
Wow.
+4 right now. It's in a pretty healthy position as
You
well.
thought
The
it'd
question
explain,
is, can
but
you
it
get around
didn't.
the Sucker Punch
It
threat
didn't.
on Chen Pao? You've got
Let's
enough
go.
to be able to take that, 'cause I really don't feel like you have.
Can't fix
now.
yourselves to
You've
get
lost
paid to
that
fix
-4.
others?
Looks like
Damn.
Matty might be able to tie this one up with the last remaining Pokemon that
It is Wham.
in the back, but no
Welcome
Sucker
to the
Punch
Wham.
landing.
Oh, we're going to be playing
Nasty
one of these,
plot's
and
dirty.
it's not gonna happen quite
There's
yet.
a woman
This is gonna be
here.
a nasty plot
Look how
from
fit she
this
is.
Kyler Shadow
Damn.
Rider. This is where endgames can
Yeah,
make it
you still
interesting
fit.
because, of course, when you're looking at how many times you can
Everyone
use
wants to
the
talk
Sucker
to
Punch,
Sophie.
well, it is limited,
Whoops.
right? So it's going to be a little bit of the mind games of, well, making sure you can get the Sucker Punch when you try
It's okay,
it.
Liam.
The
It's
second
turn
time,
to
not
recharge your
it.
batteries,
Yeah,
is
no,
it?
This is it. I think you can't really deviate from
Go
going
get
for
it.
the Sucker Punch. I think you've got it. We can see the
I'll go
Matty's
get it in
got
a minute.
8 of them, right?
Last
6
year,
of them.
K's only allowed physical touch is
I think you've got
hugs.
really
Oh.
deviated at this early stage. I think you've got to really go between that and protect it. Maybe the
After
way
last
to
year.
go about it, but
Huh?
the one time that you don't lock into it,
Because
it's risky
fucking
because,
Hoovy.
right,
Wow, a
then-
woman.
then your opponent might
Thanks covering, Liam. Enjoy your evening. Can you
lose the
zoom
game,
onto
right?
Sophie
We are
before you
seeing
go?
protect Sucker Punch
Wow,
once
just
again
eye candy
from
to him,
Matty,
you
so it
are.
goes
What's that
all
about?
mind game. Who
This
is
is
gonna give
person
it
underneath
first?
all
Who's gonna
that.
Go for the move and lose out.
My headphones are fucked.
It's going to be the attempt at the protect.
They are
It was
peeling
an
onto
ice
me a
spinner,
little
could
bit.
do some damage.
I
And
think
of course,
to be fair, I
Maddie
think
can
it's just-
always go for the ice spinner or go for the taunt. But again, as you called
Maybe.
it, if you all of a
I'm
sudden
not
try
Gizmo. I
other
nearly
than
said
the
it.
Sucker Punch, and it's anything, well, it's
Hiya,
a scary
Jason.
situation.
Hello,
So
Jason.
Maddie,
How
this
you
is going
guys
to be the
doing?
deviation now.
She got that juicy
Yuma, was
bunda.
this gonna
That
be the
bunda
turn
is for
ready to
me.
attack? This is always going to be so intense, but no, protect. Yet
Just taking
again.
over my
So
ammo when I wrote that.
if
What does
Yuma
that mean?
Always just going to protect. So can
This is-
Maddie
this
take
is-
advantage of this?
Yeah, but,
Justin
I mean,
Tang is
maybe, right,
4 and
you can go for
0.
the ice spinner, but you
Jamie
can learn
Boyd's
into
out.
that
He's
phone
1 and
where
3.
you're like, okay, he keeps going for the
Jamie.
protect, he keeps going for the nasty
Oh.
plot. Am I going to take
Wolf
this
Glick's
opportunity to
2
go
and
for the ice
2.
spinner? But there's always that little doubt in the back of your mind that says,
Ooh.
maybe
Luca
this is the
Cherubelli's
turn
3 and
that
1.
takes the barrage button, and now they're +6.
How's Emily
They-
Parsons
it's like,
doing?
well, we haven't got that much health.
Oh, Emily
They're
Parsons is
so it
out.
feels
She's
like
0 and
anything is gonna
3.
be able to take us
Oh,
down. It's
honestly,
real.
Jason.
Oscar's 2 and 2. Oscar could face Wolf Glick in the next round.
I know your pain. I'd never pull anything. I didn't even know why I buy Pokemon packs, honestly. My luck is atrocious when it comes to
Jamie
Pokemon.
boy,
Yeah.
Jamie
Have to
boy,
rely on the
Jamie,
ice
Jamie
spinner to
boy.
get those attacks off.
Na 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 na
Maddie's
na
gonna
na
deviate,
na.
taunt into the
Baby
Kyler
I'm
Shadow
in my
Rider,
favorite
but you
endgame
can see the
dungeon.
pop off on this turn. So Kyler Shadow
Memoria?
Rider, it is
Yeah.
the Astral
You can
Barrage.
fight it.
Ooh.
Wow, the one turn that doesn't click Sucker Punch is going to be taken down.
Mate.
It's going to be Yuma Kinugawa 2-0 in this set after
The guy,
the
the Matty was using Sucker Punch
Yeah.
I can't believe
a
it.
bunch of
Really
times,
lucky, like a
and they were
brute
playing the
to take
game
this
of
set in
the
such a
Calyrex
convincing fashion, and
nasty
you've gotta
plots.
say
It's the
that
life
was
of
just
Calyrex, so
incredible
one
to
Sucker
see.
Punch would kill
Every
it.
turn that
Okay.
Nasty
Sucker
plots,
Punch there
protects,
counting
nasty
them down.
plots.
Go for the protected
And then the
ball.
one turn they went for
I'm
Astral
like,
Barrage
my opponent
was the
guesses,
one
yes, I
turn
am,
Matty
but
did the
this
Sucker
turn,
Punch.
I know that you're gonna
Yeah.
Mate, what an
do
ending.
the other way
Man is in
completely, and we
shock.
could've went to a game
Go
three,
on,
but no,
Yuma.
Kanagawa showing why they are one of the favorites to win this year's World Championships.
That is the Japan National Champion difference
There we
right there
go.
in effect.
Oh,
The one
Jamie.
crazy endgame. I
As he
thought
put
we'd be
earlier,
talking about
won
a
round 1 at
game
Worlds
three
for the
right
first
now,
time in 6
and
years.
how intense
He's quote tweeted it with, when X3 dropped for the third time in 6 years. Jamie! He was dead annoyed in round 2. Apparently, he had a 1% chance to lose the match based on the thing.
I think everyone that's played it a game,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
in
No, that's
this
what I said.
format has had a situation like that where
so you weren't listening.
I was, but I didn't understand.
He had a 1% chance of losing the match he was in round 2.
Right.
And he lost.
A
1%.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Matt went for Taunt for a guaranteed sucker punch next turn, but it didn't work out. Yeah. That's rough. Gotta slow down. I type way too fast, and I'm not proofreading these. Rip. When did Wolf win last time? Wolf last won Worlds in 2016. So 9 years ago. Joe Ugarte got beat by Joe from the Yorkshire circuit.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Let's go.
you know, the perfect Pokemon there to deal with that Shadow Rider Calyrex, but all credit to Kanigawa to be able to take that one away like in the fashion that they did.
A heartbreaker for Maddie, genuinely at the end there. I mean,
Dill's out! Dill's out. Dill's 1 and 3. I'm pretty sure if you're X and 3, you don't.
Maximum, right? But Maddie had him
I'll go get it as well.
to get that end game to where you had that Qian Pao, that option to go for that sucker punch.
Mate, it's all up to Joe now, isn't it? I mean, Oscar's still in it, but Oscar has to win every fucking match.
Yeah, and we'll always look
I'm
back
playing
at
Final
hindsight
Fantasy
and say, well,
9.
You are playing Final Fantasy 9?
Was there. Why didn't you go for the Ice Spinner? But why?
Man, what a rough worlds this is.
When it entered the field, we got to that situation.
So Joe Ugate's still in it because he's 2 and 2.
Guarantee it, right? Yes, it goes for the nasty plot, but when it starts getting the turns get deeper and deeper at that stage, you think, right? Well, I've
Definitely the most beautiful Pokemon player, so there's always that. Who is?
I either deviate just between the protect or I do really punish and stop the ability
Wolfie,
of
maybe?
Calyrex from doing anything other than attacking
Wolfie,
the next
maybe.
turn. I think Matty
Wolfie.
went for the taunt a bit earlier, but it's easy for me to sit
Maybe.
here and
I
say,
think there are more handsome men than Wolf Glick in the tournaments, but
guaranteed sucker punch that next turn when
that's just me personally.
Fit check
has been redeemed.
Oh, there it fucking is.
What?
Fit check.
I mean, yeah, we're just armchair analysts over here. Like, well, I could have clicked taunt at this turn.
Just want to go into a fight.
I mean, that's crazy.
Oh, looks like you'll have to press the pause button.
Oh wait, I have to get into the fight to do it.
Do you know what? I'm just going to leave the world's audio on. It's going to be fucking awful. Tough shit.
I'm going to make the call. And
it's
such a
bright.
difference for each player that doesn't really come down to anything other than just like the vibes in the moment and how you feel
completely that.
Like
I believe you said that because it is the vibes in the moment. Like you need to be able to read the game, and I think that's one thing that Kanigawa really did there.
I'm very aware.
Read the moment perfectly.
I'm wearing my gym shirt because it's fucking warm and I didn't feel comfortable doing a world stream with my shirt. You've got this.
Japan national champ.
Got hood on it, even though
yeah, one of the favorites to win it.
Pink shorts.
Yeah, 2025 odd year. It's only halfway through day one.
If you ever wanted to come in and kind of be able to be on the stream and showcase yourself at the World Championships to kind of put your stamp on, say, I'm here, I'm going to claim this title. So early on, I think that was the way to do it against such a tough opponent in Matty as well. And you know, the mirror matches are never easy, right? And there was so many variations between the two teams, so many different options that the players could have went down. But it just felt like Kanigawa from game
Where'd you want me to go?
Right through to that last turn just knew exactly what they needed to do at every step of the way and didn't really feel like they were getting flustered or in a position where they were close to losing the match.
It was
incredible.
It was absolutely incredible, and I need to hear from Yuma, especially about that end game. So he's standing by.
Oh yeah, because it goes back to default settings when it comes back in. Okay. There you go. Look at that animation.
Well,
Isn't that good?
I think we're all still
Oh, it's
catching
Charlie
our breath,
Merryman.
aren't we,
He's a
trainers?
very merry
That was
man.
an absolutely fascinating end
Oh,
game.
has he got 2 Smeagol's?
Congratulations to you, Yuma. What was going through your mind during the sucker punch and protect and the taunt? Tell us
I
about
wish you hadn't known. What?
Off the street.
What have I missed?
I think what Fruity was talking about.
Tell us what Fruity.
The Fruity things, but they obviously Kaylee doesn't want to talk about.
Oh, that's fair. That's all right. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. No. No, let's not badger people. If someone's got something that sounds a bit traumerific, which it's sounding like to me, that's the vibe I'm getting, then let's not pry. Prying is bad. Prying is bad.
And you got the
Yeah, he won in San Francisco 2016. Interestingly, 2026, San Francisco.
This is an adaptation from your
Ray Rizzo
Japan
and
Championship team. For example, with
Jason are the only multiple time winners.
Center. Can you tell us
Jason
more
won
about
more
the
than
changes
once.
you've made for the
Oh, I only
team
know
so
that Ray did 3 times because he did it 3 years running, didn't he? Not pushing. Oh, okay. It looked a little bit like trying to convince folk to talk, you know? Watching the tournament, Liam, you're not in it, so you don't count as most handsome in this scenario.
So before, for Smeagol was used to use decorate, but this time he changed.
Unfortunately, I can only hear my game audio, so I have no idea what's going on currently.
It does smell.
Incredible. Well, let's hope that it sees you through.
Oh my god.
Destiny, I have to bring
vape.
this up.
Fucking just pushed me straight into the mic.
We have seen often win the World Championships in an odd-numbered year, and not only that, but the
He's bullying
Japan
me.
champion from the Nationals often goes on to win. Do you think
you can win worlds.
I am fighting an iron giant. Those who care. I've just ruined an iron giant today by casting D-spell on it. Very happy.
He's winning. He's winning. Yeah,
I haven't decided fully on my team yet.
Yuma, we'll let you get prepared for the next round. Congratulations again. Thank you to you both. World trainers, after that end game, you feeling alive? Well, keep it Pokemon, because it's time for Swiss round 5.
Oh, I love his jumper. I had a look. Did any of you guys manage to get the world's exclusive Pokemon card on the
2025
Pokemon
North
Center?
America International
I didn't because I didn't know it was a thing until Jess had already ordered it and received the item. And I was like, wait, what? She went, yeah, I'm going to grade. She's like, I'm going to grade this card and sell it. And I was like, there's a limited edition card, but I missed it, so I didn't even know. I only knew when Jess got her order, and I was like, oh, shit. I had a look today just out of curiosity, but no, there was no, you can't get it. So I was like, oh, well, never mind.
Not a single home region trainer was represented in top
Need to keep an eye
eight.
on next
With
time.
the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into
We
the
could post
final.
these things if you can, yeah. That would be cool. But stuff like that, yeah. I would have got that, but I didn't know it existed.
But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct.
But it's one of those things, it's not anyone's fault, I just didn't see it. To be fairness, I've been kind of avoiding like social media a little bit, so I reckon I probably just didn't see it because of that.
Is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide
Hold on,
guard,
I can't see it, so
stopping
I need
Astral Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced to Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the Moonblast! Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Weezing. As Poison Gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of World Champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
Welcome back to meet more of your Worlds casters. We are casters for the Pokemon video game. I'm Sierra Dawn.
I'm Lee Provost.
And let's get to know a little bit more about us. First off, favorite Pokemon. I feel like I know this answer for you already, but let's hear it.
Tyranitar, easy.
I thought it was Mew, Shiny Mew?
Really?
Ooh.
Oh no, I love Shiny Mew. I do. It's definitely S tier, but Tyranitar.
Who do you think the favourite to win this year? It's too early to tell yet.
Right,
I think the favourite to win this year is Marco Silva, and he's currently undefeated. So, although saying that, you actually don't know how he's done this.
Like top of the list. Mew as well, but like
Silva lost, so he's not undefeated.
Be your top though.
Damn it, Marco! It's fine. He's still 3-1. He could still make day 2 very easily.
It depends on the day. Right now,
damn it, Marco!
But I left the Slithering push at
run.
home and only brought Piplup, so I think that also tells the story.
Are you all right? We'll be back in a minute. Right, we're sorting out Spidergate. He lost to Mao Harada from Japan. Burb.
This is an easy one for me. It has to be Legends Arceus all day. It's like one of my all-time favorite Pokemon games. So definitely Legends Arceus. And would you say the same, or would you be a little bit different?
Not the same for me, so we are not great on this caster synergy to start off. For myself, I didn't play VGC for this era, but Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire is one of my all-time favorites. I love the Hoenn region, back with Ruby Sapphire, the original, so the remix is just so good. It's so dear.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid pick. I would definitely say one of my all-time favorite main series titles as well. And just being able to go back to Hoenn is just, yeah, it's a good pick. So that, yeah, it's good. We've got the synergy down. It's good.
And Pokemon Snap?
Yes, love Pokemon Snap.
Perfect.
I have to admit, though, I've never played the new one.
You're missing out. You need that's what's next after Worlds. And speaking of Worlds, have to talk back to favorite Worlds memory of all time.
Do you want to start with this one?
Yeah, I'll start with this one. Yeah. There is, first off, too many to name, but I have to say one of my favorites was watching the closing ceremonies at Honolulu with my girls. So we had Rose, Lou, and Gabby all on the stage, and we all watched the closing ceremonies together. It was just a really precious moment. That's really dear.
That's really nice. So for me, I think I've got two. One as a player. I think personally in 2014 when I got top 8, I think that will always be a huge achievement for myself, and just I don't think it's just amazing. And that year as well, we also had Sejun winning, which was just I think a turning point for VG in general. And then Caster moment was probably 2022 in London. Masters final with Blue, I think.
I saved him.
Such a peak moment. So
is my mic on?
Yeah, your mic's on.
I saved him.
You know, it'd be a cool addition to the competition. Each player gets a random team with random, and they try and build a moveset and win with them. That would be a fun side thing. That's a side event. They already do those.
Liam.
I know. I really had
They
to
already
think about
do
this.
those.
The person might not been
I mean, we're
though.
talking about World
But that is a
Finals.
side
Who's
event thing
gonna
that
win
does happen.
this
There is a side
world?
event.
But also, you can't add it to the world's competition
Okay,
because
it's a side event.
that would take all the skill out of the game.
Yeah.
So epic to happen.
It'd be a bit.
Because it takes ages to build a team, and to be fair, the side events where you build a team take fucking ages.
Didn't have the best
They're like,
result
oh,
in
I don't mind
NAIC,
doing a little side
but I don't
event,
think
and then
that
it's like
matters. I think
3
every
hours,
night
and you're like,
be
fuck's
to
sake.
his advantage. So to win a
damn.
regional, an IC, and Worlds in the same.
I gotta watch that. No, they don't stream it.
Unfortunately, they don't stream
It's a
it,
side
yeah.
event. It
It's a
happens
side
in the
event.
event.
And the global challenge too.
Oh yeah, of course.
But if you go to like,
anonymously,
other like
would be
game
incredibly
Can't do that on stream,
Pokemon,
Jason.
Pokemon events, you'll be able to like see the side events and play in them.
Liam, have you seen the soda pop plushie on the Pokemon Center? Sophie loves them. She's got a couple.
I do.
Are there
I
new
have.
ones?
Oh, there might be. I have my favorite two, which is the Puzzle and Mining. Puzzle and Mining are so
Definitely.
cute.
I think that's a.
I love
yeah,
Puzzle. I've
Joel
decided I'm
is
collecting
one
all the
of those
Puzzle and
players
Mining
who think
cards
he's
now
just
as
on the
well. So
edge
I've
of
started
just
that.
Getting one of these big titles.
There's not that
and,
many, so it won't be too hard.
It's all right through me, Liam. I'm not daft.
Yeah, and again, it's only I think a matter of time before Joe does do it.
Soda
I'd love
pop
to
plush.
see it happen. So yeah, good pick.
And have to, of course, give special shout
There's
outs
a Jirachi.
Oh, the Fampi's so good. Oh, look at the fucking
I mean,
ball pick.
I know.
That's cute.
Player base
Flop.
this
I'll
year
show
is
up.
just incredible.
Look at the Politoed. Politoed. It's not
The
Poliwhirl.
Raichu.
The Raichu's mint.
Oh, there's so many
Placing a
good
safe bet.
ones. Oh,
Munchlax
I don't
is
even
good.
think
Wolf's a
Munchlax's
safe
cute, but
bet.
that's
Joe's
cute.
quite a safe bet.
You don't
but
think Munchlax is
literally it's
cute?
up for grabs.
Chikorita's
Any of
sold
our
out.
players, yeah,
Damn.
they're
Because of Legends Arceus.
I know. I kind of need a Chikorita plushie.
Last but not least,
The Politoed and the Raichu. The Raichu's really nice.
As I'm going to be I'm
Give me a
Chikorita
little
gang.
soda pop. Go on, Provost.
Me, it's warm, isn't it?
Warm.
Oh wait, I don't need that. Concentration is not what I need. Although I should have equipped it.
We had a thermometer somewhere.
Or a Noctowl. So are you an early
What if we
Pidgey or
cover
a
the
Noctowl?
dog cam
A
with my
Noctowl.
gameplay?
Are you an early Pidgey or a Noctowl? Such a weird question.
That'd be
like
so
the
random.
neither.
What?
I said,
the,
imagine if you put
I don't-
my gameplay in the little
Yeah,
doggo
I don't
cam.
wake up early,
Just be
but I'm
Final
also
Fantasy
not a Noctowl.
I mean, it can. It'd be pointless.
Caterpie.
But you know what? It saved
Starly, I don't know.
Press the wrong button.
Out of the two, I'd have to say an
It's
early
actually a good
Pidgey,
idea. I was
but
joking, but
that's, again,
if
ask me
people
on
want
the
to
day.
see it in the corner,
I'm definitely
why not?
an early Pidgey. Early Pidgey.
Yeah, but
Right, sorry, Noctowl, no love here, but yeah, thanks for getting
I'm
to
just
know us.
setting
A
up
lot more
stuff. I'm not
casters to
doing
get to
anything
meet,
yet.
so catch that.
You looking for my capture card?
Yep.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
It was just, I think,
I
this
was
time
so.
that-
Oh, it's these are the kids that were in the final at NAIC against each other.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Is it answering everything then?
Just hold it.
I'm sure there's like a... Yeah, yes.
Bro, I can't even find the doggo cam.
There's doggo cam right there.
No, I can't find
No,
it.
I saw it. A puppy cam right there.
Oh, that's why I can't find it. I was looking for doggo cam.
The tower.
Oh, it's because it's in a different window. Okay. This is so much effort for the 2 hours or whatever we've got left of the stream. For
2 hours
tomorrow,
is quite a lot, actually.
for tomorrow, them to go, oh, change the doggo cam back.
You're only going to put it on top of it, and they can just toggle it then.
I'm not putting it on top of it.
No?
I'm changing it right over.
Why?
It's just easier to do it that way. Brev.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because you've got like a capture card Liam there.
That's this layout. What? Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Shut up. Mate, I've been here all day.
So, oh, I didn't mean to do that.
That one.
Balls.
Balls?
Yeah.
I've got 2 of them. Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, no, it isn't. No, it is. Oh, because then we have to... Yeah, we have to activate that. And then turn that off. There you go. And then is that going to be the right way around? Probably.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Studio mode. Nice.
Little bit of Final Fantasy 9 in the corner. I'll fight boss.
And then we go...
actually, before I do this.
Here. That's the one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back
Close
to
that.
the couch, featuring Aaron.
I'll get the chat back. There we go. Sorry for that interruption. What did I miss?
3 years after London, Scott, we're back.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in the closet this
Absolute fire hazard, apparently. Like people crowding employees trying to restock and everything. Oh. Why are they called soda pop plushies? I think it's just the company.
We made it to the big time.
Not sure.
How's it going, Scott?
Pretty good. How about you, Aaron?
You know, my heart is racing from that end game.
Because they're fizzy. I think the ZA is going to give Meganian the glow up fans one. Oh, I hope it doesn't. I hope it gives them a glow up that they don't like.
In terms of clips, but
That'll be
it's been a
mint.
crazy tournament.
Bless you.
Yeah, something about the player, right? Where it seems like every time.
I hope
he's on
I like
stream,
it. I'm the one
something
picking
crazy
it.
happens.
Absolutely, and it was.
Oh, look at Aaron Zhang, isn't he? Look at him. He's so professional. He is. I was saying earlier, he's so unproblematic.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
played NEIC where you
And Scott Glass is fucking great. He's one of the goats.
Thunderclap on
VGC
a
commentary.
Wait, no.
who started on the turn as a ground type Pokemon before it Terrestrialized with the Fergraph
Fergraph on
next
the
to it.
field, yeah.
So he was immune 2 different ways.
A blow down like Hisuian Decidueye.
Knocked out. That's crazy. I think Evan and I, we've been casting for
Excuse me?
12, 13
Hisuian
years, I think, for both
Decidueye is
of us,
better.
this thing was
Bro, you're
crazy.
looking to get hit.
So of course, you know,
He gets another one.
Leave your Jimbo alone, exactly.
Well, the answer
awesome.
is winning Sucker
My
Punch
little
line
soda
games, but
pop.
let's take a quick look at the usage
What?
stats.
My
at
little
this
soda pop
tournament.
is
We've
fucking
actually seen a lot of different
Ave
restricted
Pop
pairings already, but
Demon Hunters.
Scott, I gotta say, none of this is
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's super surprising. I do think one of the things that's kind of interesting.
Hey, what a
to me looking at
surprise.
this
The top
tournament
restricted
after,
pair is
NEIC,
Zamazenta Calyrex.
what
We've
the
only
Dollar
seen a
Series
million
look
of them
like,
today.
Up in that number 3 spot, it's a pretty
Had to say it.
solid
Rude.
place, I guess, where there are clearly 2 winning.
Let your hair down,
pairs against
Cybertron.
other guys, but,
His hair is
yeah,
down.
Luna will get that trophy. Good
Aaron
to
is
see
so
him get it
professional.
up
We
a
need to put him in
little bit
beach
better
gear for
I
Sunday.
will say, at first I was
Oh,
like,
but he's
I'm
so
not
good and
surprised, but then I saw
formal.
the
Hey,
usage
look.
stats, and I was like, oh, the top
It's
2
him.
pairs, that's 45% of the field, 46 if you round up, right? And so, one, Shadow Rider and Miraidon, I'm not sure I would have pinned this
Busted
for.
bomb,
I fucking
baby.
knew that you were going to stop
Yeah, I
doing
mean,
that.
I was kind of curious about too. Where you, it really started to get a
It's
lot of
nice to see
momentum
one
for
of the
this
top
tournament, in part 'cause of the
4
dominance
restricted
of
pairs
Championship
not
so
having
good.
a horse in it.
We get pretty appealing Pokemon to beat
Samurott
as
was a
far
glow
as
down.
first use
Yeah.
pairing, but
Oh, yeah, yeah. It
one
is kind of
way
the
a
same,
bunch
isn't it?
of
They kind of did
here,
nothing to it.
Speaking of those numbers too, I mean, it makes me really.
Typhlosion was a glow down in terms of design. I like regular
Those two teams
Typhlosion
might have
more than
chosen to
Hisuian,
bring
yeah.
where, that's
Great
a very
typing on
exploitable
Hisuian, but...
metagame when 45% of your metagame is actually almost 48% of your metagame, or 46. What's the number after
math is
45?
hard. Yeah.
Oh no, the Streamlabs decimal place has gone again.
2 restricted Pokemon, or 2 restricted pairs.
Good answer. Yeah,
Almost
right.
there.
I know my shit.
Yeah, we landed there, and that's what matters, you know. And I mean, I think it's
You know
a
what,
great
I need to
point.
adjust
me,
that.
It felt just like Shadow Rider Zama. The way people are running it doesn't even feel that crazy. Like Marco's just running it back with this NAIC team, but he was 3-0. I think now
Where
he
is
just
it?
dropped his first one, so 3-1. But
Where is it?
It's like there's nothing too crazy about it, but if you can play it really well, it just has the tools to win.
Yeah, I think it's fun
I
to watch
don't remember
with
what
him
you're
and
looking
that
for,
kid
Liam, to be
play
honest.
just 'cause
Oh,
they're
yeah.
so good
Wait,
at
no, it is in there.
I think it's such a difficult
Open
gear
that.
to play.
That.
One of our friends, Aaron Trailer, had been
Move that shit
team for a while,
around so it's a bit
and
more
I think it was
central.
me really
There you
interesting. He
go.
mentioned, "Yo, I just don't
Drink
wanna
it in,
play
man.
here all week and think it's really difficult
Oh,
to
I got
play."
the ultimate
In
sword.
part
Let's go.
because he was the
Ultimate
best Big Six
piss.
player back
Dan
in
is stealing very well.
16, where I think he got to be top
I
8
thought-
of the World
oh,
Championships as the
oh yeah, shit. No,
final,
they were
Big
between
Six
rounds.
team
That should be
remaining,
on.
and,
Oopsie,
that's
my
when he
bad,
played
Breen,
this team, I was
again.
like, you know what, this isn't for me. I think it really speaks to how much stress is on these players trying to go through these
Stress
games
on
where
these
there's
nuts.
so many
Stress on
lines, it's
these
so
nuts.
difficult to get
Let me
advanced
show you
in that
nuts.
pair matchup,
Stress
and
on
when
these
25% of the
nuts.
field
Someone just say
is
that
going to be playing the
Typhlosion was a
16
glow
you're
down.
gonna assume during
Hisuian
split
Typhlosion is a glow down
Yeah.
compared to regular
Absolutely. We
Typhlosion.
can a quick look
Are you
at
On
re-
par.
usage stats
On par,
overall
No,
easily.
as well.
no.
The glow down
Let's see.
is
In terms of
whatever is fate.
restricted-
Oh,
okay,
short
so,
one.
you know,
That's the
How
glow
not
do
surprising to see
I?
the top 4, but look at that
Samurott.
drop off in terms of percentages, right?
Yeah,
Almost
Samurott.
50% of
That's
people
the
using
glow
Miraidon,
down.
even Calyrex
Maybe
Ice Rider's
ruin
got
the whole line for me. I don't even
30+%
like
How do I
wash what
open
anymore.
the-
barely scratching the surface
Stole
with
everything.
10%.
Let's go.
I do
What?
think it's interesting.
Stole
Hey,
everything,
there is
let's
that
go.
Rider we found
Yeah,
him,
yeah.
and he is more used overall.
Yes.
First
than
3
Luna.
steals.
So,
That's
you know, Luna on maybe only having really the
Community,
one
Rosemary
pairing that we're
activity
seeing a
follow
lot
list.
of.
I don't remember how to change the thing.
flexible in the sense, you know, you
I don't remember I opened the event list. To refund the bits. Refund the event, the moolah. I don't know. I've forgotten.
So often it can terastallize out of that disadvantage.
Oh, Groudon's trying.
See Kyogre and Groudon fighting for their lives down there. They're like, look, I know it's a couple generations
Moot.
after we debuted, but we can still be good.
Yeah, to me, it just doesn't feel like a GS Cup format if they're not around.
I don't like how high the Hisuian one looks. Yeah.
I love it. I think he's great.
It's just a very sad looking
Samurott was the worst one.
Oh yeah, no one disagrees with that.
Like, why even bother? Like, why is it even there?
Yeah, that image can be translated as "Behold, power creep." Yeah.
To see how it does when the weekend ends, just because when a Pokemon does well so late in the preparation period,
Literally goes Gen 3, Gen 7, Gen 9, Gen 8, Gen 8, Gen 8, Gen 9.
I thought it was like, are you really
That's
going
mad.
to change your team? Are you going to try to pick it up that late? But maybe some of the players who are already working on Groudon.
Why is Hisuian Samurott even there, or Samurott in general?
Absolutely, yeah. And even though it's only 7% usage rate, I did believe I saw a couple players
So that we don't have to play with it in ZA?
Scott is one of those where
There you go. There's an optimistic look at Samurott.
I would expect that it might actually have a really good average.
We had it in Legends Arceus, so we don't have to have it in ZA.
That many people are using it.
Yeah. Like, we've seen a lot of Pokemon too are kind of coming through here, and you know, like all these.
For Arceus, it's the god of all Pokemon, but fallen into competitive obscurity. Fallen into it. It's never been competitively legal. Although it's legal in the current meta. In Regulation J, it will be legal. But I say current, but it's.
Usually one of the things that kind of has helped crowd it out of his format, I feel like, in addition to its...
Plus, if we're going by lore, why would the god of all Pokemon be interested in competing? Wouldn't he just know he's the god of all Pokemon? Terra Fairy, Power Herb, Geomancy Fairy, or Yveltal go brrr. How would you have an Yveltal with Fairy Aura?
I got a little bit of deja vu, Scott.
I think you mean Xerneas, my dude.
We're in London. We were on the couch and we were talking about Groudon, but we weren't
Sally
singing
Belly.
his praises as much. I think you and I were, you specifically.
Breen.
Oh,
Oh, there you go. Top 12 non-restricted. Oh my god, half the field has Incineroar? Who'd have thunk?
I was like, you know what? I didn't know what I had until I lost it. Groudon, I'm sorry. Please come back.
Moving on,
Yeah, it'll be legal for the first time is September 1st. And that's not even for official tournaments. That's just for online play. It doesn't really matter. Maybe a global challenge.
But I will say, Urshifu Rapid Strike being at 32%, maybe a little bit higher than I would have
Yeah,
expected.
man. Urshifu's single strike fell off. Fluttermane fell off, man.
Kind of been the sleeper niche pick on Miraidon teams.
It was in the sun for a long time.
Electric Seed, for example. We've seen people run Quiver.
It was.
I love the Whimsicott
I mean, it
there.
literally is always
My
on Sun
little
teams.
boy. Go on, Whimsicott. Legend.
I was running around with a
Fucking Smeargle.
team after North American.
Yeah, Barigarath just chilling at the back like, you know what? I'm still used.
It's such an interesting
Poor
what
Fluttermane.
you could have in this format if you're like really with both the builds, right? You can do something a little more defensive.
Fell off because of Kali Shadow, yeah.
With Quiver Dance,
exactly.
Where, if your opponent's a bunch of special attackers, if maybe they have a lot of support.
It's more Volk than expected. Yeah, 14% Volcarona.
Being a really terrifying threat. You know, it's another way to get a type advantage of that all-important Zama.
Because Koraidon's a bit less common, yeah.
A little bit easier, and I always feel like anyway, again, you can kind of get a third big threat next year.
Farigarath, just happy to be included. I'm just happy to be here. Only one Treasure of Ruin as well.
A little bit Raging Bolt too, and you know, I guess before we get too much further.
Jody had a team sheet error, meaning he couldn't use U-turn on his Urshifu, so, and he took a game loss. Oh. Team sheet error. Does Volk answer Kali Ice? Not massively.
I think we have
I mean,
seen most of these
because the
Pokemon
redirection
make
doesn't really mean
appearance on
much.
Stream. Actually, Smeargle at 18% is pretty darn high. Like,
Kali doesn't tend to use contact moves, so it's not going to get flame bodied.
It obviously was winning on so many different teams and
Raining swords. It's raining swords.
I'd bring something more.
But here we saw it just win on stream, and it just turns out this
Oh,
is a really
bruv, your whole team. Steiner's alive. 3 of them are alive.
Yeah.
Easily the biggest.
He's dead.
Yeah, no, that's the final move.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I mean.
I forgot.
Alright, Zidane. I don't know why Zidane just dies to one hit. I need to check that.
Fragile.
Alright, he's not learning anything.
Those are both literally and metaphorically dark times, but I do think it is.
Do a new game. Do a new round. Actually, let's see how my eggs are doing.
I know, players don't like
Round 5 pairings are up. Ooh, let's see how the round 5 pairings are doing.
Counterplay, especially nowadays where between Rillaboom and
The herd is thinning, methinks.
terrain, there's kind of a lot of ways to get around it.
What do we think in the 4-0s? Alex Underhill, all caps. Alex Underhill versus Naoto Kishida.
really think it's so
Giovanni Kische
it's a shame that Elkrami never really
against Jack Roth. Raghav Malavia versus Mayo Harada, who just beat Marco Silva, so they're riding the high. Jaesung Lee versus Louis Markle. Fabian Kuhl versus Yude Gerard Lee Wei Kong. Victor Medina versus Yuki Tanaka. Code Skide versus Yuma Kinagawa. That could be slapping. Pinchun Lin versus Justin Tang. Joji Kaida versus Sebastian Rodriguez. Ryoma Okamoto versus James Beck. Shoma Onami versus the Japanese name that no one can pronounce because it's in Japanese.
Spriggle's utility is literally unmatched with every
Katsuhiko Minami versus Alistair Sandover. Oh, no, wait, that's it, yeah, and then the rest is the 3-on-1s. Joseph Martin versus Grant Laird. Montana Mott versus Matteo Velita. Marco Silva versus Jen Chao Do from Taiwan. Brian Collins versus Yi Sheng Lin. Matty Morgan versus Yuki Zaninovic. Gavin Michaels versus Husan Chi Kyo. Oh, that's another Japanese name I can't pronounce. Who we got? Christopher Hahn versus Choi Jongkyu. These shows, it seems like a very high 3-on-1. Yeah, from the sound of it. Andrew Zhang versus Danveer Singh Narula. Len Dool is 3-on-1. Did I ever tell you Len Dool is my first ever in-person loss? He's against Nick Navarro, though.
I think like playing this format is so stressful because you have
Z versus Chase Mateo.
Like we just saw Kinugawa in game 1. I think Astro Barrage twice
Mate,
in front
James
of
Evans versus Aaron Brock, that would be decent.
Turns, right? Like to be able to take those risks.
Hirofumi Kimura versus Teo Team. Remember Teo Team?
In addition to like the matchup roulette.
First time hearing that one, Liam. Hearing what?
Huge calls like that. Yeah, I really respect the players, both who can make the calls and also can like figure out the right time.
Oh, the thing I said about Len. Sorry. I did just say that. Fuck's sake.
I like taking the big risk too much. I think it's just fun to try to make calls. Getting the call right wasn't good enough.
2014 Worlds Inspired Bundle of Garchomp, Playmat, Titar, Salamence, and Pachirisu plushies. Oh, that's cute. This is a 2014 Worlds Inspired Bundle of a Garchomp, Playmat, and a Tyranitar, Salamence, and Pachirisu plushies. Sage and Park's team.
That's so cute.
But where's Talonflame and God of War?
Kind of watching players try to find the best solutions, but really exciting and insightful.
Ooh. Totally, yeah, and that's what makes the dual restricted
Wolf Glick versus Francisco Trigo. And if Francisco beats Wolf, Wolf is out of Worlds.
And we saw that in the first
That's wild.
and Paul Ruiz, where it was like the turn 1 mind game. Whoever came out of turn 1.
Got a main Lando Eye and a Moongus inspired bundle of 2023 Worlds. Sagen really did so much for VGC, right? I wouldn't be here streaming this right now if it wasn't for Sagen Park. And Scott Glaser commentated it.
There's just so much more on the line.
Yeah, I think, and again, you always talk about the importance of these early rounds of Swiss, right? Like, well, you know, you may only have to worry about getting that third loss, right? You know,
Joseph Ugarte versus Nicolo Palato. And if Nicolo wins, Joseph Ugarte is out. I'm going to sneeze. Diego Aguirre versus Eric Rios. So Eric Rios is in a basically losing out.
They really did well for themselves. Not only have you made they got
Mate.
halfway there on the wins, but also keeping that loss.
Did I say Oscar was out?
Early is critical this
No,
year.
Oscar's still in. He's 2-2. He's against Seiyu Lin.
Like, well, even if I lose this one,
damn.
Whereas if you feel like it's
The decimals I've messed up again. It was a while ago.
this elimination period,
It were bloody bastard it was.
I think it really messes with me, and so especially in a tournament as grueling as this, it's so stressful. But
Aguirre, he's a local, so I know how. Oh, Aguirre. Aguirre. I thought it was
Sophie. Yes?
Made top 16 last year. Hello, what?
Oh, Kaylee's talking to me.
But it is not
Oh.
easy.
Hey, you just be the very best, right?
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I think it's
Eggs.
If only was that easy, right?
Yeah.
And you know, I guess props to him.
Eggu.
That'll be one thing that's really fun is we do get the
Pokemon Center bundle,
the super elite,
Worlds Inspired
scary players kind of
Arcanine bundle.
picking up those second losses. Like, oh man, you know, like. You know, like, I guess props to him.
Yeah,
If you're the opponent, like, I know they can do it, but also I could be the one to
Sophie.
stop them. And I think, you know,
I know, I saw. I really want the statue, but I'm like.
I was going to say the plush looks very unhappy.
I have the plush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does it look so unhappy in the picture?
I don't know. I have the plush. It's only the. I do.
How much is the statue on its own then?
You can carry you forward to the next year a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, every new Worlds does feel like the
I
most
have that
difficult
plushie
Worlds
though.
ever. I think this one in
Oh,
particular
it's like a
with the
pound
dual
more.
Oh my God, yeah.
It feels that much harder because
It's literally £2.
Oh, they're now selling the skinny dip phone case on Pokemon Center as well.
£2 more to get the plushie, which is normally £20.
Pretty decent, to be fair.
How tall is the statue? It's a garden statue.
It's pretty big.
Oh shit!
I know.
A lot of things you really have to be able
More
to track
details,
that, kind of limit
please.
your options a little bit. And
Dimensions.
Then, you know, as we saw on the
It's
usage chart, right?
33 centimeters tall.
Are you meant to be? I know you are meant to be on your own.
It's actually not that tall. It's only like that tall from the table. It's 30 centimeters. That's like a ruler. Kylan made top 16 last year by limiting Wolf. Oh yeah, fucking Kylan. You want to pay attention to Kylan Von Severen if he's still active? Let's have a gander. Kylan.
Versions of this team, and through the practice of that and kind of the tournament results, they have a pretty good idea of what the optimal versions.
Kylan is still active. Same score as Wolf, 2-2. So if Wolf and Kylan win this round, they could face each other next round because they'd both be 3-2. So Kylan could eliminate Wolf again. There's potential. You can see pics of the statue in the review, Sophie.
I think that's a great
Yeah,
point.
why didn't you look at those, Sophie?
How Worlds has maybe shifted throughout the years.
Liam didn't show me.
Liam didn't show me. He didn't love me.
K9 is one of the titles.
That's really good.
A legendary statue.
Oh, it looks so good.
He is very perfect.
With his team in 2016. Those Worlds were generally smaller attendance, and it was like a smaller pool of
not right now. Not right now.
Right now,
Don't worry
even
about
though
it
those two
All right.
It'd have bought that if I could still get the card.
It's very different from what we saw back in the day.
LOL. 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 Right.
You went into trance at the worst possible moment.
Your nan's in a trance.
Top players in championship points in the regional champions and top 4 international.
Remember I showed my parents the Pachirisu match? I thought it was peak cinema. And they were just like, oh yeah, well done. So it's a squirrel.
You know what, funny
Why is it
enough?
fighting a dragon and a lawnmower?
Funny enough, I worked in the call center when that happened.
Did you?
And the guy who I was mates with in there, his name was Neil. He was like, he knew I was into Pokemon. He's like, have you seen this? And he taught me through Sage Park. And then on a lunch break, he showed me the whole match because I didn't know about competitive Pokemon until afterwards. And then I still have it. He made me a Pachirisu with all of his stats.
That's cool.
On the game.
He wanted you.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's fucking obvious.
So he had a girlfriend for a long time. They broke up around the time I was leaving, and he asked me out.
Oh, called it.
And I was like, no. And so I was mate, and he's like, no worries. He goes, it'd eat me if I hadn't tried. I was like,
oh, at least he's cool about it.
Yeah, no, he was pretty cool about it. Can't complain.
Pachirisu is one thing. I think the most big brain play was the Seniors 2018 files. The hard read on the Mandibus switch in. Mate, the Seniors doing baller plays are insane. Same with the Juniors. Star Strider Station says hi. That's Southern Tauren.
Oh, Freya will be in the party after this next fight. Hi!
No Freya.
After the next fight, she will be. I'm rotating the team for each boss fight.
Freya? I hardly know her.
That's why Vivi's in the team instead of Dagger now.
Vivi's my dad. He's not though. Oh, it looked shiny, but it wasn't because it's just the lighting. The dusk lighting makes everything look bronze.
Anybody who qualified this year should be like, why not me, right? I think I am good enough, and I think everyone.
Oh, that wasn't me, Scott.
Freya was best girl. When I was a kid,
I know why I didn't qualify for Worlds.
my original team, the first time I beat the game was Eco, Dagger, Freya, and Zidane. Because I was a Girl Scout, apparently.
Ichiban. Lipstick for men. Saiko. Sorry, I had a moment. Hey, waiting for nighttime outbreaks? I know, right? They're like, perfect, let's go. Oh, it's nighttime.
For most of us still,
especially with Dark being prankster immune was like brand new. Wild, isn't it?
Like mentally adjusting to that can be really tough, right?
Wait, wasn't Dark being prankster immune from Gen 6 onwards? I don't remember. That's why you asked. Oh, yeah, good point. The team is Vivi, Steiner, Freya. And who's the fourth?
I know.
I don't know how many viewers
Oh,
they have.
that's a
Certainly
good
none
choice.
of the people watching it ever heard of my opponent or I. We're just sitting there doing our
Beans,
best.
beans, beans. Oops.
I wanted to switch my team a bit more around. I've still got 3 of the original team.
Zinedine Zidane, bon anniversaire.
I like to. I forgot to. I was going to put Adam and Freya on for the first fight, but I didn't.
Remember his name?
It's a lot of pressure. And
Right, he's not an important character. He's only the protagonist.
So good despite all those pressures, and I really do admire the players because it's not easy, right? And we always we try.
Here we
to make it
go.
sound like it is, right? But we know how tough it is out there.
Yeah, and it's like, I think Worlds in particular, you pour your heart and soul
Worlds
into.
is men.
You work
I'm so glad we're
hard
watching
to
Worlds.
play, and then
Mate,
you spend
Vivi's
months
the main
preparing, you know, and
character.
it's like as
I'm
someone
sorry
who
though,
went through the
I've just
process
realised.
Vivi is the main
You've
character.
not finished the game and you're literally seeing the ending
competition,
game in
but
the corner.
we are just about
He's not
ready
watching
to
it.
get to round
Yeah, that's
5,
true.
so thank you for joining Scott and
Don't
I
pay
here
too much
at the
attention
couch.
to it. Man, it looks so
And
cool,
we're
the
gonna
little
throw it down
screen, the
quick
little...
Oh, I like their little
Swirlies.
transitions. Mate, we get Ben.
But did you hear
You know
about
Ben?
this
Oh, I didn't know Ben.
You know Ben from Locals.
I didn't. He didn't know why. Welcome back, traders, to the World
Oh, he's a nice
Championship.
lad.
Don't you worry, that's not the last of those jokes you're going to hear this
We've only
weekend. And listen.
travelled halfway around the world.
Yeah.
And this is where we're starting out here.
Oh, this is going to be beautiful. That synergy was Gen 7.
8
Oh.
out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice. Well, that's what you'd rank that good. But what about the rankings
Sorry,
of
I'm
the
just
players
laughing at
out
my-
there in the venue?
I'm laughing at Charlie Merriman.
After my
He's a
own,
very merry
my
man.
own like craziness when it comes to this game, I just know where all the hidden items are. I
This
just
watch
walk
party stream
up to
format's
them.
really fun. It's like being at cinema with a bunch of people who are all passionate about the same thing as you. Plus, you get to have fun conversations. Yeah.
But like in this game, I was there's a rank thing that finding all the hidden treasure. I went to the guy to check. I was like, oh, how are the ranks going? I was already S rank.
Oh, Steiner's not got any abilities for it.
Yeah, I know. Using
I
them.
know.
Dina 4-0 here as well,
Idiot.
Malharada, all of these names, I mean, it doesn't
I'm
get better.
bullying you.
This is the creme de la creme.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
like seeing all of these players going through a field like this and still
Hope conversations
making
like
it
this don't
out
happen
on
at the
top
cinema.
where-
Yeah, right. At the
Scott
cinema,
and
you
I
have to
were
shut the
just
fuck
talking
up.
about How difficult this
True.
World Championships is, where you've got so
I
many
love his
players.
design.
I
You've got
know.
the cream of the crop from the season. Not only did you have to either go really deep in a tournament, but if
Tiamat
you
hates
have to be
Bahamut.
really consistent
It really
over a
does.
season,
Oh, I
Famously.
didn't. I know. I
top
didn't bring
rankings,
him this
and
time.
then getting
Oh, well,
here,
fine, it's
taking
fine.
maybe a swing of the metagame, playing.
Oh, I'll swing your
those
metagame,
tried and
daddy.
tested teams all the way through. Well,
Well, that's season 2 in December, right?
Wasn't
expecting that.
Right? I've not seen it. Is there a trailer for it yet, or is it just
And let's
announced?
see which these trainers will be pairing up with in this next round. In
True,
the
I'd be kicked out for being a blabbermouth.
very
No, you trying to fill every science? That never happens.
Izawa is what we
Shoma
will be
Honami
featuring
versus
in the
Fuck it, why
round.
not?
Let's just take a look at
Yoshitaka Izawa is going to be fucking banging.
Sisuke, of course, someone who has had incredible grassroots
We got 90 minutes to do this Aquabreed Tauros outbreak.
them at 4-0.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
especially, like, playing the same
Not
team
if you
throughout and,
save your game,
getting comfortable
close the
at top
game,
level with
change the
exactly what you're doing
time
is
to like
really
1 minute past
important
midnight,
as a
and
way
then
to
reopen the
approach
game.
kind of
Then you've got
tournaments.
24
Further
hours.
down the list, Kosu today,
Oh,
another
23
player
hours,
that does
59
that.
minutes.
Ko versus Yuma is a game
They didn't make us
that
wait
I
like
remember
5
if you
years.
get
That's a
as well
miracle these days, right?
Do you get a special like notion if you use Bahamut in this fight? I can't remember.
No, I'm just saying Tiamat doesn't like
Oh
Bahamut.
no, he doesn't. He hates him. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like arch nemesis.
That's been a thing since Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. That's it's literally from there.
Erin is expected to turn north on Monday. That means we won't get hit by it. What's Erin? I assume a comet, but I didn't know anything about it.
Any luck, go to Joji.
Yeah, well, exactly. I
Let
mean,
him choose your
it's
lottery
not-
ticket.
best of one closed team sheets as well to be able to operate clearly in both open
That's
team
too much
sheets and
effort.
closed team sheets. They take a really different mindset. So, really love to see
Chicken
that
and
against the Bahamut as
cheese
well.
makes me
He's had a
piss to my
fantastic
knees,
season
but no further than that,
this year
obviously.
Oh, of
and
course
really
they
come
don't.
That'd
out
be
from
unruly.
the
Not
Latin
stolen
America
it.
region to,
How many eggs? 2 eggs to go.
real
We'll do 2 more.
great effect, and seeing him carry
If
on
it's a
doing
storm,
well is
please let it hit
really
us.
nice to see.
We need the storms.
But of course, yes, Shoma Honami versus.
It's a lot warmer up here than it is
Now,
downstairs. I'll
these
tell you
two
that.
trainers after Japan,
Downstairs was
Shoma
lovely and
Honami,
cool.
26th
I was enjoying it.
World champion. Now, Yoshitaka Izawa reached the top 32 at the Japan Championship this
Mate,
year, but Ben-
former, the 2015 world champ. The,
Weird.
mate, imagine if they won Worlds 10 years after they last won Worlds. That's what Wolf's trying to do.
You didn't see them well.
No, I think
There's
Wolf's
one
trying
of
to do it
those
before he.
restrictions on,
It's 10 years
on,
since.
Yoshi-
Hurricane Erin. Oh.
that, yeah, maybe
I
isn't
will
quite
in
as
when I
common. You
get
didn't see it
there,
on the,
Bro
top
Pod, I
spots.
will
Maybe, like, right
say
at the
pay
start,
attention to one
regulation set
thing in a
high.
minute because then on your
Definitely
playthrough you'll
not
know to do it.
End, there's a clue for you there,
There's a
Trent.
secret
Get
boss
right
in
at the
here, you
start. Let's
see.
see what Pokemon that's going to be as our trainers get.
And he's very
seated
easy
and
to
ready go
miss.
on stage. It was top 64 for Shoma at this year's Japan World Championship.
Oh, the trainers are not ready apparently.
Excuse me, that top 32 that Yoshitaka was able to achieve. So I have no doubt that these trainers
Let's go.
before in
They must. They must.
So we want to
Wolf
see
winning
how
10 years
that
after he did in the same
relationship,
city during the 30th anniversary. Cinema. Yeah, right. Imagine the YouTube video. Piss break in it. Piss, piss, piss. All right, Liam. Piss.
Sometimes you run into the people that you've either worked with.
Who's
or,
on the second stream?
played
On the
in
second
your
stream
local region before coming to the World
is Yuma
Championships.
Kingugawa and
It's
Ko
one of those chances if they have
Tsukide.
played, depending on which way it goes.
Oh,
it's a
guess who's
chance for the
commentating
others
the
to
side
sort of
stream on Victory
settle the
Road?
score on the world
Who?
stage here.
Costa
What better way to
Didymos
do
and
it
Shmon?
when it comes
Ah,
on screen?
babies!
Oh my lord!
So we got a Lunala Maridon team against a Zamazenta revealed so far, and it looks like Shadow. Shocking. Couldn't believe those are the two Pokemon. Oh shit, bruv! Let's go!
record with your friends. And here they are on stage.
Shoma Honami is
and there it is. That's the
2015
Ho-Oh
World
at the top.
Champion.
If you guess that's what
Nice.
we're talking about.
10 years
You get
on.
no points, but I mean you get our respect.
Oh, you'd love to see it.
Congratulations. Yeah, Ho-Oh and the Koraidon.
Shmon!
Nicely setting up the sun, and in fact,
What are you
here
doing?
with
I
the
thought you were
Calyrex
Wait, I thought you were commentating. Are you taking a break?
Got a clear amulet on one, but not on the other.
Wait, who's on that stream then?
On your Rhydon after going for the Draco Meteor.
Oh yeah, no, that's not you. Well, it was. We were just being really love you. American squad's taken over. Valid. Did you catch us being really kind about you? Just then.
We were very
We
kind.
literally moments ago. We just got finished. Literally say his name and he appears.
Yeah, literally,
I believe in
that was
Shmon.
kinda-
Literally, chat will tell you. Moments ago, I said to Sophie, "Do you know who's commentating on the Victory Road side stream?"
And if you want to stack it up even more,
Our
you've got Peter
babies,
Bruton from the GU,
Costa
holding the
Didymos
joystick,
and
trying to be
fucking
that little
Shmon.
bit faster.
And Sophie went,
But hey,
"Oh!"
sometimes
And then we
you
said,
get
"They're our
Calyrex
babies."
as
And yeah.
well
And then you literally turned
And
up.
then you literally turned
finished
up.
that sentence. I kid you not.
That shit wild. Oh, it's this weird team. Oh, Chi Yu spotted. Metapod's happy. He says fish. It's a weird team because you're using Cali Ice in the sun.
as well. Less so the Calyrex Ice Rider,
But it's Terra Water, so he was really horrible. Actually, you're fucking rude, Gizmo. But I get it. I'd hate me if I spent so much time around me. Oh wait, wrong horse in my opinion. Yeah, it should be Cali Koraidon. Because that sounds like a drink. Yeah, I'll take a Cali Koraidon. Liam, technically they're both Cali. Oh yeah. Fucking idiot.
And yeah,
Yeesh.
really quite difficult.
Ho-Oh
to
spotted.
see if Shoma can do it. On the
What's
other
his
side,
hour
Yoshitaka
cooking?
there with
Iron
the-
Treads and Ho-Oh spotted.
Here at the World Championships with Terra
Interesting.
Water. But I love this adaptation of
Yoshitaka Izawa is cooking. Loaded dice Koraidon with scale shot. Oh shit!
This is interesting.
I say this with all the respect I can possibly muster. Fuck the world champion from 10 years ago. Izawa's my guy. What the fuck?
Yeah,
It's a very
Generation 2
interesting
fan, but
team.
Rejoice, we got Ho on stream. Ben, you a Generation 2 fan?
Oh,
yeah.
I proper hurt my foot on
I
that
don't like
treadmill.
the
You know.
hesitation there, Ben. It's absolutely my fault.
Will-O-Wisp
That's why
Ensign?
for Pokemon Gold, you can rejoice even more
I put my
with
money
that
on
Ho
Ho-Oh.
there.
That's
Yeah.
the one Ho-Oh at Worlds.
Yeah, okay.
Damn.
We've just had confirmation.
Yeah.
This is
Alright,
the
Dean.
only Ho-Oh on
Dean
the
says
field
hi.
today.
Hi,
Oh my
Dean.
goodness,
How
the
you
only
doing,
way Yoshitaka
sweeties?
is the
Good
only
He said
one
nice
see
rep.
you.
locked in a Ho-Oh.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He probably
And
thought
he's
it.
gonna
I
be
mean, I have.
chortling all the way, hopefully to victory. Ho.
Rocky helmet on the Ensign. You love
Best
to see
of
it.
luck to Yoshitaka. Best of luck to Shoma here. Fascinating as well to see this Koraidon mirror. The
Mate,
scale
this
shot.
is going to be a
It's gonna be
fucking
really
banger
massive here
match.
because, of course, it's not
Love these
every
Japanese trainers,
day
man.
the
They're
Koraidon
hidden
is
from us
actually
all year, it
Dragon
feels
Type
like, because
move.
obviously
So
they don't get
Shoma
championship points, and then they come to
will
Worlds and do this
force
madness.
out that terrifying
Yeah, I
edge.
reckon it's
Taking
just
a
people
mind
that
tread,
are
take
Western that
box
live in
out with
Japan,
a
like
flank
Ray
forward
Rizzo, are
power.
just like,
Really fascinating
this is what Japan's cooking, Wolf.
Scale shot.
And the Wolf goes,
Shoma
I
goes
can make
for
a
the
video
Terra
about
Fire.
this.
Easy enough to pick up the KO with 4
That team has
five
sleep
hits,
problems, but it's
on
got so
there.
much literal
You
firepower,
know
it might just
because
go, I'll attack.
The Koraidons could be the same speed as like which one's trained faster.
And it's got the
and
Maridon counter as
Yoshitaka,
Iron
maybe
Treads.
That's the one that's going to have the advantage in this matchup.
I did not think it. I'm not Liam, and I was with my sister's like,
For that reason, because the drawback of
I don't
not
mind if you
running
do.
clear
It's
amulet and
honestly
instead
chill.
the loaded dice in your Koraidon is that you're vulnerable to
Hisashi
those
earns a living,
drop.
mate. Come on.
And so, you know, it's
What am I
How
looking-
are you doing though,
I
Dean?
started
Are you
typing in
good?
Ace Trainer Liam then, but I'm looking for Glick. G-L-I-C-K. Wolf Glick is still playing.
Not dealing what it would like to do.
Well, I said, like,
I am playing
all
Final
eyes
Fantasy
can
9 in
be
the
on
corner. I'm
Koraidons
chilling.
here because of the way that they're trained differently. But actually,
Joseph.
like, the
Oh,
more I
apparently you
look
spelled
at this
Joseph
match,
wrong,
if,
Liam.
Yoshitaka's able to knock
Huh?
out that Raging Bolt. But what exactly
Ah.
on Shoma's team is really
Joseph
hitting
Martin
the
is still
Ho-Oh
playing.
for
Everyone's
lots
still
of
playing,
damage? I
Liam.
mean,
Oh, yeah.
the Calyrex Ice Rider, but if Sacred Fire goes for the...
Evie, why
gets
do
the
you all
burn
get
in
into
that
trance
turn,
in the random
Burn D's
fight?
nuts.
could be game.
It's all about physical offense, trainers.
It
It's
does,
all
but
about
Treads
the
doesn't have
sun.
steel roll. It can't control
Aww.
terrain. No, but it can take advantage of the terrain. You don't want to use steel roller as a Miraidon counter anyway. You use high horsepower into Miraidon. Router start him, I know.
Although I've recently learned.
I bet you would,
I can't
Kaylee,
run
down
the
the barrel
treadmill
of
at
it.
the moment because apparently I've fucked up my foot by just running on a treadmill.
You sorely missed the tapoos.
I've tried to put heels on early and I fucking nearly screamed in the pain. So I was like, oh. I fucked my foot up on the treadmill. I can't go on the treadmill.
Yep.
I tried to put what did I try to do? I tried to put heels on earlier and nearly screamed.
Ooh.
I was like, oh, that's bad.
We learned a new word today, Gegner. It's German for opponent. Because when Michael Kelch was playing, it was in German. And it said like Zamazenta brackets Gegner.
Exactly, it'll be fascinating.
It means Zamazenta brackets opponent. Sophie, I need you to start streaming on YouTube again so I can give you the money instead of Liam. Oh, mate, why am I?
I just need to. I need to start streaming again. Full stop.
I got to pay the bills, mate. Make sure you definitely book a hotel near a Pure Gym for next week.
I do plan.
Yes.
I do plan to do at least like one YouTube stream a week when things get a bit more
I
sorted.
thirst her more.
Not going to
Make
take
sure
any
she's looked
damage.
after.
So is Koraidon.
Don't I?
Do we
You
have a
do.
third protect on the bingo tuck card?
He's
Show
just
it to
teasing
us.
you. But yeah, no, I'm
First.
I am planning to do at least one stream on YouTube every now and again, like a week.
Hey, yo, Sacred Fire in the sun that they brought.
Like I'm gonna start.
Is it going to burn? Is it going to burn? It's really important. Yes! That's fucking min. That is fucking min.
At some point, I will.
You got two options there with the
I will.
Man's in Derby all
I
week.
I want to do like a series on YouTube. I just haven't decided.
Oh,
We're in Derby all week. Well, next week when we're not here.
I bet he said he's made sure that he's got a hotel near a Pure Gym. So I think I know what area you're staying in. It could just be City Centre has a Pure Gym. You knew what I meant, you dick. I did. Wasn't it a fun time? Ho-Oh, who is this legend? Oh, Jason, have you not been paying attention? That's the only Ho-Oh in the entire World's tournament.
Are you happy now, Bro Metapod?
This is going to sound like an obvious statement.
Swing by for a stream. We're away next week. We're going to go see Hercules. Hercules. There's no Tuesday stream or Thursday stream next week.
I'm going to do a Friday stream next week.
There's also no Sunday stream for me. AEW fucking Forbidden Door is in London. Oh my lord, he's dropped. How many is that?
200.
200, lad.
Cute.
Big love for the lad. And it fixed the decimals again. For some reason, it fixes the decimal.
Oh.
When someone donates, and then it goes fucky again later when they like refresh. It's funny. Thank you, Dean. Big love for Dean. That Flutter Mane is gone. That is fucking wild. Turn one, burn one. You love it. Not even allowed to snipe your Hercules, right? Birmingham. Oh my god. This is so good. How you doing though, Shmon? How you doing more importantly?
Wait for the message, Liam won't thank me. Oh no.
Yeah, you're so right. The Koraidon has been so vulnerable.
Come to me.
You're not going to hear it.
I'm not.
I can read it now. This is for Sophie. Yeah, I'll use it when I take you for your birthday.
Go on then, send me the 200.
All right. No, I'll do it. No, you said it in front of everyone. I got to do it. Look what you've done.
Can you do
I can afford to send it. This isn't going towards bills, that's all. That's okay. It's all right, you know. I've not got a house to keep us in, you know.
Poke Trainer Dean donated £200. This is for Sophie.
No, I was going to spend it on your birthday, but now I'll have bread and jam on your birthday instead.
Wow.
He said towards bills. Yeah, towards. It's a word.
Ability for that Ho-Oh to be able to take
Yeah.
so many attacks.
Is that not a word?
Side, and Showman just not able to get
It's an English thing.
Raging Bolt
It's
in
UK.
position
Towards.
So that it can actually stand in front of this Terror Water.
I wasn't laughing at the word in.
It's the way you said it, I think.
Stop it from just taking
towards.
KO after KO.
Towards. Towards.
How much of a read that was. And I think
Oh,
the
is this bottle of water all over again?
probably be to try to get into
To spend it as she
Trick Room,
wants.
but without knowing
That
how
you
fast
just said
or
it's
slow
that.
Ho-Oh is.
Going out once, there you go. So it's not going towards Bills then.
A little bit on the slow side, then maybe.
Why are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at anyone.
You can see exactly what Shoma's trying to play out here, but
No, I'm sending it to you right now.
just doing so much work.
I follow through
Shoma
sometimes.
came in wanting to win this game.
But oh, can I stop
like, Ho-Oh, no, you don't, my friend. Ho-Oh is
No, I will.
swooping for
No,
glory
because
right now.
might.
With
Well, if
only
I've got
two
that, I
Pokemon
might buy
available
myself
for
a new
Shoma,
cosplay.
all 4 for Yoshitaka. Is there any way now
Ixnay
that Shoma can
on
turn
the.
this around?
You know, it's an uphill battle, but the Koraidon did get the speed boost, which
I don't know the
may
idea of that.
give it the ability to outspeed
Ixnay on the Achu
Focus
stay.
You would have to commit a thunderclap
Idiot.
into it. Not gonna be this
Earth
time,
Bay.
though, because there's a protect on the Flutter Mane. I think Yoshitaka's playing this defensively.
K.
Thank you, Dean.
Uppe.
Thank you. I might buy a new little cosplay. Well, I've just got my free win wig, so I might buy myself a free win cosplay now. Because I have the wig, I started styling it, but I decided to put
Shoma is on the struggle train, big time, mate. That fucking shiny Ho-Oh is eliminating.
That also, thanks to the recoil damage, will be going right back onto Ho-Oh.
Just speaking back slang, pig Latin actually. Pig Latin, mate. Thank you. Check your privilege.
Starting to get into maybe range of a Shadow Ball. A lot of these focus sash
Pay
Flutter
and
Manes don't
transfer,
need
pay
to
and
invest
transfer.
in their
Where
defensive
is Sophie?
capabilities.
There
They just
is
go fast
Sophie.
and offensive, so they
2-0-0.
can really take advantage of that. And
It's a
if that
bang, mate.
wasn't
I'm not a
enough and
dickhead.
the thunderclap isn't
Not a
enough to take
dickhead.
KO onto Ho-Oh, you've got another potentially
You're
brave
just
bird
chicken.
coming
I'm
out
just
there.
cheese.
You got to be thinking at this stage as well what Yoshitaka
Continue.
has had in the back.
I love that when you select it as paying family, they're like, make sure you're not being scammed. And I'm like, literally my wife.
Thanks.
So Ho-Oh will be in the top 10 most used Pokemon at next Worlds? No, fucking hope it's Reg H. Let's say on this entire set goes Jason. Jason getting super excited at Ho-Oh and Amma's like, let's just watch the whole thing.
So, you know, if there is a Pokemon
She top cut one local that she went to. The only one she went to. A national expert. Thank you to.
I
saw it.
Thank you to Erection Inspector for the follow. You love tall buildings, huh? I know someone who got scammed by her son out of £500, bro. Normally they end up under the patio, though, according to the true crime channels.
I really like this from Yoshitaka.
Don't burst my bubble. I got that bubble butt. Actually, I can't say I got bubble butt when I'm in a room with you. You got that bubble butt. I got that teeny weeny berry butt. Berry. Yeah, yeah. If I'm in a room on my own, I got that bubble butt. Bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Oh my lord! This is also for Sophie. You seem sad, Liam. This is for you. 201. I got more than her.
That's so sweet.
He's filling up the bar. Let's go.
Tell you what. To make it up to everyone,
you're gonna take your top off.
I'll put Sabrina Carpenter's Sparkly up there quickly. Do people want to see it?
Yes.
Still massive damage. And as you love to say, Ben, of course,
either that or the dress I'm gonna wear.
You pointed at me then. I thought you were going to either that or Liam's going to wear it. Not with my bubble butt. Liam got his toy. No, I got my
much of a surprise in these sort of
Come on, then.
matchups. Certainly when you've got a Koraidon, you want
What's the
that
boot you
face-up
like on it?
pressure.
Don't
So
know.
I think this is a great way for Yoshitaka to.
Thank you, Dean. You have made today so good. You have made it so she would not have worn that if you had not been such a good lad. Can we bow down to Dean, please? We don't have a bow down emoji. Maybe that's the next emoji we'll unlock in like 20 years. Everybody bow down. Had an erector set as a kid, and his Lego guys inspected the result. Maybe. Maybe. We do really need a bow down emoji.
Poke Trainer Dean donated £201. You seem sad, Liam. This is for you.
Thank you, my dude. I hope I keep my job / career. Wouldn't it all suck if I lost it? You're not on the verge of losing it, are you?
Every single time, and when you're on the world stage, there is no.
Thought you were having a meeting where it was going dead well.
Take a little bit
We are not worthy.
Time to think and
Get your
process
pussy
exactly
out.
what you're
Oh
gonna
wait,
be
no,
playing
not for stream.
the next match, but I think that's the
Later.
bit locked in.
Yo!
And it is
Iwaza! 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 Iwaza skater boy. She said stop.
He did. Incredible to see. We didn't even see Yoshitaka's Koraidon. Now,
Izawa! Oh, fuck's sake. Izawa! Izawa! God, I'm the most ignorant fucking Brit in the world. Not the most. Nigel Farage exists. Tommy Robinson exists. True.
I think the scale shot is actually a really good example of
Um,
why you want to take a ride on into this matchup.
Oscar's 3-2. Oscar versus Wolf next round, baby.
We don't know. Of course, it was never revealed what Yoshitaka's fourth Pokemon was. Would have been great information for Shoma, but no such luck. As we see a little bit of a replay, if you're just joining us on the stream here, Swiss round
Bro really said he was a skater point. It's not even his name. Stop. I take it back. Wolf needs to win first. I mean, he's in a match. That's a good start. That's halfway to winning. He turned up.
But Ben, listen, buddy. Listen, my friend.
I'm here.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to ask you, don't you, Jimmy?
Total, I'll make over 15k, but 10k this month just for that one. Damn.
Yeah, so I think arguably you've got to find a better way to target in the early game. You've got to put pressure onto that Ho-Oh, and I think what Shoma
He works in offensive graphics.
Try to play around.
He draws pictures of cops, and people pay good money to have them taken down.
I think if you're going to be playing up against a Pokemon that you're really going to struggle to do any damage to, you've got to.
Although I know some of you are fans of our mate Ember Wolf. If you go to her Instagram today, you'll have a good time. Need a career pivot into whatever Dean does. Play cards right, Dean will pivot into you. Way!
See the flutter main there, it's really good to get the
I sell CEOs and company owners Zoom info.
Knock that out, but then the speed boosts kind of don't really
I like zoo info. I like knowing where the tigers are, so I know whether it's worth turning up.
So I think a little bit more
Oh yeah, Gizmo, your ears pricked up.
Calyrex Ice Rider would be really nice from Shoma going into game 2.
What do you think about a...
Gizmo's gonna be like, oh lord, she naked.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what the training is.
CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964. I think that's not the correct cadence or rhythm.
Second game in this Japan battle on the stage. Which of them is going to be emerging?
I'm going to put the fit check camera on really quick. Oh my lord.
Oh,
you put the little kiss on it.
Ho-Oh bringer out there at the World Championships.
Gang gang.
Going to be Calyrex
gang gang.
in the lead this time around, so we could be seeing a trick from strategy online and with a terrifying.
Gang gang.
I'm not sure there's much Yoshitaka.
Oh yes, make sure.
Yeah, it's a perfect switch up here from Shoma. Not going to take the early damage quite so.
Give us a twirl.
Quite so readily in this position, and
oh, it's backless. Wait, put your right arm above your head. Put your arm above your head. Yeah, that's why I want you to not be careful. Yeah, damn. Your little heart, it's kisses.
But it could also just be an opportunity to get some damage on the Flutter Mane, take it down to its focus dash, put some damage on
girls.
the Ho-Oh, make sure that that's
hell
not
yeah.
so difficult to be able to knock out. But one thing that we have to think about
I've
is whether or not this Ho-Oh is going to go
nothing happened the last turn, by the way. Don't worry. Careful.
You're so right about the
CEO entrepreneur. Oh my god, why is that in my head now?
In its place will be, of course,
I'm a rhinestone cowboy. Now sing espresso. Think about we. Think about poo. Think about party time. Wait, that's not the song. That's my version.
Calyrex Ice Rider saying, listen, you've got a bunch of fire types.
So pretty all my days. Is a Sophie girl in a Sophie world? No, Sabrina Carpenter. She's a teenage witch. Long time no see. How you doing, Pokedude Mike? How you been looking after yourself? How you do?
There's no clear amulet on this Calyrex, so any glacial lancers won't be hitting as hard.
Tasty. Mother. Oh lord.
Will go such a long way, and now Shoma can pivot something in from the back.
Oh my lord.
So nice here because
cake for days, right? Thought you were raised by your sisters, mate. Way!
Without too much risk. You know that the Flutter Mane's already left the field. That's the
I know you did. I'm being cheeky. That's what I do. It's my whole shit.
Here comes the raging bolt.
Who cares what happened last turn? Sophie is stunning. Right? Now you all can fill the bar, so we don't go poor. Hell yeah. Cheers, gang.
That could, of course, deny the trick from heading into the next turn as well. Raging Bolt pressuring the Ho-Oh, and Ho-Oh
So we really ain't going full screen with the cosplay.
From that electrified weakness, and that is something that Yoshitaka
we just did! What do you mean? Where's Bro been? Dean with 20 quid! Let's go!
Poke Trainer Dean just donated £20. This is for Sophie, now she has more.
This is for Sophie, now she has more. I'll send her it later.
Speaking of protect, that's exactly
because it's a fucking. I've got to send it from PayPal to bank to other bank to Sophie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, why don't I just fucking do that in the first place?
And it's good.
Oh, I know why. Because PayPal takes a cut, so it wouldn't be the exact amount. Oh no, yeah, you know, yeah. Because it'll just take it from me.
I like the fact that the Ho-Oh
She's
isn't
got the
actually
throw
going
on.
for
She's
the
got the
Trusters
throw
in
on.
this early game. I think it makes it maybe a little bit more difficult for Yoshitaka's end game, where you don't necessarily want to commit it.
Fucking
until
Jesus
you know
Christ.
that's exactly
Honestly,
what you want to do. Whereas
the husband of that woman
earlier,
must be so fucking
if,
smug.
Yoshitaka takes advantage of
No,
that,
what about
then
you,
maybe
you
there's
dickhead?
A really nice route to an end game there. I'm just
How is she
wondering
single?
what Yoshitaka's plan is for this Raging Bolt now, because there's some calls to make
Valid.
in this turn. If the Ho-Oh plays on the defensive, you can just take
Everyone in
advantage
chat
of it
was
by
watching
going for
that
a
top of
Thunderbolt
that
and, another
like a
Glacial
hawk.
Lance into the Incineroar slot.
That's
It's not
cute.
gonna be able to protect itself.
Yeah,
You
fucking does.
whittle away that supportive pieces
Oh,
that,
she's gorgeous. How did he pull her?
Yoshitaka didn't
My
need
humour,
to
would you believe?
take advantage of in the last
My
game, but
massive
actually this
throbber.
game could be quite important.
Yes, another brave bird, and that Leech Seed is looking like an even more attractive
Oh, that's cute.
proposition now, especially with the lack
Yeah.
of high horsepower. Finally, the Raging Bolt goes on the offensive, KOs this Ho-Oh. It's returning all
Valid.
the way back to Johto.
Valid.
Yoshitaka's Pokemon that put in
There you
so
are,
much
gang.
work in that previous game is now removed from contention. Parting shot means that Raging Bolt won't be hitting
I wanted
as
to
hard.
punch
Now
the booty.
Yoshitaka can pivot something in from the back.
I wouldn't blame you if you ended the stream
Pivot
right
in this
now. I
situation
can't stand
because
up,
whatever
mate.
you pivot is likely to take a Glacial
I gotta
Lance in
behave.
this spot. And
What
yeah,
was I
okay,
doing?
the Calyrex
You
has taken
distracted
an
me.
Intimidate, but it's
Papeling.
definitely not something that you want to be on the pointy end of.
Pointy end of what? Sorry, I just zoned back into the commentary. Shit, Ho-Oh's gone. Game over.
Now we'll be able to chip away at the Flutter
Deep
Mane.
seed
Really
into
good call because
Flutter
you're
Mane,
immediately
Flutter
gonna
Mane,
break the focus sash
Flutter
on
Mane.
Yoshitaka's Flutter Mane.
And with probably an Incineroar coming in for
Give me my
Yoshitaka
Jesus
here,
Christ
there's the perfect
superstar.
opportunity to compound that recovery. This
Madam,
Calyrex
those
set
thighs,
is
honestly.
gaining popularity over the last few months, and certainly
Sometimes
seen
you
a
just
big
just have to
rise
wear
in
like a gas
NAIC
mask
and our grassroots tours
and just
in
die in the
between,
thighs.
NAIC
It's
and the
wonderful.
World
I always
Championships
send
for
money
good
in this
reason.
fucking app. Send
It's
and
these
request.
situations where you just
Sophie,
need that
hey
extra little bit
Ren.
of HP in an end game.
Right,
But
Quad,
now we see the
send.
Koraidon coming in for Yoshitaka and
Let me
putting
send
real
it.
pressure on.
In a while, I never congratulate you both getting married. Oh, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. Damn, Liam, how'd you pull that? I just told you, with my cracking humour and massive old throbber.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you're
Isn't
not going
it
to be
lovely?
softening up your Koraidon
Boop,
that way.
boop.
We can see that
Why did
Yoshitaka
that
now
go
has
through?
brought that Koraidon that was as of yet unrevealed in the previous game, which
Did
is
you?
threatening down those scale shots. Which
Fucking don't
if
scare
Show
me.
does have that Koraidon
She
back,
just
they
shouts
can
from the
no
other
longer
room.
press
I just got
away
200 to my
from Red
PayPal.
Dragon's weakness.
Fucking hope not.
And they do.
There we go. She got the 20 as well.
I'm
Need a pair of thick thighs to just sleep on, right? Ooh. Ho-Oh is gone. I knew that it was a shit choice. Wow. I mean, that's not a Diglett in your pocket. It's been called worse. Doing better now I'm here. Thank you, Mike. I've scrolled up to check how you were doing because I realised that I got distracted.
And Incineroar rejoins, providing another
Metapod, how you doing with those intimidate shots
fantastic day at the
at this point?
Multiple intimidate drops now, not hitting it.
Have we had a match that didn't feature an Incineroar yet?
Also,
I think we have, actually.
drawing its neck back in, switching in its place. Will be Shoma's own Incineroar.
Another
Again,
Incineroar, God
now
knows.
with Koraidon
Toby just
holding on
emailed me,
to
bro,
it
he's such a
instead of
sweetheart.
Koraidon.
Oh,
Now
to say he
Koraidon
loves you.
Will be suffering from that attack.
A shiny Wiglet.
Trying to get Sparkly over
I've got
on
pictures on my mind.
Yoshitaka's side
Let's
of
sit
the
him
field.
down.
Koraidon
Google's how
has
to
now
be
gone
pretty
for
like
his
Sophie.
Yeah,
Aww.
like this play quite a lot. You don't take, super
2
effective
words.
damage from the
Tennis,
drop balls.
elbow.
Does make you a little bit susceptible to a thunderclap in the
No,
end game, but
I'm
still got
making
a shot
funnies.
here.
Now, the
It's
hello
what I do.
means that it's going to hit at least 4 times, but do we have a cheeky 5th? That's going to be 4.
Why didn't you wake up? Kay fell asleep. She
but
missed the
it looks
Sabrina
not like
outfit.
it was
You
close
can
to getting
rewind.
any kind of KO there either, but crucially, now the Koraidon has
Where is
got
Kaylee? Is Kaylee awake? No, I think
speed
Kaylee's still
drop
asleep.
to its defense. Calyrex has found the wiggle room to set
Wiggle
up that
room?
trick
I live in the wiggle
Is
room.
it going to be the right call here? The leech seed
The
is
funnies
going
in the room
such
with
a
it.
long way, the
Fucking
leftovers are
hell.
going such a long way. Maybe
Talking
this
lore
will
and creating
have
alternate
what it
timelines in our
takes
heads and
to weather the
stuff.
storm.
With the Terrafire
We
and
like,
the
you just had to
Intimidate's going
try
down,
to make
actually
it weird.
affecting the Koraidon.
I should try and make it.
Also,
I didn't make it weird.
close to the end of Sun in this position as
What do you
well, which
mean?
makes
I
the
mean, like, I
Koraidon
thought he was
close to
emailing
build,
you to thank you
build
for your
that
generous
build weaker,
donations to his
certainly
charity stream the
would
other day.
allow
How's that
some
weird?
Calyrex to get some leech seeds
I'm saying
down,
that's the kind of lad he is. He's like my
maintain
little
that
brother.
HP recovery
That's what he
that he's
does.
been in the game for a long time.
You. I've got boxer's shoulder. I don't need another things added.
Even though that it's got some intimidates, it's still actually putting some pressure on overall. And
I'm gonna finish Unreal and put the last episode on the background. Mate, it's banging. I really enjoyed Unreal. Probably been my favorite episode of CM Punk fan. Maybe.
Yeah, that's why
but I'm proud of that burn. It was genuinely very good. I thought you were being mean. I'm never mean to you, Dean. I'm only ever wholesome and loving. When has Liam ever been mean? Exactly.
Once more with the sun boosting its photosynthesis.
Don't worry, Dean. Liam is weird like 95% of the time. It's easy to make that mistake.
As Koraidon won't be able to move, just the fake out.
Hammer, what is this? What is this betrayal? You're supposed to love me.
Sherman has the slower Incineroar here because we are now in.
Now I see your love is conditional.
Speed type, but you can train Incineroar approximately a billion different ways. So.
Yeah, this is definitely.
Is that other camera still zoomed in too much? Or is it just. I don't know. Whoever set them up hasn't set them up equally. Like, Izawa's camera is in a weird position compared to the other one. Could wake her up, but she's not had the best day. Yeah, I just let her have some rest. She's probably emotionally worn out. My love has always been conditional. That's unfortunate.
You're actually probably doing enough damage to the Koraidon anyway to, if not KO it, put it under serious pressure from your Calyrex in the back, regardless.
Sneezed in my eyes. Thank you.
Oh yeah, so that's going to be
so kind when you sneeze in my eyes.
Here.
Oh,
hitting a minimum of 2 times.
Boy, the baby
so
boy.
Incineroar won't be hitting as hard now. This means that Yoshitaka's Incineroar will be switching out in its place. They have to decide on something that
and then just fucking yeet the cat. He's not a kitty. He's just a bit of a pussy.
But can Yoshitaka see this trick from through?
I think it's going to be a little bit tough, especially we'll see the Thunderbolt coming in. I thought that was going to go into the Koraidon, but and it's a KO.
Yoshitaka's Flutter Mane down, not quite.
Flutter Mane.
Had that focus out broken earlier on in the game, but still.
Flutter Mane is down. This is going to a game 3, I reckon.
That's a massive amount of damage with the critical hit, but it might only be hitting twice.
No, it's loaded dice, mate.
It's going to be the 3 times.
Or has the loaded dice been knocked off and I've missed it? Because I have missed a lot of this match. Because, you know, when GPSDD and my fee is exactly 200, joking of course, but generally sorry that you have PTSD. Oh, fuck. Rough childhood, I assume everything's coming with negative intent. Oh, I do that. I do that, don't worry. Every time someone says to me, like, oh yeah, by the way, Liam, can I talk to you? It can be completely a positive thing. It can be someone planning, like wanting to plan something with me for someone else or something. The first thing I'll say is, why, what have I done? Always. Every time. I always assume it's something negative. It's 4, guess Raging Bolt at 5.
Yeah, that's a really good point. As Trigger expires, Yoshitaka is going to have a very, very speedy
favorite Paradox Mons are Iron Treads, Iron Bundle, Roaring Moon, Flutter Mane, and Screamtail. Honorable mention Valiant. 4. Iron Treads, Iron Bundle, Roaring Moon, Flutter Mane, and Screamtail. That's 5. Yeah, it was 5. Reggie Bolt is 6.
Incineroar coming in and getting a fake out turn, so there's no chance that both Incineroar are going to fake out pressure on both sides.
It's in the Animaniacs parody called The Tiger Prince, and Yakko drops the cub. No, but I'm sure it's good. Yakko's a good laugh.
Place for Shoma to be in this situation as well, because
fuck Wakko. Wakko's a prick.
Both the Koraidon and the Incineroar have a good opportunity to knock out this Koraidon on this turn. And it's also been intimidated a few times. There's something we do have to call out here. But a scale shot into Koraidon on Shoma's side of the field once we get out of that Trick Room environment actually could be really critical here, because
let me see your Tricky Woom.
Stop this. More than 3 or 4 hits, I think even after the Intimidates, you're in a good spot to
oh, you're asking mine. Oh,
yeah, but that's a big if.
To be fair,
so let's see
in my defense, oh, we're going to a game 3, baby. In my defense, you said favorite Paradox Mons. My top 5 are Iron Treads, Iron Bundle, Roaring Moon, Flutter Mane, and Screamtail. Hidden, honorable mention, Valiant. At no point did you ask a question there. Oh wait, you redeemed Ask Me Anything. Okay, that's fair. You know what? I just read that. I did not see that. Liam's dumb, doesn't know how his own stream works. In that case, favorite Paradox Mons. Number 1, Iron Bundle. Number 2, Iron Thorns. Number 3, Great Tusk. Number 4, Iron Treads. And number 5, Flutter Mane. Actually, Flutter Mane above Tusk and Treads. Oh, Brute Bonnet! Oh my god, wait, no. Iron Bundle, Brute Bonnet, Iron Thorns, Fluttermane, Great Tusk. Yeah, no, I know now he redeemed AMA, but I didn't read that bit. I only read his sentence. In competitive, I'd have to include Wake and Leaves. Oh, I forgot they exist. Oh, wait. No, Walking Wake. Oh my god, right. Iron Bundle, Walking Wake, Brute Bonnet,
with the progress for so many other different
Iron Thorns, Fluttermane. What, new? How you doing, mate? I got to run, Liam. Good to see you and hear from you again. Oh, no worries, my dude. See you soon. Give the doggers some love, will do. Great Tusk, that's what she said. Filthy. Who you been hanging out with?
Well, that's
Come on, Iwaza. No, Izawa.
Now, just the one game remaining between these two incredible
Perspective, I'd have to include Wake Leaves because they won me a good amount of draft league games. Valid.
If it's not the
Language is unacceptable. Fuckers. I think it's fully acceptable.
Of your choice. But yeah, it's really interesting to see the Terra Water on Hoa because, of course, yeah, you retain your
Let's go.
weakness to electricity, and I'm wondering if it's to do with
Captain
Calyrex
America.
Ice Rider, in fact, because you take
What's
it,
your
like,
language?
From a neutral hit to a resisted one, and that could still pay dividends in this game.
Did I see the
Raging
picture you
Bolt,
posted?
so
No.
crucial. Let's see if Raging Bolt is
Is
going
that
to be able to
FF9?
fly
It
back
is. Sophie
ahead
was
above the
playing
clouds
it.
once more and see us all
But
the
she's
way
vanished.
through to Shama Hanami, your
Where was
2015
it?
world champion. Claiming this game as
Twitter?
well.
Oh,
Alrighty
no.
then, here's Ho-Oh and Incineroar once more for Yoshitaka. That's Calyrex and Ice
Oh!
Rider. Calyrex Ice Rider and Incineroar once more.
You're
for
doing the
Shama.
side blab. I have
So
reposted
I like this
it.
adaptation here from
You're doing the side
Yoshitaka,
blab.
not leading the Fluttermane.
I understood
here,
that
thinking
reference.
like,
Liam
well,
only accepts foul
if the
language.
Calyrex comes out,
Well,
I
like
don't
chickens
wanna
and
play those
turkeys.
taunt versus attack shenanigans in this game. I much prefer
I love
to
the
have
Eevee wearing.
what I now think is a faster fake out in the Incineroar
It
to
hurt
try and
me.
put some pressure on that
Eevee
way.
wearing another
Clearly,
Evolution
doing
plushie
a lot of work,
collection.
of course, on the Ho-Oh, and
Oh,
maybe
they're
not
cute. They're very
falling
cute.
foul
I
of
will
those
bear with.
Intimidate drops.
We're still,
And
we're
so
still,
you can
we're still
start to build
recovering
up
from the
if you're
aftermath
Yoshitaka, the
of the
extra
wonder that
little
was
bit of
Sophie.
damage onto those supportive pieces, maybe try to knock out that Incineroar a little bit earlier, make the trick room environment.
Wasn't Ho-Oh restricted? Hope he's being useful for years to come. What do you mean? Wasn't it restricted? It is a restricted. It's one of his 2 restricted Pokemon, huh? I don't understand the question. That would be foul. I know, but it sounds the same. They're homonyms. They're homonyms. Fluent foul language, you know, cocks, vultures, turkeys, and eagles. Very good. Very good. Haven't been watching any comps since EUIC this year, so it's going to be a delight to understand. I mean, there's not, to be fair, compared to EUIC this year, the only difference is you can have 2 restricteds now and not just 1. So, like, you know, if you've been following since EUIC this year, you should be able to follow it pretty good. How are you doing? Look at the draw. And how are you doing? Eco large? Wait.
It also means you cannot be burned
that one.
Because you are Terrifier. Calyrex is able to get those seeds sprouting.
Amanda's just fucking bullying me. It's because Rach isn't here to defend me now and again. So Amanda's giving it the big one.
Yeah, because like,
He's having a good time
kind of safe to sit on the field a
Having
little
a
bit.
good time in the world, but they won't bring him back to London. I don't want to
go
go to America. I might never come back. Been busy. What have you been up to?
To switch out from Yoshitaka, and when it switches out, if whatever
Amber and
comes
Amanda
in,
team up when? They
takes
already
place
are.
your
I've been
lance
bullied
for the
all
privilege,
day.
then,
I just
you know,
want to be
it's
loved.
Putting yourself in a much better spot.
Being dramatic.
And, taking the
Never
advantage
dramatic.
of the board position that you're creating.
Except when you're dramatic.
I
Rach
think
would also bully you. That's
really
true.
nice thing
Everyone
for
hates me,
Yoshitaka
man.
is
No one hates
I said I'd be
you.
nice
They-
now. When did you say that?
They bully you because they love you.
Is that what that is? It hurts. What sort of team up? Fruity. Fruity's got mad horn all the time. I relate.
One of the Pokemon in the back for Yoshitaka. And
Gizmo.
taking
Whoa, whoa,
that
whoa,
lead
whoa,
seed
whoa, whoa,
recovery,
whoa.
could
You
be
can
a
put my shopping
really
away before I get
nice
comfy?
scenario
Put your
here
shopping
where,
away, mate. Then
the
get
Brave
comfy.
Birds are doing a good amount of damage, but they're not really threatening any KOs right off the bat.
So, don't get it misconstrued. Uh-oh.
Also not threatening the KO, but removing the leftovers is
I'm
so
just a
massive.
professional hater.
Just down to that leech seed
Was napping and
recovery
cleaning for a
now
chunk of
to
it. Don't be
that
dramatic.
Rider.
Liam, be happy with your £589,
So everyone agrees.
5728662. Thank
The
you.
outfit looks good then.
Is going to be locked
Is the consensus that the Sabrina outfit looked good?
Once more, of course, and Raging Bolt so pivotal.
There's no
Thighs,
answer.
man.
Okay.
Give him chances, delay.
You've not answered either.
I just answered, I went.
That's not an answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
To both
God damn it.
Pokemon here. At the leech seed, actually, you can see how significant
shopping away. There are
the
children
HP
here.
damage is, but now
Asma
also
says,
the
"Oh
HP
God, yeah."
recovery.
Amma says it's
The
lovely.
higher the HP of the target of leech seed, the more HP you recover.
Hell yeah.
Turn after turn, and Ho-Oh, as
Apparently,
with many
general
other
noises
restricted
don't
in this
count as
format,
responses
really do
anymore.
have quite high HP stats, so you normally get quite a lot of benefit from
Bully.
getting a leech seed onto those
Bully.
restricted Pokemon.
Of course, the drawback
Bully.
is you're not running another damaging
Bully.
move here, but often we'd see something like high horsepower, maybe a close combat with
There you
also
go.
isn't that great into Ho-Oh, so Leechy could really
Come
put in a lot
on,
of work here. It was
Izawa.
a clinic that Yoshitaka put in game 1 with the
As
Ho-Oh
Liam
and
said.
Incineroar lead. It was essentially
Right? Oh, it's all right from Hoovy, but not from me. I see how it fucking is.
I laughed. I didn't react. He's apparently you've just assumed that.
I think that's a really great call there,
You said it wasn't an
Charlie, because,
answer.
it's really difficult
You
when
literally
go
said
up
the words,
against a
"That's
team
not an
that
answer."
You don't recognise instantly. Maybe they do know of each other's teams, but when you're not quite sure what the matchup entails, you've got to
I've
find
been
that
here
game
since
one,
4.
where you can get
Oh
a little bit
no,
of a
let me
handle
get the
on it. That's what
violin out.
Shoma's doing so
We
well
don't
here
own
with
one.
that
We can't
Thunderbolt
afford it.
into the Incineroar.
And calling the fact that
Ooh!
switch, and it brings Incineroar down
Parting shot,
low.
Dean!
Donation, £1.43.
Hey, he made it 571.
Nice.
Not nice.
And now Yoshitaka
Nice.
switches
Violins
in
aren't that
from the
expensive.
back.
All right, fucking money bags from London. Just buys violins every fucking weekend like they're
Yeah, it's looking
buenos.
more like a glacial pole there that could be coming out here rather than a.
Does this answer your
rather than a
question,
last hit.
Sophie?
But Trick
Bong,
Room
bong, bong,
is
bong,
the
bong.
best choice, so I really like this from.
Jason's playing
Shoma
with his
trying
rod
to,
again.
Predict that the Koraidon might
Don't
come
forget
in
to clean up
for,
this time.
Yoshitaka and try to go for those.
Otherwise,
sort of
sticky
speedier
keys gets
plays and
activated.
Bring in the Raging Bolt and try to take advantage of the fact that the overall speed
That was
advantage
tasty,
will be
but this
on
G Fuel will
Shoma's
be
side
better.
in this situation.
Earth
Yeah,
open at
it's
the
very
moment.
fascinating, this
Wow.
matchup,
Just
but you don't wanna
objectify
set up
me. I see
Trick
how it
Room
is.
Too early. In
Filthy
both
bitch.
games, we haven't seen Shoma immediately go for the Trick Room option. That's partly due to the taunt in the second game. Because, you know, there's
Boom.
still some speed tiers and interactions that you have to be very
Don't hit.
careful about.
No,
And let's see if
don't
Trick
use
Room's
them.
going to benefit
Let's
there.
go.
Ho-Oh
Don't do
isn't
it.
the fastest
You did it.
Pokemon, so
That's fine.
it's
It was
definitely
not
not just all over for
Oh, is it
Yoshitaka,
removing
even
from
though
Battle
Trick
World?
Room is up.
Oh no.
Worth
No,
noting
no.
that
I
this
just
is an assault
she's
vest
one hit
on
away
the
from
Raging
France.
Bolt
Amy, your
on
only dream in life
Yoshitaka's
is to be
side.
objectified.
Anything
Actually,
that's
my
gonna
only
take
dream in
on
life
both
was to marry
glacial
Sophie, and I've done that
velocity
now,
Maya,
so my life
but
is
also
complete.
those
Thank you.
big attacks from
one of my dreams.
the
There you
life
go.
form Raging Bolt on Shoma's
Say
side. It's gonna be this
liar.
assault vest. Raging Bolt going for his Terra
Bad assumption to say that everyone from
So
London is
Dragon
money
Boots will
bags.
be
I didn't say
doing
everyone
0
from London
damage
is money
into that
bags,
slot.
actually.
Ho-Oh's
I
just
said
gonna be
you were.
scanning out for a turn with his Protect.
I never once
Now,
said
Ho-Oh
everyone else in
not
London
taking
plus
damage
Amma.
from
I said, oh,
Glacial
look at
Lance,
Amma,
but
London,
certainly
money
Yoshitaka's
bags.
Raging
Yeah.
Bolt will
Check your
just with a
privilege,
little bit of
open your ears and
shift,
listen, child.
it's gone such a long way,
How was the
but
match going? Is
attempted
it
to
1-1?
thunderclap look like
It is 1-1.
Ho-Oh there. Oh,
We want
that's
Ho-Oh to win.
Draco Meteor connects.
Big
Yeah.
Draco, go on!
Oh.
That Raging Bolt
That
is
was
100%
sexy.
down and out. This is the
Mate,
advantage
Luca Cherubelli, the
Yoshitaka
reigning
needed
world
to
champion, had a
take
rough time.
in
Mr.
this
Draco,
game 3.
and that was just
I
it,
think this
basically.
Trick Room environment is actually
Like
starting
he
to benefit
forfeit
Yoshitaka
well
a
early into
little
the
bit
second
more
game
than
and you
Shoma
could just
here
tell he was
because,
he was
with
flustered
the
to fuck.
Trick
He
Room,
changed his
the
leads
Raging
and
Bolt,
stuff, and it just wasn't working out.
A Draco
That's
Meteor
so
would
unfortunate.
still
Yeah,
probably
like,
be
I felt
enough to
bad for
knock
him.
out the
I was a bit
Koraidon in
worried
this
about him.
spot, which kind of forces
Sticky
Shoma
key,
to
stop
bring
wanking
the
on your
Incineroar
keyboard.
back in and
Listen,
start trying to
sometimes you
play
don't have a
the slow
tissue.
game.
Use the nearest
But if
thing,
you
it's your
do
keyboard.
that, then there's an Incineroar in the
Clearly I'm
back
not
for
respected by the
Yoshitaka that
likes
can
of you.
switch in,
Amma!
maybe sacrifice itself
I've
to
always
attack and then
disrespected you.
come
That's
back
our
in with a Raging
relationship.
Bolt and start pressuring some big Thunderbolts coming
I'm gonna check
down
the standings.
into, Shoma's side. And
My standing.
Still need to buy a
Counteract
helmet
with
for
2
my roller
minus on
skates.
its attack is
I'll
not
show
Oh,
you
do
my
you know what?
helmet.
I could do that now because Dean just gave me money.
Wolf's 3 and 2.
I need to, but I do need to measure my head.
Wolf could face Oscar next round. Wolf 3 and 2. Ooh wait.
I need to measure my head.
Okay, sure.
Luca Cherubelli's 4 and 1. That loss that we watched on stream is his only loss lost today.
On my Ho-Oh, but that is valuable information for Showman to use too. But at the same time, Showman
Marco
now lost
Silva's
their
3 and
racing
2.
ball for the
We're
Ho-Oh.
getting Marco
He's
versus
looking
Wolf
all the
next
safer,
round.
and it could
Fucking
just
hell.
be that Ho-Oh
Fucking
once
shitting
more
berries.
can channel all that sacred
Loads
fire,
of matches
the
still
power he
going.
used
Good
to
lord.
revive those legendary beasts in Generation 2, and maybe see Yoshitaka.
Sophie, I went
all the
skating
way through
yesterday.
to victory here.
Did
As
ya?
the time ticks down for Shoma. Really couldn't have been more down to the wire there.
Joe
Ho-Oh
Ugate's
will now
3 and
get
2.
a
He
lot
could
of
face Wolf this
regeneration
round.
recovery in the back.
Yeah, I want to.
Marco versus Wolf,
Although
loser
I've fucked
leaves
up
worlds
I've
match.
fucked up at the moment, so I can't. And I've also got sprained wrist, so I can't. But I do need to get help.
Marco and Wolf against Joseph and Oscar.
Definitely has other plans for this to be coming in, maybe thinking that it's not going to be knocked out on the
Get that Raging Bolt out, get it back in, and drop a Draco.
Yeah, I want to skate properly.
It's on our Insta story.
I'll have a look at it.
Now,
It's temporary.
That's why I said I'll have a look in a minute.
I know, I'm just saying.
Bullying me.
No, I was helping. Sophie, I'm selling that Pikachu World card if you want, 200.
Yeah, I really like this.
Did you hear about Jason's mate with the 2 mutant
Yeah,
cards?
yeah, he messaged me.
Dirty, innit? They're dirty.
Some is, I don't pull anything.
Really big
You pulled
deal
me.
here. Getting the fake out on the board gives a lot of flexibility for the Raging Bolt to then switch out into
What's
the
wrong?
Hoa.
Why are you pout?
I went to the gym once.
That's your whole personality now.
That's literally my whole personality now. Did you know I went gym today? I didn't go gym today. I wanted to though. I'm going tomorrow.
What? We took the dogs.
We did take the dogs out. I went to a doctor's appointment and it was all good.
That really could turn this around.
No, I won't elaborate.
That he's so desperate to be able to lock in round
Hell
5.
yeah.
Of course, if you do KO
Oh, he's got the bolt out, which means he's resetting the Draco potential.
Now with the leftovers removed,
Kill the Cali with it. Oh, if he goes Glacial
Lance
Lance though, he wouldn't go Glacial Lance.
Finally.
Oh, he's not going to fake out. Yeah, good point. Smarter than I am.
Getting so much safer. U-turn, that now will be enough to secure the KO onto the Incineroar.
But at least he got the Koraidon in for free.
Because the Calyrex is oh so
That's banging.
to those attack drops.
Yes, like the
Emma's going to teach us all how to skate EUIC next year. Right, she's going to wear the Karina cosplay again. With the skates.
With the Koraidon being able to
UIC, I'll bring my skates.
If I can skate these nuts.
Hello.
Yoshitaka's Koraidon just reset that up.
Dude, I wonder if we're going to have roller skates in ZA.
Oh, I hope so.
Because they've not revealed it, but...
Probably not, though, actually. Do you know? Because think about how much we're fighting like Pokemon in the wild and shit.
Yeah.
Probably not.
There certainly isn't.
Recreate Shalor Gym at UIC.
I've got
UIC this time.
I've got
That's
to
what you
help
say,
my
but you
friend
will.
with her N-wig for UIC, but it's Anika.
What? Turn where the scale shot on Yoshitaka's try to come into contention.
That's your mine, no one else's.
Oh!
Literally the character's name.
No, I know. It's the same feeling as when
One thing to note
the same feeling as that video where that girl goes, oh, do you know what I'm doing first thing when I get home? Do you know what I'm going to have? A Wagamamas. But the girl thinks she's going to say a wank.
The next turn, and I really like the way that
Need to help my friend with her N-wig.
ready for that to happen, bring the Incineroar in, probably play a little bit defensively.
I mean, you can say N-word, it's fine. It's just I thought that's what you're going to say. I'm going to help my friend with her N-words.
Why would that be?
I don't know, but the heart does wants what the heart wants, so my heart sank.
As a brave bird now connects
You know what I mean? I don't get to choose when my body reacts to things.
But how about this
That's why they're called reactions and not choices.
Yeah, Shoma's Calyrex has fed on its last grass. That
Mate,
will be
fucking
Calyrex
Izawa's winning.
Now Shoma
Izawa's going to fucking thrash it.
One Pokemon in the back, the Koraidon, and it could just be
Oh,
that
bro.
this restricted duo that we, and I cannot emphasize this enough, never see will be securing Swiss round 5 for Yoshitaka.
What?
I really like the
No.
way Yoshitaka's playing this as
A Ho-Oh versus Incineroar and Ho-Oh and Koraidon versus Koraidon Incineroar is kind of baller.
Where the terrestrialization has been
Shoma's Calyrex has fed on its last grass. Charlie never changed. I know. Don't you think Charlie Merriman has Ed energy? He has Ed template energy. Gabby Snyder did the Ed joke earlier.
It doesn't really matter which one attacks the
Yeah,
Incineroar,
there was an advert with Gabby Snyder on, and she's like, "Now back to you, Gabby." And then Gabby goes, "Thank you, Gabby. It's now. Thank you for throwing it to me, Gabby." Knew that Ho was a good choice. He couldn't have done it without it. I never lost faith. Charlie never misses on commentary. Charlie's great. He's a very merry man. How many times did you say that, Liam? Oh, every time he's there. First time I saw him, I thought he was Ed in Pokemon 4. Yeah.
Ben, as shown as your time is ticking all the way down here, so timer.
He's also done stand-up comedy.
But I mean, with this KO onto Incineroar,
So-
Yoshitaka overwhelmingly has the Pokemon advantage.
May-
Here, 3 to Shoma's 1. Let's see just how swiftly this game will be concluded. The low kick.
Yeah, whereas he's got scale shot, so he
But
can
yeah,
just
this could
fucking...
just be the Area 0 hero that is just being given a big nudge.
Area 0. Hero. I watched his one-man show on YouTube about cystic fibrosis. Yeah, exactly. I watched that. You tell from the turn times that Shoma is struggling. Yeah.
Pokemon at once, and I think it's probably feeling quite sad about that particular scenario there. But yeah, well played to both of our players.
Mate, there's the scale shot. That's going to be it, surely.
Land in, it's going to hit at least 4 times. But 4 might not be enough to pick up the KO
Ooh,
here.
but a Brave Bird finishes it.
That we haven't seen on Koraidon for a very long time. It will be hanging on now. That's just going to be the 4 hits, but of course Ho-Oh is ready and raring
actually changed the team again.
Glad I quick board this shiny Alolan Geodude. Bastard has double edge and explosion. Oh my god.
Not going to be enough. And responding with the tailwind. Yoshitaka just making sure
Shoma okay?
Room for error. I love that as well.
Oh yeah, he's okay. He's moving.
That time that you're on the stage, just that
literally head on the table, despair.
You don't get many opportunities at the World Championships to go on stage.
He's forfeiting. Shoma, who's on this side.
Yeah, Yoshitaka used
yeah,
it's just. And it was super effective.
Yeah, he's going through it.
Koraidon, unfortunately, just seems not to have enough gas left in the tank. Shoma looking like
there's the forfeit. Oh no!
To lock in the forfeit, but now it's like, you know what? No, I want to extend that line even further. Yeah, give me some.
I mean,
more.
I just hit move, and if you lose, you lose.
But you also, of course, want to play to every single one of your outs here.
Why is he switching Ho-Oh out?
He came here for a reason, flew halfway across the globe. Let's see if we can secure it. As now Raging Bolt, Terra Fairy joins the field.
He's used a dragon move.
He hasn't got a dragon move.
I know, don't know then. Yeah.
Making sure there's no room to be caught off guard by Shoma's team.
Oh, it's okay. Collision course to win it. 30 hit points. 28 hit points. There you go. GG. Go on, Ho-Oh. Go all the way. If you come to Worlds with the only Ho-Oh and then win, that's insane. I don't think anyone's done that before.
By the way, everyone who plays Final Fantasy IX, there's a secret here.
Really, wow.
There is.
There's a secret boss. So
it's Hades, nuts. Although
Although
I will say,
Liam,
someone has done that before. In 2014, only one player brought Pachirisu.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Imagine if someone else did. Imagine being the person who went to 2014 Worlds with Pachirisu and didn't win.
Oh, I always forget. It's
take the win and do it so convincingly as well.
Making
that adaptation to bring
oh, that's what it's about, though. Learn the meta and find a counter to it rather than follow. Yes. Holyrath, you're right.
Oh my god. Did everyone just die?
That would be amazing.
Oh, you're against Hades.
Yeah. I've never lost against him before. This will be a first.
Let's hope not, Ben.
You just got bullied for being gay. Well,
mind you, I am very under-leveled, so I might have to come back to him in a bit.
If you're off meta, how can people plan for you? Yeah, exactly. But also the downside is, if you're off meta, it's probably because you're using Pokemon that aren't as good sometimes. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged Zacian. And who runs double-edge on Zacian, really? Or a normal double-edge.
Look at that, Shoma's resources were dwindled so early on.
Yes,
oh.
Taking advantage as well.
Let's get these shoes. Let's get some shoes.
On the
Is there going to be a round 6 today?
In front of a Ho-Oh.
That's what we call your mum, the round 6.
As Yoshitaka, you're thinking, well,
I've never been called a slurk. You ready?
Probably going to lock it in. We saw the turn 1. A Sacred Fire still went into that.
Nah. Lock it in. Lock it in. Lock it in.
Calyrex would have to play on the defensive with his terrestrialization after it went so wrong.
What the fuck?
Shoma in game 1. But then
whose name were you looking for then, Liam? You typed into the search gut.
Until you get that position with the Raging Bolt. And playing the Raging Bolt mirror is never a fun thing when you have to worry about
Draco Meteors
or Dragon Pulses crossing paths and seeing.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
The Terra Fairy on the Raging Bolt on Yoshitaka's side really did pay dividends for them.
Could I maybe have a little bit of yum yum?
Making a reappearance.
I'm back, but one of my mum's yogurts fucking exploded in one of the bags. No!
Knockoff is 9 times out of 10 gonna be.
That's why you don't buy exploding yogurts. Just dangerous.
But fascinating. Let's not forget.
Feels so awkward walking around Kay's house in just a shirt, but I really need some water.
It's amazing. It's amazing that
we'll put some pants on then.
these little things that come into contention to.
Oh no, I didn't bring clothes with me.
Of the most valuable
Very
item,
good.
and just things that we get used to so quickly.
Easy Taurus.
It actually makes sense
Very good.
as well with the Koraidon and the Ho-Oh kind of fighting.
Proud of that. You know that? I hope you do.
Amulet, and a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
players
Dean,
in
you're
those
the gift champ. I just remembered. You're the gift champ because of earlier and because of earlier, which means what do you want as your gift champ mon? Which is currently, I have no idea what it currently is.
in this team, and I think for Ho-Oh,
I'll find out,
especially
though.
being Terra Water,
Studio
really
mode
needs a way
says
to target down Pokemon
champ
like
mons.
Koraidon really effectively.
It's currently
But
Shiny
also to be able
Umbreon.
to
What
take-
would you like in
take,
place of Shiny
KOs on
Umbreon?
Pokemon with Focus Sash, say a Chen Pao as well.
I rarely ask ladies to wear more clothes.
That sort of team archetype sometimes, and I really like the adaptation.
Big, maybe
there
consider
to,
it.
hone in on what actually
Sheen
matters for
Victini,
your
let's do
team
it.
as
Let's do
opposed
it.
to playing
Sheeny
the
Victini
thing that in
for
a vacuum
don't call him
seems like the
Deanie.
most logical
He's not gonna like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't upset
It's
him,
wonderful to
Anakin.
see a restricted Pokemon that we so rarely see. Just again,
Actually,
where's Lugia?
something Anakin. Try not to upset him.
Somebody. Do we have any Lugia?
Yeah, I don't
out?
remember
I'll
the
show
exact
you
quote.
Lugia backstage if that makes you happy.
And they make-
Yeah, it's you know just a copy of Pokemon Silver. Or something.
Where
It
am I?
would be tonic to my soul. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Adrenaline
to
in
Yoshi
my
Parker
soul.
there, but
Pop
surely, you know,
my
okay, they've lost
fingers
one
in
game,
your.
But they still have being
Liam.
able to lose at least one more before they
Cody
get
Rhodes'
nervous
theme is
about
just so
making
easy to
day two.
meme.
So let's see. Let's
It
keep
is.
our eyes on these trainers. It's no surprise to see Japan having such a strong
There we
showing
go.
so far on day one of the World Championships. But Ben, or Johto rising out of the ashes.
Voice
from
crack.
What with Ho-Oh, sorry, rising out in the Flowo. I think
Oh
we're ready for
no!
our interview,
His
so
mic
let's
went
go.
off when he was making jokes. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am so
No, it
excited
just
to hear
just
from the winner
popped.
of that last match,
Oh, have you got
Yoshitaka,
this
who
audio
has
now?
brought
No.
Ho-Oh to the world stage. You are the only player to bring Ho-Oh to the World Championships. It's your first Worlds. How does it feel?
最初のワールズなんですけど、どういう気持ちですか？
とても今、はい、ほっとしております。
His mic went off. Is he making jokes? Wish Liam's did that. Fucking hell!
You just defeated Shoma
It's just
Honami,
destroying
of
me
course,
today.
2015 World Champion, one of the most famous players
Did
in the
I?
history of
What's that
Japan.
from Spy?
What
Did
does
I
it
do
mean to be able to play
something
him
to
at the
you?
world stage and defeat him?
Liam's mic would never turn off. I think what you mean is Liam's mic is a turn off. Hey.
やはり憧れのプレイヤーの一人でしたので、もうその
Yes,
憧れ
Izawe.
に勝てたというのはもう本当に嬉しい
This
で
was
す。
out for blood today.
He's someone that I look
Oh,
up
better than
to,
being
so
out for
being
cum,
able
innit?
to
I've
compete
been
against
caught you
him
before the
and
stream ended.
be
How you
ranked
doing,
is
Mango? What's
amazing
happening?
feeling.
I want to ask a little bit about
Yeesh.
Ho-Oh. Why did you pick that Pokemon for this tournament?
なぜフォーを選びましたか、この大会。
Here we go. I'm just being
今は
funny.
やっぱり
See? That's what it's an
クロ
attempt
ーバーの
at.
ザマゼンタにとても強く出れるのではないかと思い、
It's alright. He knows I can take it.
一
Phrasing.
番最初に選出しようというふうに思っておりました。
I'm not Yoan. I can
well
dish it out and
against,
take it.
Calyrex and Zamazenta,
Why is
so
Yoan
that's
catching
why
strays?
he was
I love
definitely
Yoan, but he
choosing,
can't take it.
I believe this is your first time at the World
Doing
Championships.
alright today. Job
You're doing
searching and have a
so,
job
so
lined
well.
up.
Do you have
It's
any
better than
advice
one
to
I
give
lost.
players
Mate,
who
that's
might
a
be
fucking
just
stroke of
starting
luck.
最初の
Mango
世界
lost a
大
job
会で
yesterday.
本当に順調に滑り出したんですけど、
But his job
他にも
searching and might have a job lined up that's better than the previous one.
That's good.
It's banging.
やっぱり緊張はするん
Got
ですけど、
whiplash from that turnaround.
楽しんでやることが大事かなというふうに
You're
自分
determined to
は思ってお
ruin
り
Liam's
ます。
self-esteem before
you'll
bed.
definitely get nervous, but I think
Trust
the
me,
most
if you don't do it
important thing
before
is just to
bed,
have
once I
fun.
take my pants off, self-esteem will be gone.
Before we say goodbye,
So
how
it's-
are
it's
you
inev-
feeling
it
right
is
now? You're
inevitable.
1 game away, of course, from making it to day 2. Are you nervous?
Oh, there
Are
you go.
feeling good?
1 game away from day 2.
進出するまであと一戦なんですけど、今どういう
Wait.
気持ちですか？
Isn't he undefeated? He can't
こ
not
こ
make
ま
day
で来
2,
たから
can he
には
not?
頑張りたいと思います。
So I made it
Maybe
this
there are
far,
8
so
rounds to
I
make
wanna
day
push through
2.
to the end.
I love it.
Maybe we
Well, I
are
think
gonna be
you've
here for a
gained
while.
lot of brand new fans here, especially being the only Ho-Oh player in the
If that's true, then
tournament.
poor
So
Sophie.
Congratulations on your
She
victory.
gets by.
We are all rooting for you, and we'll be throwing it to a short break, but don't go anywhere because round 6 will be starting soon.
Real, also the Orange Prune took an L in court and has to scale back his DC stunt. Yay, good. So basically the courts have told Trumpy Boy, you can't just bring in the army, you dickhead. Although let's not get too into it because we're trying to avoid politics during Worlds because we want to talk about Pokemon. But it is nice to hear Trump taking an L.
I have to rethink this fight.
Diddle-a-da,
Get my
diddle-a-diddle-a-da.
ass kicked.
Man deserves to win purely by having Ho-Oh, even if it's the shiny version. Yeah, regular Ho-Oh fucks. Shiny Ho-Oh is alright. The second playthrough of Rylet caught a Swablu and named it Sky Blue because AEW. Nice.
Oh, oops.
Oh, a bit of Sky Blue. Where are you going, Liam? You're not even looking at what you're doing. I know, I had a moment then. However, what we did is in our last run of eggs, we didn't get the sheen, which makes me want to die inside. Because now we have to reset. Rip. Worlds is not in LA. It's in Anaheim, California. Which is close to LA. But no cigar. And next year, it's in San Francisco, California. The same place it was in 9 years ago, although 10 years next year. South Los Angeles. Why don't they call it Los Angeles then? That's dumb. I don't like that. Why do they call it Anaheim, California, if it's South LA, California? That's so confusing. America, man. It's not the same county, but it basically is. Ah, mate, it's got to sort it out, mate. Pokemon really taking a big risk doing Worlds in the US. All I'm saying, I know. I'm not actually annoyed. But the UK is right there, just saying I know, right? It's bordered, bro. Don't worry, Dean. Don't worry.
I'd be a water type because it's very calm and relaxing, and I feel like that fits my personality pretty well.
Liam, you're such an evil bastard. I know, because he said he'd be a water type because water's really calm and relaxing. And my instant thought was, well, you've never been in a tsunami then, have you? Fucking hell, Liam.
I just love competing on Pokemon, and I love how fun it is.
Oh yeah, that's
How successful I am.
Listen, Final Fantasy 9 literally starts with a storm. Let's see.
It does.
It's like saying I'm from my suburb because I don't want to say South Barnsley.
I learned how to fail.
So his Pokemon are using the American definition of world.
It was very tough for me in the start.
Yeah, Worlds in Spain would be banging. Worlds in Worlds in London would be even more banging because I'd be there.
I'm completely fine if I get last. Even if I got last in this World
The venue
Championship,
is Anaheim.
I'd still be fine
It's
since
one
I
of the
had a lot
biggest on that coast. It usually hosts BlizzCon.
Damn it.
One of my favorite
Might
memories
be...
is when I
Oh,
won
no,
UIC.
we're still
It was my
alive.
I'm
first
very
major
confused. So
win.
the venue is called Anaheim. I thought Anaheim was the county.
Oh.
I don't get it, man.
I got double cleave. That was so annoying.
I don't know if they can do Spain because of the gambling laws. You got this, bud.
That was,
They can't do
no,
Worlds in Spain 'cause
bullshit.
technically-
He did
yeah.
2 cleaves in a row before he'd even have a chance to load half my stack part. How are you meant to survive that?
Derby Worlds? Not Derby. Derby stinks.
This is what I get for trying to
Derby.
do things low level.
Derby built a cycling arena called the Velodrome, and it's apparently not legally big enough to be a velodrome.
It might be the only chance you ever get.
So you can't even do the thing in there.
I want to give a shout out to all my friends and all my coaches. And I also want to give a biggest shout out to my family, and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him.
Let's go.
He helped me be way more successful, and I always want to be more like
Lake District Worlds would be amazing. Oh, it'd be a piss take for some people to get to, though. Bring back Sheffield Regionals. Anaheim isn't LA. It's part of Orange County, but it's not actually LA. Guys, no one seems to know where Anaheim is. Because I'm getting loads of different answers.
I record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in
Oh,
the
fuck, it's
game.
Rose. I don't know who the Rose is, but...
I don't really think about it in the moment. I just perform. So I record it and I watch it afterwards.
Wait a minute, that's not the
to
right box.
actually,
What's
have
going on
the
here?
Practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar
Oh,
bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que,
What's
às
wrong?
vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva.
Okay.
Apesar de não funcionar
What have you
isso
done?
tanto no
I
campeonato
saved
oficial do
with the
VGC,
eggs in the
é muito legal ver ele
box.
saindo da Pokébola com aqueles
Right.
coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama
Gonna
muito
have to
a gente.
move them out of the way somewhere. Fuck's sake.
tento
Schoolboy
observar
error.
o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento
Oh,
pensar à
that
frente o que ele vai
fucking
fazer.
hurts me, man.
Eu acho que treinador para melhorar, ele pode
We know they're all
ver
not
os
shiny.
resultados de outros
Fucking
campeonatos, né, e sempre
60
tentar
of them.
progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus
Not the
erros, ver
eggs
onde
say.
eu
When did
poderia
I
ter
do
melhorado
that?
durante a
Obviously
partida,
earlier.
E a partir disso,
But
eu vejo
when?
o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
I'm gonna throw myself into a bin full of sharp needles. Don't think you are, Liam. Anaheim's in California somewhere. It's basically LA. Oh, you're right there, Dean. Understand that? I'm just saying it's just below. Dean, don't get mad. Don't get. No, it's not that deep. We're just shitting with you. Don't worry, we're just pooping with you.
We were gonna use this to park
It's
our
not that deep.
ride-ons.
No
It doesn't matter where it is because I'm not there. That's the point.
I thought we were going swimming. No, we went swimming yesterday.
It's a suburb
We're
of
playing
LA.
volleyball tonight.
This
Yeah, it's like having Worlds in Derby but calling it
one
Chaddeston.
way to settle this.
That's what I think. Anaheim is in Disneyland, California.
It's on. Okay, you ready for this? I'll show first as a sign of good faith. We got Victory Bell.
Blush me, bro.
Hey, that's
What is this wank?
Boom! I got the Obama still. I think I have the type advantage here.
Well,
in the grass.
Yeah, but I mean, we got acid and we got sludge bomb. We got some good attacks that we can hit back with.
Is that a shadow victory bell I'm looking at?
Oh, it's always a shadow.
I saw my second of 2 names on your top donos go above Rach. Means my old account is the number 3 and I'm fighting against myself. She crashed herself. Go on then, lad.
Okay, all right, you got me there. I have a crazy idea.
We appreciate the fuck out of you, though. Like, very, very much so. You're an absolute bloody legend. Bow down to the legend, lads.
Let's go swimming!
This whole thing was fucking cringe. Go away. Thank you. He went away.
You know, Ben, I aspire to feel as fulfilled as a nose
Sorry.
path. It looked north, and it never looked back.
Charlie started that with, you know, Ben. But he said it so quick it sounded like, you know, Ben.
2025. If you can't hear
They
Ben's
turned his
laughter
mic on
there,
too
it's just
quick.
'cause he's
You
not
know, Ben.
laughing into the microphone.
You're always bullying me.
It's deafening, let me tell you back.
Aren't we all fighting
Ben,
against
just get
ourselves?
that headset back on and,
Can't have a
yeah,
Pokemon
okay,
event without a little
we're,
cringe,
good to
right?
go.
It's true. Because remember, it is a kids' game, Liam. I
Look
know.
at that, all of that.
Our boys are back.
Incredible, incredible, wasn't it, Ben? Absolutely hilarious, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm so mad. I was number 3 when I left. And that was 1 year of me on channel. I've lost all my efforts to fight for number 1.
Trainers, we're going to be getting back to the action
Oh,
here,
true,
of course,
yeah,
at the
I get
Pokemon
what you
But
World
you're still here.
We appreciate it.
And we appreciate it. Because there was a time where we were worried you were never coming back.
By the wonderful Chazzy.
Yeah.
There's a time where we were like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You don't like us no
Chazzy.
more.
Chazzy.
Yeah. Charlie, Chazzy,
That was sad. We
wherever you
didn't
went,
enjoy
yeah,
that.
with a
But now
break
you're back.
from
Now we enjoy that.
You're not even a Benjamin.
You're a
or
good
a
lad.
Baptist, are you?
I'm
Just
not.
Ben.
Just Ben.
Just
Yeah.
pure and simple.
Nice and straight.
Pure and simple. Yeah. I'll be there for you. Promise I'm going to be there. Pure, what are they called? Hearsay.
Day 1 of the World Championships. Well, we've
Right,
got
what we
quite a
getting?
few 5-0s already. James Beck, just 1 game away, of course.
Victor Medina. Victor Medina's the one who could do what Wolf's trying to do, right? Win Worlds, an international, and a regional in the same year.
The only Ho-Oh player at the World Championships. Lewis Markle, who's been having a real breakout season here for the whole of 2025 season. Justin Tangsila 5-0, Victor Medina 5-0. Oh my
Dean,
goodness
people were
gracious.
genuinely worried. When I was missing, Liam celebrated and Sophie didn't even notice. Jason, your lies will be punishable by me doing a sad face.
Such a liar!
Round 6 pairings are up. Let's get coming.
I would annually ask that. You thank you very much.
Marco Silva that took a
Wolf Glick
loss
versus
in round 4,
Jitarin.
and otherwise, so it just shows the caliber of the players here that. Yeah, even
Rojma Hamon Cole from Thailand. That's a long last name.
Yeah, it's really likely that a lot of our top trainers to
Funky Cold Medina. We all know if I take number 1 spot one day, but at the expense of booting myself to number 4, so I put myself in a position to lose.
There'll be a lot of them joining.
Why would you lose though? Because you'd be number 1. You'd be number 1, and then also being number 4 means you'd be number 1 and then some.
Yeah.
So even if someone else then went to number 1 above you, you could still be like, well, yeah, you're number 1 right now, but technically I'm also number 4. Combine them together.
Whereas the ones who go undefeated,
So one of them isn't in the top 3.
The pressure they would then pile on themselves not to lose a game could come back to bite them.
As in, like, especially with
Just add them on.
volatile
Just
format
extra
like this,
points.
It's really hard to always make those calls right every single time. And sometimes you just don't make the right calls in the moment. Sometimes you come up against a matchup that actually
Boom.
maybe you weren't expecting, or maybe someone's just made that.
Oh yeah,
slight
Chopper's
bit
still
of
in it. Chopper's
adaptation
3 and
to
2.
what
I
they're
forgot we've not
running
been
to
checking
be
on him.
a little bit stronger against what you
King
happen
Chopper.
to lock in as well. There's a lot of different factors coming in. What we can
Oscar's
say
3 and
is
2. He's
just
against
how
Matthew
strong
So.
all of the trainers on our graphic here are, as well as everybody that has worked so hard to earn their invitation to the World Championships this year.
Absolutely. Well,
Justin 1
knows?
is 1 and
Who
4,
knows
which means he didn't win.
Currently at 3 and 2 could go ahead and become world champion.
You can't make that joke every time he's in a tournament. That's bullying.
Today, but we do know
What did Emily
that
do?
we
Emily's
have
out. Oh yeah.
fantastic Matthew you today, but I mean, that's no spoiler, right? I mean, we're at the World Championship, so every single match out there.
Ugarte. Ugate's 3-2. Oh, Joseph Ugarte versus Paul Chewer.
To show those to you very shortly.
Let's fucking
indeed.
go.
Of course, another fantastic thing about the World Championships is that we have everyone from all over the globe going up against each other. For example, this
Mao
match that we're
Harada, that's the
featuring,
person who
Mao
beat
Harada
someone
Japan
earlier.
going up
They're
against
beating 5 people in.
Cheesecake from the USA. But of course,
Giovanni Cheesecake.
that one in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the other matches going on.
Yeah, the one that immediately sticks out to me is Ko Sukade versus Lewis Markle, and yeah, I really think that Lewis, you said he's got a breakout season. I think that nothing has been more true of Lewis, especially not just in our regional and international championships.
Oh, we don't want Mao to win.
Well.
We want Mao out. Mao knocked out Dill. No, a different Dylan. Never mind. Oh no, we want Mao to win. Mao beat Marco. So Mao's good. Mao is Marco's only loss.
Playing over and over again and really testing in a competitive
Bad at remembering. I know, it's well documented. Marco's actually had 2 losses, mate. Thank you. Check your privilege. Just the other site hasn't been updated. Permanently, and everyone's beaten someone earlier.
Then your opponent knows them.
Yeah, but specific people, mate.
Where you just know,
20-minute drive from LA, and the only thing to do is Disneyland. Your dad, Sophie dumping me as a therapist to find an actual good one who is helping. Imagine that. Listen.
You've never met therapist.
Wow. I don't know, Dean. Sophie obviously dropped me as a therapist for a reason, JK.
That's Antonio Regional Championships this year.
You're going to give the poor girl a complex.
Okay, very nice. Yeah,
you're supposed to give her medication.
Right, round 2. Let's see if it be Hades this time.
Is this round 2?
Joji Kaida, Michelle Kelch, top 4 at the World Championships last year. The finals of the World Championships in 2023.
Not even gonna lie.
Still having a fantastic run out there, but
so close to people. Where's the people?
Well, wonderful. Now,
who's the person?
Gio. Neither of these trainers have that.
It says I can't do a picnic so close to people. Is there people around? Victor Medina still doing well. That's a big name. Amma, can you answer this? Is Victor Medina the person who is an international champion and a regional champion this year?
Really breaking out this season with
and is obviously could then be the first person to win all 3 types in 1 year, which is what Wolf's also trying to do. But I don't think Wolf is. Don't know if Wolf is doing it this year. There you go. Now you're guaranteed Wolf will do it this year. He's got to beat Jatarin though.
At the beginning of the format of Regulation I Milwaukee, we saw somehow there.
Victor Medina is not that person. Who is that person? The people in the room. You're thinking of Federico Cop. Sorry, yeah, it's Federico. Is Federico still in it?
The way that you come into the World Championships, you either try to take.
Oi, Sophie, says Dean.
Try to see what's going to be the most on the field and try to.
Wait and see if Vikram gets his 5-0 in seniors. Damn.
More true of our trainers on stage
Federico's not in it anymore, I don't think.
Here, and both of them trying to take their teams in a different direction.
You can see Gio there just sort of looking around the venue, breathing it in.
Oh yeah, Federico went 2-3.
It's only the World Championships once a year, of course, but also just look at that beautiful set. The energy out there, the masses of people.
Yeah, Victor's one to watch.
So I hope that Gio is just able to remain.
Oh my lord!
Stay enjoying.
£100 for Sophie!
Thank you.
I'm gonna get some eggoos and then quickly switch. Oh no, team preview. Lunala Maridon! No, Caridon. Lunala Caridon and Fisha Bonnet! Okay, we want Giovanni winning.
If it is for me, if it's not, anyway, thank you.
It's the NAICU winner? Oh, mate.
It takes advantage of the fact that Incineroar
you can get the Growlithe Garden statue too.
There's a Growlithe?
Ooh, I didn't know it was a Growlithe one.
I'm only interested in the
Arcanine. You've also got the special attack boost. And
like, I like Growlithe, don't get me wrong.
With a special attack boost and
that's interesting in Regulation I, having a citrus berry brute on it.
What I want to call out here is Gio's
because the Callies are everywhere and they block berries. It's not Liam's dick. Oh. Karan Birdie is 4-1. Let's go! UK. Thank you, Dean. Big love for Dean. Taron got top 4 at UIC. Yes.
Poke Trainer Dean donated £100. Woo. Oi, I Sophie.
That said, it said, Oi, Sophie.
Aww.
Does that mean it's for Sophie?
Something that's been kept, you know, relatively under wraps in terms of Gio's playstyle here, but now...
You're going to work? You are going to work. Gizmo's going to work for a few hours tomorrow to just quietly get some shit done.
Oh, just to be... Okay.
Just to catch up.
Just
They're fucking overworked.
I know, you're so overworked.
It's nearly 11:45, isn't it? But it's 12, isn't it?
Up to now in regulation set high on
Yeah, you know, it's the same thing that happened with Iron Hands in regulation set G at the World Championships. Low kick just starts to be on every single Koraidon. And I think that's maybe a little bit of an advantage that the Japanese have been working together on this kind of text. I'd love to see the
solo time in the office. You'll enjoy solo time in the office.
It's something that's fallen a little bit out of favour. You saw it quite a lot in regulation set G when you only had one restricted that you had to protect for a match. But I think it's equally relevant when you've got two restricteds that you want to protect and to make sure that they're dealing all the damage. So maybe that's something that comes into this
Here we
matchup. Maybe
can go. I didn't see the team. I missed it. I was
better
than my phone. Don't know what my phone is doing.
Has access to 0 damaging moves here, so
yeah.
Matt has to be very careful that they're not left.
Bean burglar, bean burglar, bean burglar, bean burglar.
You know, EVLI makes it so hard to remove.
Lots of big names are at 4-1 or 3-2. I know, right? It's wild, isn't it?
To deal with opposing Maridon, but of course,
it's almost like it's the World Championship. Put my jib headphones on for the full 3 hours. Yeah, I don't blame you. Will there be anyone else in the building? Like, can you not just put like your phone speakers on?
So we've got those mind games of will you, won't you, Terror? Will it be super effective? Will it do no damage? Yeah,
especially Meaty Beam's a move that you can only use once in a row before using your power herb up.
Oh mate, Simone Sanvito versus Matty Morgan, the battle of alliteration. Let's go. And Alex Underhill, all caps, versus Katsuhiko Minami. Trying really hard to pronounce the Japanese names correctly. Is that good? Probably.
What's interesting here is, of course, Fluttermane
Round Terra Clefairy. That's to keep it safe from Miraidon, I reckon. Yeah, Covert Cloak's better on the bonnet, for sure. A lot of people dropping after the third loss, which makes sense. It's not like you have champ points to collect. That's it. And obviously, once you've got your third loss, you're out anyway. So it's like, at that point... I mean, I probably still would battle, because I'm there like, I've paid to come to Worlds.
Yeah, I get that.
But I guess then you can just more soak in Worlds and experience it more and continue to watch the fucking pros do it.
Swiss round 6 at the Pokemon World Championships. Everybody, everything on the line the entire season.
Pretty not risky business if there's no cameras. What's that? Is anyone undefeated? Yes, these two players.
Lunala and Chi-Yu for
These two players are 5-0.
Alright, my attention is double split. This is actually a really hard fight because I've not overleveled.
Hard on. Very good, Liam. Say another dirty word. Nuggets. I'd carry on just to say I got top blank at Worlds. Yeah, I got top 373 at Worlds.
For a laugh, why not?
I actually had a friend last year who purposely went 0-8 at Worlds last year after he pooched his first 3 games. I mean, I don't know the fun in that because...
Oh! Forgot I had return magic on him.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know if that's going to be good.
I didn't know you could return Doomsday.
Yeah, you can. Because BB can learn it, remember?
Oh, yeah. Mate, Clefairy and Chi-Yu. About 11 undefeated players, Jeff? Yeah. Last time, didn't most of the crowd leave because there are no US players left? I think so, which I always think is really fucking rude.
Yeah, that heals him, though. That's unfortunate.
Is that into Koraidon? Ooh.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where
Renguard coming into clutch there because that would have been a knockout, I think. There's a massive crowd for that finals, though. True. I think they all wandered off for like food and shit, and then we're like, oh, come back for the final. Heatwave miss off the bat. You hate to see it. Weird thing, but he admitted to literally throwing his last 2 games because he, for some reason, wanted that distinction. I mean, whatever, everyone's got their kinks, I suppose. I'd at least try.
Really raises that mind game. I always love seeing Protect on the.
But then again, I try and I get 1 and 8, so like.
You know, it's cute looks, blight, summer, big strategy.
It's okay. I've learned to play a bit more meta now, so maybe I'll do better next time I compete in shit.
Into that GU, boosted by the sun. And with that Flare Blitz recoil
Boosted by the sun, he said.
As Lunala can just get this next Moongeist beam off.
Oh,
so
mate.
Very much down and out.
Mao just fully let Koraidon go. Is that a strat?
Pokemon that is here for a good time.
Trading Koraidon for
No, this is
Chi-Yu?
really clever actually, because the Koraidon going down does set the stage for the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back, most likely for Mao to bring back in and then start to put some pressure on the board. Geo does have access to wide guard on the Lunala, but of course
If I was out of game 3, I'd just go around with mutual acquaintances, which is valid. Like, you're at Worlds. Can't believe I have to wait for Tinglu raids to start and end before Chi-Yu, right?
It doesn't mean it gets clicked every time, and you see quite a lot of
We get Chi-Yu, Jason. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it, is actually getting Chi-Yu.
Great damage
I mean, you can defend a few turns while you try and steal.
But of course, yeah, you do have this wide guard, so the mind game's coming into contention. But as long as the fairy's there, having the helping hand, Calyrex.
Yeah, we don't have to do the raids. Yeah, Jason found out the other week.
I haven't got that. Is a new one out?
No.
It's really important as well.
We'll let you know.
Geo didn't go for the Terra onto the.
You think I'd let you go without getting Chi-Yu?
Chi-Yu on that turn as well.
I would never do that to you. Everyone needs Chi-Yu in their box. I've seen Wo Chien getting 6 mil as well. I know I don't need to contribute as well. Well, the thing is as well, like, your game that didn't even... hadn't even battled had access to the mystery gift, so it's like, oh, I think I've done 3 Chi Power. I've done a couple, maybe a few. Let's go. If everyone thinks that though, but I've got a feeling that Pokemon don't give a fuck anyway, and we're just going to distribute them regardless. But they wanted to do the let's go team, let's all get together as a community. I'd like it if it actually mattered.
Well, maybe it does. You've just put your opinion on it.
No, that was the point I was just making.
What, that you think?
That I think it wouldn't matter regardless.
That's why my comment was relevant. Did you put your own opinion on it?
Yeah, because I was giving my opinion.
No, what I'm saying is that that's not necessarily accurate. It might actually matter.
And it's not going to be doing a thing.
I know. I'm just saying I wouldn't put it past Pokemon.
Take 2 turns to act, and that's why we tend to only see it once in any given
Did you do that deliberately?
Oh,
that wasn't deliberate.
Oh, I thought you were deliberately trying to get me then. I was like, what?
From an Alola, and let's hope it's not going to be eclipsed.
The advantage here,
as long as it's not more than 5 million people thinking it.
There we go. Oh, that was
you made a declaration, Liam. A declaration of my opinion.
Again, if the helping hand
I stole the
is able to knock out this.
Because I said no in Pokemon.
That's such a fun fight.
Not doing no Pokemon. I've got friends that work there, mate. Actually.
Well,
so Sophie.
You're having a trouble if you do, or having trouble if you don't with the.
One of our friends is very high up in
You're either getting hit by
Company International, actually. Thank you.
They
can't work with me, which is sad, but you know what? I'd rather have friends than colleagues. Wonder if they give us a Chi Pow count during closing ceremony? Maybe.
Fortunately, though, there is no
it's a shame they didn't have something on the Pokemon website that had a live counter of how many were getting beaten. That'd be sick.
That would be cool.
Somewhere you could actually follow it.
I think that would be very hard to do, though.
Well, they must have something somewhere that's calculating the total. Just link it to a text file that then updates.
Do you remember if the pumice piece still has boosted?
Oh my goodness, Mino was the psychic.
Oh, the pumice stone.
Yeah.
Pumice. I can Google it.
Turn our attention over to
Whether I need to wait to.
Oh dear. With the Frengar,
you mice.
but with the Pterodactyl onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider. In fact,
he went. Yeah, it'd be nice if it mattered, implying that it categorically didn't, and you don't know that.
Attack boost from the Meteor Beam really paid dividends.
Oh no! That's where you've misheard me. I didn't say if it mattered. I said that'd be nice if it matters. As in, like, in the event that it actually matters.
You said if it mattered. Yeah.
I said if it matters.
No, you said matter.
Which left it ambiguous. Well, now it's ambiguous. Sorry, that's my favourite response to ambiguous. Obtain mechanism.
I really do want to see whether or not that mind game gets called by either of our players.
Pumice's ability is art.
Just art. In this spot.
Yeah, this is tricky, of course, because you have the plus main in the back.
Yeah, which is
would have abilities.
Boost. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna
one attack here
Well, not make.
You mean like what Sony does with the PS2 sales numbers? PS2 is the best console of all time. Let them fudge the PS2 numbers.
Oh my goodness, the Lunala has not been protected.
Lunala cannot take an Astral Barrage. Neither can. I mean, actually, the Fluttermane can because it's focus sash. You know what I mean? Can't take it well. See, the problem with men can't admit they've done something wrong.
So much sense because the Trick Room is a threat from the Lunala, especially with the sun.
I dated Lydia.
Field as well. I think this is a really good time.
That's the one per year. Jesus Christ.
To reset it, that keeps the speed.
That's the one per year.
But unfortunately, Vegeta Wildcard is no longer an option for him. And
Mike,
follow me
drop.
Stop the Fluttermane from being able.
Why do the top players never Wildcard? I know,
The
right?
funniest part is half the music will have no idea. Actually, most of them will.
Well, yeah, how many people that still come to these streams have been here for more than 6 years?
Yeah.
Realistically.
Gizmo, Hoovy, Anna.
I'm pretty sure Metapod didn't even.
No,
it was
speed
here. The need for speed.
Metapod joined when I did.
Yeah. Very good, Gizmo.
Mind games,
The fact that nuked through Shadow Shield, yeah. Don't mess about.
And Clefairy too. So the sun being stalled out for a turn.
Clefairy been on the field the whole battle because that's kind of funny.
Opportunity for the sun leaving the field actually to be a potential.
Now I'm just trying to wind you up. I know you are, Amber. I know your fucking games. I can picture the shit-eating grin you've got, being like, I'm being no way. You get it from her. You get it from your mother.
That problem come up, but actually you might as well just.
It'll be 6 years at the end of the year for me. I joined 2019. Yeah, you missed the dark times.
Take your time
for the
on
Empire.
Those win conditions and just make sure.
Yeah, Metapod, you August 2018 because we were your birthday gift.
Charlie, worth reminding everybody at home this is.
And yeah, I remember because you had joined around the time I came in for my birthday, and you made everyone wish me happy birthday. And Bro Metapod was new in the stream at the time because he said, "Oh, I've only just got here as well," because we had a talk.
Emma, I don't like you when you're like this. Yeah, you can be Sophie's friend.
She makes a good point.
I said mother, but what I meant was mommy.
Oh,
which is different. Yeah.
Is it
So many streams I try and manage to watch side streams of main VGC. I know, right? Hold 2 of them.
Both ends.
6 years is wild. We've only been here a month, and we love having you. You've become part of the furniture
I
already.
don't think any other item gives us boost either. So.
No. Following since like 2017, 2018. I mean, Cara Kennedy, you are on. If you're on your Twitch account that you've had the whole time, just do !follow age, all as one word, and you'll find out. But guys, remember there's a cooldown on it, so don't all do it at once. Give it like 10 seconds after you see it on the screen or something. Cara Kennedy, 9 years and 9 months. Yeah, you've probably been following for my entire streaming career.
There you go.
9 years and 9 months. That's almost a decade.
That's kind of wild.
I'm gonna kill my. No.
So it's still very close. Was it like this is the potential speed type
fear.
in these Fluttermanes if
Side streams, main VGC, Unite Worlds, and here. Gizmo, 8 years, 9 months. That's almost 9 years. That's almost a year.
I'll
let that cooldown happen, baby.
Fluttermane down to its focus sash. And I think arguably the play to make for Geo is to try to increase his speed.
That's some icy win, baby. Drop that speed, baby. Although.
That's going to be Fluttermane down, and of course.
Oh wait, so next turn.
To get through a focus sash as well, so does it have enough gas in that tank you mentioned?
Flame charge. Oh, to get the speed up. That's fucking brill.
With the speed boost, it's boosted by the sun, but there comes that focus sash that has been so crucial.
That was actually quite a good thing.
To the competitive Pokemon.
Because he's countered the speed boost, but obviously. When does the sun end? Oh no, okay, Fluttermane's still faster.
The fact that it's the Life Orb rather than the Clear Amulet makes a big difference as well, because this Koraidon doesn't have a chance of being able to move first. It got its speed dropped, it brought it back up.
Will it survive a Shadow Ball?
And now it's not boosted like the Fluttermane is in its speed.
I don't know why you don't stall out the sun though. If Giovanni would have protected there.
But no, the victory is going to go over to our.
Am I right in thinking if Giovanni would have protected there, he could have attempted to stall out the sun, which would make Fluttermane slower than Koraidon?
Would it have been slower?
Koraidon speeds. Oh no, but they speed tie. So 135 each, aren't they?
Coming into this
Maybe.
game too. Yeah. Okay, Gio didn't manage to secure.
Flutter Mane is still
There was,
faster.
a little bit of a
I guess, yeah, because
This
who's
is
running
nostalgic.
max speed?
But,
Using my original team.
Who's running max speed Koraidon? True.
Between these two trainers, but
But the flame charge was after the stat drop from. Did it get a speed drop? Because is it clear amulet or life orb?
Makes so much of a difference coming into
You know
game
what,
two.
the Koraidon has.
Oh, hello. Big boy.
There to use the icy winds and
I remember around the end of 2016 summer and then modded 2017 summer. When should I leave? Amma, you're not allowed to leave. You've been to my house. You can't be allowed to leave knowing those details.
A little bit too little, too late.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So now.
Oh, it did get an icy wind speed drop. Yeah, it's life orb. So it got an icy wind speed drop and then countered it with the flame charge. Mine's max speed jolly. Do you know what? Mine probably is too. So that makes sense. So maybe they would have been speed tied. Max speed timid, max speed jolly, same stat. I'm going to Googling it. Why'd you say it like that, Liam?
How do you think Gio can use
Zinedine Zidane, bon anniversaire.
Especially, he's got no defense. Like any physical attack seems to kill him.
In game one, where it was trying to match the speed.
Also, do we know if that Flutter Mane is max speed? Because some people, because of the way the photosynthesis works, don't run their Flutter Mane at max speed because it's better to put a little bit in into physical bulk and HP and shit. But there is a chance that out of the sun, the Koraidon could have been faster, I believe. So I think I'd have stalled out the sun if I was Giovanni. Because the thing is, even if he stalls out the sun, and then it turns out Koraidon is still slower than Flutter Mane, A, you lose anyway, but at least you took the chance. And B, you then get more information about the Flutter Mane. I'm Liam. Sometimes I know things. I'm learning. Listen to me learning. Right, Igo, how you doing? I haven't seen your house, so I'm free to run away. Don't run away. Walk. Be careful. Could have run Sash Flutter with max speed, max special attack. Oh yeah, to be fair, you're right. If it is Sashed, it might be max speed. That's a good point.
Yeah, water's the big deal here, but also the big
The Pokemon you own has got an EVs from KOing Wild Mons. Is there a way to override those EVs? Yes! There are berries. So Pomeg berries will reduce the HP stat by 10 EVs and increase friendship. Oh god. Quallot berry is for defense, to lower it. Tomato berries is speed. Kelpsy berries drop attack. Quallot is defense. Don't remember the special attack and special defense. Hondu berries, they're special attack, right? Oh yeah, Fresh Start Mochi is goated. Yeah, that's for a full reset.
Flutter Mane, though, is instead just going to be protecting. Of course, Gio's Koraidon is so threatened by that Flutter Mane here as well. But Koraidon for Mao also protecting.
Yeah, it's a lot lower.
Again, just going to the double test, scouting out for what their opponent's locking into, and you know, you don't want to take any chance.
So I could reset the EVs of the in-game Koraidon I caught instead of having to get a fresh one. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Aiming for the Koraidon.
You know, I thought that could have been a side flame.
Wait, Amma, did you not catch the second Koraidon?
That was such a cool play.
Because there's two, isn't there?
That hit with a defense boost from photosynthesis.
So have you not caught the other one that's in Area Zero?
A little bit of a risk, especially if the Brute Bonnet Terror was quite telegraphed in that situation where you really just want to have those.
Love getting those berries and getting to do friendship evos, right? I did get it. It's just hypothetical. Oh, okay, valid. Use a Koraidon. He's the best.
Both of their Pokemon just protected, so they
He's the first legendary in decades where I've been like, I might buy a plush of that one day. So never. Why is some dickhead setting off fireworks right now? It's called a live stream. It's probably drugs related. Because we found out in our area during the day, people set off fireworks, and that's the drug dealers going, drugs are ready, come get your drugs.
Setting up that grassy terrain, getting the grass super effective moves online.
Be like me and never use the rude one, the ride one.
It's its turn to go for it.
The rude Koraidon, the ride version of Koraidon plushie and sitting cuties, he's best boy. There's a Koraidon sitting cutie already. Not know that.
actually Geo could really
Pokemon
go for.
Center.
And say, well, if they're going to be going for Trick Room, then double fake out seems like a good thing to have at your disposal. Certainly even better seeing that the Brute Bonnet had actually gone for its Terra Water in this spot, and Rillaboom gets the opportunity
It might
to
not be
hit
sitting
that now for
cuties.
super effective, where okay, U-turn would be 4 times super
Ride on
effective,
Poke
but,
Plush.
it's not a
Ride
safe
on
type attack
Pokemon
bonus,
Pin.
It's not the strongest move out there.
Yeah, it's fantastic that Mal has brought
Ride on.
Oh, it's the Pokédolls one.
Pokédolls Plush is the small one.
Oh, they sold out. Oh, the Pokédoll stuff is so... Have you seen the Pokédoll Garchomp?
No.
He's so chunky!
Right back down to the wire as Chi-Yu will
Is it
be
all one
swimming
word?
right out
No.
of
No,
the
you just didn't
Shrine
type
of Paldea
You put a P
onto
instead
the
of a
World
no.
Oh, I'm all
Championship
over the
stage here in
keyboard.
Anaheim.
I'm all over the road. Suggested keywords, Pokédoll.
Around it. Corridon
Oh, he's ugly.
So chunky! I love him!
They made Salamence cute. What the fuck?
The Garchomp I love.
Celebi looks horrible. T-Tar looks great. Fuck Fennekin.
Oh, look at the Dragonite!
Oh, these are just
No, yeah, you
Dragonite's
didn't go to the
cute.
category.
I didn't go to the category.
You go look at the searching again.
Yeah.
And getting the fake out onto that Koraidon really makes a difference here,
Pokemon
because both of the Pokemon on
Dolly.
Mal's side
There you go.
I don't need a pick. I've got it, mate. Oh,
Yeah.
we have him. We have the
Yeah,
Poliwhirl.
the
Look at
Poliwhirl.
fucking Venusaur is amazing. You've got that right.
I think I have one of them, yeah, somewhere.
Zeraora's even cute. I don't say shit.
Both of these Pokemon can tear around,
I have
so
that
it's
as
a
well.
really difficult
Espeon's
scenario
cute.
to
Oh.
choose where
Red
for
eyes.
Mal that he's
Fucking
gonna
Dreepy
play
looks horrible.
defensively in this spot, especially now that Chi-Yu has entered
Look
the
at
field
him.
and you get that
The
extra little bit of
horse.
damage from Heat Wave.
Oh.
Oh, look at your
My
boy!
boy me out. Do I have that?
No.
Oh,
Oh, maybe. Actually, yes, you do. He's here. Right behind you.
As long as you possibly can. Incineroar for potentially that reason now switching because it's so threatened by the fighting time moves that Koraidon
Eee! My boy! Fucking love Galarian Meowth so much.
Oh,
Little Quaxley, little Tinkerton.
Look at the Palafin! That's good.
It's the second page. Oh.
I've got the Amper. You bought me the Amper.
Oh, yeah.
Where Geo's already committed their Terra,
These
but
are
Rillaboom
nice.
gets to also
Oh,
play
dear,
on the
yeah.
defensive
Oh, these are all the
side,
sold
so
out
actually
ones.
feeling a
Oh,
little bit
Wait,
Koraidon's sold out
Coco.
though.
Quaxley not sold out as always. The other two.
Ogerpon, of course, yeah.
Ogre Pussy. Can't tell if you're 100% serious or joking about that. What?
After.
I don't remember what I said.
Is certainly looking pleased
have
about
to
that
remind
one.
him what he said.
Now Geo's
Yeah, I
Koraidon
don't.
softened itself up not only from the recoil damage, but
Thanks,
from that
Dan, you
defense
can
drop
live a
too.
hit.
Woodhammer into Chi-Yu.
Bing
There it
bong.
is again. Thank you so much, Ben. And Chi-Yu is down as well. It just goes to show, not very effective sometimes with grassy terrain boosted.
Heat wave
Woodhammer
miss could be diabolical.
can certainly look
Did you
that
just
way, but
did
with
you
the
just
recoil
predict?
Damage, that's going to be the Terra option down for Mal. That's going to be the Rillaboom down for Mal. The solo has ended. The gig is over too. Take that drum kick back to your car.
Oh, Jason,
Pop
5
your
years,
cars
6
and
months.
head home
Blessingtons.
as now Fluttermane with its focus sash still intact in the back, and you've got the Brute Bonnet that
Blessingtons.
has gone for
Blessington
itself also.
carriage.
I think again in the same
That's round
way
the corner from a
game
big
one,
car
the,
park.
knockout on the Chi-Yu
All right,
quite
Liam.
early in the match there really does open the door for the Calyrex on Mal's side to really hit into its stride here. But the Brute Bonnet does have Sucker Punch this time round, and yeah, okay, that's not going to be hitting for super
My
effective
Chi-Yu
speed,
is
but
clearly
Calyrex
well trained.
does
Oh, fuck it, go to the boss.
for its terrestrialization,
Rev.
but if it does, then that means
Revington
that the
Spa.
Koraidon isn't, and maybe that opens
You mean a
few
cheeky
windows
5 years, 6 months?
for
Yes,
Geo to
indeed.
take
Cheeky
advantage
5 years,
of
6
as well.
months.
Right, incorrect.
Cheeky bitch.
Oh. That shiny
I'm smoking
Brute Bonnet,
Kraken.
and now
Wolf Blitz
Big
4
boy.
and 2. He's still in it, lads.
Hey!
which also has its focus sash in
Oscar's
the
still
back.
playing.
That paid so many dividends in that game one.
Jump across the
Yeah, but
fourth
that's-
is 4 and
now
2.
we're
He's
back
still
to,
in it, lads.
basically the
Wolfie
same
versus
situation
Chopper
we
next
had
round,
in,
maybe,
one, with
possibly,
gone
maybe.
around the houses and come back to this position where the Terra Water Brute Bonnet is actually looking
Joseph Martin
really,
is still
really
playing.
nice, and I think Geo getting the KO on
Lens
that
out,
Rillaboom
Lens
actually
3
might
and
have been
3.
one of the key
I ever
things
tell
when
you
it
about
comes
Lens?
to, taking this game 2 back from Mal, taking us to a game 3, because the Spore is ever more threatening in this spot when there is.
You know, I've ever told you about Len Duel. He's the
down.
first person I ever lost to in VGC.
Oh, really?
I never mentioned that. You know that.
Brute Bonnet can still threaten some.
Did
you
ya?
know,
I honestly, I love you so much, and I also fucking despise you. It's great. Bit though.
So you can't deal with it in one hit.
No G's.
As
No G.
Koraidon
When did you take your
now
wristband off? Put it
just
back
gonna
on.
be scabbing
I don't know,
out
I think I
towards
took it
the
off
end.
and
It's
took
so
Sabrina.
weak to that double super
Oh,
defensive
get it.
fairy damage. Was going to be the Shadow Ball into that slot instead. The
Let's
Flare
hear it for
Blade
Wolf
also
Glick.
goes into the Koraidon. Geo giving a little nod
Oh, we
there.
watched that earlier.
Now what mischief has Brute Bonnet got
Not
up to
urgent.
here? Just the Spore. Fluttermane taking that snooze.
Marcos-
on the field,
wait.
and this could well be how Geo
Marco Silva's out!
Game 3.
Yeah, no real
He was
reason not
my
to play that
pick!
completely safe there for Gio because
I said he was going to win it!
Brute Bonnet is in
Alberto!
such a good position. You've got to respect Mal for taking
Canuelo Gomez!
taking that read and saying, well, okay, this is such an obvious
I'm
play
not
that
lying.
Gio doesn't go for it in this scenario. And
Marco
trying to take
Silva
advantage
has
of
lost
that,
to
but
Alberto
certainly not coming through.
Canuelo
I think
Gomez.
four onto the,
Gomez, yeah.
Fluttermane now, it's really down to Gio
I jinxed
trying to
it!
take advantage of
You're
that
welcome,
open
Metapod. That was the plan all along,
Now,
definitely.
Fluttermane has gone to
I
sleep
got you, boo.
and hasn't been able to get its mandatory turn.
One day I'll be
coming
right
down
about
because
something.
Brute Bonnet is so slow in the same way
about
that
me?
Amoonguss does.
I
and so
was. And I
this
married
Fluttermane
you.
now will
Did?
not be able to attack. The Brute Bonnet's
Probably should tell
still not
Victor
in
we
any
haven't
threat of
watched
being
Wembley
KO'd,
yet.
even though it doesn't have its
Yeah, he's probably there like,
defensive
fucking hell, they just
anymore.
dip.
So his
I mean, I
forward
did.
to the Koraidon
He's
is
been
looking
fully paid.
pretty nice
Oh, there you go. You don't give a shit then now.
The Spore Vortex that makes Mal pivot around, rotate those doors.
Although you ought to just
trying
double check
to
that we haven't
not
got
get
like a
their
grace
Pokemon put
period
to
where if
sleep.
there's
You could
anything we
call
want
it the
changing, it's
Spore
free
Vortex.
before
Low kick into the
a week or so.
Fluttermane on Geo's side.
You're right to
Really
propose
good
to marry
call from
Sophie,
Geo
right?
there, and it seems like Geo
Liam, a couple of hours ago, Marco's undefeated!
just
What's that
predicting
famous
their
Obi-Wan
play.
Kenobi
You now
quote?
have two
I
sleeping
was
Pokemon
wrong.
over on Mal's side of the field, thanks to that Spore
You were the
Vortex.
chosen
And it's
one! That's also a
high
famous
time
Obi-Wan
now for
Kenobi
Geo
quote.
to just go on the offensive, try to start sweeping through.
Right, because the Brute Bonnet has
I need to
sacrificed
pick a new
so it-
person to
and-
win
and
then.
Mal's
Let's
Fluttermane
hear it
only
from
has
Wolf
offensive
Glick!
moves other than protect, so while you're
Yeah,
essentially
do you know what?
looking for
Fuck it.
protect
No,
over
I'm going for
again,
Chop across the
it doesn't
fourth to win.
reduce
He's a
your
good lad.
chances
He
of
looks
being
like
able to
PewDiePie.
succeed in that.
He actually
With
does
proper
though. Have you seen
sacrifice,
Chop
but if
across
you're
the
just
fourth?
Carrying on protecting, then you're not actually doing any damage, and so yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in for Mal here, especially knowing that the.
What? I searched for Chop across the fourth. It came up with a picture of Michael Jackson. Oh, that's because 13 minutes ago he put 1-2 to 4-2. We're locking in. Bro, he started 1-2. And now he's 4-2. He won 3 in a row.
As long as Mal can pivot that around, it's just going to be so much less plain sailing for Geo here. Fluttermane will wake up here for Mal, and is able to get off that protect. So didn't get too lucky.
Hey, I'll
there
chip
with
across the
sweep
fourth.
turn
He looks a
over
bit
on
like
Mal's side of the
PewDiePie.
field. From Geo's perspective, Sucker Punch
This is a
going
video. What
out
the fuck?
here
You've
in
ruined
place
it, Google.
of no damaging move, of course, into the protect, or indeed the switch in from the Incineroar. Shadow Ball would have been super
Bored of
effective,
looking
but
now.
Mal Fluttermane taking no damage.
Yeah, especially since the Fluttermane
Chain for
can't
Marco.
actually go
Was rooting for him.
well,
Rooting for a
neither
few
Fluttermane
others,
can go for
though.
Rasalization
Oh shit! Oh no,
spot.
Emily's out,
They
isn't
can
she?
certainly
Yeah.
exchange
We still
Shadow
don't know who
Balls.
Emily is.
And
We've
maybe
never
this is
seen
one
her.
of those turns where instead of exchanging
We
a
just
Shadow Ball, you
decided
go for the
one
icy
day.
wing
There's
to
a woman
break
in the
bucket sash,
tournament.
but it
Cheer
might
for
be
her.
we end up in exactly the same position that we were in before.
It's all right.
Certainly
Next
with
year it's going to be Amma.
Koraidon in the back as well. Could
Oh, there was a
actually
girl
lead
called
to a
Olivia in the
Fluttermane getting a
tournament.
special attack
But we're
process
assuming.
boost instead of a speed.
But Olivia's no longer in
Yeah,
the
that'd be a
tournament.
fascinating interaction. It's going to be Mal's Koraidon joining
Fucking
the
hell.
field now, switching that one
Thought
back
this was
in.
going to be the year for women.
It's still sleeping, of course. There's no damage threatened down, but that it can still
I
threaten.
mean, Liam, have you searched every woman's name possible?
Give the
No.
presences boost to both the Fluttermane and the Brute Bonnet here.
I'm hearing
Now,
Chopper.
Koraidon
No,
is not
not
gonna
that
do anything
twat.
with it. The Shadow Ball into
Chopper.
that slot is
Like the
guaranteed
lollies.
damage, of course. It could have been a moonblast.
Sophie,
Remove it
if
from
you're
the test immediately.
Sophie, you're good for
Thread
pretending to be
down
interested in
into
Liam's fact.
Fluttermane,
He's told you a bunch of
unless
times.
there's a burn here, if
I respond
Fluttermane
with
is
targeted
hanging on the
apathy when that
field,
happens
the
to me.
focus as activation. Do we have that sort of condition?
Sometimes
What's that
I
recall
just
damage? No, it
tune
looks
it.
like not. Spore just
And be like,
attempted
oh, shit,
into that Koraidon slot. It's,
I'll
you know,
just smile
Geo
at that. Was
looked
it?
like they
Smile
had
and
the
wave, boys.
advantage.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Keep turning it around.
So unfortunately for Geo there, putting something to sleep that's already asleep does not extend the sleep turns in the
Oh,
way
it
that you
fucking
want it
should.
to.
No, that'd be
Koraidon still gets
broken.
to wake up the
Putting
same
something
turn,
to sleep
but
that's
at the
already
same time,
asleep
it
should
would
extend the
otherwise.
sleep
But again, the move
turns.
up here, guaranteed damage
People would
again
start.
into
People
that
would just start
Koraidon,
running
never
Choice
took a
Scarf
guaranteed turn
Amoonguss
of
with
sleep,
Spore,
so
and that's
gonna
it.
be going down this turn.
From sleeping to KO, double super effective damage. Now Geo well and truly has the Pokemon advantage. I speak just as now Geo's third Pokemon is knocked out, so down to the final two. So it's going to be Koraidon Brute Bonnet versus the Fluttermane and the Incineroar over on
Ooh.
the side of the field. Brute Bonnet was really putting in work here. The Seed Bomb just, you know, get some guaranteed damage off. Why not?
IGN have confirmed there won't be abilities in ZA.
Koraidon rejoining the fray.
Oh, well, that's the fucking point of
Group
having
one,
Megas
such a
then.
masterful switch up for Geo here. Be
Kangaskhan with no parental
fascinating to see
bond.
how they go game three if they're going to be leaning on that one once more. But Flutter Mane for Mal crucially does still.
Reminds me of Pokemon Red and Blue. Moves, stuff would take longer.
Two Pokemon at the same time with its damage dealing moves. Yes, there is the icy wind potential
Play?
there.
I'm gonna need a
But
translation.
Fortnite has a
I
way
don't
to
understand.
counteract that with a rage
Reminds me of
power, so
Pokemon Red and Blue. Move stuff would
It
take
It isn't
longer.
pretty
Shadow
official
Ball gets
sort
redirected
of. It's weird that
away
Poke
from the Koraidon.
hasn't come from
Koraidon gets to attack into
Yeah, but why would
the
Pokemon be like,
Incineroar
this
whenever
this is
it's
what
like
isn't
to
in our game?
this scenario, and a
That's
flame
not good
charge
business.
would certainly knock the
Luminous Infernape type ability, like in the anime against Paul when you see Blaze kick in.
for Geo to be in. Now, let's
An
not forget
Infernape
as well
type
that
ability,
after the
like when
Fluttermane
Blaze
had
kicks
its
in.
focus
So
that
like
would stop
Blaze.
this Fluttermane from attacking at all. So yeah, only a few turns away, I think, from Geo being able to lock up this game too. Takes to a
Which
game
is
three.
also Charizard's ability, and Typhlosion's ability, and
What will Fluttermane be going for as it's
Incineroar's ability.
Maybe signature
If you're
moves.
Metapod.
I mean, I'll have a fun time anyway.
Sleep move would take longer. Was sleep stackable in Pokemon Red and Blue?
Brought down to about a third, but the berry, fascinating to see a citrus berry in this format.
Dickhead on unsubbing from the OF net. Wow. No, you're not. We both know that's not, man. Maybe Megas have special signature moves to make them more powerful. Maybe.
Fluttermane has a mountain to climb here, and as it stares
weird though,
down
isn't it?
its fellow Pokemon from the past, let's see if it's
I'm gonna
write its own
put it in the
future.
chat. Because Joe's
I wonder
away.
if there's
Joe's
a
at Worlds.
scenario where actually
Yeah, but Joe's
Geo
probably very
kind of
busy.
wants to wait
he's
out this sun just that little bit longer to stop that photosynthesis boost, boosting up the speed of the Fluttermane and maybe being able to outspeed it with the Koraidon. But Citrus Berry here doing so much work, and unless the Fluttermane gets a critical hit, it's likely that the Fluttermane is going to be able to it's going to be targeted down by the Koraidon, take it down to its focus sash. If Koraidon does that with a flame charge as well, which is the most likely thing, then after the sun gets removed from the field,
Just
then the
thought then,
Koraidon always
if there's no
outspeeds the
abilities in
Fluttermane.
ZA,
there's no chance of any speed ties going on.
maybe
here.
Megas aren't coming back to VGC then.
MVP in this game. It
Anytime
was putting
soon.
to sleep, and now it's becoming the center of attention.
Like obviously
That Moonblast,
once
there's no critical hit to speak of there.
once
That
Champions
will be
is
the
out,
flame
it'll
charge,
be
that will
possible.
Fluttermane brought down to its sash. That will
But
be the boost
not anytime soon then.
speed
2026
of the
season.
Koraidon. Geo, leaving nothing
San
to
Francisco
chance.
season, no Megas, baby!
Making sure
Let's
that they're
go!
stamping their
Oh, it's
ticket
going to be Reg
into a
fucking
third game,
I again, isn't
trying
it?
to turn the tables against Mount Harada.
And now Geo
I think we
gets
just
to
cheer
do
for
the
James Beck.
perfect
Yeah, a little
spin
bit.
here overall is to go for a sucker punch and then to go
Cheer for him, he's got Bay in
any
his
sort of
name.
attack onto the Fluttermane. If you keep on protecting, then maybe you get a few
Pokemon Red and Blue
turns
let
out of
any
it, but
madness through. It'll
yeah,
be surprising if spam
Geo
sleep
in
on
a
sleeping
perfect
mons back
spot
then.
to take this
True.
game, and that's why Mal forfeited that
Game 3,
to
baby.
take us to a game 3. So adaptations from both of our players here. coming
Mayo
into
is
game
one of the
2,
reasons
and
Marco
it does
Silva's
make you
out.
wonder what the game 3 is going to look like, but let's take a little bit of a
Please no more
recap
Reg
here of
I.
the,
Just do
all
Reg
of
H
these
forever.
Warhammers coming down and taking the
And then if you want to
knockout
change
onto
it up,
that
do it
GU.
something like, oh, it's Regulation H, but also Fire types are banned.
Excellent trainers. That's no
Or
way to
Ursaluna's
balance
banned.
Pokemon world.
Do you hope for new regional Kalos Pokemon?
pivotal
No.
in that game.
Because I
And the
figure
question
that
is,
since
of course,
Pokemon
does
ZA
Mal
is
call that?
taking
They
place
already brought
in
the adaptation
Kalos,
of the Incineroar and the
with an
Fluttermane.
emphasis on Mega Evolution, I don't think they're going to throw in a bunch of regional forms as well.
I would like them to, but I agree with Liam's logic. It
I
doesn't
think
really,
they're just going to add new Megas.
It doesn't necessarily make sense for them to do that, sadly.
Because realistically, if ZA is going to be kind of a successor to Legends Arceus, I think the Pokemon roster is going to be quite small. I think there'll be like 240 Pokemon. Ish. 200, 300 Pokemon maybe. The Northern lads are 4 and 2. Let's go, let's go.
Into the end game, and I think that just that extra little bit of damage of the close combat really did seal the game for Geo.
It hasn't been long enough to do Kalosian Regionals, the only one concession I won.
But Geo did so well
It's been 10 years.
I'd say it's been long enough. It's just
It's been 12 years since Kalos came
I just
out.
don't
Liam.
think it's happening.
Yeah, fucking has, like Jesus.
Yeah.
My hot take is that everyone is putting way too much on champions. I don't really think a new way to play VGC unless fans clamour for it. I think ZA will just leave the will just have the Arceus impact. Yeah. Didn't they say in the last trailer though that Champions was going to be for VGC? Or did we just misinterpret it by the fact you can edit IVs and stuff?
Game 3, Swiss round 6 here in Anaheim, California.
But imagine if we had all just overthought it and Pokemon were like, oh no, it's just meant to be a fun arcadey thing. Well, if it was, I'd be vindicated because that's what I said from the start.
It all comes down to this game.
Well, IGN writes, Pokemon have the common 6-stat spread, no abilities just like in Legends Arceus, but do have natures that affect their stats unlike in Legends Arceus. I also found a shop that sells mints to change these natures while I played through the night story mission. Oh, there you go.
Quite nice spot here where it's putting on a lot of pressure.
No, it's never been said it will be a VGC app, but it's admittedly not impossible. Everybody says it will be shortly after launch is wrong.
Especially if Gio wants to commit the early Terra water.
Yeah, there you go.
Not Terra that we see too often in this regulation.
Because I always just thought it was basically going to be, because for years people keep saying to me, we need a new Pokemon Stadium. We need a new Pokemon Stadium. Pokemon Stadium needs a new game. And I've always said, this that we're watching now is what Pokemon Stadium was meant to be. 3D Pokemon battles. We have that now. We have no reason for a new Pokemon Stadium.
We don't.
But Pokemon Champions, to me, looks like it's just going to be a new Pokemon Stadium for the people that wanted it. Like, just a place where you can do a bit of everything. You can edit IVs and stuff, but I don't recall them talking about the Championship Series specifically. In my opinion, why would they make VGC in the non-main series game? Why would they discourage people from buying the next big game? Yeah, exactly. Because there are people who don't play Pokemon for anything other than VGC, so they're not bothered about the story. So why would they buy the next main series game? Other than just to collect certain Pokemon that they may not have in Champions.
I see the logic, but I don't think the VGC aspect would actually dampen the idea of people buying the main series game. I mean, most people don't even play competitive or pay attention to competitive in any shape or form. I'm someone who doesn't really care about competitive that much unless I'm watching it. Like, I don't think it's necessarily impossible for that.
You don't have to worry about it in an endgame scenario.
You also said it looked moderately better than the new Switch 2 versions of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Low bar, to be honest. I'd say it looks better than moderately.
Entering the field at the same time, I think.
I mean, yeah, like, we already knew from the trailers that the game, that ZA looks better than Scarlet and Violet, like, in terms of, like, quality and smoothness, right?
Yeah, like, I don't think it's that far off the realm of possibility, because I genuinely don't think it would actually hamper sales that much for the main series game. I think people would still buy it even if VGC moved onto that side game, because, let's be real, most of the audience do not care about VGC.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing with
my take is it will be the companion app for VGC in lieu of Gen 10. The way you do that is, the only way to access Gen 10 in Champions for a long time is to transfer them from home via Gen 10. Gen 10 to home to Champions for like the first 9 months or so. Yeah. I don't think it would either, and I don't think it's impossible either. I could be dead wrong, but I think everyone is getting very excited about VGC being moved on to a side game. Yeah, because it'd be weird to not have it in the main game just as an option. But then part of me wonders, if they move the whole VGC thing to Champions as a side game, that's something separate they can continually update.
Yeah.
But then also it means that the main games can be bigger and have better quality because they don't have to program in all the VGC stuff. But at the same time, that part of me is like, realistically, coding the VGC section of the game, how much memory does that take up compared to what
like
they could?
They probably wouldn't.
Like, I don't think
it'd be removed.
I don't think.
I just think that there's a possibility that they use it for.
Yeah. No, but this is what I'm positing is like, if the people were right, and if the people were like, they take VGC out of the main game and put it in Champions, and that's where it lives. Just let's say the argument that people are using is that will allow them to put more better graphics and shit into the story game. What I'm asking is, yeah, that's what I was asking. Because I don't think it would make that big of a difference.
And I don't think it will be completely removed. I feel like maybe they'll just, because the way I look at it is, right, if they're adding in megas and all that and terrestrialization, they might change the format where they have a system where all those things are available.
Yeah.
It might be able to be multiple systems where you're like, we're going to go use Z-moves, we're going to do megas, we're going to do terrestrialization. So rather than having to because if you think about that, if you think about it in that, like Dynamax and all that, that being programmed into another game would be very difficult. There's a reason why there's a gimmick in each game. So programming into every game all the gimmicks would be hard. So maybe that's why people think, well, if there's the possibility of this, and then maybe there's some elements.
Oh, don't worry, Jason. I said this to you earlier. You said, regardless, don't scrap turn-based battles for Gen 10. I know it's unlikely to happen. I'm just putting that out there in the universe. Don't manifest it. But also, this is Pokemon. This isn't Final Fantasy. They're not going to turn their backs on everything that made them what they are. They are, like, Pokemon.
In fairness to Final Fantasy, there's a valid reason why they went the way they did.
Yeah, they wanted to appeal to a larger audience that weren't into turn-based games.
No, because
now they just have two sections of the audience.
Because I've watched a deep dive into Final Fantasy, and during the golden era, which was the PlayStation 1 era, everything was going like Gucci. But when they got to, like, you know, Final Fantasy X, people started to make comments like, and this was for all turn-based RPG
Yeah.
games. Oh, turn-based RPGs have hit the limit. Like no, that genre games, RPG games, is hit the limit. And look, they can't create a game that has more modern games play style. It just doesn't work. These games are so old now. No one wants to play them. So Final Fantasy and anyone doing RPGs or like with turn-based combat would notice a substantial drop in game. Like they went through a really big dark period because games were not evolving fast enough for the new audience, but they were alienating the old audience.
Yeah.
So they had to do like they had to make a choice whether to evolve with the times or not to do it because they were getting bullied from both ends.
But to be fair, it's because they went down a stupid route. Because instead of doing turn-based or action, they went, what if the game just played itself for you?
In fairness,
Which is what 12 and 13 are.
did well. Final Fantasy 13 didn't.
Yeah, but that's because 12...
Like 12 still had a competent combat. It just wasn't that good. I get what you've got. They're trying to learn. But
I think turn-based can be cool again if try hard enough. Expedition 33 did it.
The thing is, now we're in a day and age where that thing, you don't have to be the highest standard to everything. I think they were competing with everything had to improve constantly. Whereas now we're looking back at like history and like playing through all of the games. I do think there's a chance that we may go back down that route for other games.
Well, one of the people I see on YouTube all the time, he seems to think that they've confirmed that 17 is going to be turn-based.
Interesting.
But I don't know where he's got that info from. How is your Final Fantasy game going? Oh, it's just the Switch that's running it.
It's going very well. Ignore Liam.
Don't ignore Liam. He's the face of the channel.
Just,
I was.
Prolong your time in the spotlight on the stage is only the world champion.
I'm not going to make... I was going to make a joke, but it's rude. It's misogynistic, and I won't say it. Funny, though.
Going through to day 2.
Go on, Mao. Mao's like knocked out Marco Silva.
Congratulations there for Mao.
Beat this guy.
Yeah.
And ZA, when you attack Mega Pokemon, they drop energy which you collect to fully gauge to Mega Evolve your Pokemon. Wonder if that means you can only Mega Evolve when battling Megas.
I agree with
Maybe.
you, Amma. There, I do hate that the whole community has made an assumption.
Oh no, don't worry, Clay. It was just a joke.
And come to a final conclusion about the fact that it's all going to be moved over there. So if it doesn't, or if it isn't, they're going to act as if like wounded, like, oh, you promised us this when they never promised it. They just decided to come to that conclusion on their own. I agree with you there. I think there's a possibility that can happen, but I just at the same time, it's like if it doesn't, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
People are going to make it a big deal.
The proof that was spoke of. The proof was they spoke to Sandfall and invited them to the studio to chat about Clay Obscure Expedition 33.
Oh, that's interesting.
Sandfall are the ones that made 33.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe they thought, oh.
I love the idea of Square Enix, right? Yeah. So the company, behind the entire Final Fantasy fucking series.
Literally is the reason turn-based combat it was a thing in the West.
Saw Expedition 33, brought in Sandfall, and went, so you know that fucking turn-based thing you did?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you make that work?
And maybe it's probably not that. It's probably because it's probably more so if they do it, they want to maybe implement some similar ideas that they had, and they don't want to be like, we're copying you.
We want a dodge and parry system, but only give us dodge and parry. Don't give us gradient wipe and shit. Whatever that was.
I'm just give us parry, man. I was fine with that. I never used dodge. I just parried.
I like dodge. Victor Medina, James Beck, and Justin Tang are all 6-0. Fucking hell. Imagine being that good. Imagine being that good. All right, Liam. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Peanut butter chocolate flavor. Right.
Yeah, I got a virus on someone. I hate that.
How do we do that thing we used to know how to do?
That's the thing. I mean, these sort of matches where you look at it on the surface,
it's so weird.
Think, well, this is an obvious.
I just find it so weird with Square Enix. I get that at the time, like, fans were badgering them, being like, "Oh, turn-based is old and tired."
Well, it's not even just that. The games tanked.
Yeah. 10 didn't tank.
It didn't tank, but the thing is, 10 didn't hit the reaches. No, it wasn't 10. Yeah, it was 10. It was something like that. There There was some kind of like controversy with it. I need to rewatch the video.
Yeah, that's
There's
fair.
there's a big thing. So the whole reason that we even got it in the West is because of the success of Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy VII through to 10 was considered the golden age.
Yeah.
But they were getting reports like every other game series that was turn-based combat had basically taken a loss towards the time of 10. So people behind Final Fantasy thought, fuck, we don't want to go down the route that all these other companies are going down. They're all failing, other companies are dying. So that's why they changed.
I get that. What I was going to say is, if
I would like to finish.
Okay, yeah, you finish. Okay.
I would. I've forgotten it now. See, I have ADHD too, apparently, so it is annoying.
I know we were kind of tangenting away from what I was going to say though, because I was going to. What I said was, with Final Fantasy X, being kind of the point at where they were going. Oh, we need to do something different. Right?
Yeah,
that's what you were saying earlier.
Right, go on.
Yeah, that's where I was going, and that's when we deviated from where I'm going. I was saying that's funny to me that that's the point where that happened, because most people are in agreement at this point. The Final Fantasy X, apart from like before Expedition 33, Final Fantasy X was like the perfect form of turn-based.
It was.
It was turn-based. Party 3. If your Party 3 dies, you die, but you could switch between your different job classes really quickly in battle and stuff.
Well, I'm not saying
That's all I was saying.
I'm not saying I don't want them to go back to turn-based. I'm just saying I understand why there was pressure on the company at that time.
Oh, I didn't think that's what you were saying.
To change from turn-based. I don't like it. Like, I don't like Final Fantasy 12, despise Final Fantasy 13. I like Final Fantasy 15 and 16, but I don't feel like they're Final Fantasy games.
Oh, Femi from the UK is 5-1. Let's fucking go. F16 played more like Devil May Cry, but that's because the gameplay was designed by the gameplay designer for Devil May Cry.
Was it?
Yeah. He was involved with it. That's why FXE, it literally has Devil May Cry in the people that made it. But that's why they call it Devil May Cry. I fucking love. But yeah, but what I was kind of the way I was kind of leaning is, it's funny to me that Final Fantasy X is where they went, oh yeah, shit, we need to do something. Let's change things up. Let's make things more interesting in the battle sense. And their response was, bring out an MMO. And then bring out a game, which is Final Fantasy XII, where you pre-plan what your characters will do, and then just let them do it. And then Final Fantasy XIII, they went even further, and they went, what if the game literally just played itself?
The thing is, though,
which is such a weird curve
it's
to go
weird,
down.
though, because, like, 12 actually performed really fucking well.
Oh, Lucas pulled back.
Like, 12 actually, which I didn't know, 12 performed really well.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's nearly on par with, like, some of the older
People argue it's really good with the Zodiac Age.
I want to play it again. I actually did enjoy it. I just kind of got bored of it towards the end.
It's Tisha's favourite.
It's also Lucy Hale's favourite too. But
everyone hates Vaughn.
But yeah, I don't hate Vaughn.
Even the fans hate Vaughn, babe.
I don't hate him.
Althea should have been the main character.
No, I think Valthea's overrated.
Wow.
I don't think he's got main character energy. He's the sassy side character. He's not main character.
Maybe.
You know who should have been the main character? Ash.
Ah, yeah.
The whole game, the whole
Revolves around
story
Ash.
evolves around her completely. She should have been the main character.
Joseph Martin is Metapod's mate. Yorkshire. Would FF7 Remake be more popular if it was turn-based like Expedition 33? It might be more popular with the core, like, audience.
Yeah, I think so.
But I don't think it would have had as wide a reach if they didn't modernize the gameplay.
As someone who really enjoys the gameplay of Final Fantasy VII, I'm not missing that kind of level of turn-based like Expedition 33. I just think the next main series game could go that.
Yeah.
I think now...
Because we've said this, like, FF7 Remake and Rebirth has, like, the best balance of action and turn-based.
Yes, it's the perfect in-between.
Yeah.
Which I'm mad that they've not carried on into other Final Fantasy games. Like, I don't know why 16...
Ugate's out and Gavin Michaels? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. But yeah, like... So I think the remake definitely helped bridge that gap. But then the difficulty there is they then went to 16, which has really fun gameplay. But like you say, it was more Devil May Cry gameplay than Final Fantasy gameplay. Which is too much of a jump in the other direction. Because what Square Enix really needs to do is find that middle ground, which they have done with Rebirth, and they just need to realize that they can have a middle ground where it still feels like you're in the level of control and you can pause and take a breath like with turn-based, but also you still have that action level of I'm slashing and hacking and dodge rolling and stuff. But if they made a Final Fantasy game, if they made Final Fantasy 17 with the gameplay of Expedition 33, except for you could just parry or you could just dodge or you could dodge and parry, but you didn't have gradient dodges that change and jump dodging, which was weird. Because then there's too much to think about what kind of dodge do I need to use. It needs to be a bit simpler.
I like Expedition 33 a lot. I think it's a fantastic game.
Oh,
it's one of the best games of the year, but there is, like, I have a lot of personal issues.
Yeah.
I think the difficulty curve is too steep. Like, it goes from being so painfully easy, you get a bit bored.
Oh, I can do some shining.
To something that's so hard that it literally causes like damage to your hands.
Oh shit! Joe from Yorkshire's facing Wolf this round. Sorry.
Oh my lord. And I also had problems with the music. I had problems with the gameplay. I had problems with.
I know they are.
Access, but I do think it is a solid game. Like, I give it an 8 out of 10.
What, man on? Oh, that's gonna be mint.
I would love to hang out in one of those, a cold one, all dang day.
So do you think we're getting Victor Medina versus Justin Tang on stream then? I would assume so. Because Mayo just got on stream, so I feel like they won't make him do double stream duty. Although we could get Australia versus Japan. Code Ski Day versus Joji Kaeda. But then we've not seen Justin Tang or Victor Medina on stream yet, have we? Matt Maynard from the UK is 4-2. Damn. The Joe from Yorkshire is against the Wolf from Glick.
A rate should be in her Pokemon.
The only thing I remember about Final Fantasy 15's gameplay is warp to the warp points constantly. And that's how you play it. And occasionally ask one of the lads to do something because you're not in control. I hate game. That's one thing. That's what the reason I want turn-based is because I want to control my whole party in an RPG.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem I have. But at least in Final Fantasy 12, you still had that element.
Final Fantasy 16 has the best Cid, and he's a background character.
Yeah,
in battle.
It just makes you feel less connected to the cast. Like
Yeah.
You can't play as them all.
Whereas Final Fantasy Rebirth, you can switch between party members and still choose what they do.
Like,
and
I would
stuff.
hate to play.
And they have the combo attacks, which are mint.
I would hate to play through like a Final Fantasy 9 in that style, where I don't actually get to control any.
Literally
of the
playing the whole of Final Fantasy 9 as Zidane,
Like,
and no one
I love
else.
Zidane.
Imagine relegating Vivian Steiner to unplayable NPC.
Yeah, it would be prime.
Sorry, Liam, an unplayable, non-playable character. Yeah, that's how unplayable they'd be.
I record my gameplay and
Oh.
watch it afterwards to see
They've run out of B-roll. We're using interviews we've already used today. About an hour ago, actually, they used this one.
So I record it and then watch
Also, I saw another trailer for the Chainsaw Man movie. I won't lie, I'm fucking hyped. Is it an anime movie for the anime, or is it actually like they're doing a live-action Chainsaw Man? Play a bit soon. Yeah, Victor versus Justin, easy crowd, please, alright? Somebody say interview? Have you had it yet? Oh yeah, shit, no, you did have your interview, didn't you? How'd it go? No, Manon. No live action yet, fair. Can you read my last comment, please? Is it hyping me up? Then probably not. Pokemon Asia YouTube channel has 3 short commercial trailers for ZA. You can hear the battle theme, and in another, the boutique theme. Bum, 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 bum.
I got 69 for
What?
Got 69
durante
Nice.
a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
I don't think I'm gonna get 100.
Oh my god, it's Talia Martinez. I don't know who that is.
It went okay.
It went so okay. Is that good? Or it was alright? That doesn't sound promising. Lots of tense lose and outs this round. Francesco Piopero versus Chupa Cross. Yuki Tanaka versus Patrick Connors. Matt Maynard versus Zachary Weed. Joe versus Wolf. Oh, someone's mic's getting messed with.
In Anaheim, we are getting to the business end of day 1. We'll be getting into
Put your headset on,
soon. My name is Lee Province.
Sierra.
I have the pleasure to be joined on the desk by Scott Glazer.
Scott Glazer and Lee Provost. Let's fucking go.
So far has been incredible.
I mean, the whole TBC fun is putting together a strategy, turn-based combat, and using characters that work together to pull it off. My favorite turn-based system will always be CBT. No.
But also, that kind of creates
CTB, sorry. Conditional turn-based. Because that's what, because active turn-based is like Final Fantasy 7 through 9. Sorry, 4 through 9. And CTB is what 10 is, which is conditional turn-based, where similar to the combat in Legends Arceus, where depending what move you pick determines the turn order and also determines how many turns you get and stuff. Love that shit. Like Riku using an item, it's like, oh, she gets 3 turns because she quick. Oh, your Aeon used an incredibly strong move. It's gonna have to wait 3 turns now, and you're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. Plus, we're in crunch time here, right? We're, as you see in the standings here, we are just over the halfway point in the tournament. So.
No, that's
really,
why I love to
here to the very top trainers. So these are all getting close.
I don't know.
Right? We're going to be 10 total rounds of Swiss. So
I played Tales of Vesperia very shortly when I was younger, and I didn't have the concentration for it, so I just didn't continue playing it.
Tales of Vesperia.
You can say it because Rach isn't here.
No, she knows. I think. And it's not actually Vesperia in particular. The problem with Tales games is they're so incredibly long. I genuinely just get burnt out on them.
Yeah.
Had the same thing happened on Persona, to be fair. So.
Love Tales of Vesperia. I remember playing a demo of it and being like, oh, I want to play this.
I
and then I bought the game and I was like,
I would like to replay Tales of Abyss because I really enjoyed Tales of Abyss.
Tales of the Abyss.
So I would like to go back to that one. And I think I nearly finished Tales.
That's good news, at least.
I nearly finished Tales of Graces. Tales of Graces was good. I had a character called Sophie in it. That's why someone bought it for me. There's a character called Sophie in it.
Totally agree with that one. Final Fantasy 10 and Legends are some of my favorite games, yeah. Agreed, Persona 5 feels like it kind of drags longer than it should. I love Persona 5, but yeah, it's a long undertaking.
Games are really long. Hence why I stopped playing Persona 5 and never went back like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have a heart attack when I just suddenly stop playing it again.
It makes me laugh though, because then they release like the enhanced versions like Persona 5 Royal.
Yeah.
And they're like,
longer. Oh. That's what I was playing.
They had added like a whole extra arc to it, and I'm there like, fuck me, they added more?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Because you only played the standard one, right?
Yeah, I played just regular Persona 5.
I was playing Royal.
That was more than enough. Loved it though. Great game, great story, great voice acting.
I loved the 4th one as well.
Coming in and then being able to kind of show why
it was signs for the 3, 0, and 6 players. Oh yeah.
Round 7 that we can also take a look at, and the feature match.
Oh. But at least they're. Do you know what? At least they're playing the battles.
Also, they actually got there.
Yeah.
Getting there on itself is a fucking.
Do you have to pay? You know when you've qualified for Worlds, do you then have to pay to compete at Worlds, or do you actually? I just realised. Or is registration not free for those that are qualified?
He's really been one of the preeminent players of this generation in North America.
Just imagine if everyone 1 year was just like, can't afford that.
Won 2 regionals and then
struggled
a little bit, and now coming on really strong in this World Championship.
The link to the trailer, see him. Thank you, my dude. I'll watch him later when I can hear him.
Another like really great younger player.
I think you still have to pay.
No stranger to still being
registration's free, but there's a deadline by which to apply. Ah, there you go. I was going to say, because it's a bit rich to be like, congratulations on qualifying. Here's your prize money because you won the regional. Now pay to come to Worlds. I thought it'd be a bit rich, but there you go. Well, then they've not paid to be there, but they've worked to be there.
But still, like really great performance by that region.
Oh, Joe's doing a panel right now.
Yeah, hopefully. And like
here's hoping they call me back and tell me they want to hire me. That is how jobs work. The VGC player that made a silly post round 1 and then proceeded to go 1-3 dot. 1-3 drop. He made a silly post round 1. What did he do? Don't understand what that means. Made a silly post round 1. Oh, do you mean like round 1 he was like, I fucking winning this thing because I won my first round. They won against an Italian? Oh. What did they say?
Of the tournament and how many Japanese players we've got in there, because they always are one of the biggest threats, I think.
Or is it something you can't say in stream?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's an odd year. You know, we've had.
Hello, Cairo. How you doing, lad? You ledge. Yo, Dash. What did Dash do? What did they say?
Japan's won 5 times.
Did they say something kind of xenophobic?
Participate in the other one, so they've never missed the finals.
I thought you have to pay, you know, because cost. Yeah, but I guess it must be the spectator cost they make the money for Worlds on then.
Yeah, the country of Japan to get the big one.
Definitely a critical year, but we can take.
Victor Medina versus Justin Tang. Who could have predicted that?
They get prepared to get.
Hey, one prediction for it, right?
Medina on one side and
predicted the first game of the day.
Both got quite
Oh, he's got jump fluff.
but probably quite
Yeah, Jumpluff.
familiar
Oh,
Pokemon,
we've got a
so
Groudon
they're
on stream for the
trainers, I
first
think,
time
will
today.
be familiar with
It's a Jumpluff on
Pokemon that
screen. I
come
give a
into
shit
this
about the
event.
Groudon.
Maybe not so much with
That's
Groudon,
it.
That's a good
it
itch.
is
Need a
rocking
wee.
that
I'm gonna go
Groudon.
wee.
Yeah, I'm
You
pretty
make
excited
some
to
drinks.
see that
Smeagol. I will
team
make
where,
drinks, actually. We
two
do need
really
drinks.
exciting
I really
trainers
do.
here.
Yeesh. Oh, he's got Kyogre Primal plushie, and they both have Pancham. That's wholesome.
That is.
They both have a Pancham.
Team here first. Kind of what we've come to expect largely from this Shadow Rider Calyrex Zamazenta team. One thing to keep in mind is the Smeargle. I've seen a number of top players, including Japan's national champion, opting to go away from the Decorator and that Smeargle. A really fun move to watch, instead going for a fully support-oriented, maybe I guess defensive support-oriented Pokemon, maybe with the
Oh, he's
Wildcard
tilting.
that spot up, having it two different
Oh,
Pokemon
you
going to be,
crumpling.
perhaps a bit of a problem
Oh,
for that
baby
Groudon on the other
boy.
side. You know, Precipice
He's
Blades
all
never seems to hit
crumpled.
anyway, but definitely not
Rely
gonna
on
hit
the
your
cool
Wildcard.
map.
Yeah, and when you look at the
lie
Groudon
down.
on the opposite
Oh,
side, you think
bless
you've got double
him.
wide guards.
He's
so
lying
you've
on
got
the
a
cool
lot of
map.
options, even if you lead with the Smeargle and that support
Well
line goes
done.
down. You've still got the Zamazenta to come in and kind of give you that additional protection as well.
In
Some
there.
interesting Trustalization choices there for Victor,
wanna
but
go-
he is one
where
of
is
those
it?
players I
Oh,
think
it's over this way.
I'm more familiar watching Victor quite frequently over in Europe, and he's been so close to getting that major title a lot of times earlier this season. LATAM finals, didn't quite get over the line, performed very well consistently at many regionals as well this season, but could this be the year? But before that,
You know what
we need
I'm
to get
excited for?
Justin's team running
Out of
that
anti-tactics.
Ice Rider Calyrex and Groudon combination that
Oh,
we haven't commonly
I'm
seen
gonna
so much
be
of this
so
season.
fucking
Yeah, I'm really
happy.
excited to see it, where it's like kind of one of those things that seems like it should have worked better
What
in
am I
this
doing here?
format, but it has.
I'm in the wrong
where,
bit.
You know, Groudon, a historically
things
really
on,
effective
yeah.
Pokemon in these GS Cup formats.
In a moment.
You get kind of all
Over
these
here.
Pokemon with
There we
nice
go.
synergy with the Sun it brings with that Drought ability, the Chlorophyll on the Jumpluff, the Photosynthesis on Fluttermane and on Raging Bolt, and then increasing the fire damage
It's what
of
people
that already
say
devastating
that
Chi-Yu.
that
A lot of really
Europeans bring
exciting
good
offensive
terms and North
potential on
American
this
bring
team.
spicy teams.
I
This is
think
a
another
perfect
really fun
example
thing
of
to
that.
note is the moveset on that Calyrex. Maybe not so great in this particular matchup, but with
Basically
the Imprison
talking smack.
to
Oh, fair.
really kind of put the clamps
Skills
on
of
the
things
mirrors,
Wikipedia
and
doing here
probably
and to
any
sleep
opposing
God
traders
company
that
and
have
he
the
loaded the
Calyrex Ice
car.
Rider
This dude cat
maybe
and drove that
contributing
home to
to
have
the
that
win
samples.
column for
Aw.
Justin Tang a little bit so far.
Yeah, maybe we won't say that
So
play
glad I'll have
out
all the
as
time
much
I
as it's useful
want
and
to work.
maybe some of the other
Hopefully they call me
matches there.
back.
But the Jumpluff
They
as
won't
well,
do
I
that.
think, is
Tell
a
me
really
they
nice
hire me.
addition. That,
Hopefully as
you know,
well.
you may not
Oh yes,
think
this place
would
is
be that effective coming into this format with how much Miraidon we see in the electric train, so you wouldn't really have the use of the sleep powder, but just in leaning on it quite a bit because of the options that it's got with that chlorophyll ability, the ease of getting the sun up and then utilizing things like the tailwind for the speed control. That encore as well can be so punishing, and then the pollen puff, useful to keep that Groudon intact, you know, when you can side pollen puff the Groudon, because it has got that assault vest, so you are going to be able to kind of stay the field a little bit longer than maybe those clear amulet variants that you're kind of more commonly used to seeing.
Yeah, we've seen some big encore plays already so far today, and I think that could be really critical in this matchup. I mean, we have to see a lot of pivoting with this sort of team, and while the switching moves are not going to be punished by Jumpluff, everything else will. There are 3 different Pokemon in Victor's team that have fake out. A number of other support moves. You mentioned the wide guard before. And while those can all be very frustrating because they can prevent attacks on Justin's team from working, if he's able to lock these Pokemon to one of those moves,
like a
kind of turn the
record
tables a little bit,
nonce.
limit their options, and Jumpluff could be a key player here, which is a lot of fun. You know,
Ah.
we don't get to see too much, maybe going to get a chance to play a starring role.
Yeah, and that's it. And I don't really see too many options outside of the Rillaboom to sit in
got a
front
Kyogre.
of that Jumpluff pretty free
Primal.
to be able to take
Oh, I think
those
Primal
balls.
is
But we are
using
going to get started.
Yes.
See Justin lead off with the
Irony.
Victor go for the more tried and tested Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Oh, fucking
and that
tune.
Incineroar.
Should be a lot of fun here. It's a very aggressive lead kind of for Justin, even though we
That's,
don't see either of the restricted
is that
Pokemon.
Solgaleo and
We see a lot
Lunala
of
thing?
potential damage from these 2 Pokemon, and it's kind of a cool spot, right? Where
Is it
how
Solgaleo and
aggressively do
Lunala?
you want to play it? Do you try and like maybe go for an attack with these Pokemon? You
Na,
assume
na, na, na,
Groudon's
na,
hiding in
na.
the back there with the opportunity to kind of switch into battle and activate Drought. So hey, if you call it, you could do a lot of damage by either
why you must
activating
provide
Raging
your
Bolt
race for a
ability
job
or increasing
application.
Fire damage to the Chi-Yu, but also dangerous to their side. You don't want to make it easier for that Calyrex to get going, and then Incineroar is very threatening with its support moves.
Yeah, and that's the thing where the Chi-Yu has the option to go for that Terastallization. You burn it really early on, but you can avoid that fake
It's
out,
Texas
potentially bringing
Roadhouse
in that
and Red
stop
Robin.
Incineroar,
Damn.
And then go for those
You think that's why
big
Battle Theme's so good? I actually
maybe
forgot how good the OST in X, Y was.
But we are
X and Y's had one of my
protected.
favorite
If they wanna
OSTs for
scout out
fucking
what the
years,
Chi-Yu
mate.
locks
For
into, and it
yonks,
will be
mate.
that heat wave. Incineroar, not really going to worry about that too much. A resisted hit, of course, so going to be able to.
Your dad's name is Bacon Bits. Your mum's name is Bacon Tits.
That slot, big damage and the paralysis on top. So Justin really taking the opportunity when it is presented. Get some big damage onto this supporting Pokemon, but the parting shot able to come out, no paralysis this time, getting a nice bit of chip onto the Chi-Yu.
Fish and chip.
That special attack, which is going to be all important to getting
School.
really threatening.
Primarily to ensure equal opportunity employment and comply with anti-discrimination laws. Yay!
With that active fake out, going to be able to maybe
We stand no discrimination.
Wasn't utilized on the Incineroar the turn before because of the options maybe there that were maybe going to let it fail.
Yeah, Moody not doing too much there. The reduced defense not going to matter against these special attacking Pokemon, and neither will the special attack boost.
Oh my
Victor
God.
locking it pretty quickly here, kind of cycling in. Didn't get such a great trade in the first turn, but now going to see if he can perhaps get in a position to start getting some boosts on this Calyrex, because it is a very Calyrex-based composition that we see from him.
Well, we talked about the jump fluff, and now it does enter the field as the Chi-Yu leaves once more. And just a protect all round here from the Raging Bolt. Calyrex going for a protect again itself, and the Smeagol going for the Spore, but really nice switch there from Justin to be able to get that Pokemon in that has that immunity to it. And again, not really a useful Moody boost there with that special attack. It's not going to be too handy this time around.
Yeah, 4 levels of increased special attack there. Unfortunately, Smeagol feeling special, but not able to show everyone how special that it is. Great switch there, avoiding the Spore, and now we're in sort of an interesting situation where you're theoretically threatening an Encore and 2 moves that maybe you don't want to get locked into, but if Smeagol will have the option of taking a follow me in order to try to avoid getting the poor Calyrex locked into Encore and protect.
Well, it is the Groudon that comes to the field, and with it,
Groudon's here, baby! Chlorophyll, baby!
Activating that chlorophyll ability, and the Encore coming out. No follow me from the Smeagol, punishing that Calyrex. It will be locked into the protect for the foreseeable future.
Perhaps trading a Spore for that?
Maybe for that, yes. Probably a worthwhile one, because now you can maybe switch that Groudon out of the field, get something a little bit more effective that can come in, and maybe utilize that jump left now to go for the Spore into the Smeagol.
Yeah, kind of a tough match for restricted Pokemon here. Calyrex going to have to leave battle, but at least, you know, hasn't been too...
Oh?
Well, you really don't have to switch out here, but...
Hey, thank you, actual side of rice. How you doing?
So,
how's your day treating you?
Pokemon to slate. There's 2 very offensively gifted, non-restricted Pokemon there with the Raging Bolt and the Chi-Yu, but we'll have to see how Justin tries to play this. Do you slow play it, try to leave the Groudon out, maybe eat some sleep turns so that later in the match, Groudon can do something offensively? You don't want it just to be bait for Calyrex later on if you can avoid it.
Well, to not leave it a sitting duck on the field, it does leave...
I guess I could live with Justin Tang's jump bluff. Didn't we already get Marco Silva's jump bluff?
Which would be quite useful onto the Groudon if that does stick around on the field for Justin, and lowering that physical damage coming out. The Encore coming out from
what else could we have off that team, to be fair?
Really shutting that option down.
You could have both.
Foreseeable, as it is going to be locked
Iki?
into Spore, not really effective, especially into a sleeping Pokemon like Groudon. And the
Can't remember what his other Pokemon are.
Here is that Groudon
I know he's got obviously got Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu and Groudon, but what are the other Pokemon?
The interesting thing with the Smeagol is it's got +4 in its speed now. That's 2 speed boosts it's had, so it is going to be maybe outspeeding that jump left now, potentially.
Yeah, sure to get the chance to attack. This Spore is going to fail because Groudon can't wake up yet, but now it's a threat you have to deal with, right? You don't want to risk having Groudon wake up and get slept again. So the Sleep Powder is going to go down and put this Smeagol to sleep, but we've already seen this Incineroar lock into Flare Blitz, and I don't think Jump Left's going to like that at all.
Not at all, and with that covered cloak, it hasn't got that security blanket of the Sash, so if it is targeted like we see here,
there we go, up to date. Hello, Dean, we are still on. As long as the Pokemon's on, we'll be on, baby. How you doing, lad?
Threats on Justin's side, while the Groudon, is it going to wake up?
What you been up to?
We'll have to wait and see, but
what you been up to?
Whatever comes back onto the field, because the Calyrex in the back, Victor's still asleep.
Is that the only wee guy we could get? Oh shit!
Boost here as well. This Smeagol's getting all the right boosts right now.
Yeah, now it's a sort of a delicate spot where neither of Justin's remaining...
Being bad? What are you doing? Being bad? Have you been eating naughty food?
You really have to hope that Groudon wakes up at some point.
Or have you been stealing from Elderly? You drank a beer? Uh-oh. Cheeky boy. You're celebrating, aren't you? Because you're doing well at work, right?
Yeah, Smeagol, you know, it's been awkward spot's kind of been pinned down by the jump off the whole time, but...
Hello, Pink Quacken. How you doing? Love that.
Yeah, it really is. And
First one in 9 months. Oh! Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah.
To be able to put a real pin on Justin, because...
Why have you done that?
You can just put the Groudon back to sleep. You can put that Raging Bolt to sleep. don't really need to worry about those threats. And then when you've got the
How come you've done that?
to be able to constantly go for these body presses like we're seeing now.
Next Mr. Goodlian's Polyworld because Addict.
Real hard Pokemon to deal
I mean, are you going to have just the one and leave it at that?
It is going to take it down to its stats, so all we need now
Maybe.
is Groudon. Potentially wake up here this next turn, get an attack off, but that
I came home.
has ended.
I wanted to stay.
Speed boost for the Smeagol with that mood.
But I came home.
Yeah, the Smeagol saw Meowth driving that
Oh, okay.
car
So
earlier in the
you went to
trailer.
you went to a bar, had a drink,
We just needed to wake up.
but now you've come home after one.
If it does,
That's
it
fair.
can prevent
That's
that
okay.
rage
That's, you
ball
know what?
being
That's
affected
not.
by Groudon now.
That's a little dip.
Will wake up. We've had that
2 beers and
breakdown
came home.
this
That's
weekend.
all right. That's still just a little dip.
Groudon is going to be able
You didn't
to
get wasted.
potentially remove the Smeagol, which is going to be a big aid to just.
Doing all right? You enjoying Worlds? Loving it, mate. Absolutely fucking loving it.
Critical hit. It's a
Are we
huge
sleeping,
knockdown.
chat?
You
What?
would have thought from the original damage that it would have
People are just watching the stream, mate. People are just enjoying themselves. People have got it on in the background while they're doing other stuff.
Oh, that's a huge problem. Not only that, but these Suns also
Never
going
force
to wear off
lurkers
this turn,
to
going
chat
to
if they're having a good lurk.
The Raging Bolt and the Chiyu's
I was gonna say, if you, as long as you're not overindulging, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Smeagol's going to have a chance to wake up for this next turn.
2-0-1. Yeah, it's still only 2. Okay,
I know
we all
people
slept
have been
so hard we
alcoholics
rested in
about
pieces.
just
What?
lucid.
Could have ended a little different situation here, and that critical hit, would have likely led to a situation where, without
No, I meant if the Pokemon would wake up.
the Zamazenta would have been weakened.
Oh, I did not get that from that.
Without Groudon
Playing
getting preserved there,
Stardew,
she's going to have to lock
I mean, I
into
played
one
Final
move for the rest
Fantasy
of the game, and
I'm playing
Smeagol's
Stardew where
looking
you
like he might get an
where you
advantage
yap.
in this first game of the set.
Yeah,
I am a good
especially with that
yapper.
Shadow Rider Calyrex at the back, if you can kind of
Yeah, don't beat yourself up
deal
too
with
much,
that
Dean.
Chiyu in an effective way before the
I
Calyrex
think
goes back into damage,
you'd be
two
mad,
time
be mad at
closes
yourself if you
matchup,
got
so
yourself
it's all about
absolutely
this
pissed.
Smeagol now.
Yeah, it's not like you're absolutely
You've had a
fucked.
few drinks and then you went out.
Either one of these targets on just
Some
the side of the
mates, you
field,
know?
it can
Like,
be the difference
definitely don't
between
dwell on the
game
fact
without
that
the
you
team
went and had 2 beers. Dwell on the fact that you went, I've had 2.
That's enough. Yeah.
Off I go, back home then. Yeah, you'd be proud of yourself. That's restraint.
The Smeagol wakes up into the Raging Bolt, and now that Pokemon will be sleeping for the next turn.
Restraint is addiction's worst enemy because it stops addiction from controlling us.
In that Zamazenta, so we know what single target attack, which is
Wouldn't call that laps either. He's still fairly sober. Yeah. I want to do competitive, but I have no clue how to build. Oh, mate, my advice:
Honestly, mate, go to locals.
go to locals, but also watch videos by Wolfglick because he does a really good job of explaining exactly why he's using a specific Pokemon for a specific purpose. Watch videos by Cybertron VGC, who is Aaron Zeng, one of the commentators, because he's fantastic at showing what he does. Watch videos by Jamie Boyd because he does deep dives into how you can use every Pokemon in the game. And also just any other, like Joe Ugarte does stuff.
Oh, could you show me the back of it? Apparently this one's got Arcanine in the back as well. There's a
have to worry about maybe the items like that choice scarf on the Chiyu when it came.
You don't mind.
Victor Medina.
I did
is
have your messages
crazy
open,
good.
but my phone's nearly like it's on low battery, so it didn't show me. I literally had because I knew you were in the Poké Center.
Yeah, rental teams are good.
Where Smeagol kind of just takes it for you, right? It's one of the benefits you get for having Smeagol on your team. The trade-off there is Pokemon providing.
Like you can even search on YouTube, like search for the basics of Pokemon VGC, and you'll see a video talking about like explaining IVs and EVs and how to train them and stuff like that.
Were not beneficial to Smeagol, but it was able to stay on the field for so long because Justin wasn't really able to do anything about it.
Oh yeah, didn't you want a crop top?
Eventually, you can get that speed boost.
Yeah, but she's checking the Arcanine top.
By 2 levels, where it only reduces the stat by 1.
Overalls is also a good one, yeah.
Smeagol staying in the field for 100 turns or whatever.
Try watching a few, but struggle to follow. I have to try them for sure. Yeah, absolutely. You get there eventually. Like once it kind of clicks, you're like, ah, cool. Building a Pokemon, easy mode. It's then deciding what to build. It's where you're like, ooh. Yeah, rental teams help you learn what style you enjoy, exactly, because you can try hyper offense, you can try trick room, etc. Balance.
There while he lost that first game, you probably feel like, hey, if the rolls had gone a more statistically probable way, maybe I could have won that one anyway. If we think back to the first game, there was that big double target on the Incineroar, right? Where at first Justin had one where he got the paralysis on the Thunderbolt, but even the combination of 2 attacks on it up.
Take out the Chiyu, nice.
On this first turn. We do see the fake out into the Chiyu, no terrestrialization, and followed up with
Astral Barrage, resisted by Chiyu, but it'll do big damage to Raging Ball. Oh my god, that's got to be a crit. Was it not a crit?
I don't know.
Oh no, it was Beads of Ruin.
Oh, yeah.
The Chi-Yu being there is why that did so much damage for Justin. Yeah, fucking hell. It's really do VGC because while I know how to build a Pokemon, I don't know how to build a team.
We saw the benefits of that last game. We're doing an incredible amount of damage to the Incineroar, but
I get that.
Taking an incredible
That's the hardest part.
that Calyrex. That's a really big knockout here, and quickly Justin Tang is in trouble.
He's the rental team. He mentions and listens to the commentary on why they bring X Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Cybertron's really good for that. Like, he literally explains the team he's using, explains why he's decided to use it, like what it's achieved, gives a code for the rental.
Now has to contend with the Groudon that's on the field, and it is a high horsepower following that up. No Intimidate onto the Groudon here, and it is going to be able to remove the Incineroar, but this opens the door for Victor to just bring something more.
Yeah, I feel like that's game for Justin. I don't know how he comes back from this. Because he really needs to get his fucking Chi-Yu off the field.
Truly awful, although the wide guard support would be beneficial. You know, the Chi-Yu is locked into a spread move. Going to be Smeargle instead. And one thing to keep in mind as well, that Chi-Yu model is dishing out all of this damage. Its ability is also hurting a little bit, right? Perhaps increasing the damage from Calyrex on its partner Pokemon. I think is probably necessary in the knockout we saw the first turn. And now with the boosted level of special attack as well for this Calyrex.
Yeah, man.
Groudon does not want to get hit by another Astral Barrage, Assault Vest, or no.
No, especially after the boost. Like
Chi-Yu low-key betraying everyone with its ability. There you go, Chi-Yu's out, and in comes Jump Fluff.
Make its way onto the field now.
At least it's focus sashed.
One of our players, it will be into the Groudon here. The Groudon going to have that fire type terrestrialization, boosting those fire type attacks. It does have the Heat Crash.
It'll either be Heat Crash. Well, that's not Heat Crash isn't going to be great into Cali though.
We are going to see the wide guard though. What does the Groudon lock into?
Liam, how is my monthly dono more than the bar? Because I think I removed the bar because I was embarrassed that I had the bar up.
Oh shit.
And then a couple of days later I was like, I need the bar back, so I started the bar fresh.
Taking advantage of the opportunities that are being presented.
I think.
That's tough. That time we do see the critical hit, and I'm certain that critical hit did matter. That we don't get to see what Justin locked into.
When did August start?
That was probably
Unless I put the bar back up before August started, which would be why.
Maybe would
Know
have
what I
been
mean?
a really nice turn by Justin to turn the game around instead. It's going to look like a
Don't know, to be honest.
2-0 lead.
Streamlabs going to Streamlabs, isn't it?
I don't know how these poor Pokemon are going to be able to battle back from this deficit.
I wish I knew how they worked.
Almost impossible at this point, doesn't it? I mean, you've got the jump up here. It is going to be
The one-hit KO animation, nice touch. It's much better than the old one. I finally got to understanding how to read my stats properly and the natures and understanding what abilities are going to what aren't, so I'll turn those on next. Yeah, no worries. Let us know how you get on, though.
Yeah, it's like maybe a single target in the Smeargle, like an Encore in the Calyrex. You get stuck with the last two Pokemon. Be a Sleep Powder instead.
Hooray!
So,
Landing Sleep Powder, though, that's a stroke of luck.
To see what the Chi-Yu opts to do here.
It is going to be the Heat Wave that it locks
You
into.
will love it.
It is just going to be into the Protect. Does it land with the Smeargle? It looks like it will just be into the Protect there for the wide guard that does give that full protection. And
Oh shit, also, yeah, because also, Dean, as well, your monthly dono's lower than... Wait, how is your monthly dono more than the bar? I just realised it's not more than the bar.
Very convincing
It
win
is.
from Victor Medina.
I mean, that's just
871.
671 771.
Oh, I thought it was an 8. No, never mind. I'm dumb. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, Justin. Justin's. Well, he's not gone, but.
Shadow Rider has been the most used restricted Pokemon all season
Bruh.
long.
That was
where,
unfortunate.
if you give it an inch, it takes a mile.
I love that this is. I think this is crap. We're trying to load this for the whole time.
The critical hits.
Oh, I saved. It's fine. No,
Oh.
I was trying to get into this.
Wolf Glick is
There we
still
go.
battling.
Oh.
So that was a
Wind
big
Waker.
turning
I
point as
forgot
well. The
Wind
first Grimnir boost, and then
Windaroo,
that second
Wakeroo.
critical hit, like you say, is just really unfortunate because in that scenario we would have seen the Heat Crash into the Calyrex. There was
BRB, no worries,
redirection
Dean.
from Smeargle, and
See you,
I
Nemo.
think things might have played out a little
Gizmo's
bit
alive. How you
differently
doing,
because
Gizmo?
Zamazenta was in the back, and you've still got.
Have you been to bed yet?
You're Justin, so like you say, the domino can fall sometimes, and it can just be an impossible challenge to come back from.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, even the best players, right? I mean, this is a format where.
Oh, mate, you know, fucking Kylan that beat Wolf last year is still battling. I'm in bed, valid.
Because they get those boosted attacking stats after they pick up knockouts, and yeah, I think in that second game, there's a real world where Justin turns that around. And even the first game, right, maybe without the critical hit on the Zamazenta, could have been a very different game. And Victor able to get the rolls there and able to play well enough that, you know, getting a little bit of RNG was enough that he could lock the game down pretty easily.
Vikram finished day 1 6-0. Fucking hell, Vikram.
that loss. And but it's still 6-1, still a great place to be in this tournament. Still looking like he's got to go. What I think he's going to win. 2 of the next 3 rounds, so still very doable achievement for a trainer who had already gotten to 6-0.
2 of the next 3 rounds. So I think there's 8 today, 2 in the morning, and then top cut, right? Pretty sure.
Exactly, and I think that would be the best way to look at it. It is really unfortunate, but like you say, I think coming to this stage of the tournament so far, and with this record, and how that match kind of unfolded, it's not really something you should look at.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were nudging. Nudgies. F-Zero.
Yeah, you could maybe have
seen if anything new was on there.
Switched or led a little bit differently, but
damn, bro.
9 times out of 10 in that scenario, if you just played it like you wanted it to
Look
go.
at this.
Open Unite. I'm probably not going to play it. It's been that long.
It's a bit unfortunate, but
it's going to say
Pokemon
Unite
as well. I think in a lot of places, because although there was a very
damn.
there was a number of
Niels Dunlop's 5 and 2.
You've got to put yourself
no longer shitting bricks then.
Get those fortunate turns pay off, as well. So, and Victor now.
Oh, he's not out of the woods yet. He needs to win his next game, otherwise he's out. Oh yeah.
3 rounds to guarantee a place in the top cut. Of course, he'd love to do a little bit better than that.
At Unite, no year 2025.
Chopper Cross versus Francesco Pioperro.
Oh, it has been a while.
Oh my god, it's actually slowly updating.
Yeah, because I haven't actually played it since.
The update is 196.7 meg.
I don't know, last time I played it was Christmas.
Oh Jesus! Yeah. You've not played it in 8 months.
It's
yeah.
one of these matches
Because I injured, I got a tennis elbow, and then
I
got
Hello,
a sprained
Fantaroos.
wrist. But I was just gonna load in for a minute. It's kind of gone a bit shit.
Against each other, so this is gonna be, and then to end kind of the way it did, you kind of want a different outcome. Can we run it back?
We're still
again?
playing.
We probably got time, right? Like the other round. There's plenty of other games probably barely in game 2. Let's just pretend that never happened. Maybe do that again.
But you know what? That's a good thing, because doesn't that mean that Joseph's probably taken Wolf to a game 3?
Sometimes when this happens, that player took a big risk.
Maybe.
You can justify the risk, but
the rage quit was severe.
Well, it was just because of the injury, but
hello,
also
Dean, welcome back.
I've heard that going back
it's definitely like that, and I think
into it now is a bit hard to play. So I was like,
how are you doing, Adine?
I haven't been in a rush to go back to it.
On that note,
Pepsi in
Victor
there.
is ready on stage,
One of them,
so we can
probably.
throw it over to hear a bit more inside how he feels after that last match.
That one.
Going 7-0 in this tournament.
No, sorry, I tried. I tried to offer you the Pepsi that I thought I had. It's the thought that counts.
Medina, congratulations on going undefeated 7 rounds of Swiss.
Bros, cracked. Hello, Nick Victory Fire 007. How you doing?
My last 3 Worlds in Master, I lost round 1. So being 7-0, it feels like kind of a dream.
Oh my lord!
To win 1 more of the 3.
151 pounder Roonies from Bloody Dean. Thank you, my lad. What have we done for that? We had done nothing.
Very difficult, but
oh.
A team that you're very comfortable
big
with,
love.
Big
love for Dean.
I'm
gonna hatch some eggs. Get a shiny, hopefully. All the love for Dean. Proper ledge. He's been on fire today. Don't go actually on fire, because that'd be awful. How was World so far? Really fucking good. Best of the bloody best. But there's any more garden statues for Sophie to get? Ba-ba.
Being spoiled.
Big love. Reese's Puffs. Reese's Puffs. Holy moly! Dean. Dean, Dean, Dean. What a ledge. Big hype, big hype.
We were going to do
big up, big up.
When you got a rate.
I can't hear a word you're saying, love. This alert is loud.
Right,
Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Peanut butter chocolate flavor. You heard.
You didn't even catch.
Can't hear nothing. What? You know I can play this back.
Donated 151 pounds.
Woo. Woo.
Liam.
Liam! It said Liam. Thanks. What did you say?
I was saying, I said I was going to talk about my bum, but he doesn't want to hear about it.
I always want to hear about your bum. I want to see about it.
So, do you remember, it's a long time ago, when we were going to change the raid alert, because it used to be that girl in the kitchen cooking.
Are we going to make it you?
And we were going to make it me. We never did that. I just remembered.
I thought you didn't want to in the end.
Oh no, I was down for it. I just don't think we ever did it.
Doing shopping stuff because stores are closed here for 3 to 4 days. Oh god. Good luck shopping.
Victor, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Said more than Liam, lol. Did it?
Did it?
With Justin and a lot
Hang
more.
on.
I want to shout out Antonio Sanchez.
Well, according to
Yeah, it says only Liam.
according to Streamlabs,
I
it
want to
just
shout out
says
Sufi, Espe, I
Liam!
want to shout out the whole
Exclamation
European
mark times
community, the
3.
whole Spanish community, and everyone who
Liam!
supports me. I'm so happy to be here.
That or I forgot to type.
Yeah, so excited.
I think we know what that means.
Your excitement is absolutely contagious. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you
and
so much.
Thank you,
for
though,
showing
regardless,
such an incredible
like-
match. Best of
Thank
luck in the rest
you.
of
That's
the
a
tournament.
massive fucking
And we're
help.
gonna be
You don't
back
even
with more
realise.
action here from the
Thank
World
you.
Championships
Gonna
after
really
this
want to
break.
try
Try
again.
again. Stop this. Don't put ideas in his head. No chargebacks. I'll cry. I'll actually die. You don't want to be the reason I'm dead. Sophie will be well upset.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers.
Don't
Gabby
you-
Snyder here with the one and only host
You
of
could
the
do it as a
Gotta Catch 'em All
50p one
game
or
show,
something and
Brian
we'll just do
David
the message.
Gilbert.
Those are pussies.
Welcome to the
Here's
Pokemon
50p.
World
Fuck you.
Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best
You cheeky
ways.
pound.
What has been the most overwhelming
overwhelmed
part
these
of it?
nuts.
Truly just
Soggy still.
just kind of absorbing the amount of
Pundes,
exhibits I
pundes.
go
Oh my.
look
The
at,
game is-
and also
game is-
figuring
It's been a
out
while.
just
Pokemon,
how much
loading
of a
in.
budget
It's
I should
happening.
go over, which I have
Does Unite not
already
have a
gone
Switch
over,
2
but I
version?
think I can go
Oh
over
my
it more
God.
because there's some really cool stuff here.
He's dropped 50 gifties as well. What the fuck? That don't even come with a message.
I gotta ask you about your
That means
Pokemon
it's
history,
201
because
gifts.
You asked your contestants about Pokemon, so
He's
I'm gonna
gone
flip
bloody
the table.
legendary, this lad.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
Big hype in the chat.
It's just always been
Oh
there.
my.
Will any of the people that always mention that they don't get the gifties get the gifties this time? Zombie got one. Bruce Britton got one. World Torterra got one.
Oh, we appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you so much, mate.
Spoiled me for this.
Yeah. Like, I've been worrying that with the money that I've got at the moment, or lack at the moment, I wasn't going to be able to make Sophie's birthday that much more special, but now I can, you
I'd
know.
have been happy with it.
I know you would. I'm taking you to see Hercules, but still. But still.
Thank you so much.
Now I can do that and pay the bills and clear some debt.
Being proper spoiled this week.
We do, yeah.
Rach has spoiled me, and Dean. Being
Oh.
proper spoiled. What do I do to deserve all the love?
Like, the wedding proper cleaned us out for a bit. He's a big legend. Big love for Dean.
Oh.
First partner, I will
Egu.
never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there. But
That is a cool
it
skin.
changes as I grow. I think that that's an important thing.
So
in
many
Pokemon, is that
giftaroo.
It grows with you as you mature.
Oh my
It
word.
evolves with you.
Exactly.
I'm
I
scared
love
to play
that.
a game,
I love
but I will.
that. Do you
Oh,
have a
Adrian's
favorite
Veil
game
got
in
one.
the
Hell
Pokemon
yeah.
Series?
The hipster in me wants
151
to say
for every word
Pokemon
in this
Stadium
message.
because I will destroy any
Oh my
of you
fucking
at
God.
the Scyther Pinsir game where you're chopping
He's just dropped 250.
That's so hard.
You remembered to type a message, right? Oh, that's wholesome. Y'all can wait for that. Y'all can wait to hear that message. It'll bring tears to your eyes.
Usually over inside events, by the way.
Hello, Hasapa. How you doing? Thanks for bringing me back. Thanks for coming
For
back.
an episode of the game show.
Did you just get a cheeky notification about a cheeky little gifty?
Straight hours of heavy meditation.
That's well cheeky.
Into the correct mind space.
You did! Hell yeah. How you doing? How you been? Is the message about me? A little bit, yeah, actually. You're mentioned in it.
Just over and over and over again.
They even used your correct pronoun.
Pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure
Let's
I can
go.
pronounce. I haven't finished my
Big hype for Dean.
sisters just yet.
Bloody
So
hell.
for that tomorrow.
I was gonna say.
Hey, there was like £48 on that bar when you turned up.
Yeah.
You absolute insane man.
And do you have any other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it
Bro's
all
practically
mental
filled the bar in a day.
Definitely mental, but you know, I'm
Fucking
always getting those.
do not break me.
Just in case I need to run on stage.
Real trick is double the bar.
This is the first time it's in person.
Oh, you're full, dude. I'll double it.
He wants to watch me get my ass kicked.
I want to watch you get your ass out of your fucking panties.
Poke Trainer Dean donated £250. Woo. Go spend this on her.
Go spend this on her, you ledge. Isn't even reaching my paycheck last week levels, mate. Your job is insane. Thank you so much, even just for thinking of us, mate. Like, fucking hell. We're just knobheads on the internet. We don't deserve that, but we very much appreciate it. Seriously, I don't know how erect Liam can get, but I think we're going to find out tonight. Oh, you don't know, do you? You've been talking to a biggin all day. You fucker. Also, why did no one tell me I was trying to hatch eggs with my Ditto in the party and not my
just
Messenger?
Spriggles doing his thing.
Like, I was succeeding in hatching eggs, but it was taking twice as long.
All of them really get to
I would
show
just
their
let you
knowledge.
suffer to
It's a joy.
You did do.
It's a joy.
Serby tweeted not 5 minutes ago that Chiem Pao is pushing 2 million. Oh, there you go then.
Everything away for Saturday, but there will be some very good
Do-do-do-do.
Pokemon are in the game. I don't even know. Fuck it, I'm gonna throw myself in the deep end. Let's
Latios and Latias.
different people around here, you
throw
might get
myself in
some
the deep
hints
end.
for potential
3 million. Oh,
questions that might be
3 million. Yeah, but they said the same thing about Wo Chien, you see.
I'm so excited.
Rigged.
I love trivia, and you know, they've got to catch
2,956,622 to be exact. Okay, that is less than Wo Chien when they sold us, but still.
Saturday at 5:30 p.m.
To be fair, Liam, the stream has really exercised your attention span. Egg hatching chat, Sophie and Worlds, you're bound to slip somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time. And best
When
of
you
luck
got
tomorrow.
you left the Ditto out of your party.
Oh, yeah, no, I forgot I mentioned that.
Charlie Merriman
Text
here with
Rage
some
and
Pokemon
asked to see the
Online.
Luffy Infernape
What did the
fee sent me.
Pokemon
She has
employee
it.
say when he jumped out from behind the till?
I don't know. What did the Pokemon employee say?
Hold
when
on
he
a
jumped
sec.
from behind the till?
I'm confused.
Supplies. Why don't programmers like
Rach, Dean.
Too complicated?
Hang on.
What you like?
Hey, Tactical Dilly!
Tactical Dilly 35 months.
35 months!
Currently trying to change my body clock back after a week of night shifts. It's not going well, but at least Pokemon is
Well, here's hoping you can fix it. Big salutes in chat for Tactical Dilly. Ace Trainer Ultra, baby! How you been? Other than tired.
Oh, wait till she's out of Pokemon Center, but I'll ask
For Toby and Phoebe's stream,
Yeah.
Dean donated a lot of money because they were doing it for charity.
Oh, yeah.
And as one of the rewards, he asked Phoebe to draw a Luffy Infernape.
Oh, that's
Infernate the
sick.
Luffy. And Rach has a picture of it.
Oh, that's
What was the
awesome.
unemployed fish Pokemon doing?
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea. Job seeking.
I think I'm in a bot game.
What do you call a
Fucking
Teddy
love
Ursa
Charlie
when
Merriman.
A gummy
I
bear.
can't hear him.
He said, "What does
Figure out how to get my Pokeball
what does a
lot,
job
but
what are
why
jobless
the
what
beautiful
are jobless
Cloyston never
fish
share?
Pokemon doing? No, unemployed fish Pokemon doing.
Right.
Shellfish?
Job
They're pretty
seeking.
shellfish.
Huh.
I got it.
Fucking good.
Did I ruin that?
Yeah. Did you laugh? Did you groan? Either way, I hope your day's a bit merry.
I love Charlie Merriman. He's a lovely
Very
lad.
nice to have my first game back in bot. I'm quite happy with that.
Bot these nuts.
Bot
Bot your
game to
chin right
warm
on
up.
these nuts.
Aw, I have missed United, to be fair.
Oh, the babies are on screen. They're sleeping and shit. Caved after being jealous of Liam's pizza earlier. Time to pick mine up. Good choice, though.
I was a bit jealous of Liam's pizza, and then I had my mac and cheese, and I was all right. I was like,
I
actually,
definitely prefer the margarita to the 3 cheese.
I knew it'd be
personally.
too
I like the
much for
tomato
you.
taste.
I knew it'd be too much.
It wasn't
cheese
bad.
for
I was
you.
just there like,
no, because I know you actually liked it.
I love the sauce. I need one of those Chicago pizzas where it's under the sauce.
I
from
missed
Chicago.
you too, Dean. Thank you so much. I might be able to be in a bit of tomorrow's stream. Annoyingly, for Sunday, I'm gonna have to go to bed at like 9.
You are, you fucking
Because
loser.
I have to get up at like 5:30 in the morning.
I saw Ben and Jerry's too, so I might have added that to the order. Caramel Choo Choo. I love Caramel Choo Choo.
I want to hear more.
But I know that. I
Wait,
think-
Charlie's doing more one-liners. Hang on.
I've just had a few come through on the on your little pre-recorded section, but I want more, and I think Lee wants more too. I can see the little smile.
Gagging for more.
Put him on the spot.
Is this what the EU regional streams are like? It's just all you guys doing one-liners back and back?
Yeah, I think everyone's taken a leaf out of the Merriman book, I would say.
Ooh.
It's just whether they can live to that merry name, you know.
I don't think I can.
Have we achieved
What's going on with the audio?
Merriman
Hang on.
status yet, or are we?
Well, it's difficult. You're going to have to change your name by default. So I mean, that's
Like
step
Charlie
one.
Socks.
We can do that, Ben.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Ben Merriman,
personally,
Lee
Fair
Merriman.
enough.
He really wanted people to see his ankles.
Merriman, it has a ring
No, he
to
didn't
it.
want them to see their ankles. Babe, that's the
Yeah.
point.
Oh, yeah, true.
I like it. I mean, personally,
Mr. Kipling, have an
I'm
ice
sharp
cream?
enough
I
to do
don't.
one-liners, so I kind of
The whole
take 6 liners, but I'm
Yeah.
working it down to one.
The thing is, Ben, I would do one more one-liner, but I think it might be overquill.
Oh, let's go. He did it.
We have our feature match ready to go. I'm actually
Said,
not sure
"Do you know what,
it
Ben?
is
I would
'cause
do one
left
more
my
one-liner,
lovely
but that'd be
phone over there.
overkill."
So why don't we just
Hey,
It
Merry
is
Merry
under
Man,
hill
Charlie Merry
versus
Man.
Away, and I don't have my glasses on, so apologies there.
Versus Wei
But
Chair.
This is going to be the first full Corona I've seen
Hey,
all
well
weekend. So
done,
excited to see
Dee.
We
that.
hatched the set of eggs and I'll put it in.
We saw a Ho-Oh before.
And number 3 and number 4 already. Go on, lad. Fucking hell.
I don't know. To be honest, I'm still just
Let the boy
happy
get
that we saw the
excited.
only Ho-Oh in the tournament.
I'm hoping sleep and considering not wait. No, Gizmo.
The only one.
Gizmo, do you really want to live? Right? Do you really want to die not knowing whether you could have pulled Robin or not? Come on, mate.
So a little bit under the thumb for Alex there.
Yeah, but you can always terrestrialize.
Come on, mate.
And I would imagine, I mean, arguably also the Calyrex Ice Rider is weak.
At least Porker first.
One of them is going to terrestrialize, right?
I meant waking up going to work.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, to be fair, given sometimes the way you and Kaylee talking here, you going, I'm considering sleeping. I'm going to sleep and I'm considering not waking up. Like,
Don't blame him. He's going to work on a Saturday.
yeah.
It's mean. Mean and bully. Are you at least able to go to the gym? Forehand.
Switching it out seems pretty feasible too.
My old account reopened to finish this battle. What, the battle with yourself?
I love it personally. I'm still on that
Dean
train.
versus Dean.
We got it. There's the Calyrex. Terry.
Yeah, you can't blame us for that, right?
One of the Terra options on Calyrex that doesn't.
Bro talks about being gone and being dead and dying and being stuff like that all the time, and then goes, "What do you mean? I meant just not getting up for work. Idiots. You're all dumb."
Oh!
That was a good double there, though.
Oh, to reopen to win the battle with Bro Metapod and Kazes. My final nemesis. Oh yeah, sorry, it's Pro Metapod and Kazes.
Yeah, it is.
That's a different guy.
It's so weird now because I remember the discussion where it was like, you know what, you should change yourself to Pro Metapod. And now it feels weird to think he was called Pro at one point.
Pro Metapod 1.
Volcarona's back though.
Yes, Mo.
Electric Sea defense boost now, so I know, Lee.
Ismo, look, I hate myself. Look what I've done.
Don't know why, but seeing Calyrex Terra on with the horse looks cool.
I mean, I'm enjoying
It doesn't look cool
myself,
when
to
you're
be fair.
facing it. Still killing as a Zoomerel. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, I mean-
But you're not saying it.
I'm yeah, no, I'm on the bot game, obviously, so that's why I'm winning.
I'm on burger.
No.
Oh, don't say
What is-
burger.
I wonder if
Oh, you're gonna want to.
Do you still make the roasting Pokemon episode series? I haven't made one in a long while, but they are coming back. Yeah.
You just got to finish some other bits and then hopefully.
Just fixing my brain and then I can make more.
Nice.
Don't you worry. It's on the cards.
Where you're going to be able to
But no, it was on the anime. Very good.
pick off that ogre.
Have some sleep, Gizmo. You need it.
Still got to worry about the Zama.
No lie, when I worked as Suicidal Teens, I used to joke with them and say, if you want to self-harm and feel pain because you hate yourself, play Unite. Damn!
You want to get cheeky or not and not target down directly the Ogre-Pod. If the Zama's wide
Very
guarding,
good.
it's not attacking.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sheen.
It's probably positive. I think Wei's
Hatch
like,
the
a
Sheen.
little bit of a
Imagine if I
sticky
hatched the
situation
Sheen.
at the moment, but it does depend on what they've got in the pack.
I can say with absolutely unequivocal certainty that this weekend there'll be no work on a new WTF Moments because this weekend is all about the World Championships.
Yeah. What time do you start streaming tomorrow?
I might start at half. I'm gonna start at 4 again tomorrow. Fuck it. I enjoyed chilling. Annoyingly today I started at 4 because their stream starts at 4:30 and their stream started with a half-hour countdown. I was like, but I'm just gonna start at 4 tomorrow. Fuck it.
I also do that at dinner, Gabby.
Well,
so,
yeah, that's fine.
Who's getting
I'll still
boosted
make
at
this
dinner?
dinner.
Me.
But you'll have to eat the message.
That's classic Ben. Classic Ben.
That was during the Unite hype when Sophie was still regularly streaming the game. Yeah, because the hype died after Sophie stopped streaming it. You could say it's her fault the hype died. Honestly, she's killed the game.
That's pretty great with Trick Room.
They couldn't even save it with Latios and Latios.
You could honestly have finished that with just regular streams.
Chicken bolts.
Oh.
I get so sad.
It's a curry, Gabby. That's why. Yeah.
I'm learning
Pray
so
that
much here.
September is my month. Although I am going to do a little cheeky birthday stream on a Friday.
September is my month.
I haven't
England
decided
is
if I'm
my
going to do a
city.
12-hour just a normal stream yet. Or what I'm even going to do, to be fair.
I'm gonna call my dad
He won't
Jesus.
wildcard 3 times in a row.
I think I might shiny hunt
But the
probably.
Raging Bolt doesn't want to take a
Let's
Glacier
do it.
Lance, so
Yeah, I almost feel
Top
like
Hunt, Among Us, Unite, so many games that lost out.
Terra yet?
No.
So the
Hey,
Raging Bolt.
don't matter. It don't matter, Jason, because what are we getting this year?
I
Fox
still
Hunt.
absolutely love watching people play it, though, to be honest.
We're getting Fox Hunt.
Maybe it's fairy.
I'm down for an 8-4 ratio. I don't know what that means.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
What does that mean?
Classic.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm being cocky.
Dean, don't you dare leave. Wait, is that what that means?
The right idea.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
8-4 ratio.
Find the way.
No worries, UV. Get some sleep, my boy.
Oh, sleep sweet, dude.
All bets are off, Ben.
Oh, yeah, there is a Swiss round A. Okay. Speed up, Liam. Oh, okay. I feel like chat and I should negotiate times I don't show so others can take champ. Oh. We're not modless. We got Liam.
That still hurts.
We got Metapod somewhere. He might be asleep, but he's somewhere.
Well, like you're sitting pretty comfy after that.
Yeah, you are.
I think Sophie Jane fell asleep in the bath. Rach is at Worlds. Amma is asleep, I think. I don't think she announced that she was sleeping. I think she's just fallen asleep. These young whippersnappers.
It's nice though. There's almost
Patty
a pin here
whappers.
because you don't really need to worry about this Amazenta because it's kind of forced into having to.
It's all right.
Really,
yeah.
While the trick room's up, so you can
Metapod says no. I'm not asleep. There you go.
On the Raging Bolt, of course.
Why did Bro Metapod is awake have the same fucking? It just had. I read it in the same cadence as Richmond's still alive.
You did. No, we realised we haven't watched the final season of what they do in the shadows.
What we do in the shadows, I know. We need to watch it.
But we are on One Piece at the moment. I think we're waiting until we get through a next arc.
Yeah.
And then maybe we'll take a break.
Because we literally just started an arc.
Yeah, we just started one.
Care more about what Bro Metapod says, so it's a no. Wait, I thought he was saying that we're not modless now. I think because that was the question before.
Confusion.
Oh, so Dean, don't leave. It makes us sad when you leave.
Would be a great opportunity to quiver dance, protect, and then you maintain the speed advantage.
Like, it's okay for you to be the champion and to have, like, a mad amount as champion. Because one day, some fucker will turn up and call you bluff and be like, oh, you've done 1174.43. I'll do 1174.44. Fuck you.
Oh, I'm in my own convo.
Yeah, Dean, you are ranting to Dean about Dean. It's kind of wild. What bluff? There you go. You never know. Someone might come in. Bill Gates might turn up and be like, fucking love Ace Trainer, Liam. I'm going to buy him a gate.
Yeah. I don't even mind fake out.
On a shiny hunt, Liam and Sophie. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm just having a little doing a bit of cheeky shiny rule there.
How you doing?
Good.
I'm playing Unite for the first time.
As we champion at the end of the day, we could put all our money where our mouth is, but it ain't happened yet. Last few recent episodes of One Piece are getting really good, not gonna lie. Can you not tell me anything about them, please? At all. I don't even want to know that
You're
much.
just preempting it because obviously people like to spoil. But
We literally just finished Thriller Bark. We have literally just entered Fishman Isle. We are not with the recent episodes. Block him. Block who? I'm not going to spoil. Good. We don't need to spoil it. He's not going to spoil. He just said he's not going to spoil. Don't worry.
I'm going to try. Because this is a bot game as well. I'm going to try.
Looking at NHS, at least 15 years. I've been kind to NHS staff. Oh, wait.
Sorry, this outfit is so fucking cute.
Wait, Rapidash is in the game?
Yeah, Galarian Rapidash. I do have that one. That was the last one of the last ones.
God, I have missed a lot.
I want to give props to you, Gabby.
I'm going to try. Is Rapidash
Oh, okay, fair play.
It
was to block him out of nowhere.
I don't blame him because Gene's like Rage. They don't want us to be spoiled in One Piece. And I totally understand. That's why we can believe it, because people are like, no one spoil it. They're watching it blind.
Liam.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm just fixated on my
Balti sandwiches.
Oh, that's what they were explaining earlier. They mentioned Balti, and Gabby was like... Gabby was like, what is that? And they were like, oh, it's a curry, Gabby. She's like, I'm learning so much.
What is it?
And now they're talking about Balti sandwiches.
Oh, Darren, I love a good curry.
I love a good curry. Ooh.
Well, you've got to have Hunter's chicken tomorrow.
That's fine, I'll eat Hunter's
I love
chicken.
Hunter's chicken.
I know you do, that's why I'll eat it. I think it's just fine.
Yeah, I think.
But then I'm one of those heathens that people hate because I say things like, I just think barbecue sauce is a bit mid.
That's a nice KO to get.
And everyone goes,
I think if you
do you know what pisses me off actually, right? Is when I say I don't think, like I think barbecue sauce is mid, like it's fine, it's not that bad. People go, You don't like barbecue sauce. And I'm like, motherfucker, when did I say that?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
When did I say that? I said it's fine.
I think that's one of the things that
Oh,
I don't
look
like
how
barbecue sauce.
pretty I
Ketchup's
am.
right there. See, you said you don't like it.
you'd like for the calorie
Okay, Liam, someone else can finish the bar. Lol, you asked and I answered.
Wait, what?
When did I ask that? What? I didn't ask you to finish the bar. Did I? Oh, I'm confused. What?
I think Way's positioned this actually really well. It doesn't look like it's optimal to leave those two Pokemon.
I don't understand what you mean.
Is Dazzling Gleam or Fairy? Let's find out. I guess I'm going to go Dazzling Gleam. Why not?
Hang on. The
I don't know if this is going to be good.
Was that person actually using Wolf's Incineroar? Because that's fucking mint if they were.
Sorry, that hit a little bit different when you did it.
At the start, when we talked about fractions.
Yeah, I didn't want to deafen everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Incineroar keeping itself healthy here.
Gotta love that.
I don't
mechanic,
remember.
right? Passing leads
Mate, I'll be honest.
I always have to double
You're talking to somebody who forgets what you said moments ago, and you want me to remember something from the start.
It's also slightly weird.
That's all right, mate.
Flying type.
That's all right. Thank you very much for everything you have done today. I very much appreciate it.
Appreciate it lots.
Because like I can pay bills and shit. That's gonna be very helpful.
I think the knockoff into
Wish Rapidash got a Mega having wings. It'd be cool. Yeah.
Oh, that would be cool.
10-second rule, William's memory. Fucking 10 seconds is generous.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Dean said no. I don't understand.
Critical hit territory, basically.
It says no. Don't remember what I said where no would be the response.
Not necessarily. Like, it definitely can.
I like things to be solved.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's lifeable focus on Chimpanzee.
I'm also. I don't know.
I don't understand. I'm trying to remember, and it's hurting my head. I'm tired.
Okay.
Encore.
What is
That's the
happening?
second encore Calyrex
I also
Shadow
can't do
Rider at least I've
fraction,
seen
so.
today. That's pretty cool.
And rising up.
As another.
But actually, the
Fractions.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Where did that come
That's
from?
a really good call.
He likes things to be solved.
KO there. Yeah, fake out's going to.
You mean equations?
Time after time, but
You mentioned a fraction earlier, didn't he?
Should get to attacks.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh no, actually it was a ratio, I think.
Yeah, ratio nerd. I don't remember. I'll be completely honest. I don't know what I'm here. Oh my fucking god!
So you have your special
Oh!
defense buffs and
You-
hope that the critical hit doesn't come through.
Yeah, I think so.
So Volcarona doing very well.
Dean!
Slitherwing, nor do we see.
I'm all right.
Interesting.
Dean!
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Dean!
We're having a little.
Fucking hell!
Lost in the field.
Really?
I thought you said you were done. Fucking hell, mate!
Thank you so
I
much.
want to talk to the Totodile.
You're gonna break the search, really, mate? It's like I'm getting fucking close, mate.
Ah, thank you so
so.
much.
I'm
I'm
done
done
when
when I'm
I'm
done.
done.
Valid.
Mate. Fucking hell.
Was that your first part?
I don't deserve it, mate. I haven't done no. I just got confused at things you said moments ago.
So much.
Oh, mate, like,
Oh my goodness.
have you got me, of all people, fucking speechless?
Oh.
Also, just slight distraction, but they had a player card that was a shiny execute in one of the Vullaby nests.
Poke Trainer
I was
D
mint.
donated £428.
It's part of the plan. What's
Solved bitch.
solved bitch was the comment. Thank you very much. Fucking hell.
Oh.
I want to know what this plan is. Confuse and conquer? Ah, there you go.
Hey. I mean, that
Not
worked.
conquered
It
me yet.
worked. It worked.
I ain't cried, nearly.
It won't. Purely because he literally physically can't. Otherwise he would, genuinely.
I don't know how many times I can use emojis. You've used them. It was good. Fucking thank you so much, dear.
Genuinely,
I
thank you so much.
I have no idea what to
That
say other
helps
than
us
thank
more
you.
than I think even express. Thank you so much.
Like,
Okay, so the switch up here.
honestly, what the fuck? We haven't even done out.
It really matters what the item is.
I wanted to go nuts. Mate.
You do.
Nuts
honestly.
indeed.
Nope.
Fucking hell.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's either a focus
Tomorrow
smash
I can
or
stream
a
without the
choice
bar.
scarf,
That's
or maybe
going to
choice
be a lot
dance,
less
right?
embarrassing for me.
There's
Thank
nothing
you.
else right now.
There's the
Like, I don't, because obviously, you know, people see a beggar bar and they're like, fucking streamer, try and get money, he doesn't fucking do any work, does he? Well, I do, I try and get a lot of work done. But, like, I genuinely, like, I've tried to talk it up as a joke, having the emoji and calling it the supremely desperate and shameful e-beggar bar, but I genuinely get, like, embarrassed that it's there.
Can't make team exclusive emoji.
Because it shows, like...
Maybe an exclusive alert, sorry.
Maybe. But just, like... What am I trying to say?
Alright, that's my fault.
Just, like, I get genuinely embarrassed by having the bar there because, like, to me that shows that I'm not achieving the things that I need to be achieving and I'm not getting done what I need to get done. So, like, the fact that I'm going to be able to just not have it there tomorrow
Yeah, thank you so much.
is just, it's so fucking good for my fucking mental health, dude. Like, I very much appreciate
genuinely
it.
be struggling, so it helps.
Yeah,
so
like,
much.
the wedding cleaned us right fucking out. Make it my face with money ice. We want to encourage people to keep donating.
Thank you.
Don't want to scare them away, lad.
It's been a week.
Legal
oh my
reasons
god,
to
and Britney Spears oops it again.
Be
Perfect
live.
live.
I don't know if you can set an alert to happen just with a particular person.
No, but like you could do it as a set amount.
That only he knows.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Quite a bit of a load off them.
But people would work it out.
Their spot in day 2, but equally at the same
Although people will work out as soon as you do it
keep
once.
winning. There's no like
True.
You're not playing for
We'll keep it as it is.
Yeah.
We'll keep it. That's easier because as well, like, if I do that for every person that's ever done that, because remember, people have come before Dean. We need to also respect those people as well. We'll make it 151. Change it every month like a password. Jason's bloody ideas. Oh damn!
We've said it on broadcast all weekend. There
Used to be alert for $69.
It does need to be alert.
across the board for the players that we've got coming to represent.
I need to do some alerts on mine. I've still not
I
done
do.
that properly.
I'll freshen things up. It's just a money amount, not a code. Yeah, right.
Each and every one of them. So
ideas everywhere.
And by the end of the day, you know, I think
Exactly.
our players, they're running a little bit low on juice. So
I saw quick thinking back to that.
Who's running low on juice? Lee Provost just described me. No, you don't respect anyone else. We're all peasants to scum the grace of Dean. Jason, I don't know how you speak with your tongue so far up his arse right now. Don't know 151 unlocks Dean losing his mind emoji.
No problem. No biggie.
incredible.
They make it look
How do
easy.
you do that?
don't they?
Exactly.
That's a good question. I have no idea.
That was phenomenal.
But regardless, thank you, Dean.
The perfect zone.
Oh, fucking hell. There's still a Swiss round 8, mate. Oh, shit. You know what I want to check? You've reminded me. You bored of the game you're playing?
No. Sorry, I was just thinking something.
What did you say?
I said I can draw emotes, to be fair.
Oh, I genuinely heard that you were bored. Like, I'm quite bored of this, is what I heard. And I was like,
No.
oh, he's been acquired. Now to drag myself home. Hey, at least you went and collected it.
After those snarls go off,
Jealous that it isn't your arse. I've got a lovely arse shot. Oh, Dill's still playing though. Dill's gone 4-3. That's Dill. Where is? Where is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Wolf. Oh, this is the next round pairings. They're up. Wolf Glick's 5 and 2. Wolf's still. Oh, that means Joseph's out. Joseph from Yorkshire's out. Lost to Wolf.
Of course, at the beginning of Regulations at I, and now that Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow Rider is so established.
I assume Joseph's still playing though, right? Unless, I don't know, if I just lost to Wolf Glick, I'd be fucking petered out. Joe Ugate's 4-3 as well. Oh, damn.
Yeah, but he's still playing.
Joseph Martin's 4-3, still playing. Good lad. Good lad, Joe. That's the way. I think we broke a personal record today. Oh, you've absolutely broken a personal record.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Because if you've moved up to 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Because, like, obviously, the 2 and 3 slots are fucking high.
Yeah.
They are certainly amounts. 1602 in a day, mate. Yeah, that's fucking
thank
wild.
You so much, dude.
That is a big
I
one.
mean, following the discourse online going into this tournament, it felt like everybody was talking about
Not just 1602. 1602 and 43 cents.
but lamenting the fact that they couldn't figure out how to beat it.
Yeah, I think it was
A nice round number.
saying it's got to the point in their team building.
Don't tease him, Liam. Chim Pao hitting under 3 mil is unnerving. Are we going to have to contribute for the next ones now? Oh, fuck it, don't say that.
But now we've got the Quiver Dance up on
We did not get a shiny. I'll be honest, while we were doing that shiny hunt, I was not looking at all at any of the shinies.
4 times super effective damage from the snarl.
Don't forget the cents, baby. That's pence, mate. We're in the United Kingdom of UK. That's what they call it.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with the snarl knocking it down. But then a double target to the Volk
Bing
Rider.
bong.
Lee, what do you reckon? Is it?
Can't forget the cents. God, forget the cents. Can't forget the cents.
On the other side of the field, I feel, and then you're pinned, and then you're in that position with Maridon where
I was going to buy the free run crossbow, but apparently it's sold out my size. So I will.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
No shinies from the eggs you hatched so far? No.
But I think.
You know what I do need to do,
Oh,
though?
I need to get my code.
So you've got to come in.
You know what I do need to do, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try and get that done as quickly as possible. Is I do need to break into this backlog of the eggs that I got previously that I didn't hatch. Do you know what I mean? Just get them fucking hatched again, even though we know none of them are shiny, so we can get them out of the way. Fuck your bits, track it out with past you. Oh, be nice to Kaylee.
Be nice
Kaylee's
to
had a
Kaylee.
rough day. Be nice to Kaylee.
Oh wait, I'm gonna.
Good life day. I've been lurking since early. How you doing, Matthew?
Wait, I didn't want to go into a game.
Yeah, we're here for the whole of Worlds. I'm watching every little bit of it. And to be fair, they've done a really good job of not having loads of shit downtime when nothing's happening.
Give
Like
us, honestly, give us the ability to release eggs, please.
Please. Like,
Oh, yes.
I get there's probably some moral thing of, but they'll never be able to hatch into Pokemon. I couldn't give a fuck. I was never going to hatch them anyway if I want to release them.
Or like, put something in the game, like go to the daycare, right? We've got these eggs. Will you
Give
raise
them
them?
to the daycare people, yeah.
Oh, am I still on my...
8:30 p.m. here in Maine. Here, it's later than that. Here, it's 1:38 in the morning.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Get knocked out to a gust of wind in this situation.
I think I'm doing a sort out there.
I don't think that's a valid move.
Maybe gust.
Jessingtons.
Wind is a trading card.
Oh,
is it? Yeah.
Nah, it's release the eggs. Yeah, just, you know what I mean? Wipe them from existence like an arse.
Game has frozen.
Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I was going. No, I'm trying to go to
Exactly. Well, because it's
PCG
not.
Pocket, because TCG Pocket has
Did you get your code?
I got the code. Yeah, people were getting so angry in that stream because everyone was going redeem code. Like, you can't do that, guys. You just sit in the fucking stream.
Oh.
Thousands of people, and I did say someone should really. The moderators kept removing my messages because I was like asking them. And then I was like, no, what I'm trying to say is, if you pin something like this, then the people will know that redeem doesn't work. And
what kind of
find out, and I was like, okay,
Pretty excited for Christmas and New Year's Eve stream. Mate, they're going to be fucking baller. And my birthday stream. Oi, guess what? What's wrong, Dean?
Well, no, I can't wait for...
He's going to tell us he loves us.
I mean,
Pokemon Egg Orphanarium. Oh my word! He's made it 221 gifties. He's a bloody legend. Big love for Dean. He's continuing to spoil us. Because gifties help us in September. So thank you very much. You're going insane tonight, mate.
You can also just check the players'
That's what. You bloody ledge.
which is obviously more important here.
You're just putting a code in. Mate, you got to save some of this money for yourself, lad. That's throwing his whole paycheck at us. What a gem. What a good lad. Big love for Dean. Give him love, give him hugs, give him hearts. Give him a blowy or two, you know?
Show you my card. Put my phone in. I would open.
I made 20k last month. I'm good. I'm jelly. Ba, ba, ba. I just like hearing the song constantly. Because it's finally hit the point where it reminds me of 2001 A Space Odyssey and not Ric Flair.
I'm trying to remember how to redeem.
You do not redeem! Very good. No, you actually have to. Lego Ghost Anakin is a goated username. It's fucking mint, right? Chop these nuts. I would love a cuddle. Good half-hour nap with a cuddle. I am good. Oh, that's wholesome. Today was great, by the way. Super cool weather, no issues. Nice. Now, no one get excited about these egg hatching because they're all non-shiny. B6 and 5 gifties. Thank you, girl. We don't deserve that.
It's a little little silly goofy here for a round.
Really don't remember how.
Big love for BSEC.
Because this has been a
Just chipping in a little. I say a little bit. That's 5 gifties. That's like fucking more money than I've got. Go on, girl. Thank you very much.
Yeah, some really great players.
Big love.
Yeah, again, so many of
Why don't you do a Google search? How do I redeem code in Pokemon Unite?
7-0 spot. I think we've seen all these players either on
Ooh!
the side stream already.
Dean just done 50 quid. I was joking when I said double the bar. He's going to double the bar.
Dean just donated 50
Oh wait, message.
for our Soph.
For our Soph. Oh, my main card got blocked. From what? From doing the YouTube or from doing PayPal? Fucking hell. Sorry, I don't play Unite. I tried the controller drift. Wasn't for me. I don't think that's a feature of Unite. I think that's a feature of your controller.
That's the controller problem.
Yeah. Nose long like garden hose. Too much money. Oh, Dean, don't get yourself in trouble with the bank.
3 in a row from here. We'll see,
Or maybe it's settings.
next round of players here as they
That's
match up,
50 squiddoos to send to our
stress for the
Sophie.
players with 2 next to their name instead of
50
1 or 0.
squidoo.
And talking about players with 2 next to their name, looking at our pairings for the final round of the day, as well
What?
as our broadcast.
You're going,
Sorry, I was. My brain is mush. This man is trying to break me. And is it working?
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately,
I forgot.
I mean, that is your world stream gone.
Yeah, it's and 2 players again.
Oh
Get
wait.
to watch a lot of
The bank
players
says we're
in
done.
North
You're done.
America. Chat, we
Thank
heard
you,
here.
Dean.
Wolf, we're
Good
gonna show you.
lord.
It should be a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
I
I think
forgot
I'm
you
really
have to do
excited
it on
about both
the
these players'
website,
teams.
don't
They're
you?
both really fun players to watch. Not
Support
afraid to take
these
risks on
nuts.
stream, and I think both of them have really shown us some great development.
Tried
over the course
playing
of
the
their
first
careers.
week, but
Both,
I got the
of course, a
hang of
little
it.
bit longer, but,
Fair.
we've seen a lot of Marcus over the course of the last
Do this
few
consider
seasons, and
trying
I've been really
anymore?
impressed by him. Always a lot of fun.
I'm not
Has
broken.
Some roses, has earned some roses as well with his excellent
Not yet.
performances, and you know, it's disappointing to see 2 of the most fun players to watch in North
Slightly,
America
there are
facing
cracks
off
around the
in
edges of his
elimination
bravado,
matches.
but I'm powering through.
Thank you so much.
You're such a good lad, Dean.
Thank you.
Too busy
Genuinely.
receiving them because this has been his best season
Helps us
on
so
record.
fucking
So
much.
to be able to
I
potentially
guess I
then
could
make
get
day
Steve
2 at the
across
World
my arms.
Championships is crazy. But then when you're looking at Wolf's year, I
The only way we keep being able to do what we do is because of people like you, and also the lovely people that came before you as well.
national champion.
We never forget them either.
There is no run like
Fucking
that,
legends.
so- oh my
To be fair, anyone who's ever dropped anything on this channel, like, you can watch this for free all you want, forever. You ain't have to give anything, but you all do, and you choose to, and it's fucking...
I always come.
I bet you fucking do. That's the way to keep women happy.
No one prepares more for any tournament than they do for the World Championships.
Always.
You gotta be the best at what you're doing, right?
That's the
And,
golden rule.
I think there's a bunch of trainers in those to really understand their identities and think of some of why they've done so well.
Oh, we're getting Wolfglade versus Marcus Dion, and whoever loses is out.
Oh,
Ooh, fuck Pokemon. Oh no, wait. Fuck Pokemon. We're watching Pokemon. I need a Wii before we do this. Anything to get Wolfie on fucking stream.
There is going to be an 8-0 that is so deserving, and I cannot wait to
Thank you.
see. This
Ooh.
World
Wii
Championship is
before
not
Wolf.
delivered in terms of the quality of players, the quality of matches,
you're wrong.
everything across the board.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and hey, you know, that's how you get players of this caliber who are right in the brink of elimination, right? Where been a lot of surprises so far, where I think players we kind of just penciled in
can't
for
hear
day
anything.
2. It's been a little more tenuous maybe than we'd expected.
Oh, fuck
and,
Pokemon. We're
I
watching
think
Pokemon,
it's,
literally.
speaks to how challenging this format can be. I mean, just look
no,
at
I
the last
could
round,
do,
right?
but
Where
I haven't.
Justin Tank played a good
do it.
set, and it just didn't matter, right? It's that hard, and you know, these players have come up with really good game plans. I think that's a
Few
really critical
hours
element
ago.
to this format, where you've got to have a team that can keep you in it, kind of allow you to maneuver a little bit, and boy, I'm just so excited to see how this wraps up today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the caliber of players, the fact that, again, the win and ins. I feel like those
They
are
are
always the most
really
intense matches, because with the,
Oh, the Growlithe one's
6-1, like, yeah, of
I
course,
don't
like,
like that
that's
the
one step
Growlithe
closer
is
to the
nearly
top
the
cut,
same
and knowing
size,
that
though.
somebody's world dream is
I
about
don't know why
to
that bothers
end.
me.
It's
But they
so
are
exciting,
really
but it's also
good.
just so heartbreaking when you
They are
get to
really
that end of the
good.
day, because I mean, everyone who's made it to this point has just been so deserving.
Yeah, and I think it's tough too. Or often when we get to this point in the tournament, we're streaming a player at 2 lots.
They
like,
are going to be a bit bigger.
It's 2 like extremes where like one player's moving out of a top cut, the other player going to fall short and be eliminated. The elimination is going to happen here, right? One of these players is going to be done, but
There we go.
whoever wins is going to get 2 more wins in consecutive rounds tomorrow just to move on. So it's an important
Very
stepping
tight.
stone, but it's
It's
just the
okay.
beginning of the journey. So these players are going to have to take a measured approach to this match.
I got up
It's gonna be
early
a very difficult opponent.
on a day
and
that I
then
knew I was
it gets a
streaming
good
late.
sleep tonight and we're set for tomorrow.
It's
far from
the
over.
drift is
tomorrow.
you control him.
But again, these are two
He is
people that
always
are
on the winning
capable
in,
of
isn't
the
he?
bounce back.
Win.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
that's
even
really hard to
thinking
say.
of
Winning in, isn't
starting
he?
off
There we
0
go.
and 2.
He's always on the winning in, isn't he?
Top
That was
16 after
amazing.
Winning out, win every single match.
Oh,
I believe
even if
10
the
in a
girls
row,
are
if
alright.
I'm doing the math right. Never do math on broadcast, kids, but I think it's 10 in a row after taking those 2 losses. So that is going to be something especially.
Oh,
impressive.
Sierra's outfit's cute,
Wolf
isn't
is
it?
definitely no stranger to those stressful situations.
Sierra's
Oh,
outfit's
so cute.
Yeah, right?
That's the like
Yeah, it's
jacket
definitely
that they have in there at the
It doesn't
moment.
get easier
Yeah.
tomorrow,
Oh, is it?
but of course,
Yeah,
we
it's
gotta
really
make sure the
cool.
world champion's deserving, right? We got to make sure that they're put through their paces and they can prove every step of the
I
way
think it's
that
like,
they're deserving.
yeah, it's like a proper.
Made it home with dinner.
I
Dropped
really
a pic in
like-
the Discord to blame Liam for it.
I really like the
Go on.
varsity jacket this year as well.
Yeah.
The varsity jacket is
I think one of the singers at the start had it on.
Because again,
Yeah,
this has
they're
been
really
Marcus's
nice.
best season, and I'm
Don't
looking
want
back at
to. I
Toronto,
need
where
to meet my
IB
dad an
and
hour away.
Wolf,
Oof.
but it was
Me
a
to pick up
match
2
where we
smaller
actually got to
pups.
see
Oh,
play out
good
very
reason
different
though.
teams, of course, very different format, where Wolf took Marcus out of the tournament, knocked it out in top 8. So now to be able to see that, yeah, we get a
Oh, I asked Chris about
semi-kind of a
Chun-Li G
rematch
Fuel.
now, a showdown between
Yeah?
these two
He
trainers
said,
with so much
noted, I
on
got
the
you.
line. It's really exciting, especially to
Oh,
seeing the
Chun-Li.
teams and everything they've brought into the tournament. We'll get into that into a second when we know that trainers have headsets on.
Pizza.
I can.
Whoa.
One time,
Ben and
a
Jerry's.
long time ago, I believe
Chocolate
about
fudge
2 years ago,
brownie.
Actually, I faced Wolf down in the tournament. I was
It's all in the
eliminated by
promo
him at a
from
very
the
similar
Pokemon
point in
World,
Swiss. So
15 quid.
I know what it's like. I wasn't quite good enough at the
Thought it'd be
time.
more than that.
You know, he's a difficult player, right? I think one thing that if I can,
I thought promo would be
I don't want to compare past Wolf to current Wolf too much. I think he's a much stronger player now than he was then. But I think at this point, the tournament is difficult. He's a very methodical player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's kind of good at getting you to bait. Kind of make the first move, kind of bait
Is that
yourself
no
into
audio?
making errors. So Marcus is
Ordino's a
tends to be
Pokemon,
tough when he plays a little
and it
quicker, right?
fucking
So I think it's
sucks.
sort of an interesting style matchup. Marcus is not
Learn the
going to
limit
be
break for
afraid
melee
to
DPS
maybe take
in
some
Final
risks, and
14
Wolf usually
summons
capitalize
an
on it. So
ethereal
will
Buster
the,
Sword. That's kind of
the
sick.
younger upstart player able to maybe catch Wolf off guard here, or Wolf
Now
able to
can
maybe
hear.
choke this one out as we've seen him do so many times.
Na na na
I
na
can
na
hear.
na na.
Whether Canada
Wolfie,
can
Wolfie,
take down
Glick,
Wolf or
Wolfie,
whether it's gonna
Glick,
be a Wolf
Wolfie,
that
Wolfie,
takes on Canada.
Glick.
Yeah, which that was as you mentioned, right? That's what happened last year, right?
Told you I was getting the Ben and Jerry. Did. You did indeed.
Oh,
Take
Ben
Wolf
and
down,
Jerry.
just cut his dreams short last year. So I know Wolf put a lot
This-
of prep in, and I think
this
you'll see
We
some
do have
familiar
ice
members
cream,
of his
to be
team,
fair.
so it'll
We
be,
do.
some
Maybe I'll have
Pokemon
one
that he's
at the
very
end.
familiar with, but
Yeah,
hey,
Yeah.
Wolf comes in prepped every year, and he only
You
won
don't
the
want
one
to have it
time.
now.
I mean, I definitely know Marcus
Okay.
has been putting the work in, and like still
don't have
again
to.
without leaking the teams,
you have
because
one.
you know we're gonna make sure
I
that
only
this
want
is
it
a
if
good
you
match.
want it.
But I feel like both of these teams are very
Shout out to
friendly
Go
with players'
Joe
play
Martin
styles. I
taking
feel
Wolf
when
to
I
game
look at
3 and
Wolf,
only
it's like,
losing due to a
yeah, this is very
50-50.
Wolf. I
Oh,
like
coin flip.
Oh, damn.
Some
Damn. What was the
things, they kind of
50-50?
speak to how the player plays.
What move was someone
I need to
using?
know why the fuck
Oh,
it's
to like
still on.
protect or not protect.
This is a Wolf Glick team.
Manda,
I feel like there's always that
just
like
great.
I
extra
thought someone was
level,
using
right? You know,
Zap
this is
Cannon.
something
Me
that
too. What
we're
the fuck? It's
talking
still
about
on at
with players.
8:30 p.m.
Suits it.
Why is
Yeah, I
it
think
this
that's really
hot
important.
at
You know,
midnight?
with Wolf playing like a
If you're going to
Thompson.
force
It
Liam into
doesn't scare
ice
me
cream,
as much,
so
right?
I'm debating if I
Wolf,
want
and,
one. I'm
yeah, I'm sure
trying
I'll
to
still
figure
find a way.
She's not going to
lose,
force me
but,
into an
it-
ice
it-
cream.
it's-
I'll force her to
it
have
doesn't,
ice
like,
cream.
feel like him at his
I thought you
best,
said
where,
force me
yeah,
into,
I
and I
think
was
both
like,
these
I don't want to be
players,
in an ice cream.
I'm sorry, I feel like we're repeating ourselves.
I'll
here.
drown.
We try, ethics or whatever. We're trying to do the right thing.
Well, sure, to be honest, that's all I was told. It sounds, if some people are saying it's a 50-50, then it's probably something like,
It's exciting.
oh, is he gonna sucker punch? Is he not gonna sucker punch? There's two options.
I think it should be
Because East
really
Coast.
great here. And Props to both
Ordino so
players
far
as
is the only
well,
Gen
where
5
at
mono
least
as a
they've
mega
got
from that gen. So hopefully more Gen 5 mons get a mega. You say hopefully. One of the starter Pokemon is ZA's Tepig. I feel like it's a really safe bet. I think I would put all of my money and family on it. Or there's gonna be a Mega Emboar. Like, imagine bringing out a game that has new megas in it, and you don't make any of the starter Pokemon have megas.
We're just figuring a
Oh
couple
wait,
of little
Liam, they did
things
that.
out
It's called
here,
Pokemon
so-
X and Y.
so don't mind us.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I just
I
proved
was-
myself
I
wrong.
was about to. I was waiting for you to get to it yourself.
Oh shit!
All right.
You made yourself look right, Mark.
I've made myself look a right knob.
Get ready for this.
Why do I do this to myself?
Oh, I love the transition.
Let's go. They're really nice, aren't they?
Yeah.
No pressure, Marcus. He heard me. Commentators, no? Giving up?
A match
There we
so
go.
Good. We just have to make you wait a little bit for it, but we want to make sure everything is right. And again, now we
Okay,
get
that
the
made me
real look at the teams, and yeah, that's a Wolf
Lame,
Flick
just
team, that's Marcus Dion team.
Yeah, the teasers always
Kali
a lot
Lunala.
of fun.
Easy for me to say.
That catches my eye here is that
It's usual, Randy Liam.
side of the field.
Then you have Ash Greninja.
If you're familiar with the video game championships as an ally, tends to
He
know.
didn't agree. He agreed.
One really defining characteristic of that Pokemon. It's very good at trading itself.
Oh, mate, fucking Annihilate. Let's go.
I think if you're playing a match
God,
between more
I've changed.
offensively based teams, that's a little less
I used to hate Annihilate. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, I don't like it. And I'm always losing to it. Now I love it. He's my boy.
You thought he was ugly.
I did. Now I love him. I think he's handsome.
He's like a monk.
Oh, I was going to say, I played Pokemon today. I fucking played today.
If I was on Wolf's side of the field.
Yeah, that's definitely a Pokemon with a big risk and potentially big reward, right?
Kind of want
Because,
Wolf
of
to
course, you
win
get that call, right?
because the
You can
video
get
will
rid
be
of a
better.
big threat on the opposing
Because he
end so
started
quickly,
on the
but all of
back
a sudden
foot.
a swap in a Pokemon that you can bear to be without. That's fine. But
also,
looking at this Wolf Flick team, I mean,
It's hard not to root for the person running a
You
off Metamon.
always want to
this is a
also
great
root
pairing.
for underdog.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
And the Wolfie is never the underdog.
A little slower team than
Wolfie hasn't been an underdog since 2016. Even then, he's in his little backstory thing he has on here. He's like, yeah, I went to a tournament and I won it. And he's just like, just went to his first tournament, just won it. The video will be better because you'll know, like, this match is going to be the difference between Wolf's Worlds video being 4 hours long or 6 hours long. Resist the urge to pick your nose. You're on camera. I got a booger.
If it doesn't terastallize, there is the option of
Ooh, he's got an interesting.
Yeah, right. My pants would be
Looking
shat.
over at Marcus Dion's team, I mean, we get to see a return of the Miraidon
I think
and
I
Calyrex.
don't
They
want
made a
ice
top
cream. I think
16
I'm
appearance
okay.
with that
It's
NXT
interesting
win,
seeing
as
someone
well
run
as that Incineroar,
Flamethrower on
whether that was
Volcarona
Pokemon
and not
Go,
Fiery
but
Dance.
Looking at the other three partner Pokemon, this is where we've deviated.
I wonder what
Annihilate.
is Fiery Dance lower
Something that's
accuracy?
Put a lot of pressure, whether it'll be that final Gambit or another move still with that
I'm surprised
Twin
not
Star,
Heat
that is
Wave
gonna be
too.
a speedy
Heat
Pokemon,
Wave,
and things like that Ogerpon
I was like, wait, isn't it
that is
physical?
so great for any sort of region.
Fiery Dance is 100% accuracy, but I guess it's weaker than Flamethrower?
Yeah,
Well,
it is.
technically,
Yeah,
is
it
it?
is.
No, wait,
Yeah, it's
Flamethrower's
80.
80.
No, it's 90.
Is it? Oh, okay.
I'm sure
I think
Flamethrower is
defensively
90.
could be pretty impactful here if he chooses to bring it. The struggle bug from that Volcarona,
sure it's
not
90.
often what we see with
You might be right. I think you're right.
version of Volcarona, where we saw a Giga Drain version do very well. At
It's 90, yeah.
Yeah,
So he
and
wants
it also
more.
has a 10% chance of burn.
Yeah, so he wants more damage and cripple physical rather than the special attack boost. Is it a boost?
Ability of Wolf's Koraidon to set the sun, and then
Ogerpon with the water mass looks good. Yeah. Love a bit of Wellspring. Where are you off?
On Marcus's side of the field.
I'll check on the girlies.
It seems like Wolf's Incineroar are going to need
I'm
to
not
help
gonna have
control
ice cream
There's
then.
a lot of things that I think really both these Incineroar are going to need to do.
Yeah, plus one boost.
I think the HP of these Pokemon could be something to keep in mind as you watch.
Wellspring,
matches,
best
maybe
pon.
especially Marcus's
Agreed.
Incineroar, where, there's a lot
Just
of
got a call
Pokemon
from my
on Wolf
card
that are
company.
Vulnerable to that Intimidate, so I think maybe a priority for Wolf to try to get Incineroar off the field.
Had to confirm I'm not fraud. Oh, there you go.
Intrigued with how these Incineroars are built out when you are looking at Incineroar for Marcus that has that taunt. When you're
Does
looking
that
at
mean
Wolf
they've
that
unblocked you now, or are they just like, now don't make any more payments
I mean,
today?
Marcus does have ways to be completely just shutting that down, so that's something to be watching out on the match as well.
Mate, I would not want to be that guy right now.
Maybe a couple of these slower options, and we have that Ursaluna for
Don't do it! Leave your nose alone! I'm telling you, leave your nose alone. I'm dead for the day. Oh, mate. I'm so sorry.
It's a lot of fun. I think it's a really challenging team preview too. Where
That's a nice
I think it's
Tash.
very viable for both trainers to kind of bring any of the 6 Pokemon. Some of them more likely than others, of course. But you really don't want to mislead here, especially with something like Annihilate in the match.
Especially with so much on the line. These two trainers at 5-2. The final round of Swiss here, day 1. And
Oh, let's go.
Let's get into it. Marcus Dion right away. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and that
Wolf
Incineroar,
leading
double
with
restricted
both
Wolf
restricteds.
Right away hitting the field.
Yeah, and Incineroar feels like a restricted Pokemon sometimes too, so maybe an appropriate group of 4 Pokemon.
Wolf has his own intimidate ability because I'd fuck up just knowing I was facing him. Yeah, basically. I feel that.
Maybe if you want to take a more traditional game
He's using the Life Orb Koraidon. Let's go. Best boy.
Not have the clear amulet, instead going for the Life Orb, so threatening more damage.
Flame charge in close combat. Classic.
Is UIC winning team, and then on the opposite side of the field, with Wolf having both restricted Pokemon, maybe going for some big damage here, but also with the sort of awkward option of maybe you try to anticipate a Trick Room and flip it yourself.
Yeah, and looking over this, it's a little bit awkward. So when you have this Koraidon, of course, you would love to be able to leverage a
Oh,
lot of
Terrifier,
damage
yep,
right
make sure.
away on on this turn, but eyeing up Incineroar back in
Maybe my card company would think I was throwing at NYC. She went somewhere that wasn't her home base or her uni. Must be fake, yeah, right?
Also has a couple of those options. Is that something you go for? Like, where do we go from here?
Yeah, tough to make a read, too, where fake out into the Karatas,
Trick room.
You can't fake out the Lunala, so it seems very likely that's
The
gonna
question
happen.
is, do we predict the trick room?
Switch in the Ursaluna, hoping to end
Ursaluna
this
the
turn with
Thunderstruck.
active.
A terrestrialization for the very first turn of this match coming out and onto none other than the Calyrex Ice
Ooh,
Rider.
okay.
Of course, when you could get the super effective hit from that Koraidon, you got to make sure that you drop that weakness, so we'll get to see that terrestrialization fire.
I don't think I like Koraidon and Lunala.
Into the Lunala.
Ooh.
Coming on out.
Straight for a knockoff is naughty. Oh my god.
The follow-up, how much damage is it going to be? Lunala is gone.
Oh my lord.
Oh, I don't think that was what Wolf was looking for at all. Gets red hard there, loses a Pokemon immediately.
Get red? Bro.
Go down pretty quickly itself. Of course, you don't take
Told you about
damage
deciding to
from
qualify
burn
for
the
Worlds
first
next year.
time
Just
this
trust.
Pokemon
I believe
activates,
you.
but this Pokemon's very weakened now, and tends to be a slower Pokemon. Wolf has lost his Trick Room setter, going to have a hard time getting any attacks off. Koraidon going to come out back on the battlefield, but we'll see the value of this Fire Terrestrialization from this Calyrex. It's good against almost everything in Wolf's team. You know, resists now the Fire type attack.
Yeah, Ursaluna's screwed.
Incineroar's around, doesn't have to worry about a Will-O-Wisp from it, though. And yeah, I think even would have avoided the attack from Lunala, but close combat coming down, going to pick up a knockout.
Yeah, bye-bye, Incin.
Incineroar instantly gone clean.
But a Glacial Lance here at +1.
To make an impact on this turn.
There's no downside.
In return from that Rocky helmet, but I feel like you got the better end of the trade that time around. Now, looking at these two
Surely.
Pokemon, of course, it's going to be an
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. The trade.
So maybe it's not so bad for Wolf after all. Learning a little bit about perhaps the way all these Pokemon are trained.
Fuck car companies. Mine let some asshat in California completely drain my bank account with fraudulent ATM withdrawals while I was in Iraq. That's fucking wild.
Really plays himself back into the game. Both sides now have lost a restricted Pokemon, so we're almost dead even here.
Okay, that's, yeah.
Looking at that as well, of course, when you're eyeing up the Ursaluna, that is on a timer. It's now down to 7 HP. It can only be around for one more turn before it's KO'd from that burn damage. Wondering if could have maybe had to protect on that turn, but now it's going to be two offensive Pokemon for Marcus hitting the field.
I guess.
Miraidon and the Ogerpon, the last two Pokemon. And where can we see the impact? Of course, when you have that Miraidon, there is no access to any sort of protection since it is that Assault Vest.
Yeah, pretty.
Miraidon kind of has the Dazzling Gleam, doesn't it?
You're probably going to go with some sort of
If it has
to
it.
finish Ursaluna off here. Don't want to actually allow it to attack anything, and you can't just double protect, as you mentioned. The Koraidon Wolf side sort of an interesting situation where do you think because you kind of have to pay the tax of attacking the Ursaluna, you can get away with swing with the Koraidon, or you go for a protect here and hope that the combination
This is
of
crazy. Yeah, it's what seeing two masters in action is like.
Turn
Fucking hell.
For the match, I mean, Wolf has taken so much momentum, and a fourth Pokemon in the back still unrevealed to Marcus. Might be the opportunity.
Amoonguss in the back. The savior.
It's something that could put a lot of pressure. So that's going to be swap out from Koraidon.
I wonder if they just went fucking hell for leather and just went for a Draco.
Let's give the props here to hit the field. Spiky Shield from the
Ooh, I don't know if I had a Spiky Shield. I
went
for the Draco. But the Facade's going to knock it out.
Well, that's a really
Wolf has turned it around.
Swing, it took all that damage, but it picks up a one-hit knockout on the Miraidon. Wolf looked like he was in such a bad spot.
That is wild.
That's a massive knockout.
That is wild.
It goes down a hero.
Ursaluna essentially only had 2 turns on the field to really make an impact and picking up not 1 but 2 restricted Pokemon KOs in its time.
And he hasn't even terrored yet.
It's going to be only the Ogerpon Wellspring left for Marcus Dion, and Koraidon now can hit the field, and we've seen how much damage that Koraidon can do. That is everything.
How
and
the
I feel like
fuck?
one move flick away from closing this out.
Yes, potentially a tricky spot. Wolf taking some time to think here, really smart. Where even though he has 1 Pokemon remaining, you still get this, the extra 45 seconds.
I guess stall out the sun.
Through the move here. Ogerpon's sort of an interesting position where if it was anything that wasn't a grass-type Pokemon, you could just go for a Rage Powder and attack here for an easy
Been
finish.
protected last turn, so
Immune to that Rage Powder from Amoonguss, so still potentially a trickier spot from Wolf here. Wants to make sure he doesn't throw this game.
You got to make sure.
Oh, forfeit. Wolf
yeah.
wins.
You got to think through it.
Right. One more fucking. Oh my god.
That's just going to be the concession from Marcus, and Wolf plays
Yo, what?
the first game in the set, which is such a high intensity match.
Yeah.
I mean, when you go from that first turn.
Oh my lord.
From Marcus and the amount of damage to then see how
Fucking Wolfie fucking just fucking went for it.
Yeah, I really love
Swear blinked and Wolf has completely flipped it. Literally went from, oh, this looks bleak, to, oh no, it doesn't.
What he was going for there, but you wound up losing
damn.
Pokemon for free. Definitely not what he was expecting, but yeah, Ursaluna winds up being so clutch.
Good
that
God,
first
diggity
pair of
damn.
knockouts, I think, kind of made sense, right? You're on Marcus's end, like,
Hello, small
there's a
boy.
whole
How
lot
are you
you can
doing?
do to avoid giving up. As we see, poor Lunala and Ursaluna here just getting absolutely ravaged by that Glacial Lance, but hey, you know, they pay it right back there. Ursaluna picked up a big knockout. It's really this turn that surprised me so much as we, the one afterward, where I think Wolf playing defensively, he switches the Koraidon out, ends up being pretty good, but I was surprised that the Miraidon went for the Draco Meteor there.
The restraint next time,
Like, you kind of
right?
have to because you're afraid of the damage back in the other direction. And maybe one of the weaknesses of the moveset of this Miraidon, right?
That shit
We've seen
crazy.
a surprising amount of Miraidon that don't have that Dazzling Gleam move. This is one of them where the only spread move is Snarl. I think it would have been enough to pick up the knockout.
That didn't even feel 5-minute battle. Oh, crazy shit.
Does choose to swing here, I could be throwing the
One more game and Wolfie is in day 2.
Quite right there. Wolf able to take advantage, and wow,
That was a mustache hair
7 HP
on my tongue. There we go. Lovely.
But really making
Not make it tongue hair.
impressive
Stop this.
damage there, and we see why that Pokemon's become so popular in this format.
And definitely, I feel like there is that opportunity when you are looking at that Ursaluna.
Marcus has some of the best facial expressions. I'm a fan.
You do have a couple of more
He's given me a bit of Lewis Capaldi energy.
and it only had 2 turns on the field. Could have maybe tried to slow down the pace a little bit, but maybe not aware of the speed. But we're going to see how it switches up in game 2. Those
Same leads. Same leads.
We're gonna run it back, and a full run back for both of these players.
I'm sort of fascinated that both players opted to do this again. I felt like that last game probably didn't go quite according to either player's game plan, where that was a very chaotic sort of game.
Right,
where,
this time, fake out Koraidon and high horsepower it.
Struggling. So can you imagine that Wolf does something a little different this time?
Yeah, and already you get to see that with
Yeah.
the move hover, and I'm curious if Marcus wants to make such an aggressive read or play as well, especially too getting good information about the speed tiering of the Pokemon. So already gonna be a little bit of a switch up. Incineroar's not sticking around to find out any sort of wrap.
That's such a good switch.
Oh, great switch.
Oh my God, what a switch.
Fighting type move, that could be everything. And I'm curious with the Calyrex Ice Rider click, because that is the wide guard from the Lunala. No spread damage moves. Close combat is also not going to do anything. And Leech Seed.
Oh.
It is going to be losing.
Mate.
Yeah, Marcus may be the god of tier 1s there, or turn 1s there, where once again it's just a great turn. You know, the switch into the Annihilate may not seem incredible, but
Scarf
I think it really
Annihilate, right?
puts
Yeah.
Wolf in a tricky spot here. You know, Leech Seed onto this Lunala is tricky, where you don't want to keep just feeding easy HP to the Calyrex. Makes it
Oh, so he's threatening Final Gambit into Koraidon or whatever switches in its place.
That slot now to try to avoid the threat of a Final Gambit. You can't use it on the Lunala because it's immune to the fighting type attack. So you'll have to see what this Annihilate blocks into, but it really does force Wolf's hand, where it's really hard to do anything with Koraidon except for Click Protect, although Wolf maybe has other ideas, certainly at least considering something a bit more bold.
Let's go for another wide guard.
Fortune favors the Bolts here, and up one in the set.
Oh, Wolf is shaken, lads.
Wolf can maybe get a little bit ahead of that. It could be everything. Now we're going to see Terrestrialization turn 2 of this match, and with that Koraidon, this is where you can really get to see a lot of this offensive pressure come out into the
If he clicked Final Gambit into Koraidon, this is wild.
Shadow Claw from the Annihilate so fast, and Lunala super
You know what?
effective is
Take
down.
it.
Vertical hit, 1 restricted for Wolf is gone. Now it's going to be up to this Koraidon to try
Shadow Claw Annihilate.
up with an attack here on this turn. Flare Blitz in retaliation. You have the Sun, you have the Terrestrialization into the Calyrex. That's going to be
Damn.
turn.
Yeah, both restricted Pokemon going down. These two Pokemon seem to, these two trainers seem to always like trading restricted Pokemon 1 for 1. And a really interesting read by both trainers. I don't think that critical hit on Lunala likely mattered with the double weakness there. But Marcus does still have to pay a little bit there. Where locking into the Shadow Claw rather than the Final Gambit means that you can't just immediately switch moves and try to pick up a knockout.
Yeah.
Koraidon, clearly Shadow Claw not going to be able to knock out anything else on Wolf's team in a single blow. So Koraidon perhaps going to be free again to swing again on the next turn, pending what Pokemon Marcus
What do
has
you
back.
do here?
That'll be the question here, and we got to see.
We're going to see who's on the field. So Amoonguss is going to redirect anything Annihilate does.
It was just going to be Incineroar that still hits the field.
Unless Incineroar fakes it out.
The last Pokemon is. But now, when you are eyeing up this turn, again, this is Incineroar that has a little bit fake out pressure, so that could help out.
Yeah, definitely could. Also, it's intimidated this Koraidon twice now, so Wolf
Ah.
heavily incentivized to get that off of the field, which leaves
Maybe.
more Mungus
Ooh,
here to
yeah.
stare down both Annihilate and the Fire-type Incineroar.
You kind of got to predict which Pokemon the Shadow Claw's going into if it's not just a straight-up switch.
You attack anyway, where Wolf has played this game pretty recklessly. Despite the Intimidate, you know, if you expect Marcus maybe to ignore the Koraidon slot, anticipating a switch, you could try to get
Ooh.
a cheeky Pollen Puff off to that slot.
Withdrew Annihilate, valid.
Is going to get out here and reset its attack so it can use a different attacking move once it returns to battle.
Out comes
The
Miraidon.
confirmation finally of the fourth Pokemon. Yes, it is going to be that second restricted Miraidon.
Ooh, okay.
As well, Hadron Engine. So if there is going to be something like a spore from the Amoonguss, of course, it won't be.
Imagine Incineroar gets the knockoff into the Ursaluna and knocks off its Flame Orb.
Well on this turn, as now we get to see the Terrestrial
Terra Ghost Incin.
from the opposing end. Incineroar into this water type.
Oh, Terra Water Incin.
The opposite of we saw last time. The Calyrex going from the chilly ice type into becoming a fire type. This time, Incineroar going to
Protect on the Amoonguss. Where did he go? Did he knock off into Koraidon? Oh, that's a shame. Went for the taunt into the Amoonguss.
It'll be able to continue using those status moves going forward, and that swap from both players does mean that Ursaluna
Cute. That's
this
cute.
go around gets onto the turn for free. So
Yeah, game one's already been.
onto the field for free. So
Yeah,
now
turn
it's
one.
and this is where you can really get to see
Fucking
some
the guy
pressure
just
out.
like,
really exciting opportunity
predicted
here for the
Wolf really
Ursaluna,
well,
where,
and then Wolf just
you
caught
know,
it back
field
and
didn't
got a
get
win.
intimidated, would love
Out
to
of
take a
nowhere.
swing at one of these
It's
two
fucking
Pokemon.
mint.
But the
And then
type
this
matchup
round,
is a
Wolf's
couple
been a
of
little bit
interesting
rocked,
advantages
but he
that Incineroar
seems to be
transformation
maybe
is that
getting
now
in a
it's
better
water-type
position.
Pokemon. No, not only does it resist Koraidon's fire-type attacks, but also now is no longer weak to the ground-type moves for Ursaluna, which
good.
would incentivize you to try to go for a normal-type attack if you're attacking that slot, of course, with the Ghost-type Annihilate in the back.
Yeah,
You
Rage
really don't
Powder
want to risk
standard.
whiffing a Facade, which would likely lose the game. So Wolf gonna have to make a good prediction here. Likely have to headlong rush one of these Pokemon. Hope to
Ooh.
pick up big damage, and it will be into this Miraidon slot.
Yeah, and Miraidon not able to protect, and also on the type chart doesn't fare too well. That would be interesting. Of course, the Miraidon is faster,
Rage
but
Powder,
Amoonguss
valid.
with that Rage Powder will be able to keep its partner.
Is
Ursaluna
Miraidon gonna go
safe.
Draco?
Now Miraidon, that's gonna be the Volt.
Oh!
This is great. The Incineroar had just
Nicely
out,
done.
And now Miraidon will be able to bring it back onto the field. I'm sure Incineroar is not going to appreciate what's about to happen next, but
Drop the attack of the Ursaluna.
I really like how Marcus plays these turns. He's going to take this attack pretty well because he's going to get the intimidate.
Annihilate's going to have a 100 base power Rage
It's
Fist.
going to be quite painful, but I think Marcus mitigated this pretty well.
Oh, it went into Incin, valid.
Ooh, geez, that still does a lot, but it survives and now has the fake out pressure this turn.
Defense is
the
down.
important part. We made it through. We survived. Rocky Helmet's going to be a little bit of
Yeah,
damage
now you
for
final
just
gambit
a
into
little bit more,
Amoonguss.
So slowly but surely trying to put this Ursaluna
And
into
fake
a
out the
little bit more
Ursaluna,
favor. And
probably.
now Annihilate's back on the field, and again,
What have I done again?
Annihilate full health, and yeah, I can pick a move with that.
Actually, final gambit the Ursaluna.
Yeah, sort of a fun situation now. You see Wolf considering another
Because
tricky decision where
you kind of need Miraidon for Koraidon and Amoonguss.
what does it choose to lock into here, right? Where I think a final game, but
You need to get rid of the Ursaluna before you can bring Miraidon
Wolf
back.
has some fun options to play around that. But instead, the Annihilate just going to leave
Ooh,
the
that's
battle, and that
risky.
could be just
Ooh.
I know he didn't go for that slot.
Yeah, this is a big pivoting game now. Miraidon back out onto the field. It is just that continued
But you got an
back
Earthquake
and
there,
forward.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though, because you can see on the team sheet that Wolfie is running Earthquake.
Now I'm eyeing up the bear and the cat out on the field. Fake out Incineroar.
Okay, fair.
Ursaluna.
You know what?
Not
Valid.
doing
Free
too
switch in
much.
for Miraidon.
Yeah, it's an important fake out there. We saw what Wolf locked into. That likely would have been a game losing had Incineroar gone for anything that
Interesting.
wasn't fake out there. But instead, Miraidon again getting back out in the field safely, and this is going to be
So
a very critical
then-
turn. There is certainly the option of getting
what
an
is the
attack
play
off
here?
with the Ursaluna with a Rage Powder, but we would likely have to lose the Amoonguss to do it. Wolf's going to have to
Interesting.
decide if he's willing to do that at this point in the battle or not. Only has that Koraidon in the back that's already been weakened a little bit with the speedy Miraidon to deal with, so needs to avoid
It's a
getting
tight
himself in a
situation. I
where
don't-
he can't close the game out with the remaining Pokemon.
Arcus needs to do something. He hasn't got his Terra now either.
Had in the first couple of turns, this has started to really
I don't
slow
think a
down.
Dazzling
Going on
Gleam, if
forward,
he's
it
running
has been
it,
Wolf
would
that's
actually
been
take out
having
Ursaluna
Pokemon
from this
damage
level.
a little bit more and more
Ursaluna does
throughout
have quite
this. Going on
paper
into
special
the turn,
defense.
Talking about that preservation, Amoonguss Regenerator, you can swap out, get HP later, which does mean Koraidon is
Maybe sack off your Incineroar into
We're going to set up that sunlight
Annihilate.
as well. But I'm curious, looking at this Miraidon, where that's going to be.
Oh,
at.
Draco
It's
into-
Draco Meteor, and
Oh,
into the
fair.
Miraidon. It already had a lot of health
Well,
taken
now
away.
Miraidon
The
can go
Miraidon
down and it
is
doesn't
down.
really matter.
Only 2 Pokemon left. This Ursaluna, though.
But it still matters because the Amoonguss can now redirect
Momentum going on forward,
the
but
Annihilate.
taking so much much damage.
Oh, but it is on a timer.
HP, so might not have
Oh.
headlong rush. Miraidon,
Yep.
that will pick up the KO, but now
But its
gonna be
defense
knocked
is
with
down.
Two quite big attackers.
So Annihilate, depending on what move it locks into. Oh wait, no, but Incineroar moves for Ursaluna anyway, so Ursaluna's not a threat. Like a knockoff will knock it out now. It's at like -2 defense.
Yeah.
-2 defense. Yeah.
Try to get in a situation where you can
Is the
power
Incin
pop Ursaluna, but I just don't know why
The
he's
Incin's
allowed
Rocky
it.
Helmet though, so the Incin can be redirected.
Make that mistake. You know, there's no choice but to attack with this Annihilate, but the choice
No!
Which one was
Oh wait, but no, Final Gambit knocks out Amoongus.
I don't know that
Is
it's
it
going
the
to matter.
Yeah, Final Gambit knocks out Amoongus, and then Incin knocks out Ursaluna, and then it's game 3.
Absolutely everything at this point, right? Rage Powder, make sure the Annihilate can't hit
Oh
into
yeah,
it,
no, it's
and
not
then
over
see
yet.
what
To
this
be fair.
Earthquake can do in
No,
that
no, it
round.
is.
So still at that full HP.
Amoongus doesn't have.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, like, unless the Annihilate.
Oh, you mean Final Gambit? And
I
then
guess
Incineroar
the
knocks
trick
out
would
Ursaluna.
be
Yeah.
I think the Ursaluna
But then
could
just
survive with
Incineroar
another
going
turn of burn
faster than
damage. If
Annihilate.
Annihilate were to lock into
No,
Final
Incineroar's
Gambit
faster than
or,
Ursaluna.
Shadow Claw for
No,
some
look,
reason,
what I'm
you'd be in a
saying is
situation where you can knock out
you
the
need
Incineroar and
to.
then Annihilate.
Oh, Annihilate
Ursaluna,
Scarf.
that
No,
would
it's
be a
faster
win
than
for
everything. It's
Wolves.
faster than Koraidon.
I just don't think that's super likely. However, if you don't lock in
You only
one of those
bought-
moves, it's tough to
you only
actually
bought me
damage
something.
the
Oh.
Annihilate. The Annihilate,
Thank you.
but, you know, close combat's not really
Great.
gonna do anything to
Appreciate it.
Tenuous decision. Wolf's got to pick something.
Ooh, in the last
Wait, actually,
second to
Amoongus
lock
might
that
have
trigger,
one
hit
more hit
into the
point than
headlong rush,
Annihilate.
and this
Annihilate
is such a
maxes out at
turn for the
217. I think
battle.
Amoongus has got
And
218.
take a Shadow Claw, Annihilate,
Oh,
hits
that-
in Amoongus. That's not necessarily going to
No
be the
crit
damage,
either.
and doing just as much damage in return with that Rocky Helmet. Knock off
Oh.
Amoongus again.
Oh.
Now it's going to be this Ursaluna. We got to see that it was just the single target pivoted at that last second and into the Annihilate. Not enough for the KO here, and Ursaluna still that timer. But I think how we saw this play out in Game 1.
Why
it's still
Shadow
enough
Claw?
to be holding on.
Yeah, it's a very close.
Actually,
here.
no, to be
You know,
fair-
worth keeping in mind this
Actually,
Incineroar
no,
doesn't
he's
have
right
attack,
with
so,
what he did,
yeah,
because
will
Shadow
a
Claw has a
range
chance to
counter
crit,
be
which is
enough here to
fair.
allow Ursaluna to get one more
But
Earthquake out? It
if
would
he,
certainly
if Final
knock out the
Gambit's,
Pokemon. If
no,
the
actually,
Annihilate
no.
can't knock out Amoongus, Wolf might take this one.
No, no. If he Final Gambits the Amoongus and lives on 1 hit point, and then Amoongus then gets taken out by knockoff from the Incineroar, then the Headlong Rush just KOs Incineroar and
Oh,
wins.
it's true, yeah.
It's got 219 HP. Yeah, it's got too much HP.
Oh, crit.
Fucking hell with a crit.
It's got to do it.
That's going to be 3 KOs on the turn.
Wolf. Fucking well done. Yeah, that was a really hard situation. I'd have lost it if I was the other guy.
What a dramatic finish that Ursaluna was so
You enjoy, I'm sorry about your pin though. Are you enjoying yourself though?
You having a good time? You hanging with cool kids?
Wolf did a great job of setting up that board so all the Pokemon were
May,
just
fair play though.
there was such great pivoting for that whole second game.
Marcus made him sweat. Like he made Wolf fucking think.
He really had to get into checkmate there, but wound up with the final 2 Pokemon on Marcus's team. Neither having protect, getting him in a situation.
Wolf's got a look on his fucking face though to be like, who the fuck is this guy? Where did he come from?
Really exciting final game there.
And I'm just thinking back to that one
Damn.
decision when Wolf had kept having Pokemon take all of this damage, right?
Wolf looks
That
mentally
one
drained. I mean, 8
sacrifice
rounds
your
of
Koraidon
Swiss
just
is
took
fucking
them to
knackering, I
the
will say.
I was
And I'm
gonna
not
say,
even good at the
him-
game.
He must
look
be
at the fact
exhausted.
that, yeah,
Like
there was
you,
nothing on
it's,
Marcus's
you
team
made
that
me
was
laugh
damaged
after
on
the
Amoongus
event
enough.
because you're like,
That
we're gonna do
bit
this and
of
this,
help
and then
was
then you're
so
in bed
much,
like.
'cause, yeah, we saw
So
that there was
eepy.
nothing to hit
And
that
I'm like,
Ursaluna.
yes,
Yeah, it was
babe,
on a
sleep.
timer,
Yeah, but I don't even get to ride
if
the
nothing
high
else
of, oh, I
could
did
hit
really
it.
well, because I did really
Yeah,
bad.
and, I think it was
Oh,
really nice
Pete.
too, where that
Well, I mean,
sacrifice,
she's hanging out with cool kids. I'm in
Koraidon,
Canada,
where,
not
it's-
at Worlds. Oh, are you missing
But
her?
they get the regenerator boost on the Amoongus. I don't think it needed
Dean
it, but it
tried
could
to
have
make me
avoided
cry.
Any potential tragedy if a critical
I got
hit
very
occurred
close
where,
to it.
I
Did a
think
very
critical
good job.
Jericho would not have been enough, but it would have
Very
without the
good job
regenerators. I really
indeed.
like how Wolf played that. He did everything he could to maximize his odds.
Yeah, looking back at this match, I mean, even just when you're looking at the first turns of
That's my
Game
voice.
1 and Game 2,
Your voice.
there was
No.
such fast KOs. Instantly, it's going to be, well, Lunala for the
Whack,
Calabash Ice
whack,
Rider,
and
then really
whack.
having to play around with just a
Whack.
couple of pieces. And again, for the Ursaluna, that was pretty quickly taken down to just a bit of health, having to really leverage this Pokemon.
Can't.
But when we are
He isn't
able
that
to
far
use
yet.
those
What
protect
what pin
or
was it? Was
have
it the
these choice
Pokemon
lock
Center one, or
items,
was it like
that's
a
just
like an
tricky
artist
situation.
special one?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
was
is it
just such an
replaceable if
interesting
that's-
game here. You know,
you
Amoongus
can't-
survived
Massive
until that
FOMO
point,
is
though.
real. I wish
He
I
was
was
enough
at
HP
Worlds.
to,
Oh,
you know,
same.
I wish I was
Incineroar's
competing.
attack to hit the wrong
No, I
target,
mean, like,
but,
is it the Entei one that's on the
it's so
Pokemon Center, or
close
is it
there
like an
where, you know,
exclusive? Like, is it something that you can't
Heroes really
replace?
taking any more damage. I was not able to get that last swing off, and Kind of the same thing in the first game, right? Where again,
Madison's World 2022. Oh,
I know the one now. Oh, fuck. That's the problem with pins, man.
I will say, and yes, this is a dig at Pokemon, it's the thing with Pokemon pins.
Yeah, yours popped off, didn't it?
My Pelipper.
Yeah.
That's why it lives here now. Because the rubber fucking stoppers they put on aren't worth shit. Why aren't they metal like butterfly clasps?
What you like is your business.
Hey, Black Woman!
Black Woman 9
In fact, you
months.
can buy replacement.
You guys are my fab. Love you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Black Woman. Thank you for 9 months. That's almost a year. You have a good night, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you for the 9 months.
You can buy like backs that are the metal ones that can replace
That
them,
rubber
but
is
you
shit.
shouldn't- But you shouldn't have to.
Because I think the hole that's drilled into the rubber, or you have the back still. Yeah, because I bet that's fallen inside your bag. Yeah.
And in Ursaluna as well, mind you, sometimes we
So
can see it really
annoying.
pop off
It must have
into
just got
the
knocked or
Ursaluna on
something.
the side.
Because even the hole in that rubber isn't very far, I don't think.
No, it's not.
But Wolf wasn't allowed to have
That's why my fucking Tatsugiris are here.
so much work.
Ooh.
Easy
No.
MVP of the match. Like there's
That's not
no doubt about
Tatsugiri,
it.
that's a letter with your name on it.
I think not quite to MVP honors.
Yeah,
Validly, though,
my Tatsugiris,
validly,
I'm
so-
never putting them on anything because I'll lose them.
Oh.
And they've even got 2 each, and I'm like, I don't trust that shit.
I'm sorry, Ray, just for it is gutting, man.
There's pinbacks you can buy that lock.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, but also when you spend
I will-
Pokemon Center
no,
money...
that's what I said. I said you can get them, but it is like you shouldn't have to. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
before. You shouldn't have to buy them.
I'm
They
surprised
should-
you're upset.
I would be as well. Like you've had that such a long time.
Literally 3 years. World's
Do you
2022
remember when you last
was...
saw it? Like, is there any chance?
You can't replace it here because it's an exclusive, isn't it?
No, I think it isn't.
And would love to hear his thoughts
well,
about the match, everything else. And he
sometimes
came
they
back
have
for
them,
an
sometimes
interview.
they don't.
Buy a new one.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Wolf Glick.
Oh,
watching
Taser,
Day
go
2
to
Worlds
bed.
here.
Have
How
a
does
good
it
sleep,
feel?
dude.
Because they're not cheap, are they? How much are they?
Very
We were
good
chased
indeed.
us
I mean,
steps,
you
so it's not an
mentioned how this was
exclusive,
a
but
bit
it's
of a
just like not in the
redemption arc
Pokemon
for
Center
you.
at the
Can
moment.
you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I just it felt very similar to my Worlds 2023
so
run where
gutting.
I lost some
Mate,
games
it's
early
stuck
and
under
then I went
someone's
in a win
shoe.
streak and then in the final round of the
No,
day,
because
I
it
was
won't go
put on
through the
stream
shoe.
Oh, I
against a very
suppose.
powerful
There's been times where I've
opponent,
walked around and
and
went,
that
wait a
Worlds
minute,
I
and
fell
there's
a
been a
little
pin
bit
in
short,
my
and I was
in my shoe.
eliminated. And so
But like,
it feels
how
really
did
good
that
to
get there?
now be standing here as the winner of the round 8 match rather than the loser.
How do you not get caught in that headspace of like, oh no, it's happening again. What do I do? You know, that spiral. I know as someone who's also very competitive.
Is that a
it's
Holzkern
very hard
watch?
to get
Of course it
lost
is. It's
in those
Wolf.
thoughts, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know what that
think
means.
that
It's
the
one of
World
his sponsors.
Championships for
Oh, is
me
it?
are very difficult. For everyone, they're very difficult. But I feel like in past years, I have been in this position where I feel like I am good enough to do well, and I like have the practice and maybe the team sometimes not. But for the most part, I know that I can do it. But then on the day, something is happening in my head. Like I just can't really
You
focus.
know that,
I'm
yeah, you
making
shouldn't have to
plays
buy
I would never
replacement
make in
pinbacks,
practice.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you kinda
yeah.
feel like all
I
your hard
agree.
work
It is annoying you have to
crumbling right in
buy
front
them,
of you,
but
and
like
it's a
you
really
can
scary
buy
feeling.
them,
And
which I
after
think
a
I
lot of my
will
seven
if I
games
ever
today,
want
it
to
was round
use my
4,
bag.
so, you know, first
Pins
half
in
of
a
the day,
bag.
I
I do
was
want to get
able
one of
to
those
make
bags that
points.
have all the little pin holes in it because they have like a
just was feeling
zip
really
cover, so
frustrated
they
and
can't
really
fall out.
Oh, yeah, I know the ones.
Yeah, like I've been actually thinking, do you know what? I should get one of them because I have so many pins around the house.
But you should be able to just pin them on your lounge fly bag
Oh, you should. You really should.
without worrying that, oh, this pin that I spent a fucking pretty penny on is
Yeah,
just
they're
going
not
to drop off.
cheap. They're not cheap pins.
You're Wolf Glick, like you're gonna win it. And so
Just still have the
when
price
I was yes.
They've been like.
So in this matchup, I wasn't thrilled to see it, to be honest.
Maybe 20.
especially when a
Because this is
strong player
3
like
pins.
It might
Marcus is
actually be
piloting
20.
it, but the question
Doesn't,
that
but
I
that's
started
probably just so
asking
they can
myself
change the price.
was, how am I going to win? Not how
Add or subtract.
easy
Sorry,
is it to
Wolf.
win,
Sorry, Wolf.
not
I nudged
how
you.
good is my opponent, not how lucky am I getting or unlucky. The only real question that has been on my mind since that
Oh, I
round
had my
is
own
how am I
pin
going
on
to
my
win?
chest. Lanyard made
yeah,
a good
I'm happy
fidget
to say
toy,
that
so
I
I
figured
fell
it
off
out in
without
that
me
one.
noticing.
All right, well, I'd love to ask
I have
you
a
about
lot
your
of
match with
K-pop
Marcus,
merchant
but
card
first,
holders
real
that
quick,
come with the ball and chain
Karyon and
attachment.
Lunala.
They're
I know
so
a lot of
unreliable.
people
Oh my
were,
god,
you know, sort of second guessing Lunala in particular.
I
Calyrex Shadow
know,
Rider
they sold
being the
out
ghost
as well
type
at
of
the moment.
Is it,
choice.
Rach, was
What
it the
made
one
you
that came
pick
in the
these two
3-pack?
Pokemon?
I think it will have been.
Raikou, Entei, and Suicune
Well,
Pixel ones.
Here's the thing. I brought them to Milwaukee. I did okay, not bad. I made top cup, but it wasn't my best.
Well, actually, to be
finish, okay?
fair, it's only sold out in the
And
UK.
then I doubled down and I brought them to NIC.
Is that the? Oh,
and it
that's
was
the
my
Jumbo
second
Entei
time in
Funko.
Scarlet
That's in
Violet
the
on
UK
the
shop,
first
but
day.
sold
So
out.
of course, the only rational thing is to triple
Gold
down.
and Silver Legends.
right?
Oh, it's a plush. Oh,
but
it's
I
so
really,
ugly.
I've always believed in these Pokemon. I think that they are strong enough.
Yeah,
to
that's
win the World
kinda rank.
Championships. I think they fit
It
my
isn't-
specific
it isn't
style
great.
the best. And I personally believe that the reason why they don't have as many
Oh, let's
strong
have a look
results is that it's
how
an
the standings
incredibly
are
difficult
looking.
composition to pilot. But I went into Worlds
Click
believing that I
down the
could do it.
drain.
And to be honest, even though I'm still on elimination point and will be on elimination point for the duration of my tournament run, I still think that I can do it this year.
Oh, he thinks he can do it. That's confident. I wish I had the bollocks to say I think I can do it this year. You mean the skill?
Game
Yeah,
number
yeah.
one. What was going through your brain?
Uh-oh. Yeah, well, after the turn one, I went, well, like, I guess it's going to be a game 2, game 3 angle.
Chopper Cross is 6 and 2. He's still in it. Up the chopper. Up the chopper. Nils Dunlop's still in. Bet he's shitting bricks for tomorrow. Very good. James Evans is still in. Brian Collins, he's beat me before. He's still in.
You're like, oh, I'll make this play, but then,
Patrick Connors is still in.
And whatever. And my Ursaluna outspeeding
Ji Hung Chu is still in. Jen Chao De is still in.
Really swung it. I think he, you know, given that I went for the play that I went for, it made sense that
Tom Winter from the UK still in. UK represent.
But yeah, I kind of realized that.
Imagine if wars were fought via Pokemon battles, would be a much better world. That's like saying, imagine if wars were fought by making dogs fight. Would it be better, or would it just be cruel to the dogs?
But I am pretty far behind, but that doesn't really matter because, like, I've lost game 1.
Joe Garte! Oh wait, he's 5 and 3. Yeah, he's out. But he's, you know, he won that round, so he's still having fun. He's having a good time.
Sure, it's been incredible to watch you play throughout the season.
Oh, Tia Team Mossau from France. He's still
here competing
he's still
at
in.
the World Championships after winning the European International Championships. You've been given the opportunity.
To be fair, some of the best fucking players are out. So Wolf's got a good chance. James Beck.
I can't even watch.
James Beck is 7 and 1. No, you can watch everything up to the final. So you'll know if he's in the final.
Trailer, Yuki, Marcus, Ed, and of
Yeah,
course Aaron,
because
who's
tomorrow
behind the desk.
will be
as well as
2
my
rounds
friend
of
Montana
Swiss,
and Leonard.
and then it will be
especially
top
gave
cut
me so many
up
games, and I
to
sent
the
him so
final,
many
and
replays,
then the
he
final
really,
is on Sunday
did
alone.
so much to help me prepare. I ended up
So
playing.
you'll be able to see if Wolf gets eliminated. He won't. You better fucking not. Oh, bless Sean Tang. Sean Tang from Singapore got a bye this round, taking him from 0 and 7 to 1 and 7. So he didn't have to fight anyone. Dean with 10 gifties. I thought you were done.
That's it for me here.
Liam's prediction's already fucked. Yeah, Marco Silva went 3 and 3.
To the lounge to wrap up the day.
He started off all right, and it just went to shit. It happens. Wolfie Comparish. He's dropped to 5 as well. What's happening? That's 2-2-1, which makes it 2-3-1, and then 5 makes 2-3-6. What's he doing?
It's always the way, isn't it? I totally agree with you. There are just so many incredible matches after incredible
Holy moly, he's dropped another 1. That's 2-3-7. What's he doing? He's a good lad. Thank you, Dean. Oh, Aaron Brock's still in. Christopher Hahn's still in. We saw him earlier.
I feel like every match has been more intense than the last.
Oh, man.
And a couple of the players that have just been knocked out. I mean, it's
Who's left from the UK? Is it just Tom Winters?
So nice to see who's been able to rise to the top because you know that.
Another one. 2-3-8. What's he doing? What's he doing? Tom Winter.
The level of competition that we have this season round and this whole top X players getting to the World Championships, but just makes things
Yeah,
so
fucking.
stacked.
Oh, Jack Clark from the. Oh no, he's out. He's doing little cheeky ones. And another one. That's 2-3-9. I'm losing count.
It's been, yeah.
Your bank's gonna be so mad with all these transactions.
They're
They're gonna be like, we just asked if you were fraud. Are you sure you're not fraud?
Because we've been able to have some
we had a chat about
really
this.
pop off. Talking about our debut
Oh,
players.
oh no.
Of course, we are
Wolf's
still
safe this year.
matches out in the field.
Kylan that
This
knocked
is
him out of
a little
Worlds
bit
last year
TBD on a couple
is
of
out.
them, but Scott, I mean, there are some players.
Oh,
here
another
that
one.
on the
I wouldn't say it was
broadcast. We got to see the matches.
No, I'm just saying, like, we were saying, because they ended up ended up getting the scores, the same scores.
Yeah.
So there was a point where they would have ended up in the same round and could have been against each other. But now Wolf doesn't have to worry because he doesn't have to face last year's nemesis. Goal was 69, 269, new card, and goal was 69. What, 269?
I'm just really excited to see where they go from here. I think they're really pushing a higher level.
You're at 2, 3, 8. Wait.
Just as we'd hope at this point.
10. So 21, so 31, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think the L'Oreal advert, no. Have a good night, Fanta Ruse. Back for day 2 tomorrow. We will be.
And that is just a fraction of
Oh,
what can
mate,
be told here when you look at all of the stacked names.
Yeah, Alex Underhill. Alex Underhill's face is really making me laugh there. He's really thoroughly enjoying that medal that they've got.
The medal, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Simone, there's got to be a skip plume somewhere on these graphics, right? And Simone has been.
Now you're at 240.
Got Montana mod there, of course. Been rocking the Calaret Shadow Rider since regulation.
Lol, the bar got to 1569, but it did not move.
Victor Medina, I mean, the trainer who, ironically, given his first
Did
name,
it?
has never been the victor, but maybe.
I thought you filled it up to
this year at
1500.
World Championships, it could happen. Justin Tang, San Antonio regional champion as
You
well.
filled-
Incredible. I actually saw James
To go
playing
to?
that
To
last
go
round
to?
out there, and
Lol, the bar to go to. Oh, you wanted the
ahead,
bar to go to
trying to get the jump.
1569 was the
All
goal.
the Twitter discourse with
Ah.
Justin Tang saying team every 5 minutes.
I guess he found a team.
He found a team. Like he's made it
I'm
there.
confused. The
And,
way to get the bar to
I just wanna call it out.
1569 is
Taking it all
you're
the way to day
$19
two. There is at
away.
least one Groudon in day 2, so I'm
Gifts
feeling
don't
pretty
go to the
vindicated
bar.
right now.
Gifts go to your gift total.
We're happy to see it, right? You know, I mean,
Were you trying to fill the bar with gifts?
heralded restricted Pokemon show up in this format. I think it's really
I'm
difficult to make it
confused.
work. I was so excited to get to see both those Pokemon. Of course, poor Groudon had a bit of an adventure while it was on stream, but still made it.
Oh, Dean! Thank you, but also
I fucked up. Oh, you're so cute.
I was there like, when did you gift $19? Pounds, I mean. Fucking hell, $19 wouldn't make it that.
Yeah, and I mean,
You
it was
tired?
only
We all
round
tired.
one. The action was amazing.
Is it
You gotta make sure you
bedtime?
hear break
I think
in
it might be
early to
bedtime
debut.
because we're
Break
doing
really
this again
depends on
tomorrow.
where you are in the world, of course,
And
but
it's
make sure you
the
are
good thing
tuned
is
in.
we didn't
Set
hit
your
12
alarm
hours,
set
which
to
means
10
that we
to
won't.
10.
We can do
absolutely
one
do
VOD,
not want
and
to
that's
miss
this
it.
one.
9 a.m. Pacific. That's going to be 4 p.m.
You can
UTC.
you can
And of
play
course,
with
you
it
just go
tomorrow,
all the time,
Dean.
'cause again, you do not wanna miss
I mean, you
it.
can't because the bar won't be there tomorrow. Thank fuck. I don't have to be ashamed of myself.
It really has.
But very much big love to Dean for today and everybody because B-Set gifted subs as well. People have been very lovely and generous today, especially Dean, obviously, because look how much he fucking did. Oh my word. But you can make me cry tomorrow. There's a whole new day to make me cry if you want. Don't. But there's a whole day. Ori,
Are we wrapping up? Sorry.
we are wrapping up. Yeah, round 8's over. So now we come back tomorrow for round 9 and 10 and then Top Cut, baby. Because Top Cut will be like a whole bunch of rounds because they do two
I don't know
two
how
top
much
4
I
rounds.
Some of the other games too.
I think
Well,
Jess
you two
wants to
reminiscent about
sort some
all of
stuff
this,
out.
'cause, yeah, as much as we've had fun over here,
I
there's
don't know
a
how
lot of
much
the
of the
other
stream I'll be in, but I'll
broadcasters
try and
still
come in the
running with some
evening
great
for the last
action
like
as well.
chunk.
I mean, looking back
like
at
I did
NEIC,
today.
you're
I'm a
looking at the
chunk.
storylines of the
That's why I'm going
TCG,
gym
you're looking
tomorrow.
at, I mean, Go Finals was insane.
Have a good one, everyone. Love y'all. You can tell I'm knackered. I got no words. I've got no words. Bloody hell. But have a good night, and we'll see you at 4 p.m. So literally 13 and a half hours from now. Night. We'll miss y'all. Bye-bye.